Chapter 1 Archenemy. Backstage at the award ceremony, reporter Sinxias Likrin Thirnex, there was a cacophony of speculation. Suddenly someone shouted, "Shasher, Jishu is coming out." Jisha gracefully stepped into view, Herton centimeter heels clicking elegantly against the floor. "Miss G, you've been nominated for Best Actress, what are your thoughts?" Jisha flashed a perfect smile. "I'm honored, a nomination is a recognition of my efforts, and I will continue to strive for excellence." "Do you have a message for our fans?" "Yes, I want to thank everyone for their unwavering support. He will work even harder to worthy of your affection." "What are your thoughts on Mr. Jiang's Haijing Sajans recent comments?" At the mention of his name, Jisha faltered for a moment, her expression visibly darkening. The reporters present exchanged glances, surprised with the tension between the two. How'd have thought their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent? Just hearing his name caused her demeanor to shift so dramatically one couldn't imagine how strained their private interactions must be. At that moment, another voice called out, "Jiang Jijing, look, it's Jiang Jijing." As if on cue, countless cameras turned to capture Jiang Zijing's entrance, dressed in a meticulous Lidalertsit, the deep green tea served as a striking accent against the dark fabric, enhancing his gentlemanly aura. Before he even approached, Jishu felt the atmosphere around her grow heavy with tension. Jiang Zijing stood beside her, and she instinctively shifted away, creating space between them. "How'd have thought, speak of Thedaville and Heapers, we were just discussing ya, Miss G," here marked, casting aside a long Lansather with a fan smile. "What were you saying about?" "A booty our agents post claiming Miss Jisabata Jidayo your endorsement." The reporter's bluntness was astonishing, prompting admiration from Miss Spears, wholly and in closer with their microphones. Jiang Zijing chuckled lightly. "Maya gentlo vesto jokey around, I didn't expect a Viriana to fall for it, especially a the expense of my understanding shushut Urino tupset, are you?" Ash spoke, the camera captured Jisha Rollingeries, her patient swearing thing thin, she couldn't even muster the for to pretend toba polite, Latingu tuskofas he mentally labeled hama green tea bitch. In an instant, topics surrounding their relationship began trending online. Jishu Jiang Jijing conflict. Jishu I roll. Both parties were unwilling to let the opportunities Lipawe once they tweet about Jiang Zijing's green tea remarks, while the other shared Jishu's cold demeanor at the words. Neither side backed down, and Decrodophone lookers quietly enjoyed the drama, knowing that whenever it sitwa crossed pades, it would inevitably lead to chaos, leaving Gother star synthetist. Jisha stepped into her chauffeur-driven car, adjusting her dress before Zin King into the box seat, where she promptly fell asleep. Ike wasn't until the car came to halt that her assistant's persistent calls roused her from slumber. Asha blinked awake, a trace of physiological tearslinger reddened her eyes, she on lazily before a stepping gut off hevicle. "You've been unusually tired lately, are you feeling unwell?" Shold West's sister Tanforally Avadosia doctor? Jishu waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine, I'll headin' first." "Remember, there is a meeting at the company tomorrow morning, I'll precupitate, set an alarm." "Okay." As she entered the elevator, her expression changed drastically. Without a meet change her shows, Shara shed straight to the bathroom, doubling govering a wave of nausea. After a prolonged struggle, nothing merged her stomach was empty, leaving only bitterable. The acid reflux was soon bearable. After a moment of grieving, she managed to stretch a new pen, drink some warm water, feeling slightly better. Changing into her pajamas, she couldn't even muster thinner gato taking a shower before collapsing onto her. If she could just wait a little longer, everything would come to an end. The next morning, Jisha was awakened beyond a cot the door, her assistant urging her to hurry. She finally took her to a chupan dress before eating to the company. "Don't just put on lipstick, you need to do your makeup." "In too lazy. Jiang Zijing will beat the company today, you can let them outshine ya." "Hessaman, animal woman, what's there to compare?" Jisha replied, still groggy from sleep. "Who says, remember the fan poll that trended last time, if Sister Tan had paid for votes, ya wouldn't stand a chance against them. If I had that money, I'd rather buy something nice to why waste I tanthus?" All the way to the company, Jishu felt drowsy, but she managed to precupitate upon arrival. As soon as her Tanley, she learned that the recently negotiated endorsement deal had fallen through. Jishu remained unfazed. It didn't matter to her that Jiang Zijing had supposedly sabotaged it, she had never been keen on the deal anyway, and if it weren't for the lucrative Ethi, she wouldn't have wasted her time. "Let it go then," she said, propping her chin in her hand. Tanle was visibly frustrated. I can't believe the star getting alle Kethis, it sound professional for Simeon from the same company. Jishu maintained her calm demeanor. If you insist, heckin' have it, it's just a lipstick endorsement, is it really worth getting so work do power. Besides, you should have anticipated this when I sabotage this endorsement earlier. Tanle found Jishu's attitude peculiar today. Usually exploded de Marie mention of Yangjijing, the fact that she was brushing off the less so easily was unusual. The meeting's main agenda revolved around future arrangements, and Jishu planned to take a variety show. Having had some time off recently, she had no other commitments. She calculated that getting her passport would take some time, but participating in a variety show wouldn't be a problem. The scripts he had read weren't promising anyway, so the variety show seemed like a solid choice. As for acting, she would just have a to attend see. The meeting room soon emptied, but Jishu didn't trust to leave, choosing instead to sit quietly. The sheer brightness of the soon filtering through her sheer curtains bathed her in warm light, accentuating her porcelain skin, which appeared flawless without a single puri. In the stillness, Herman began to wonder, and she didn't want to dwell in certain thoughts. Just the Marie intoft him to met her gaze. Adel figure reappeared by the door. Lost in thought, Jishu failed to notice Yang Haijing had been watching her for some time. Leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, he observed her quietly. This version of Jishu Washari he was accustomed to her fiery demeanor, often akin to by credita pounds. Every onescone and door here pondering life? The familiar voice snapped Jishu back to reality, and chested up, facing them and Bithador. Her good mood from the day was no extinguished. What's the matter, are you upset over losing gain endorsement? Last time I sabotaged the ordeal, I didn't still click this, Jiang Zijing said, Asmola playing in his lips. Jishu had never felt these irritable before. Just hearing his voice ignite her frustration. The anger she had been suppressing surged to the surface in an instant. Taking a deep breath, she fought to control her emotions. They say one shouldn't strike a smiling face, but every time Jiang Zijing smiled, Sheffeltha was provoking her. Chapter 2 Pregnant. Jiang Zijing stepped closer, noticing Jishu's full complexion. Are you really angry? You've done well lately. Jishu showed them a glare. What to you? Hawacheder with a relaxed smile. Why the foul language, what a fire fanshire, feed be so heartbroken. Since her debut, Jishu had enjoyed as smooth ride, her beauty and the company support propelling her to stardom with severe lit dramas. But such unbroken success inevitably drew their off fate, sending Jiang Zijing to tormentor. From the start, Jishu and Jiang Zijing had been rivals. Whenever they appeared in some avenue, it was bound to be spectacle. Their animosity was well known in line, and over the years, their fanbashad clashed incessantly. Jishu felt their pen to presentment reaching a boiling point, prompting her to make her exit before he interrupted. Just as she turned to leave, he called after her. Hey Jishu, do you have a birthmark in your back? Jishu stiffened, her long hair draped over her shoulder, concealing visible marks. Jiang Zijing had merely escaped off curiosity, but when he easily poked theory in her shoulder blade, he inadvertently touched her birthmark. The moment thematic contact, Jishu acted sharply, stepping away and eyeing him warily. What's with that look, you was just asking. Jishu glared at him, then stomped in hoot, grinding her heel and toit. Damn it! Jiang Zijing hopped back, surprised. Jishu made a disdainful glance, flicking her hair over her shoulder before a storm and got off the meeting room. Jiang Zijing nursed his foot, bemused by her lack of mercy. Ha had simply inquired was that so wrong? He couldn't quit to pinpoint why had Jishu had a birthmark on her back. Perhaps it was a dream. Jishu zittled into Tanle's office, listening to her rant about Jiang Zijing and his manager. Feeling gloomy, she found Norleaf the tirade iton Liddy Pendero melancholy. Exhausted, she returned to her spacious apartment in the city center, where she lived alone. No sooner had she lain down than her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she finally answered. Nan, she said weakly. How have you been? I say our interview yesterday it did look well. The voice in the other end was filled with concern. I fluffled, my stomach is upset, I can't yet, and I've been nauseous. I've also been satiredly, Jishu replied, her tone lacking energy. A sigh of resignation came through her phone. It's normal during pregnancy. I've got some evidence for you. No matter what, your health is the priority. I'll bring them over tomorrow even if I can't add much. You need to have some mething, and make sure to eat more fruits, okay? Jishu turned over, hugging her pillow, feeling go of emotion wash over her. Nan, when will everything berange on your end? It's complicated to have everything in order. The government they introduced new policies to encourage equalbirth, and it's a hassle. Just hain jinthareets and live in a month. Once everything sorted dando haveo your passport, they'll take you abroad for the procedure. Okay, Jishu replied. After more reminders from Sunan, she finally hung up, resting harem over Hirias to block out a light. The living room was quiet, and memories flooded back. In her past life, she must have out Jiang Zijing something, forfeit to a certainly playing tricks in her this time around. A month ago, Jishu had been sent to a banquet by her company, ostensibly to meet directors and investors. Within helping her, she had lost Wiltel Tasmal. There were Renault serious director Sharethi so-called investor Swarmer Lelukin for sugar babies. After fending off a few unwanted advances, she was about to concoct an excuse to leave when she spot Simeon Enthisican floor looking go quali board. When theory is met, both paused for a moment. Then Jiang Zijing strolled over with a grin, fancy seeing you here, Miss G. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come even if I paid me, G sure retorted, rolling Harry's. Don't be summer bidets bodlik, Oreo here to meet directors and investors? G should detect the sarcasm in his tone. She smirked, Orentio Horaswell, I figured he was there just woman in the room, so if you're looking for some Ionatop Amperio, I'm your best bet. Jiang Zijing Silla faltered for a moment, but quickly recovered, grinning broadly with it endorsement, I could save myself 8 Kadofa fort, of course, it'd be honored to serve ya, Miss G, you'll book a hotel right away. Get lost. Jishu's expression turned eddacy, her disgust palpable as he turned away. Jiang Zijing scored a point with thought comeback. Helianet against to all, watching Herwit Hamashiva's mile, relishing themament. As Jishu prepared to leave, she found Jiang Zijing eating against Thisker, wearing sunglasses. Let's go will ride. She had arrived with her driver, how a spark at nearby. Just as Iwasabato declined, she caught sight of Jiang Zijing's provocative smile as if he were certain she wouldn't dare refuse. Without hesitation, she opined Thikar Duran Plimadan. Look at you, subul du derederiti in thina miskar, he teased. Just drive didn't dawdle. Jiang Zijing drove a straight o bar. Care for a drink? Jishu didn't respond. Area scared? Shirai here exquisitely shaped a yes to me this gaze. Kami on, I won't do anything just a drink. Who scared? Jishupa shed the dorapin and headed toward the bar. Jiang Zijing, how was friends with the bar owner, secured a discreet booth. In the dim light off the bar, none noticed said the twada prival sharing a friendly drink. It's refreshing to sit there peacefully with you for the first time. I suppose anything is possible if I live long enough. G shuskoft, nearly choking in her drink, then I'd better live along lift don't go diangam. Don't worry as long as you're alive, I'm not going anywhere. Evil people jet there come up and start Jishu, an affid of defiance, fill at her glasan don a day to non ego. Jiang Zijing smile widened, you've get keep the capacity for alcohol, beauty our still not much form. Why are we a sachati? Jiang Zijing really chuckled, raising his glasan down in Jidaswell. Jishu had never been on a tolerant provocation, especially from Jiang Zijing. Since childhood they had been at odds, and their rivalry had continued into adulthood. They had always competed for the top spot in school, and now, as they both entered the entertainment industry, every encounter was a contest. Chapter 3, Under the Influence of Alcohol. Hey Jishu, what have I done to offend you? You've been looking at me with disdain for all these years, haven to you, you're insufferable. Jishu huffed. Jiang Zijing extended her wrist, revealing a conspicuous scar. Jishu merely glanced at it before turning her head away, feeling guilty. Jiang Zijing teased, you were just 5 years old when you lunged at me and bit me. Look, the tooth mark has lingered all these years. If you can't afford to plead with me, sister will take you to the hospital to treat that scar. Jiang Zijing chuckled softly, I'm merely a month older than you. So call me brother. Dream on, it's only 11 days. The two exchanged banter over drinks, neither willing to concede nor back down. Jiang Zijing steadied Jishu as they stumbled into a nearby hotel. Both were heavily intoxicated, yet Jiang Zijing managed to support her with a surprising steadiness. However, he paused momentarily when he received their identification at the front desk. Jishu buried her face in Jiang Zijing's neck. Her stomach churning, desperate to vomit, gripping his waist tightly. Just a moment, I'll be fine soon, Jiang Jing reassured her, gently patting her back. In truth, he was also feeling unwell, the effects of the alcohol hitting him with increasing intensity. Once they entered the room, Jishu rushed to the bathroom, retching violently yet unable to expel anything. With a state like this, you dare claim you're good at handling alcohol, Jishu, you've lost. Jishu glared at the man before her, irritation boiling over as she pushed him onto the bed, straddling his waist with both hands gripping his neck. All the grievances and frustrations she had endured over the years surged forth. Jiang Jing, why are you so detestable? Thank you for the compliment. Who complimented you? Perched on his waist, Jishu found the position uncomfortable and shifted restlessly, prompting a noticeable change in Jiang Jing's expression as his cheeks flushed crimson. In an instant, he flipped her over, pinning her hands to the pillow, his voice low and fierce. What are you doing? Let me go, you big bad wolf. Jiang Jing scoffed. Is this what you consider bad? There's much worse. Jishu, tipsy and disoriented, her red lips slightly parted, attracted Jiang Jing's gaze for an extended period. He swallowed hard, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. Jishu's eyes widened. Jiang Jing, you shameless man, how can you be so petty about something that happened years ago? Annoyed by her incessant chatter, Jiang Jing chose to silence her by capturing her words in his kiss. You dare bite me, Jishu struggled, and in a moment of carelessness, Jiang Jing allowed her to break free. Pushing against his chest, she swiftly reversed their positions, glaring defiantly at him. You've bitten me twice. I must retaliate. Jishu wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning down, bewildered by his strength. She soon found herself dizzily lying back on the bed. Her clothes were disheveled, and Jiang Jing could easily see what lay beneath. His dark gaze lingered on her for a long time, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he pressed down on Jishu's. She let out a soft whimper, shifting against him, only to feel a hand exploring her waist, caressing her through the fabric. Are you one to admit defeat? Impossible. I must retaliate. However, she struggled to find her bearings. Jiang Jing seized her hand, gritting his teeth. Jishu, where do you think you're putting your hand? Jishu stared at him in confusion. You seem unwell then. With a sly smile, she teased, call me sister, and I'll take you to the hospital. You're the one who's unwell. I must show you just how healthy I am. In a flurry, Jiang Jing tugged at her clothing, but Jishu was not one to yield easily. She intended to retaliate. The subsequent scenes were far from suitable for children, and Jishu was unwilling to revisit those memories. In despair, she covered her face, lamenting her drunken escapades and the unfortunate entanglement with her nemesis. Yet, paradoxically, she recalled every detail clearly, even the words exchanged. Before leaving in the morning, she spotted the crumpled remnants of last night's events strewn across the floor, and finding them irksome, she tidied them away. Resolving to forego medication, yet, who could have predicted such a consequence? Upon awakening that morning, Jishu was jolted from sleep by her manager's phone call, which was a torrent of scolding. Her eyes barely opened as she struggled to comprehend her surroundings. Gradually, she became acutely aware of the pain coursing through her body, as if her bones had been dismantled and reassembled. Pressing her throbbing head, she inadvertently touched a warm body beside her. Stiffening, she turned to find Jiang Jing's handsome features, his lips swollen from her previous attentions. There was no need for further confirmation. She knew it was her doing. Recalling her manager's earlier admonitions, Jishu took a deep breath and threw back the covers. Searching for her crumpled dress, she hastily donned her clothes and fled the scene. In the car, Jishu felt sticky and sore, a persistent ache urging her to lash out at herself. As she glanced at the photos her manager had sent, she discovered they had been followed by paparazzi the night prior. Fortunately, the photographer hadn't recognized Jiang Jing and only captured her profile, demanding a staggering sum of 10 million for the rights to the image. The realization gnawed at her, and she regretted her impulsive decision to roll in the sheets with Jiang Jing, who seemed to have retained no memory of the night, yet she remembered everything vividly. Sunan had just finished work and hurried to her home. It was Jishu's first pregnancy, and the psychological and physical pressures were immense. She needed to assess the situation, bringing along some food. She rang the doorbell, and Jishu lethargically opened the door before collapsing back onto the couch. I brought you some food. At least eat a little, you can't keep starving yourself. I have no appetite. I feel nauseous whenever I eat. Lying here, I don't even feel hungry. Jishu appeared utterly defeated, devoid of energy. Sunan sighed and sat beside her. Shashu, I know you might find it hard to accept right now, and the pressure is overwhelming, but the new policy has only just been announced. Even if I help you go abroad, the father must provide documentation. You both need to decide together. Even if you ultimately decide on an abortion, someone must accompany you. After a drunken night, he doesn't even remember what happened. How can I approach him? Jisoo lamented, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the ceiling. Regardless of how it came to be, you shouldn't bear the burden alone. He must take responsibility too. You can't obtain your passport right now. The pressure is immense. You must have a serious conversation with the father of your child. He has a right to know. Since Jisoo discovered her pregnancy during a visit to Sunan's clinic, the latter had inquired several times about the child's father, yet Jisoo remained tight-lipped, offering only vague responses. Chapter 4, recording a variety show. Sunan even enumerated Jisoo's past relationships, finding no suitable candidate for a drinking buddy. However, considering Jisoo's career in the entertainment industry, other possibilities existed, which was why she hesitated to share her thoughts. It also seemed she was quite averse to the child's father. Sunan proceeded to advise her on pregnancy precautions. Jisoo slowly placed her palm on her abdomen, her thoughts drifting far away. She could not shake the memory of clinging to Jiang Zijing's neck, yearning for more. How had she ended up so inebriated, and why him specifically, as this thought crossed her mind? She briefly entertained the idea of others, but none seemed acceptable. After a moment of comparison, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was him. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, feeling a surge of anger towards herself for allowing Jiang Zijing to occupy her thoughts when she loathed him so much. Her palm gently rubbed her abdomen. Beneath the thin fabric lay a flat stomach devoid of any excess flesh, yet within her womb a new life was taking form. She was to become a mother. Yet, at this moment, all her efforts were directed at terminating this pregnancy. Sunan had suggested a serious conversation with the child's father. How could she approach Jiang Zijing about this? He might foolishly assume she harbored feelings for him. Disheartened, Jisoo knew she had to fulfill her contractual obligations and head to work. This variety show was a favor owed to a director. Years ago, she had played a minor role, and he had treated her well, recommending her for a subsequent audition that led to her breakout role. Since then, her career had skyrocketed. Jisoo had no intention of taking on any more dramatic roles given her current condition. Participating in a variety show would be a means of relaxation. The director had assured her that the show was lighthearted and stress-relieving, so she agreed. Yet even now, she remained unaware of the show's purpose or the identities of the other participants. She was indifferent. As long as Jiang Zijing was not involved, she could manage. Just the thought of him elicited a physical response. Upon arriving at the recording location, Jisoo spent the night at the hotel arranged by the production team. The next morning, after a session with the makeup artist, she headed to the set. As soon as she got into the car, she was followed by cameras. Jisoo greeted everyone with practiced ease and inquired about the purpose of the show from the camera director. To her surprise, the production team maintained strict confidentiality, refusing to divulge any details. Internally, she smirked, knowing she would soon uncover the truth once they arrived. She arrived early, but two people were already present on set. A man and a woman. Sun Machi and Lu Yunhong rose to their feet and greeted her. Hello, they said. Jisoo nodded, as she was not particularly acquainted with either of them, though she had seen them in entertainment news. After taking their seats, Sun Machi initiated a conversation, asking, "Do you know what this variety show is intended for?" "Not really," came the reply. "I heard the director mention it's quite casual." Jisoo nodded in agreement, suggesting that everyone should treat it as a chance to relax. Before long, two more girls arrived together. As Jisoo stood to welcome them, she couldn't help but feel something was amiss. Was it typical for so many women to be present for a variety show? With two females already capable of sparring, the arrival of four seemed excessive. Since they were all strangers, they exchanged awkward smiles and searched for various topics to discuss. Jisoo reclined in her chair, clad in a simple white t-shirt. That morning, her stylist had intricately braided her hair into two fishtail plaits adorned with ribbons, which cascaded down her chest. Bored, she idly twirled one of the braids in her hands. Shortly thereafter, two young men entered, and Jisoo recognized one of them, a familiar face from a previous project where they had portrayed siblings. At last, someone she knew. "A teacher Ji is here too," Zhao Jincheng exclaimed dramatically. Jisoo chuckled, greeting him, "Hello, Teacher Zhao," and intentionally rose to offer him her seat. In an unfamiliar environment, it was natural for the two somewhat familiar individuals to gravitate toward each other, thus they stood side by side. After a brief introduction, the director approached. "Good morning, everyone," he exclaimed. "Isn't it getting a bit late for breakfast?" he added with a smile, warmly welcoming all present. "I suppose you are all curious about the nature of this variety show?" The director observed their nods and then, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Haven't you noticed the peculiarities in our numbers? 4 girls and 3 boys, it seems quite evident that this is a setup for some female rivalry." He quickly added, "There's another male guest who was out on a job yesterday and is en route here this morning. He should have made it in time, but his flight was delayed and he is still in the air. He just explained that to me." Suddenly, the numbers seemed to balance out, curiosity bubbled among the group, and a subtle notion began to stir. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, the director preempted them, announcing, "Welcome to the large-scale romantic travel variety show, Simulated Couples." The atmosphere fell silent as the 7 guests on stage fell into contemplation. A romantic variety show? Could this be filmed? How could rising stars and actors possibly engage in romance? Wouldn't their fans erupt in outrage? The director continued, "Stop pondering. The contracts are already signed, and the breach fees are beyond your means." Zhao Jincheng let out a sigh. "Well, we're in for it now." Ji Shuwei felt little concern, as it merely resembled acting in a different format. After a brief session of light-hearted complaints, they resigned themselves to the situation. Acknowledging that they were here to relax amidst their demanding work lives, and the opportunity to earn money while exploring romance was indeed appealing, the director, despite his somewhat cheeky demeanor, had a point. Although the male guests still in the air had missed this initial scene, the show must go on, and they would draw lots to determine the couple pairings. Despite initial reluctance, the atmosphere shifted towards excitement. Truth be told, none of the 7 individuals present could be deemed unattractive, and each of the 3 men possessed their own distinct charm. As the director concluded his remarks, the other girls began to scrutinize the young men nearby. It seemed that any pairing would not be too disappointing. "The drawing will be transparent and fair," the director announced. "Let the girls go first. We'll play rock, paper, scissors, and the winners will choose first. Inside the box are colored balls, feel free to select any." The scene of the box facing the camera was transparent, thus the selection process would be revealed to the audience. Not only the guests but also the crew outside began to anticipate the event. As human nature tends to revel in gossip, while the girls drew lots, the boys moved to another area to select their colors. Ji Shuwei, feeling unusually fortunate today, effortlessly extracted a pair of scissors from the assortment of fabric. Thus being the first to choose. In truth, the odds of being first or last were the same. Some simply believed that going first offered a greater chance. Chapter 5, Romantic Partners. Ji Shuwei stepped forward. Extending her hand into the box, the director had shuffled the order, and she herself mixed them up a bit, knowing that whichever she picked would be fate. There was no difference. She randomly grabbed one, then paused, opting instead for another, which turned out to be a blue ball. Shortly after, the other girls made their selections. The director announced that they could switch their balls before revealing the choices to the boys. Ji Shuwei tossed the ocean-colored ball in her hand, growing increasingly bored as she awaited the boys' selections. Suddenly, a girl squeezed in beside her. It was Sun Mochi from earlier. "Sister Shu, can we swap balls?" Sun Mochi whispered. Ji Shuwei, puzzled, replied, "Aren't they all the same? We still don't know who is who. I really dislike green. My lucky color is blue. May I trouble you, Sister Shu?" Ji Shuwei glanced at the green ball in Sun Mochi's hand. Green was indeed a refreshing and beautiful color. In this era, it was humanity that was often deemed dirty, not colors. She didn't refuse and agreed to swap balls with Sun Mochi, who beamed with joy at receiving the blue ball. As if she had chosen a most suitable partner, the boys subsequently selected their colors, leaving the one still in the air without a choice. The director watched this exchange with a smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Now let us pair up." Sun Mochi glanced at the 3 boys across from them, then feeling a bit shy, approached Lu Yunheng. Ji Shuwei, holding the green ball, sighed inwardly. "So my partner is still in the air." Zhao Jincheng chuckled. "Teacher Ji, perhaps your luck is exceptionally good. Maybe they outshine all of us in looks." Sun Mochi chimed in. "Yes, the program team hasn't revealed who that person is, so they could be a heavyweight guest." Ji Shuwei merely responded with a light laugh. As long as they had a nose, a mouth, and a pair of eyes, she was a professional actress, and her professional integrity was unquestionable. At midday, everyone enjoyed a simple meal free from cameras, which allowed them to relax considerably. Their conversations turned more casual, mostly speculating about the individual still in the air. Regardless of the topic, Ji Shuwei responded with a gentle smile. Her reputation in the entertainment industry was stellar, earning her the affection of many seniors, and everyone who had worked with her held a favorable impression. She was often described as having a pleasant personality. Yet this amiable nature seemed to falter whenever she encountered Jiang Zhijing. Ji Shuwei had directed all her exasperation and eye rolls towards Jiang Zhijing. After a brief afternoon break, the director summoned everyone once more. "After a restful midday, I trust you've all grown accustomed to your respective CPs, or are we reconsidering our contracts?" he joked. "We can't afford the breach fees." Laughter erupted around the room. Ji Shuwei, donning a sun-shielding fisherman's hat and a pair of black sunglasses that made her petite face appear even smaller, clasped her hands behind her back as she listened to the director. Before we commence the formal recording, we'll engage in some games designed to cultivate romantic feelings. Today's task is to unwind while enjoying the scenery. Ultimately gathering at the mountaintop, and by the way, the guest you've all been eagerly anticipating has arrived instantly. Apart from Ji Shuwei, the other 6 guests perked up when a man clad in work pants and a black t-shirt suddenly made his entrance. They collectively forgot to breathe. He was tall, wearing sunglasses, and his mere presence rendered the others less significant. Ji Shuwei was stifling a yawn, having barely managed any sleep during the brief midday break, and felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Jiang Zhijing. Her yawn morphed into a cough mid-sentence. Ji Shuwei felt as if she had choked on her own saliva. Amidst her violent coughing fit, she became acutely aware of the multitude of eyes fixed upon her. Clearing her throat, she looked at the man before her, who wore a teasing smile. Are you surprised to see me? Shu, he inquired, casting a glance her way. Unperturbed. Ji Shuwei felt her stomach churn, and in front of the camera and countless viewers she couldn't help but gag. Jiang Zhijing's expression darkened abruptly, the smile fading from his lips. Ultimately, it was the director who broke the tension. Well, now that he is here, let us regroup. Jiang Zhijing held the green ball in hand and quickly donned a mischievous grin, asking, I wonder which lucky person I'll be paired with. As soon as he finished speaking, another gag echoed through the air. Even Jiang Zhijing, who was used to bantering with her, found it hard to bear such treatment. Ji Shuwei covered her mouth, gesturing to the camera. I'm sorry, I need a moment. She then stepped aside, crouching down to continue gagging, while an assistant hurried over with water. After a considerable period, Ji Shuwei managed to quell the turmoil in her stomach. She was primarily drowsy, and her reaction wasn't overly pronounced. It was the shock of hearing Jiang Zhijing's voice that had initially unsettled her. Even in front of the camera, she couldn't contain herself. Who on earth made Jiang Zhijing so nauseating? The director paused the recording, allowing everyone a few minutes of respite. Taking advantage of the break, Ji Shuwei approached the director. Why didn't you inform us earlier that Jiang Zhijing would be joining as a guest? The director chuckled at Ji, who could have predicted that you would coincidentally draw the green ball. You can't blame me, you picked it yourself. Ji Shu was truly on the verge of fainting. Note, director, I assure you, it simply won't work between him and me. The rumors circulating outside aren't mere fabrications from marketing accounts, they are indeed true. Our compatibility is non-existent, and we frequently find ourselves at odds. Surely you wouldn't want this variety show to falter, would you? The director maintained his polite smile, advising, young lady, it is best to remain calm. After all, we aren't compelling you to fall in love. We're all actors here. Where is your professional integrity? Just perform your roles, and it will be over soon. Director, Ji Shu exclaimed, nearly beside herself. Just then, a light, airy voice chimed in from behind. Some people prattle endlessly about being professional actors with lofty standards of conduct. TSK. Ji Shu inhaled deeply. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? Jiang Zhijing shrugged. That's unfair. I had no idea you also signed up for this show. I entered into this contract 6 months ago. Besides, I arrived late and had no choice. You were the one who chose the green option, weren't you? Ji Shu was also informed last minute by the director, primarily as a favor, so she hadn't inquired further, especially since the production team had chosen to keep it under wraps. The director, attempting to lighten the mood, remarked, it's not a big deal. During the recording, you two can act freely. As long as you don't break my camera, I won't interfere, no matter how much you argue. Ji Shu shot a frosty glare at the director, thinking, are you utterly desperate for attention? Ah, little Shu, that drama was quite a hit back in the day. Consider this a favor for me. With the director's words hanging in the air, Ji Shu had no choice but to swallow her myriad of protests. Turning to see Jiang Zhijing with a teasing smile, Ji Shu replied with a forced grin, let's ensure neither of us has it easy. Jiang Zhijing merely shrugged. Non-committal. Chapter 6. Girlfriend. Ji Shu had somewhat resigned herself to her fate. Ever since that fateful night, Lady Luck had seemingly abandoned her. She and Jiang Zhijing were destined to be at odds. While she felt utterly miserable, Jiang Zhijing appeared as though he had just won a fortune. Sporting a faint smile and engaging in casual chatter with others, noticing Ji Shu's gaze upon him, he returned the look and even winked. Ji Shu, unsure of how his fans might interpret this scene, instinctively made a gagging gesture at Jiang Zhijing, and, predictably, his expression darkened. It seemed he was rather sensitive about such matters. During their previous encounters, Ji Shu had been unable to contain herself due to physical discomfort. But this time, her reaction was deliberate. Witnessing Jiang Zhijing's annoyance brought a flicker of satisfaction to Ji Shu, and she found that the prospect of portraying a couple with him was not as unbearable as she had previously thought. Taking another sip of water, her assistant inquired about her well-being, to which Jishu merely shook her head in response. Shujie, Jishu looked at her assistant, Sun Mochi, who stood before her. Appearing somewhat hesitant, Sun Mochi bit her lip, deliberating for a moment before speaking. Did we not exchange the ocean ball earlier? We can switch back now, right? Blue is your lucky color, is it not? Have you grown to dislike it? Jishu asked nonchalantly. No, it's just that I feel it's too much trouble for you. I only wanted to switch the ball because I was fixated on the color. But now I realize how childish that was. Asu said, colors are ultimately inconsequential. Besides, since you and Jianggu are not getting along, I thought it best not to complicate things for you. We could discuss it with the director, and as long as we cut out those scenes later. Her words sounded lofty and selfless, but both were cunning foxes playing their own games. The presence of Jiang Jijing, a top-tier celebrity, was undeniably advantageous. Standing beside him meant visibility, and portraying a couple, with a bit of intimate interaction, would surely garner attention. Jishu smiled faintly. I already spoke with the director about this. His stance is that once the ball is changed, it cannot be altered again. If you wish, you can ask the director yourself. Having dismissed Sun Mochi, Jishu cast another glance at Jiang Jijing, who was engrossed in conversation. She mused, this person truly does draw attention. Despite her disdain for him, she realized that Sun Mochi had relinquished this opportunity, and now regretted it. Jishu was no benevolent deity. So why should she be expected to save everyone? The climb had already proven exhausting. Jishu also refrained from overly strenuous activities, as she had no desire to become a trending topic. Should anything happen during the recording, it wouldn't take long for the internet to explode with rumors about her being pregnant. Given that this was a tourist destination, a cable car was available. Jishu walked ahead, with Jiang Jijing trailing a short distance behind, maintaining a respectful space between them as she preferred to ignore him. She picked up a small plastic fan from her assistant and ambled over to the cable car station. Sun Mochi and Lu Yunhong were also approaching to board the cable car. However, since Jishu and Jiang Jijing arrived first, Lu Yunhong cheerfully suggested, you go ahead, we'll wait for the next one. Jishu, not one to be polite, hopped on without hesitation. Jiang Jijing hesitated for a moment, contemplating the potential for a quarrel in the confined space of the cable car, which could lead to an unfortunate fall from such heights. Sun Mochi, observing his hesitation, assumed he was reluctant to sit with Jishu. Jinggu, you can join us on the same ride. A staff member interjected, the cable car can only accommodate 2 people at a time. Jiang Jijing politely declined, no need, I'll ride with Shushu. He then stepped into the car, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him, thinking, if I'm to perish, at least I won't be alone. Seated face to face, neither of them bothered to look at the other. Jishu gazed out at the scenery below, which though slightly warm, was quite pleasant, if only Jiang Jijing were not by her side. Inside the cable car, cameras were rolling and drones hovered above, capturing their every move. Neither wished to engage with the other, but soon enough, Jiang Jijing noticed a bead of sweat forming on Jishu's nose and chuckled mockingly. As soon as she heard his voice, Jishu's nerves tightened, and she shot him an irritated glance. Do you know what I was thinking before getting on this cable car? I was thinking of your great-great-uncle. Jiang Jijing leaned in slightly the confines of the cable car, making proximity unavoidable, their noses nearly touching. Jishu grimaced in disgust and mouthed, get lost. Jiang Jijing, sensing the tension, pushed his luck. I was wondering if we were to meet an unfortunate fate here, would it be considered a tragic love story? Tragic love story, my foot. Jishu's gaze turned icy as she regarded him with a blank expression. Jiang Jijing quickly retreated, understanding that even in front of the cameras, he dared not provoke her too much. Who could predict whether Jishu might retaliate with a slap throughout their lives? Jishu had always held a singular opinion of Jiang Jijing. He was utterly insufferable. After the cable car came to a halt, Jishu promptly exited, eager to distance herself from him. She purchased a bottle of water and sipped it leisurely. They were the first couple to reach the mountain's peak. The production team had already positioned themselves to capture the moment, trailing closely behind them. Jishu made her way towards a pavilion, stepping inside and finding herself unable to move further. Jiang Jijing, having taken only a moment to buy his own water, soon realized Jishu was nowhere to be seen. It was only upon the crew's reminder that he learned she had headed for the pavilion that he ambled over, and as he approached, he found Jishu with her back turned, her head lowered and eyes cast down. Lost in thought, this serene demeanor from Jishu was a rarity, and for a moment, Jiang Jijing hesitated to intrude. Ultimately, it was Jishu who turned first, her previously tranquil expression crumbling at the sight of him. Hey, Jiang Jijing, he remarked with newfound interest. He had no particular hobbies, but he relished finding ways to provoke Jishu, and her unhappiness brought him joy. Aren't you going to explore a bit? Shushu, leaning against a pillar, Jishu replied curtly, I'm tired. She was in no mood to engage in conversation. Jiang Jijing settled across from her, teasing, you're exhausted after the cable car ride? Mind how delicate you are. Jishu took a deep breath. We don't seem to know each other well enough for you to address me like that. Jiang Jijing smirked playfully, don't we? You a girlfriend? Surely you must consider how to address me as well? Perhaps Brother Jing would be appropriate. Don't disgust me. Jishu shot him a disdainful look, her eyes filled with contempt. That will never happen. Chapter 7. Brother Jing would sacrifice everything for you. Once all participants had gathered at the mountaintop, the director launched into an extensive preamble, finally arriving at the crux of the matter. Before we officially begin recording, let us present our little couples with a life and death challenge. Jishu pondered, are we truly risking our lives for this show? Perhaps it would be better not to record at all. The director continued, since we have all arrived at the summit, why not participate in a bungee jump? What? Not just Jishu, but everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief. The director chuckled, our game is quite simple. You can jump solo, or as a couple. Of course, if anyone is fearful, their partner may jump twice on their behalf. This was an audacious proposition. Bungee jumping? That was tantamount to risking one's life. No way, I have acrophobia, my legs are already trembling. Jishu exclaimed, did they even purchase insurance for this? We might not survive the fall. Meanwhile, not far away, the sound of a child's scream echoed. A forlorn cry for a mother from an unfortunate child, causing the expressions of those present to darken slightly. The director cleared his throat and offered a sycophantic smile, inquiring if anyone was unwell. If so, they could opt out of the jump. Jiang Jijing pondered that while he wasn't particularly afraid of heights, he was somewhat reluctant, although he had never engaged in extreme sports before. He thought it might be worthwhile to experience it just once. However, the person beside him was likely to be thrilled. He recalled that Jishu had a great passion for extreme sports, having even jumped out of a plane once. Just then, he heard the person next to him coldly utter, director, I'm an idiot. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. Jishu continued, I have an oral ulcer in paronychia. Jiang Jijing's eyelid twitched. The director maintained a professionally feigned smile, suggesting that Miss Ji could discuss it with her boyfriend. The four pairs of temporary couples began to converse privately, though the filming crew continued their documentation. Jishu returned to the pavilion. Jiang Jijing stood beside her, assuming she was merely trying to stimulate the atmosphere for the show. Shall you jump first, or shall I? Or perhaps we could jump together? Jiang Jijing said with a mischievous smile. I can't jump, Jishu said, her eyes cast down, her complexion pale. The child within her was not made of iron. She wished to trend on social media for bungee jumping. Well, there is no escaping it. Don't you quite enjoy bungee jumping? Jishu lifted her gaze to Jiang Jijing, a serious expression on her face. Jiang Jijing, I really can't jump this time. The smile on Jiang Jijing's lips gradually faded. He observed the girl's almost translucent complexion, her eyes slightly reddened. Jiang Jijing crouched down, speaking earnestly, you truly cannot jump. Jishu nodded. And the next moment, Jiang Jijing chuckled softly, calling out, Jingo, I will risk everything for you. It's just a bungee jump. Jishu gritted her teeth, wishing she could swallow Jiang Jijing whole, watching him crouched before her. She genuinely thought he had a change of heart. So the reason she couldn't jump was because of him. Jishu, time waits for no one. If you want me to jump, just call out, and I'll gladly take your place. Jishu blared fiercely at Jiang Jijing, whose smile only grew wider. Jiang Jijing felt that Jishu might bite him. He was somewhat apprehensive about threatening her, as he had yet to discover anything that could truly intimidate her over the years. In the next moment, Jishu leaned slightly closer, and from the camera's angle, it appeared as though they were embracing. Jishu rested her chin on Jiang Jijing's shoulder, her voice barely audible yet clear enough for him to hear. Jingo, the girl's voice carried a hint of humiliation and defiance. Yet it was surprisingly melodious. In that instant, Jiang Jijing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a strangely familiar feeling reminiscent of a dream in which Jishu had called him similarly, standing at the edge of the cliff. The staff checked his equipment. Even the director was astonished that Jiang Jijing was genuinely willing to jump for Jishu. What had the two discussed privately? Jiang Jijing stood with his back to the precipice, arms outstretched, quietly gazing at Jishu as they locked eyes. Upon hearing the staff announce that they were ready, he took a deep breath, averted his gaze, then stepped back and plummeted down. Jiang Jijing resurfaced shortly after. His hair tousled, his face flushed, breath coming in quick gasps. After a 2-minute break, he prepared to jump again. Sun Mochi and Lu Yunheng had chosen tandem bungee jumping. When they emerged, their faces were slightly flushed. Sister Shu, aren't you jumping? Jishu shook her head. Sister Shu, are you feeling unwell? Jishu watched Jiang Jijing jump from the cliff once more before her gaze fell upon the young girl's face. Sometimes having a clear objective can appear foolish to others. I have my period. I'm not feeling well today. Sunmachi chuckled. Oh, so that acid, Sister Shu, you should have said so earlier. Why put yourself through the hardship of filming? We signed a contract. The first day of filming concluded there, as it was merely a pilot episode and didn't require much material. After work, Jishu was eager to return and rest. Just as she removed the recording equipment from her body and exited the inner room, she was abruptly seized by the wrist and swiftly pulled away. Jishu frowned, being dragged along. Jiang Jijing? What are you doing? Let go of me. What do you want? Jishu was pulled to the side of the van, where Jiang Jijing directly opened the door and instructed the driver in the front seat. Please take a break for a while. The driver didn't question it and simply exited the vehicle, walking some distance away. Jiang Jijing half-pushed Jishu into the car, following closely behind. Jishu blared angrily at the person in front of her. Are you out of your mind? If you want to act this way, go to the hospital. Is it entertaining to drag me around like this? I'm not in the mood to accompany you today. Just leave. As she spoke, Jishu attempted to pull the door open to exit. Jiang Jijing once again grasped her wrist, pinning her against the back of the seat. He knelt on one knee on the seat. Looming over her, gazing down. Jishu, why won't you bungee jump? During filming, he could ask nothing, but now that they were off the clock, he was determined to discover what had transpired. They had known each other for so long. And Jishu had never shown weakness before. There must be something he was unaware of. Didn't I say my period came, and I'm not feeling well? You jumped. What more do you want? You're re-lying. Jiang Jijing's voice darkened. Jishu turned her eyes away, sulking and staring in another direction. The man chuckled lightly, continuing his inquiry. You think I don't know your temperament? Can a period make you back down? Jishu, we've been at this for so many years. When have you ever backed down? What's wrong with you? Jiang Jijing was indeed relentless. Chapter 8. The childless father is a scoundrel. Jishu turned her head. What does it matter to you? Who are you to me, to dictate my actions? If I were to die, wouldn't you celebrate with fireworks? Hissed as Jishu finished speaking. She felt Jiang Jijing's grip on her wrists tighten slightly. Let go of me. What do you want? Tell me the reason you want to bungee jump, and I'll let you go. Don't give me the runaround. From the words that flew out of Jishu's mouth, along with her pale complexion, the momentary panic in her eyes revealed the truth. Jiang Jijing realized that she was genuinely afraid of bungee jumping. How could someone who loved extreme sports suddenly become afraid? Jiang Jijing couldn't fathom the answer and could only seek it from Jishu. Jiang Jijing, you're truly insane. With that, Jishu lifted her foot to kick him. But Jiang Jijing swiftly caught her ankle with his other hand. Jishu struggled, but it was futile. The disparity between their strengths was evident, especially now that Jishu faced several inconveniences. Neither spoke. And Jiang Jijing didn't release her. They remained locked in a stalemate. Jishu recalled her friend's repeated advice and her own countless moments of hesitation and uncertainty. People walked back and forth by the car. Although the windows on either side were tinted for privacy, glimpses of the situation could still be discerned from the front. The position of Jiang Jijing and her was indeed overly intimate. If they were filmed or spotted, it would create unnecessary trouble. Jishu softened her stance, as if she had made up her mind. Let go of me, and I'll tell you. Do you think I'm a fool? You've deceived me so many times. Do you think I'll fall for it again? Jishu met his gaze. How can I run in the car? You could just drag me back again. Jiang Jijing slowly released her, yet he remained wary, fearing she might slip away if he let his guard down. Jishu rubbed her sore wrist, but found her ankle still held tightly. She kicked again, and only then did Jiang Jijing finally let go. Jiang Jijing relaxed slightly and sat upright beside her. Speak, however, in the next moment, Jishu kicked him again. Jiang Jijing, caught off guard, tumbled from his seat. Jishu, she huffed in response, who asked you to grip my wrist? Jiang Jijing steadied himself and sat back down. You really don't want to lose out at all, do you? Likewise. Jishu nonchalantly massaged her wrist. It wasn't a significant matter. Jiang Jijing gazed at her silently. The reason I can't bungee jump is because I'm afraid of a miscarriage, and I don't want a trend on social media. Jishu thought it would be challenging to express, yet it came out surprisingly easily. What? Jiang Jijing appeared astonished, staring at her in disbelief. Miscarriage? Jishu, what do you mean by that? Jishu shot him a disdainful look. As if he were an idiot. What do you think I could possibly miscarry? Jiang Jijing suddenly felt a chill run through him. His voice trembled slightly as he clutched his hands tightly. Unable to believe he was looking at her flat abdomen. You're pregnant? Yes, for a month now. Jiang Jijing leaned back against the seat, feeling somewhat stiff, though he maintained a light tone. Oh, you're pregnant. I hadn't heard that you had a boyfriend. I shouldn't know him, right? When did this happen? How come I didn't know at all? You really should mentioned it. After all these years. You didn't say a word about dating. Well, you must be been worried. If I had known earlier, I might have meddled, but now that you're pregnant, I can't be too unreasonable. Is your boyfriend outside the industry? How long have you known each other? Have you set a wedding date, or are you planning to keep it a secret? In a mere few seconds, Jiang Zijing had already envisioned the latter half of Jishu's life. Jishu rolled her eyes several times, suppressing the urge to strike him. She then let out a cold laugh. Her child's father was a scoundrel who would forget after a fleeting moment, yet now feigned concern by asking when the wedding would take place. Jiang Zijing was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that someone with Jishu's temperament could be deceived. An overwhelming fury surged within him, akin to a primal impulse to commit violence. To forget after a fleeting encounter, how utterly despicable. Was he even human? Which scoundrel could do such a thing? No, wait. What did she mean by feigning concern about the wedding? Jiang Zijing stared at Jishu, realization dawning upon him. Jishu regarded him with icy disdain. Gritting her teeth as she spoke, Jiang Zijing, haven't you remembered yet? Remember what? Remember that a month ago, you and I were tangled together at the Jiahua Hotel, and you got me pregnant? Jiang Zijing sprang to his feet, only to bump his head against the car ceiling with a loud thud. Ouch! He sat back down, momentarily disregarding the pain in his head, staring at Jishu in astonishment. Tangled together? Me, with you, and pregnant? The child in your womb is mine. Jiang Zijing struggled to comprehend this revelation. No, Jishu, as much as you may dislike me, you can't possibly conjure such a wicked idea, can you? That's self-destructive, not to mention utterly absurd. Ha, it's not funny at all. Jishu's eyes could have rolled into the back of her head. She refused to indulge him further, pulling out her phone to reveal a series of photos and a video. The video depicted a woman nestled in a man's embrace as they entered the hotel. The woman's face was captured in the photos, albeit masked, yet Jishu's distinctive eyes were unmistakable, and the video was crystal clear. Although Jiang Zijing's face was not visible, he could never fail to recognize himself. The subsequent images showed Jishu leaving the hotel the next morning. You spent the night at the hotel? Jiang Zijing exclaimed, incredulous. After we drank that night, you told me you dropped me off and left. What else was I supposed to say? Am I supposed to admit that I slept with you that night? You forgot, and now I have to remind you that we were entangled together. Jishu was like a firecracker ready to explode. Jiang Zijing fell silent. He realized that if he were in Jishu's shoes, he wouldn't have dared to admit anything after the other party had completely forgotten, which explained why he felt Jishu had harbored such resentment towards him. For a month, she had deliberately avoided him. He even thought she had mellowed after he had overshadowed her endorsement. Chapter 9, a rare concern. What are these videos and photos about? Jiang Zijing finally managed to ask after a prolonged silence. Purchased from a paparazzo for 10 million, Jishu replied, a hint of anguish evident over the sum. Jiang Zijing fell silent again. The car was enveloped in quietude, neither of them uttering a word. Jiang Zijing's gaze was fixed on Jishu's flat abdomen. Jishu, I'm sorry, I truly forgot about that night. I thought you had left. Before Jishu, Jiang Zijing had always been playful and cheeky. Yet this time he found himself stuttering. He finally began to comprehend that the woman from his dreams that night, the one with that delicate waist he had embraced, the alluring dimples on her lower back, and the distinct red birthmark he had even bitten, was indeed Jishu. He had thought himself single for far too long, constantly at odds with her, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. Who could have known that all of it had truly transpired? He had slept with Jishu, and she was now carrying his child. Jiang Zijing's heart ached with guilt. How could he have acted so foolishly towards Jishu? Were it not for her revelation, he might have believed it was all a mere dream. Suddenly Jishu's voice turned cold. You need not apologize, we were both intoxicated that night. We are adults, it was merely an accident. And I have decided to undergo an abortion. Jiang Zijing shivered at her cold tone, his heart tightening uncomfortably, yet he felt it might be the most sensible choice. However, hadn't the new policy been enacted, rendering all domestic hospitals unable to perform abortions? Do you remember Sunan? She's a doctor now and is contacting her physician friends abroad for me. However, it requires a series of processes and will take some time. Afterward, I will go abroad for the procedure. You will accompany me to sign the papers. Jishu's voice was calm, as though she were narrating someone else's tale. All right, Jiang Zijing replied, his throat bitter, since we've come to an understanding, I should head back. My assistant is still waiting for me. Jishu pushed the car door open, but Jiang Zijing's voice halted her. Jishu, is there any chance this child could be born? Jishu didn't pause her movements, flinging the door wide open, her voice as frigid as the winter wind. No chance. She strode away without a backward glance. After confessing to Jiang Zijing, Jishu found it wasn't as daunting as she had anticipated. She had always believed she would rather die than reveal the truth to him. Now that she had a sense of relief washed over her, bearing the burden alone had been overwhelmingly stressful. That evening Jishu returned home with her assistant after dropping her off at the building. The following days passed without any recording notifications, leaving Jishu to lie in solitude at home. Lately she had been unusually lethargic. Her appetite waning, unable to consume anything, and her mind was restless. It wasn't just the overseas hospital arrangements. Her passport was also a significant concern. Her uncle had taken it, and she had no idea how to retrieve it from him. The very thought of it made her head throb, so she forced herself not to dwell on it and decided to order takeout instead. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jishu turned her head toward the entrance. Peering at the surveillance camera, and caught sight of a grinning face waving at the lens. Jishu's expression soured as she opened the door. "How did you know where I live?" Jiang Zijing chuckled. Squeezing past her, "I possess remarkable abilities. Is there anything I don't know? Do you have any slippers?" It was merely a habitual inquiry. Jiang Zijing did not expect her to actually find him any. He crouched down, rummaging through the shoe cabinet, eventually locating a pair of disposable slippers, women's, small but manageable. "Come in for a bite to eat." Upon entering, Jishu noticed the items Jiang Zijing had brought. She stood by the door for a moment before walking over to the table. Once seated, she observed the spread he had laid out. A serving of small wontons, the broth light and fragrant. Not greasy, eat while it's hot. Jiang Zijing had also brought fruits, nutritional supplements, and vitamins, all neatly arranged on the table. Jishu took a spoonful of the broth. The warmth enveloped her stomach, providing a soothing comfort. After taking a bite, she realized they were vegetarian wontons, surprisingly delightful, accompanied by several vegetable dishes. Jishu selected the vegetarian options and ate a few bites. Jiang Zijing leaned back, arms crossed, watching her eat slowly. Picking at her food without consuming much. "You should eat more. You can't keep starving yourself." Jishu silently shook her head, unable to eat. Jiang Zijing's lips pressed into a straight line as he observed her for a while before pulling a chair closer. "Even if you can't eat much, you should at least try to eat something. You've been cooped up at home for several days, haven't you? Have you been skipping breakfast too?" Jishu remained silent, focusing on her wontons. "Where's your assistant? Didn't she bring you food?" "I wanted to rest without anyone interrupting." Jiang Zijing scrutinized her face, unadorned and fair, with only a hint of color in her lips. Without heavy makeup, Jishu appeared docile and easy to manage, yet no one understood her better than Jiang Zijing. They had been at odds for nearly 20 years. "I've been asking around about the situation these past few days. Since it's impossible to perform the procedure domestically, we must go abroad. However, I've also contacted some friends. The larger the fetus grows, the more complicated the surgery becomes. We need to act within the next 2 months. Just hold on a bit longer," Jiang Zijing said, uncharacteristically serious. As Jiang Zijing opened his mouth to say something more, the doorbell rang again. "I'll check." He walked to the door, glanced at the surveillance, then remarked, "Your manager and assistant are here. I'm going to open the door." Jishu stiffened. "No." She quickly rose and grasped Jiang Zijing's arm. You hide." Jiang Zijing smirked, teasing her. "Why should I hide if I haven't done anything wrong? Stop talking nonsense. Do you have any idea what others will think if they see you in my home?" Jiang Zijing laughed playfully, inching closer. "What, do you think we have an affair? Get lost. Do you think I'm going to murder someone?" Jishu pushed him into her room, warning, "If you make even the slightest sound and they discover you, I will immediately post your naked 5-year-old photos on Weibo." "Come on, Jishu, can you not have a shred of decency?" "Shut up, don't make a sound." Jiang Zijing quickly zipped his mouth shut as Jishu closed the door. She then approached the door, taking a deep breath before opening it. Her manager stepped in. Frowning as she scrutinized Jishu, "Why did it take you so long to open the door? We thought you weren't home." Jishu smiled awkwardly, just having come out of the restroom and unaware of the ongoing conversation. Chapter 10, The Peculiarities. The agent lowered her head to change her shoes when she suddenly noticed a pair of conspicuous men's sneakers on the floor. Jishu also noticed them and felt a pang of regret for having forgotten about them. Tanli glanced over and asked, "Do you have a friend over?" "No, these shoes belong to my uncle. He visited me the day before yesterday, and since they didn't fit, he told me to throw them away. But I forgot." Jishu immediately picked up the shoes and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. Tanli shot her a curious glance. Jishu inquired, "What are you two doing here?" "There is no work today," the assistant chimed in. "These are clothes sent by the brand. If you post on Weibo, you should wear these, and we'll arrange for paparazzi to take photos at the airport." Jishu nodded. "Alright, I'll put the clothes in your room." No, just leave them on the sofa. I'll tidy up myself," Jishu quickly insisted. The assistant, not thinking much of it, prepared to place the items on the sofa. Tanli entered and scanned the living room, noticing unfinished wontons on the table, a chair pulled out, and some fruits and supplements. She then looked at the tightly closed door and chuckled, seizing several bags from the sofa. I know you too well. If I leave them on the sofa, you'll never wear them. They have to be right in front of you for you to remember. I'll put them in your wardrobe. As she spoke, she headed towards the room. I can manage myself. My room is a mess, clothes are all over the place, so don't go in. Jishu protested. Tanli ignored her, twisted the doorknob, and pushed the door open. The moment the door swung open, Jishu felt a wave of suffocation and followed her into the room. At first glance, it was indeed a chaotic sight, with several pieces of clothing strewn across the bed. Tanli surveyed the room. Having been an agent for many years, she had encountered all kinds of artists, and the number of those she had caught in romantic entanglements was countless. It was evident that Jishu was hiding a man in her home. Otherwise she wouldn't be so flustered. Jishu's wardrobe connected to another room, and Tanli directly slid open the door, revealing a wardrobe crammed with clothes. She pretended to hang a few outfits inside while occasionally rifling through the garments. Jishu knew exactly what she was searching for, but there was nothing she could do to stop her. Once Tanli emerged, she scanned the room again, noticing the bathroom door firmly shut, and said, I'm going to use the restroom. The one in the living room is cleaner. This one is a bit inconvenient. Jishu blocked her path. Tanli smiled. I'm not picky. I'm just worried about dirtying your place. The assistant, uncertain about their banter, stood by quietly. Jishu still stood in front of the door when Tanli playfully asked, Jishu, are you in a relationship? You know dating should be reported to the company. Right? No, I'm too busy to date, Jishu replied. Really, you're not hiding a man in this bathroom, are you? Jishu's heart raced at the thought. If she opened the bathroom door and found Jiang Jijing inside, it would certainly raise suspicions. It would have been better to have shown them from the beginning. Jishu regretted her hesitation. Just as she was anxiously contemplating how to respond, a hand emerged from under the bed, waving in their direction. Jishu noticed both women staring at her, their backs turned to the bed, thus missing the action. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled to Sister Tan. Are you joking? Who could possibly hide in my bathroom? I just didn't want you to scold me for being too lazy and not cleaning up. With that, she opened the bathroom door voluntarily. Tanli glanced inside and smiled, then looked around the room before stepping back out. You're not short on money. Can't you get a bigger apartment? It's so small that you can't even hide someone. With that, the agent headed for the restroom outside. I live alone. A larger place feels unsafe. A smaller one is cozier. Jishu followed up awkwardly. You should eat your takeout quickly. It's getting cold. You've looked off lately. Are you feeling unwell? If so, you must go to the hospital. You know, your health is the most important. You should rest at home. We'll leave first. The company has matters to attend to. Okay. Tanli departed with the assistant, and as they took the elevator, she asked, while following Jishu, have you noticed her frequently contacting anyone or meeting someone privately? She is either working or sleeping. Her phone is usually handed to me, and there aren't many messages or calls. She tends to isolate herself at home. Sister Tan, are you suspecting her of dating? I'm just asking casually. Keep an eye on her and report any situations to me immediately, Tanli said, pursing her lips. Understood. Once the noise outside subsided, Jishu hurried back to her room. Jiang Jijing was just about to crawl out from under the bed. Jishu leaned against the doorframe and watched him. Jiang Jijing looked at the dust on his clothes and remarked, your bed is filthy. You should hire a cleaner. Who would crawl under the bed for no reason? They must have left, or I would have been terrified. Jishu nodded, relieved that they hadn't checked under the bed. Speaking of which, your bed is so empty that hiding someone there is genuinely unnoticeable. Do you think everyone is as peculiar as you to hide under the bed? Jiang Jijing shrugged. What if your manager had seen me under the bed? Would she have thought I was, thought what, thought? Jiang Jijing dragged the word out, thought I was a perverted peeping Tom? Jishu rolled her eyes. It does seem a bit like that. Who but a pervert hides under a bed? If she had found out, I would deny everything. Knowing my manager, she might even insist on taking you to the police station for a chat. You're so malicious. Don't label me unfairly. I'm a model citizen. Jiang Jijing chuckled as he walked back to the living room, noticing that the wontons on the table had already cooled. I haven't had much to eat. They seem cold now. Should I get you another portion? Jishu shook her head. No, I'm fine. I've had enough. You've barely eaten a few bites. Jiang Jijing frowned. I have a small appetite. I'm not hungry anymore, just a bit tired. Jishu replied dismissively. Jiang Jijing observed her lethargic demeanor and realized that further conversation would only irritate her further. Alright, call me if you need anything. Jishu yawned, clearly exhausted, and walked toward her room. Jiang Jijing tidied up the table, putting fruits and other items into the fridge. Seeing the open door, he chose not to disturb her and left. Jishu lay awake, staring at the ceiling, not feeling the slightest bit tired. The phone on the bedside table rang twice. After a moment, she checked it. It was a message from Jiang Jijing, who had just left. Rest well, make sure to eat something regardless. If you go to Sunan's place next time, let me know. If you need anything, just message me. Consider it giving me orders. Jishu scoffed, tossed the phone onto the bed, flipped over, and pulled the blanket over her face. So annoying. Chapter 11. A trip. Jiang Jijing didn't become more amiable with her due to the child. Rather, he took Jishu to other hospitals for checkups and contacted acquaintances, all in an effort to resolve the situation as swiftly as possible. Beyond that, there was little communication between them. Their long-standing discord wouldn't change because of this child. Time flew by, and the date for the official recording arrived. News of the recording had already leaked online. Fans were wide-eyed upon seeing photos of Jishu and Jiang Jijing together. And passers-by stopped to gossip. How could the production team pull this off, getting these two rivals on the same show? And it's a dating program. At that, rumors circulated that the CP pairing for this season was Jishu and Jiang Jijing. Even though the news hadn't been confirmed, both sides were already at each other's throats. Neither wanted to be associated with the other, believing that if they paired up with the opposing side, it would be a loss for their brother or sister. Jishu sat in the car, scrolling through Weibo, amused by the marketing accounts she had financially supported, which were relentlessly disparaging Jiang Jijing. It was quite entertaining. One needed to find some joy during gloomy times. A sister shoot. Just hold on, this filming will take quite a while, and since we're in the program, if something gets captured, it could lead to trouble. Any grievances should be resolved privately, the assistant advised. Before arriving, her manager had thoroughly admonished her. Although the director had played a trick on them, the contract had been signed, and no matter what, they had to maintain appearances on camera. Moreover, the regulatory constraints on celebrities had tightened, and if fans became overly aggressive, the two main parties might end up in an awkward situation. Jishu rested her chin on her hand, responding nonchalantly. When Jishu arrived, another CP pair was already present. After exchanging pleasantries, Jishu settled into a corner. Over the years since her debut, she had come to understand many things. She didn't care about being in the center position. After all, she believed that wherever she was, that was the center. Fame naturally attracted attention and camera angles. As the other CP pair arrived, they engaged in idle chatter even before the recording began. Their conversation was rather unrestrained. Jishu listened in and chimed in occasionally. When Jiang Jijing arrived, he happened to hear the group discussing the activities planned for the day. After arriving, he took the initiative to sit beside Jishu. Once everyone gathered, the director finally made a slow appearance. How has everyone been? Are you ready to welcome our first recording session? As soon as those words were uttered, an unsettling premonition washed over everyone. Director, if we are to record, why must you add psychological pressure? The director chuckled. Everyone, take a deep breath. I won't deceive you this time. Now, please unveil the red silk before you, and let us commence our official recording. Jishu gazed intently at the red silk, beneath which lay something that appeared quite light. Upon lifting it, she caught a glimpse of a plane ticket. Destination: Changbai Mountain. Just days ago, she had seen news of the first snowfall in Changbai, and a shiver of apprehension ran down her spine. She despised the cold. The reactions of the group varied widely. The flight takes off in an hour. The car is waiting for us, the director reminded. Is this for real? We're leaving just like that. I haven't even packed. I only brought summer clothes. The director, increasingly playful, teased. A heads up would have been nice. At least pack some essentials. He maintained a serene smile. Jishu, with ticket in hand, rose without hesitation and headed towards the vehicle, followed closely by Jiang Jijing. The two had yet to exchange a single word since their meeting. Observing their departure, the other couples gradually followed suit. Upon arriving at the airport, it became clear the production team was serious about this venture. Having decided against bringing assistants and allowing no time for preparation, people were busy conversing with their assistants and contacting their managers. Jiang Jijing watched someone nearby on the phone. The production team arranged for us to fly, and I've already arrived at the airport. I can't possibly make everyone take the high-speed train just because of me, right? But uncle, accidents can happen on high-speed trains too. There are car crashes and falls on flat roads. I have my plane ticket ready and will board shortly. I'll call you once I land, okay? I didn't bring warm clothes, but I can buy some at the airport. Don't worry. I am too scared of the cold to let myself get chilled. Once the call ended, Jishu let out a slight sigh of relief, the gloom in her eyes dissipating somewhat. Was that a call to your uncle? Jiang Jijing inquired. Jishu, lacking energy, replied, yes, he doesn't want me to fly it. He's even withheld my passport. Thankfully, the destination this time is not abroad. Jiang Jijing fell silent for a moment before saying, I have friends in Changbai Mountain. Do you need anything? I can have them prepare something and send it over. Jishu turned to glance at him. I can surely buy what I need at the airport. The 2-hour flight passed, and they were served lunch aboard. Jishu sat by the window, gazing at the distant, majestic snow-capped mountains. The mere sight sent chills through her, and she could feel goosebumps rising on her arms. The moment she disembarked, the cold air hit her like a wave, but fortunately the production team had thoughtfully provided everyone with padded jackets. Jishu donned her coat, though it felt empty and still quite chilly. Eager to purchase warm items, she hurried to the supermarket, with cameras trailing behind. As she shivered from the cold, she managed to maintain a smile in front of the camera, when Jiang Zijing encountered someone else. That person was already bundled up like a dumpling. Is it really that cold? You have thick skin, Jishu huffed. She carried a large bag filled with clothing. Here, let me help you with that. Don't be shameless. I can still scold you in front of the camera, Jishu retorted, narrowing her eyes at him. Jiang Zijing laughed mischievously. Mind your image, you are an idol that don't lead your fans astray. Speaking this, he took Jishu's belongings from her. The production team arranged for a vehicle to take everyone directly to their lodging. Once inside, the group came alive, each one having been thoroughly chilled. Chapter 12, Rescued. After a long journey, everyone was undoubtedly exhausted. For the next 2 days, they were encouraged to relax and enjoy their time with their partners, having been repeatedly tricked by the director. The group had grown wise, realizing they could not trust his words. Uncertain of what awaited them next, dinner was ready and simply awaited their arrival. The production team had indeed put in great effort. With colorful lights adorning the surroundings and vibrant roses in full bloom, creating a strong atmospheric appeal. Jishu thought to herself that this place was indeed perfect for a romantic date. But then her thoughts shifted, and she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Zijing beside her, her good mood instantly fading. During the communal dinner, everyone chatted and shared stories. To Jishu's left sat Jiang Zijing, while to her right were Sun Mochi and Lu Yunhong. I've always wanted to visit Changbai Mountain, but work kept me too busy. This time, it's perfect for a getaway. Lu Yunhong said with a smile, the scenery here is truly breathtaking. I saw the snow-capped mountains from the plane. Are we required to hike? Jishu, picking at her vegetables, listened to their conversation. Sister Shu, you should relax while you're here. Why are you only eating vegetables? You can't diet like this, Sun Emochi exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. He Tong chuckled, at least give us some breathing room, you're already so thin. And yet you're still dieting? We can't let ourselves become overly competitive. Eat some meat. Jishu had truly only taken a few bites of vegetables. Just then, a large plate of steak was brought out. Perfectly medium rare. Jishu cut it into small pieces, but upon seeing the red juices resembling blood, a wave of nausea washed over her. Once unfazed by it in the past, she now felt a strong urge to retch. You should try the steak here, it's quite delicious, someone suggested. Jishu, struggling to swallow, managed to eat a piece with a forced smile, quickly following it with water to suppress her queasiness. It is indeed tasty. As Jiang Zijing sipped his red wine, he observed her profile intently. Is it really that good? Let me try it. He reached over, took Jishu's plate, cut a large piece, and popped it into his mouth. It is tender and quite delightful. What are you doing, stealing your partner's beef? Someone teased. Jiang Zijing pushed the plate back towards her with a grin. I only had a small taste, you can continue. Jishu, feeling the tension rise, pushed the plate away again, declaring, I'm done. The atmosphere at the table dropped to a chilling silence. The other 6 exchanged glances, realizing this pair was genuinely at odds. The camera was rolling, and they couldn't even pretend to get along. Zhao Jinchang broke the ice with humor, quickly shifting the topic, and the mood lightened once more. Jishu sighed in relief, knowing that had she taken another bite of that beef, it surely would have come back up out of the corner of her eye. She noticed Jiang Zijing, who was now diligently cutting his steak. Seemingly intent on grossing her out by taking her food, the randomly paired couples had begun to adapt, each playing their roles well, except for Jishu and Jiang Zijing, who hardly exchanged a word. Jishu quietly ate her meal, feeling hungrier after the day's chaos, her appetite returning. She simply wished to enjoy her meal in peace, but alas, someone seemed intent on bothering her. Sister Shu, let me toast to you. Jishu looked quizzically at Sun Emochi beside her. Sister Shu, why are you still drinking plain water? We're all having red wine. I don't drink, Jishu replied dismissively. What is one glass of wine? I specifically wanted to toast you, Sister Shu, especially since you helped me out a lot last time with the ball swap. What ball swap? Lu Yunhong interjected, only they too understood the context. But Sun Emochi had openly brought it up when we were paired for the ball. I swapped with Sister Shu. Everyone understood the implication. However, Lu Yunhong's expression shifted, and after asking, he lowered his head. Jishu smiled. No need for formality. since you said blue is your lucky color, I had to let you have it. Sun Emochi's words were deliberately intended for Jiang Zijing's ears. She had previously mentioned this to the director, only to be rebuffed, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. She had been so close to teaming up with Jiang Zijing, just a slight turn of events. If both Jishu and Jiang Zijing agreed to swap partners now, she might still have a chance. Moreover, Jishu and Jiang Zijing had been at odds throughout the journey, hardly speaking to one another. With this thought, Sun Emochi felt her chances had increased. Standing with her glass of wine, she knew if Jishu remained inactive, the cameras would capture it, leading to further complications. As Jishu prepared to rise, she suddenly felt an arm draped over her shoulder, forcing her back down. Oh, so you want to team up with me, huh? We really are fated. Jishu, perplexed, was about to retort when she noticed Jiang Zijing stand up, his arm still resting on her shoulder, smiling as he addressed Sun Emochi. I'll drink with you on behalf of Sister Shu. I owe you a thanks, otherwise Sister Shu and I wouldn't have the chance to date. With that, he clinked his glass with Sun Emochi's, the sound ringing clear. Then he tilted his head back and downed half a glass of red wine. After sitting down, he flashed a smile at Jishu, a look that seemed almost provocative. Jishu swatted his arm away, irritated, and took a couple of swigs of water to cool her simmering frustration. Sun Emochi's expression was a tempest of emotions. She could scarcely fathom that Jiang Zijing and Jishu, who were at odds, would still be willing to team up with her, even going so far as to drink on her behalf. The individuals gathered around the table had been navigating the entertainment industry for many years, and their subtle intentions were easily discernible. Though they scoffed, they were no strangers to such antics. Once dinner concluded, the director materialized like a specter. Did you all enjoy your meal? Jishu, leaning to the side, could not contain herself. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Oh, Jishu, you really are a tough nut to crack. Zijing, be a bit more understanding. Jishu, so unforgiving. Jiang Zijing chuckled, blooming like a flower. Of course, I must pamper my girlfriend, right? The term girlfriend was pronounced with an emphatic bite. Jishu shot him a smile that barely concealed her irritation, replying, then it seems boyfriend should take extra care. The two exchanged barbs, both refusing to yield. The director, of course, relished the spectacle. These two were the very embodiment of buzz, the essence of viewership, and vibrant dollar signs. Now back to business. During dinner, I assign tasks to each gentleman. Who among you has completed theirs? This will determine your accommodations for the night. Jishu immediately turned to Jiang Zijing. What tasks? He had not shared a word with her about it. Both you and Zhao Jincheng have completed yours, while the others have managed only one or even none, the director remarked, withholding names. Zhao Jincheng chuckled nonchalantly. It was really simple. Mine was peeling shrimp for you and prompting you to exclaim how hot it was. He tongue expressed her surprise. No wonder. I wondered why you kept eating chili. It's not easy for me either, he added. Chapter 13. Come strip my clothes. After Zhao Jincheng explained, the others turned their attention to Jiang Zijing. With a smile, he stated, mine was quite straightforward as well. First, to eat from Shushu's plate, and second, to rest my arm on her shoulder. Once everyone recalled the earlier events, it was indeed peculiar that Jiang Zijing had snatched the steak. Now it made sense. Jishu pursed her lips, remaining silent, her expression clouded and visibly displeased. Those who completed their tasks can choose their accommodations first. Jiang Zijing and Zhao Jincheng deliberated for a moment before returning. Once they had selected their rooms, preparations for their 2-day stay began. The path to their respective lodgings was devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Zijing led the way, wielding a flashlight. Mind your step, he cautioned. Jishu tread carefully, mindful of the snow-covered ground, aware that a slip could propel her into the trending topics. After a few steps, the terrain sloped steeply. Jiang Zijing descended 2 steps and turned back, extending his hand toward Jishu. Take my hand, don't fall. Jishu met his gaze but made no move. Then Jiang Zijing, in a leisurely tone, added, if you fall behind me, you might land on me. Jishu scoffed, a cold smile escaping her lips. If it weren't for the slope, she would have genuinely considered giving him a kick. Jiang Zijing playfully chuckled, then took her hand, feigning exasperation. What's the fuss? It's not like we haven't held hands before. Indeed, they had shared a bed before. Jiang Zijing steadied her down the slope, but Jishu immediately withdrew her hand, marching ahead of him. After a brief trek, they arrived at their lodgings. The courtyard was ablaze with light. The entire space resembled a sunroom, adorned with glass windows and illuminated by colorful lights, offering a view of the snowy landscape even while lying indoors. Upon entering, the warmth enveloped them, and as the crew could not linger inside, they left behind a few cameras. Jishu was rather pleased with their accommodation. It was cozy. The staff had already delivered their luggage before their arrival. After a long day, Jishu was eager for a shower. She tested the water temperature in the bathroom before stepping out for her clothes. Jiang Zijing emerged from his room. Showering? Yes, Jishu replied. Crouching by her suitcase, Jishu rummaged through it for a while but found no warm thermal wear. Suddenly recalling she hadn't purchased any, ultimately she settled for a silk nightgown meant for summer. Jiang Jijing leaned against the table, watching her search for clothes, his previous carefree demeanor replaced by a more serious air, a hand resting on the table as he absent-mindedly traced its edge. Once Jishu had selected her outfit, she ignored him and entered the bathroom. After her shower, feeling warm and refreshed, she washed her hair and dressed before re-emerging to find Jiang Jijing crouched on the floor packing up clothes. She noticed that in her haste, she had carelessly shut her suitcase, which was now not in the living room. Jishu headed towards the bedroom. Upon closer inspection, the bed appeared quite spacious, promising a comfortable sleep. The suitcase that should have been in the living room had been neatly placed in the bedroom. Jishu sat on the bed, playing on her phone for a while. Before long, Jiang Jijing finished his shower and came out. Upon entering, he saw Jishu engrossed in a simple online game. When he had previously encountered her playing backstage, "I'll sleep in the living room tonight. If anything happens during the night, just call out. I should be able to hear." Jishu finally looked up from her screen. "Aren't there any other rooms?" "There is an empty room, but it has no bed. Only the living room has a sofa." Jishu was well aware of the production team's schemes. It was clear they intended for the two of them to share a bed. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a variety show? It was quite a sacrifice for the guests, yet, she thought, the audience would undoubtedly relish the drama. "Alright, you sleep on the sofa tonight, and I'll take my turn tomorrow night." No need. Jishu did not elaborate further. Jiang Jijing approached the camera, tilted his head for a moment, then turned off the device, as if not trusting it entirely, and draped his towel over it before stepping in front of Jishu. "It's 11 o'clock, yes, I know, please close the door on your way out." Jishu's eyes remained glued to the screen. Jiang Jijing leaned down, snatching her phone from her grasp. "Hey, what are you doing? It's time to sleep. We have recordings in the morning. Do you manage the heavens and the earth as well as my personal affairs? Give me back my phone." Jishu stood up from the bed. Attempting to reclaim her phone, Jiang Jijing swiftly tucked it behind him. "Devices like phones and computers emit radiation. You should use them less." Jiang Jijing's warning was veiled, yet Jishu understood his implication. After all, they were still filming the show. Who knew if there were hidden cameras? "It won't affect me. I won't be having any children anyway." Jishu had taken off her mic while showering. Her voice low. Jiang Jijing's expression darkened slightly. "I'll return your phone in the morning. Sleep early. Why should I give it back?" Jiang Jijing suddenly laughed, then slid her phone into a shirt collar. "Want it back? Come strip me." "Jiang Jijing, have you no shame? My phone is dirty. How disgusting. Do you still want it? It's dirty. Don't flaunt it before me. Get out." "Alright then." Jiang Jijing exited the room, remembering to close the door. Then retrieved her phone from his shirt, tossing it onto the sofa. Jishu's lock screen featured her own photo. Jiang Jijing chuckled. "So narcissistic. Don't you tire of looking at yourself every day?" Of course, in that moment, he completely forgot that his own lock screen was also a photo of himself. Jishu's password consisted of 4 digits. It wasn't that Jiang Jijing was particularly interested in uncovering her secrets, but he found himself tempted to do so. He imagined the frustration on her face if he managed to crack it. He entered her birthday, but it was incorrect, then tried her debut date. Still wrong. Finally, he thought of her uncle's birthday, but that too was in vain. Jiang Jijing tossed the phone onto the coffee table, deciding to leave her some semblance of privacy if he were to peek at her phone. It would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Ultimately, she was pregnant. It was wiser to avoid provoking her. After all, the child was also his, and he bore half the responsibility. Yet, he couldn't shake the discomfort that lingered since Jishu mentioned terminating the pregnancy. It felt unsettling, as though something was amiss. Jiang Jijing covered his eyes with his arm, cursing inwardly in frustration. Chapter 14. A warm welcome. In the morning, Jishu found herself restless, unable to sleep on the first night in a hotel. Whenever she was sleepless, she craved water or felt the urge to run to the restroom. Climbing out of bed in the middle of the night proved quite a challenge. Jishu shivered. The bathroom still outside, and the underfloor heating seemed malfunctioning, offering little warmth. The living room was dim, but Jiang Jijing had left the curtains slightly ajar, allowing the courtyard's light to filter in, casting a faint glow on the path. As she passed by the sofa, Jishu paused. Jiang Jijing was curled up on the couch, covered only by a few down jackets. Suddenly, it struck Jishu that with only one bed available, there were no extra blankets. At that moment, she couldn't quite comprehend why her emotions felt so peculiar. As she emerged from under the covers, feeling the chill, she noted Jiang Jijing sleeping on the narrow sofa without a blanket. Jishu was abruptly aware that her surge of sympathy was likely due to her pregnancy. Was she truly feeling compassion for Jiang Jijing? Clearly something was amiss with her reasoning. Jishu hastily made her way to the bathroom. Upon her return, she noticed Jiang Jing had already sat up. "What's the matter?" Jiang Jing's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "I went to the bathroom." Jiang Jing shrank his neck slightly, tugging at his down jacket, then murmured softly, "I must remember to ask the production team to fix it tomorrow, or I might just freeze to death." The living room was rather chilly, considering the ample space and the heating being insufficient compared to that of the bedroom. Jishu returned to her room, shutting the door behind her. The quilt was still warm. As soon as Jishu lay down, a wave of warmth enveloped her. She turned over, curling up in the blanket and closing her eyes. A few minutes later, feeling restless, Jishu tossed off the covers and ran her fingers through her hair, muttering exasperately before getting up to open the door with a loud bang. "What's wrong?" This time Jiang Jing's voice was more alert, likely because he hadn't fallen asleep yet. Jishu walked over to the sofa. "Get up." "What for?" "To the bedroom." "Huh?" Without waiting for him to process, Jishu decisively grasped his wrist and dragged him along. Jiang Jing, still in his slippers, was pulled to the bedside, perhaps due to sleepiness. His hair was tousled. "You sleep over there." Jishu then grabbed a pillow and tossed some clothes onto the bed in between them. "You are not allowed to cross this line, or else I'll make you pay for it in the morning," she declared fiercely before climbing into bed herself. Jiang Jing understood her intention but hesitated a bit, asking, "Are you sure?" "Stop with the nonsense. If you don't want to, just get out this time." Jiang Jing remained silent, watching as Jishu lay down, turning her back to him. After a few moments of hesitation, perhaps truly feeling the cold, he pulled back the blankets beside him and climbed into bed. The bed was warm, and once he settled in, he felt warmth envelop him completely. Jishu sensed the weight beside her and added, "Make sure to sleep properly, no wandering eyes or movements." "Understood." Perhaps worried that Jiang Jing might misinterpret her intentions, Jishu added, "I'm just worried you might catch a cold and delay the filming. With the director's temperament, he might even make me take care of you." "I know, you just don't want to take care of me. You don't want to delay the filming." Jiang Jing's voice was soft, but with a keen ear, one could detect a hint of delight in his words. They fell asleep. After some tossing and turning, Jishu gradually felt sleepy. But the thought of someone sleeping beside her instinctively made her shift away from the bed's center. Perhaps it was the bed's warmth that made her weary body relax. And soon, even her once tense nerves gave way to slumber. Jiang Jing, who had initially lain straight, was unaware of how long he had been stiff. Listening to the steady breathing beside him, he gently turned over. Jishu had placed a pillow between them, and in his side position, Jiang Jing could only see the pillow, which made him chuckle helplessly. It was as if Jishu was both pulling him into bed and guarding against him like a thief. Some mistakes Jiang Jing had made once were already enough. He could never afford to repeat them. Every morning, Jishu struggled to rise from bed. The alarm clock in the living room blared obnoxiously. Jishu knew she had to get up for filming today. With her eyes closed, she rolled over, accustomed to the routine of tossing and turning for a while to wake herself. Today, she suddenly found herself unable to move, as if something were obstructing her. Squinting one eye open, she peered over and realized it was a person. Looking up further, she saw Jiang Jing's infuriating face. "Oh, it's Jiang Jing." In an instant, Jishu was wide awake, her eyes flying open as she instinctively kicked at him. Jiang Jing reacted quickly, grabbing her ankle. "No need to be so enthusiastic with your morning greetings." Jishu tried to pull her foot back but found herself struggling against his considerable strength. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair as her senses began to return. Jiang Jing lay on his side, observing her. "You didn't forget, did you? Last night, it was you who invited me to sleep with you. Not me climbing into bed to take advantage of you. Besides, look at you, you were the one who rolled into my arms while sleeping. Don't turn around and bite back later." Jishu shot him a glare. "Get off me, I need to get up." "Alright then." Jiang Jing immediately released her ankle. Jishu slipped out of bed, grabbing a hairpin from the nightstand to secure her hair. She prepared to head to the bathroom. But as she rounded the bed, she noticed Jiang Jing still curled up under the covers. Since there was only one bathroom, it seemed he had no intention of fighting her for it. Jishu felt relieved, picked out her clothes, and entered the bathroom to wash up and change. Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief only after hearing the door closed. His legs, tangled under the blanket, felt uncomfortable. The little lady had crawled into his arms last night, leaving Jiang Jing unable to sleep well all night. The scent of her still lingered in his nostrils. Jiang Jing cursed himself inwardly for becoming so infatuated. When the production team knocked on the door, Jiang Jing went to answer it. Had the two teachers risen yet? Jiang Jing greeted the crew. "We're up. Shu is in the bathroom." The filming assistant, noticing the disheveled down jackets on the sofa, curiously asked, "Where did Teacher Jiang sleep last night?" Jiang Jing chuckled, feeling a bit helpless. "What a leading question. Speaking of which, your program is really something." It is freezing out here, and you couldn't even spare an extra blanket. If I catch a cold, you all will be responsible. The assistant director grinned. Looks like Teacher Jiang is quite the gentleman. Taking good care of the ladies. Jiang Jijing slipped on a jacket, smiling at the camera. What are you thinking? That's because I lost at rock paper scissors last night. I must win it back tonight. You all better not give me a blanket. Jishu in the bathroom had already heard the chatter outside. She was quite casual with her makeup, swiftly applying some lipstick before stepping out. Chapter 15, Self-awareness. Seeing that she was ready, Jiang Jijing took his clothes into the bathroom while Jishu was being interviewed by the filming assistant, who asked about last night's events. It must be said that the production team was quite adept at stirring things up. They had no limits for the sake of ratings. Jiang Jijing opened the bathroom door just enough to poke his head out. Shushu, do you have any facial cleanser? I forgot to bring mine. I left it at the sink. You can just look for it yourself. After responding, she continued to address the camera. You just asked where we slept last night, right? Of course, we slept in bed. Jishu was always candid. There was no need for concealment, the assistant piped up. Teacher Jiang just said he lost to you at rock paper scissors last night and spent the night freezing on the sofa. He mentioned he must win tonight. Jishu thought to herself that Jiang Jijing was quite measured, not saying anything out of line on camera. She brushed her hair back, her smile laced with challenge. Oh really, let us see if you can. After all, she intended to sleep in the bed tonight. Breakfast required some effort to prepare. At this moment, both Jishu and Jiang Jijing stood in the kitchen, their expressions quite serious. Do you want fried dumplings or steamed ones? Or should I boil an egg too? Jiang Jijing inquired. Jishu asked, can you fry dumplings or steam them? Jiang Jijing replied honestly, I can't do either. The filming assistant and the cameraman exchanged glances, clearly amused. These two were indeed pampered. The dumplings were ready-made, needing only to be heated. In the end, Jiang Jijing decided to call his mother for help. Which do you want? Jiang Jijing asked Jishu while on speakerphone. Steamed please, I'd also like tea eggs. Can you make them? My mom can. Jiang Jijing replied with a hint of pride. On the other end, Jiang's mother pondered why this voice sounded so familiar. Xiaojing, are you with Shushu? Jiang Jijing and Jishu exchanged a glance, each thinking, oh no. Jiang Jijing cleared his throat. Mom, you must be mistaken. I'm recording a show. Don't brush me off. I heard Shushu's voice. Isn't it said online that you two are recording a show together? Mom, you're on the internet too. Jiang's mother ignored his protest. Shushu, can you hear me? Jishu realized she couldn't escape, obediently replying, Auntie, I can hear you. It really is you. I thought I was imagining things. Are you and Xiaojing recording a variety show together? Yes, we just happened to collaborate. What kind of variety show? Where is it airing? When can we watch it? Jishu truly didn't know how to respond. She couldn't possibly say she and her son were playing a couple. Having shared a bed last night. As she grappled with how to answer, Jiang Jijing interjected, Mom, how do you boil tea eggs? I don't know how. Jiang's mother interrupted, was not pleased. What do you know? You only know how to eat. If you can't do anything else, how will you find a girlfriend, right Shushu? Jishu quickly chimed in, reveling in Jiang Jijing's predicament. Couldn't he have said it better? Auntie, I'll give you a round of applause. Jiang Jijing shot her a glare, signaling her to be quiet. The two had never seen eye to eye since childhood. Whenever they crossed paths, they would either pull each other's hair or fight until one cried. But Jiang Jijing's mother genuinely liked Jishu, although Jishu could disregard Jiang Jijing's feelings. She couldn't disrespect an elder who had treated her well over the years. Jiang's mother outlined the steps over the phone, and Jiang Jijing followed along. Tea eggs require an overnight soak to reach their full flavor. Preparing them now will allow them to marinate just in time for dinner. That really such a long wait. Do you think everything comes easy? Hand your phone to Shushu, let me have a word with her. Mom is still filming. Perhaps next time. Jiang Jijing quickly hung up, genuinely concerned that his mother might say something shocking on the phone. Breakfast will take a little longer. Jishu emerged from the kitchen, clad in a thick cotton coat, gazing at the flowers and plants in the yard. It was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of these. Each variety of flower was blooming splendidly, especially considering the frigid temperatures of Changbai Mountain. Jishu squatted nearby, inhaling the floral fragrance. Jiang Jijing appeared behind her without her noticing. They were scheduled to go out for a check-in today. As the production team had just assigned their tasks, Jiang Jijing crouched beside her, his gaze profound. Are you ready? Jishu nodded. Let's go out for a stroll. We can't keep suppressing ourselves like this. This was Jiang Xiaoya's first time in the kitchen, and after some guidance, the steamed dumplings turned out to be quite edible. As for the tea eggs, she couldn't resist the temptation and ate one. It was undercooked, lacking in flavor, resembling a plain boiled egg, yet Jishu found it quite enjoyable. I'll reheat it when I return in the evening. by then, the flavors should have permeated fine. Today, each couple was to act separately. Although they could choose to pair up if they wished. Jishu was putting on her clothes, fearing she might freeze once outside. Jiang Jiqing entered carrying a bag, rummaged through it for a moment, and then approached Jishu. He wrapped a scarf around her neck and placed a thick knitted hat upon her head. My friend just sent these over. Wear them to avoid catching a cold. Jishu's face was nearly entirely covered, leaving only her eyes exposed. Jiang Jiqing faced her, adjusting her hat, and their eyes met. 3 seconds later, Jiang Jiqing burst into laughter. You look just like the snowman outside. Jishu swatted his hand away, knowing he wouldn't utter anything complimentary. Upon glancing at Jiang Jiqing's bag, she realized that most of the warm clothing inside belonged to her: gloves, thick socks, and thermal underwear. In that moment, Jishu found herself at a loss for words, silently watching Jiang Jiqing put on her gloves for her. Such treatment had never been afforded to her in all these years. They usually only bickered when they met. The only reason for this change in circumstances was one: Jishu was pregnant, and the child was Jiang Jiqing's. The thought of Jiang Jiqing's altered attitude due to the baby left Jishu feeling quite displeased. Indeed, it was discontenting. They had been at odds for years, and this child was to be terminated. Why bother with all this? Jishu withdrew her hand. I can manage myself. Jiang Jiqing glanced at Jishu's face. Noticing her frown, after donning his own gloves, he began to put on the other one. Once he wore the thick cotton gloves, it became quite inconvenient to put on the second one. Jiang Jiqing sighed. Perplexed by her impatience, I said I would help you. Why not just let me take care of you? Can't you just stay put and let me serve you? I have my own hands. I mean, at least you're recording a show. Cooperate a little, would you? Do you really dislike me that much? Are you unaware of your own shortcomings? Jishu rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Jiqing smiled at her, saying, I have never been one to possess such self-awareness. Chapter 16. Together until the end of time. Once they were dressed, the two stepped outside. The snow had fallen throughout the night, and the accumulation outside was quite substantial. Jishu stepped into the snow, feeling a gritty sensation beneath her feet, and surprisingly found it rather enjoyable. As for the itinerary, Jishu was entirely in the dark. She had never been here before and only knew of a few famous landmarks. Their first stop was to check in at Tianqi Lake for photos. The production team handled the filming, leaving everything else to them, although Jiang Jiqing had never been to this area either. He was fortunate to have a friend who was local and familiar with the place. Considering Jishu's condition, they could only travel by car intermittently. It was noteworthy that many people were visiting, evidently unbothered by the cold. Jishu and Jiang Jiqing were bundled up tightly. Were it not for the cameras around them, one might not recognize them even if they were in a crowd. The landscape was blanketed in snow, resembling a traditional inkwash painting. It was beautiful indeed, but the cold was undeniably biting. The two stood together, posing for the camera with peace signs, after the photo was taken. Jishu immediately tucked her chin into her coat. Jiang Jiqing leaned against the railing, gazing at the shimmering water under the sunlight. You know what Tianqi Lake is also called? Baekdu Mountains Tianqi. Together until the end of time. Jishu stood quite close to him, hearing those three phrases clearly. She initially thought he was merely asking her, but then he continued speaking to himself. Jishu's eyes were barely visible. Revealing no discernible emotion, Jiang Jiqing turned to her. Aren't we supposed to check in at the waterfall? Let us go. This time, they arrived just as the temperature dropped and snow began to fall again. The area by the waterfall was already adorned with icicles, yet standing beside it, they could still hear the sound of flowing water. Jiang Jiqing remarked that if they had come in summer, the scenery would surely be stunning, especially with the underground forest to explore. Jishu wholeheartedly agreed. She would certainly be willing to come in the summer. At noon, they found a nearby restaurant for lunch and coincidentally ran into Zhao Jincheng and He Tong. The four of them gathered at one table. They ordered hot pot, and perhaps due to the exhaustion from the morning, Jishu found herself quite hungry, craving everything. Let's get 2 more servings of chrysanthemum greens and enoki mushrooms. After some discussion, they settled on a spicy pot. Jishu prepared a bowl of dipping sauce for herself. The menu featured many local specialties. Jiang Jiqing ordered a portion of rice cakes, while Zhao Jincheng and He Tong opted for volcanic stone barbecue. It was as if these two had come solely for the meat. Jishu now regretted sitting at the same table as them. Her stomach was beyond her control, and if she couldn't hold back and ended up retching, she could only attribute it to catching a cold. Try this. My friend says it's wonderfully chewy. Jiang Jiqing pushed the rice cakes towards Jishu. She tasted a piece and found it to be indeed very chewy with a rich bean flavor. And the texture was quite delightful. Having eaten just a couple of pieces, the small plate was nearly emptied by Zhao Jincheng and He Tong. It was truly delicious. When they left, they should order a couple more servings for the afternoon. Zhao Jinchang was already thinking about what to eat later. These two had hiked up to Tianqi in the morning but ended up taking a car halfway because they were too exhausted. Jishu looked at the empty plate with some regret, but now the hot pot had arrived. Jishu suddenly felt tempted by the sight of the beef, quickly dunking a slice in the pot and dipping it in a sauce mixed with sesame oil. Discovering it was quite tasty, she hadn't had meat in ages, and now her appetite was insatiable. She even ate a couple of pieces of volcanic stone barbecue. Zhang Jiqing watched nervously from the side. He was well aware of the strong pregnancy reactions in the first 3 months and knew that Jishu would feel nauseous at the smell of meat, which was why she had been reluctant to eat meat the previous night. He hadn't expected her to indulge heartily now. Quietly, he asked, "Is everything all right? The taste is great." Jishu nodded. Zhang Jiqing, seeing her expression normal, felt somewhat relieved. In the afternoon, the four continued together to the Rime Ice Forest, where they needed to complete the task of Rhine drifting. Each drifting boat could only accommodate 2 people. Jishu felt a thrill as she boarded the boat. She had always found excitement in thrilling activities. Her eyes sparkling now, clad in a raincoat to avoid getting wet from the snow. There were no photographers on the boat, only a camera fixed in place. The photographer would follow behind. "Let us go. Let us go," Jishu urged. Zhang Jiqing frowned, still feeling uneasy. "Hold on tight, be careful, I know." As the drifting boat glided along the stream, Jishu exclaimed in excitement. They sat facing each other, and Zhang Jiqing could clearly see the joy on her face. For reasons unknown, he also chuckled quietly. Jishu spoke to the camera, urging everyone that if they visited Changbai Mountain, they must try this drifting experience. It was truly enjoyable and perfect for taking beautiful photos. Zhao Jinchang and He Tong had set off first, and now Jishu and Zhang Jiqing could no longer see their figures. As they drifted along the stream, even the photographer's shadow had vanished. Jishu's curiosity began to wane, mainly because it was just too cold. Her entire body felt frozen. Though she wore gloves, her hands had become so stiff she could hardly move them. She had applied a warming patch earlier, but it seemed ineffective in such low temperatures. "Cold?" Zhang Jiqing asked. Jishu nodded, tucking her chin tighter into her coat, her hands stiff. Jishu rubbed her hands together in her gloves, but to no avail. She tried to blow warm air into them, but her hands were too numb to remove the gloves. Suddenly, Zhang Jiqing leaned forward, grasping Jishu's hands and pulling off her gloves. His hands were incredibly warm. He gently rubbed her hands and breathed warmth into her palms. The constant friction began to warm her once frozen hands. Jishu's spirits lifted instantly. Zhang Jiqing held her hands in his, while his own hands turned a bright red from the cold. Jishu cleared her throat. "All right, they've warmed up now." Zhang Jiqing, however, did not forget the task assigned by the production team, to take beautiful photos of his girlfriend. "Make sure to capture me looking good." Jishu posed for the camera. Then she heard Zhang Jiqing teasing her, saying, "No matter how you try, if you aren't good looking, it won't matter how you pose." Jishu's expression darkened as he warmed his hands, which had turned a deep crimson from the cold. His fleeting sense of fondness for others had dissipated entirely. "Smile," Zhang Jiqing urged him. Jishu forced a perfunctory grin at the camera. Zhang Jiqing chuckled. "Do you realize how silly you looked just now?" Jishu glanced at the photo on his phone, confirming that he indeed appeared foolish. "Delete it." "Why should I? I took that picture with my own skill." "Zhang Jiqing, why are you so annoying?" The two exchanged playful banter as Jishu attempted to seize the camera from Zhang Jiqing's grasp. Chapter 17. A warm embrace in an instant. Zhang Jiqing shouted a panicked warning, "Be careful." Before Jishu knew it, he had pulled her into his embrace, pressing her face against his chest, shielding her with his body. The next moment, Jishu felt the snow cascade down, accompanied by a resounding splash. A tree, weighed down by snow, crashed behind them, sending up a spray of water that drenched their rubber raft and propelled it towards the thorny bank, where it promptly ran aground. The shore was littered with sharp branches, but Jishu was protected by Zhang Jiqing, her thick clothing providing a buffer against injury. Stunned, Jishu stared at the scene, realizing that had the raft not been moving swiftly, that tree could have fallen on them. Zhang Jiqing glanced back, silently relieved. "Are you all right?" Jishu shook her head. Zhang Jiqing broke off some branches to avoid further injury and began clearing the accumulated snow from their surroundings. They were both covered in snow, with water splashing into the raft. Jishu remained silent, shaking off the snow while her mind replayed the earlier scene. Had the raft not been so fast, the tree would have struck them, and Zhang Jiqing's instinctive act of pulling her close might have resulted in him taking the brunt of the impact. Why was he so protective of her? Was it merely because the child she carried was connected to him? Once the snow was cleared, Zhang Jiqing steered the raft back onto its original course, then turned his attention to Jishu. She seemed overly quiet, and he was unsure if she was cold or had merely been startled. Just as he prepared to offer some comforting words, he sensed something was amiss with the raft. Its drifting speed had decreased. Jishu Jiang Jijing's voice was grave. What? He continued slowly. The raft is leaking. Jishu's eyes widened in shock. They were bundled in heavy clothing, and if they fell into the freezing water, it could be fatal. Don't move, hold on tight. I'll see if I can paddle us to the bank. Okay. Jiang Jijing strained against the current, adjusting the raft's direction slowly. Jishu could feel the raft gradually deflating. She wasn't afraid, after all, she had someone by her side. She watched Jiang Jijing, who was crouched in the raft, struggling to balance while paddling. His hat had fallen off, and snowflakes danced upon his hair and shoulders. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his brows furrowed with concentration. Eventually the raft edged closer to the shore, where he grasped a branch to stabilize their position. You go first, be careful. Jishu rose unsteadily, reaching for a tree to steady herself before stepping ashore. Jiang Jijing followed closely behind. Are your pants wet? Jishu squatted down, wringing water from her clothing. It's fine, I'll change when we get back. Jiang Jijing inspected her pants, then took out his phone. After a few moments, his expression darkened. I have no signal. What about you? Jishu fished her phone from her pocket, pressed a button for a while, then replied, it shut down from the cold. It's alright, Jiang Jijing reassured her. The crew will be along soon, let us wait here for a bit. Okay. Jishu squatted at the water's edge, curling into a ball and burying her face in her knees. The snowfall seemed to intensify. Jiang Jijing stood up, stretching slightly to maintain warmth. Just a few minutes passed, but Jishu felt as if her pants were freezing, her legs numb, and her body heat dissipating. She feared she might freeze to death. Jiang Jijing squatted before her, pulling open his raincoat and unzipping his down jacket. Come here. Jishu struggled to lift her head, confusion etched on her face. Aren't you cold? Jiang Jijing urged. Hurry up, I'm cold too. Jishu bowed her head again, surrendering to the chill and burrowing into his embrace. Jiang Jijing wrapped her in his ample coat, pressing her against his chest. Jishu's face nestled against his sweater, feeling warmth seep into her skin. Let us stay like this for a while. When the crew arrives, they'll likely have encountered some issues too, so bear with it. Jishu relished the warmth, wrapping her arms around Jiang Jijing's waist, their bodies pressed closely together. Jiang Jijing was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Jishu to embrace him. After a brief hesitation, he tightened his hold around her shoulders. As Jishu embraced him, regret washed over her. How could she have willingly hugged her nemesis? What a coward she was. She shouldn't bow to adversity, even if it meant freezing to death. What would Jiang Jijing think of her? Yet, his embrace was genuinely warm, infused with a refreshing scent. Moments later, Jishu buried her face deeper into Jiang Jijing's chest, murmuring, Are you cold? A bit, he replied. They remained entwined, but this warmth could not last long. In the frigid air, their body heat waned rapidly. Jiang Jijing realized that if they continued waiting passively for rescue, they might freeze to death. Jishu, can you hear me? Yes, but I'm really cold. Why haven't they come yet? Jiang Jijing, I feel like we're going to freeze to death. I won't let anything happen to you. I am taking you downstream now. Moving around will help us maintain some warmth. We can't stay like this. I have no strength left. It's so cold. Jishu's voice weakened significantly. Jishu, you have to get home. Your uncle is worried about you. You can't let anything happen to you. Jiang Jijing's voice was firm. Jishu shifted slightly in his embrace. Right, my uncle is worried about me. Jiang Jijing adjusted his clothing, cupping her face and gently rubbing it. I'll lead you. If anything feels off, you must tell me. Jishu nodded, rising slowly to follow him. They walked at a slow pace downstream. The snowy night descended quickly, darkness creeping in. Jishu felt cold, hungry, and thirsty. Watching Jiang Jijing hold her hand, she lagged behind slightly, observing his back. It struck her as comical that in such dire circumstances her companion was her sworn enemy. She had placed all her hopes on him, despite her disdain for him. Chapter 18. Do you want to die? Jishu truly had no strength left. Jiang Jijing paused, assisting her to sit on the ground. You go ahead, I will wait here for you to find help downstream. Jishu understood that he couldn't drag her much farther. Rather than wasting time, it would be better for him to go alone. I'll carry you. Let us rest for a moment. What carrying? Do you still have the strength? I don't want you to carry me. You go find someone. I don't want to walk anymore. Jishu frowned, pushing his hands away. Jiang Jijing remained silent for a moment. Jishu, I cannot leave you here alone. Just hold on a bit longer. I will get you out. Stop pretending to care. We have such a great relationship, right? Jiang Jijing, is it just because I'm carrying your child that you're so nice to me? We have no feelings for each other. This child was an accident and one to be born. Is it really necessary to act like this? Jishu locked her gaze with his, her words cutting deeper than the biting cold. Jishu, even without this child in this situation, I would never abandon anyone. Don't say things to provoke me and make me angry. Jiang Jijing's demeanor was calm, his eyes unexpectedly serene. Jiang Jijing, are you stupid? Don't you have a brain? Jishu raised her voice, Her face flushed with anger. Jiang Jijing suddenly chuckled softly, reaching out to touch her face, seeing through her. Jishu, I know you too well. You can't drive me away, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Ji. The sudden tension between them was broken by voices calling from a distance. Jiang Jijing stood up, scanning the river. He immediately waved his arms. We're here. Jishu hung her head, sighing with relief. The program crew had finally found them after searching upstream. The two individuals were escorted to the rest area of the scenic spot, where the heating was quite ample. Jishu removed her raincoat, revealing that her down jacket was also considerably damp. The production team promptly provided clean clothing. Jiang Jijing was also in the midst of changing her attire. After glancing at her, Jishu chose to turn her back to the others and began to change her clothes. Once she had changed, she squatted beside a small heater to warm herself. Soon, they heard a staff member outside inquiring, Teachers, the doctor has arrived, shall we check your health first? Jishu immediately replied, No need, I am fine, there is no need for a checkup. Jiang Jijing looked at her and responded, I am fine too, I'm just a bit cold, warming up by the fire will suffice, there is no need to make such a fuss, then I will bring you both something to eat. The staff member said, and upon seeing their insistence, did not press further. Shortly after, they were provided with hot water, bread, and self-heating rice. After all, they were still in a scenic area, and the conditions were not particularly favorable. Are you truly feeling well? Perhaps we should call the doctor in for an examination. It might not necessarily reveal anything. Jiang Jijing asked the person before her, and if something is found? Jishu retorted, naturally, there would be a satisfactory hush money. She scoffed and chose to ignore Jiang Jijing. Noticed so much had already transpired that afternoon. She needed time to process it all, after eating and drinking hot water. Their body warmth quickly returned. Jishu stood up to stretch her limbs, confirming that there were indeed no significant issues. After all, they hadn't been outside for too long, and her body had not completely succumbed to the cold. She had nearly recovered. By the time they returned to their accommodation, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The director approached them, wearing an apologetic expression. The follow-up crew's rubber boat ran aground and was damaged, preventing them from continuing with you. I thought it quite dangerous, so I didn't allow the remaining guests to partake and planned to wait for you downstream. Who would have known that Tong and the others had already come down? While your whereabouts remained unknown, after failing to contact you, I immediately dispatched staff to search for you upstream. Then I spotted the deflated raft on the shore, and my camera had been submerged in water. I am uncertain whether the footage can be salvaged, the director lamented. Never have I encountered such an unreliable director, Jishu remarked, expressing her dissatisfaction. Little Shu, no one wishes for such mishaps to occur. There are countless tourists every year. Who could foresee that we would be the unfortunate ones this time? We have already contacted the scenic area for resolution, and I assure you we will not return to such perilous places again. The director replied, though Jishu noted he didn't seem genuinely remorseful, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire situation himself. The director then inquired, You two didn't encounter any issues? Did you? The rescue team mentioned that the atmosphere between you was rather tense. Jishu snapped, We were nearly freezing to death. What could possibly happen? Have you been watching too many idle dramas? Oh dear, your temperament is rather fiery. At this rate, you might have trouble finding a husband, he teased, causing Jiang Jijing to chuckle beside her. Jishu's irritation flared, Thank you for your concern, but I am quite capable of supporting myself without a man. The director clicked his tongue, addressing Jiang Jijing, I apologize for any grievances, it's not easy for you two to coexist. Jiang Jijing nodded seriously, in this day and age earning a living is no easy feat. Do you wish to die? Jishu asked, her expression impassive. The previously awkward atmosphere seemed to ease considerably, and neither of them wished to revisit the events of the afternoon. Jishu forced herself not to dwell on it any longer. Filming for the day was promptly suspended upon returning to their lodgings. The production team delivered a thick blanket. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Jijing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing the blanket. Jishu took a hot bath, submerging herself in warmth, allowing her muscles to relax. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen. Despite the commotion, aside from her hands and feet feeling stiff from the cold, everything seemed normal. Her stomach felt fine. Jishu couldn't help but marvel at how resilient the child was. After her bath, Jishu climbed into bed. Shortly after, Jiang Jijing entered, carrying a cup of milk, which she placed on Jishu's bedside table. Finish the milk and get some rest, she advised. Jishu tugged at the blanket on her shoulders, gazing out the window. The temperature had dropped again tonight. It was so cold. Jiang Jijing followed her gaze outside, where snowflakes were cascading down. likely signaling another heavy snowfall. Isn't this blanket a bit thin? Are you cold under it? Jiang Jijing asked, pinching the edge of Jishu's blanket. Yes, a little. After a few seconds, Jiang Jijing turned and went to the living room. Returning shortly with another blanket to lay atop Jishu. You should be warm enough now. I'll grab you a hot water bottle. Jishu clutched the warm cup of milk by the bedside. She wasn't particularly fond of milk. She preferred sparkling water. However, it would be wasteful to discard it, so she decided to hold on to it, feeling its warmth in her hands. Chapter 19. After marriage. When Jiang Jijing returned and saw Jishu sipping milk in small gulps, her head bowed. She couldn't shake the resemblance to her mother's pet cat. This thought brought back memories of that cat, which was adept at charming its way into favor. It was docile in front of her mother but would claw Jiang Jijing whenever he returned home. The similarities between the cat and Jishu were uncanny. Jiang Jijing lifted the blanket beside her and placed the hot water bottle near Jishu's icy feet. So cold. Jishu instinctively recoiled her foot, but Jiang Jijing grabbed hold of it. Why are your feet this cold? They've always been this way. I'm sensitive to cold. Don't touch me. Jishu replied, kicking her foot a couple of times before Jiang Jijing reluctantly released his grip. He had intended to say something, but seeing Jishu still drinking the milk, he held back his words. Forget it, no need to say anything. You'll probably stop drinking the milk if I do. Get some rest. We have more recording to do tomorrow. Alright, Jishu nodded. Jiang Jijing walked toward the door. Jishu then raised her head. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Jijing turned back to look at her, and Jishu's appearance, holding the milk cup, seemed quite obedient. He had initially planned to sit on the sofa. After all, Jishu had likely been too muddled to think clearly last night. Tonight, however, he wasn't so sure, but upon hearing Jishu's question, he understood. I'm just closing the door. Both of them shared an unspoken understanding. Mirroring the previous night's arrangement, after finishing her milk, Jishu snuggled into bed, curling up and pressing her feet against the hot water bottle. Jiang Jijing lay on the opposite side. It wasn't until Jishu turned over that she realized the clothes they had previously left on the bed were no longer there, leaving no barrier between them. Jiang Jijing also turned over, asking, still cold? If you are, come here, I'll keep you warm. My embrace is quite cozy. Scram, Jishu retorted decisively, turning her back to him and shutting her eyes to sleep. Jiang Jijing chuckled at the scene behind her. Perhaps due to the day's events or the absence of any barriers, Jiang Jijing found himself unable to sleep. Just as he began to drift off, he felt a soft presence beside him. Stirring restlessly, suddenly he opened his eyes to find Jishu nestled in his embrace, one leg draped over his waist. Observing her peculiar position, he realized that sleep would not come easily tonight. It's so cold. Jishu murmured in her sleep. Jiang Jijing gazed at her dark hair sprawled across the pillow, hesitating before reaching out to smooth it down. The texture felt quite pleasant. Jishu's face was pressed against his chest, nearly buried beneath the covers. A smile crept onto Jiang Jijing's lips as he pulled her closer, cradling her gently. His other hand slowly moved to her abdomen, feeling its flatness, although he sensed nothing unusual. A small life was already growing there, a child of his own. Jiang Jijing gently ran his fingers through Jishu's hair and closed his eyes. The morning came, heralded by the blaring of an alarm clock. Jishu felt that she had slept very comfortably through the night. The bed was truly warm, and she had no desire to move. The incessant ringing of the alarm was beginning to irritate her. As she frowned in annoyance, the noise suddenly ceased, as if someone had turned it off. Jishu thought she could go back to sleep. Wait a minute, something felt off. Slowly coming to her senses, she opened her eyes to find herself staring at a chest clad in cotton pajamas gradually inching upward. Jiang Jijing happened to look down at her, finally willing to wake up. Jishu bit her lip, her first instinct being to release her arm, followed by an attempt to retract her leg. However, when she had drawn her leg halfway back, she froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Jijing before her ears turned crimson. Jiang Jijing cleared his throat awkwardly. What are you so surprised about? It's a normal physiological reaction for men in the morning, alright? Jishu quickly drew her leg back and shifted away from him, distancing herself. As she moved back, she realized how absurdly close she had gotten to him during the night, having rolled into his embrace and clung to him. Had she lost her mind in her sleep? Stop making excuses. You held me all night, and my arm is numb from your weight. Jiang Jijing lay back on the bed, shaking his sore arm. Who was making excuses? I simply like to roll around while I sleep. Is that a problem? Jiang Jijing suddenly chuckled. I realized that you were not honest at all. Last night, just before sleeping, did I not mention that my brother would provide you warmth? Yet, you seemed unwilling. Your body, however, tells the truth. She spat in mock disdain. Who knows if you dragged me over while I was asleep and then framed me? Jiang Jijing, you are becoming increasingly uncouth and shameless. Originally, Jishu felt quite embarrassed, But Jiang Zhijing's teasing dissipated any lingering sense of remorse, regardless of whether Jiang Zhijing is indeed attempting to frame her, even if Jishu did sleep beside him for an entire night. So what? Had she never done so before? Was she a virgin who feared tarnishing his purity? And did he even have any purity left? With such poor skills, it was likely his first time as well. As these thoughts consumed her, Jishu found her mind wandering into territories it should not have. Just as Jishu stepped into the bathroom, Jiang Zhijing entered behind her with a toothbrush in her mouth. She watched him squeeze toothpaste, preparing to brush his teeth beside her. "What are you doing? Don't waste time. The filming crew will be here soon. I can't face the camera every day without brushing my teeth or washing my face. I still have some semblance of an idol's image to maintain." The sink was already small, and their proximity felt cramped. Jishu gazed into the mirror, noting that their pajamas were indeed matching. Jiang Zhijing's friends certainly had it easy when shopping. They only needed to choose 2 sizes of the same style, yet standing side by side in matching pajamas while brushing their teeth felt so bizarre. Almost as if they were married. Ugh. Jishu was startled by her own thought. It was simply too terrifying, her marrying Jiang Zhijing. That was the biggest joke she had heard in her 25 years of life. Impossible. In the brief moments spent brushing their teeth, Jishu's imagination had already run wild. Finally she shook her head, desperately trying to cast aside such horrifying thoughts. She must have been frozen silly yesterday. Otherwise, how could her mind be so irrational? First, she had slept beside someone, and now she was contemplating marriage. Chapter 20. Not a sister, but a girlfriend. The production crew knocked on the door at roughly the same time as yesterday. This time, it was Jishu who opened the door. "Good morning, Teacher Ji." The same filming assistant greeted her. Jishu recalled how this girl had cried with worry when she found her in Jiang Zhijing yesterday. "Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast?" Jishu greeted them warmly. "We already have." She stepped aside to let them in. "Where's Teacher Jiang?" "He's in the kitchen." As they entered the living room, they immediately spotted the blanket on the sofa. The assistant chuckled. "Teacher Ji, who slept on the sofa last night?" The blanket was likely brought to the sofa by Jiang Zhijing after he got up. "Of course, it was Jiang Zhijing. I win. Is Teacher Jiang that unlucky?" Jishu pondered. After all, he had never won against her. Soon, the camera shifted to the kitchen, capturing Jiang Zhijing, who was reheating yesterday's tea eggs, which should have absorbed plenty of flavor after soaking overnight. Having learned a bit yesterday, Jiang Zhijing decided to challenge himself this morning by making soy milk and attempting to fry eggs and dumplings. Jishu stood by, arms crossed. "What else with that expression? Are you looking down on me? Just don't eat later. Can you even do it? Don't waste food. What if you burn it? If I can't do it, who can?" Jishu looked at him with disdain. Jiang Zhijing turned on the heat and poured a little oil into the pan, but when he added the dumplings, the oil splattered dramatically. Both of them instinctively took a large step back. Jiang Zhijing cleared his throat. "Why are you overreacting? Standing this far, it won't splatter on you. You're one to talk." They stood by the pan, still using low heat. During this time, Jiang Zhijing had also learned a technique from the cooking show. Adding some water starch to the pan, after much effort in the kitchen, they finally managed to prepare breakfast. Each had a cup of soy milk, tea eggs, perfectly fried eggs, and even the dumplings turned out flawless. "Give it a try." Jishu picked up a fried dumpling, inspecting it closely. It was indeed unburned, and she couldn't find any faults with it. Cautiously, she took a bite. "Wow, how is it?" Jiang Zhijing immediately asked. Jishu took another bite, and by her expression, he could already tell the outcome. "I've discovered that I have quite the culinary talent. I might have the potential to be a chef." "Tasty, right?" Jishu peeled open a tea egg, and the broth had infused it beautifully overnight. "You merely processed the dumplings. You didn't tea make them. Who are you looking down on? Next time, my brother will show you a thing or two. Have some shame, will you? Who is your sister?" I wasn't clear. Right now, I'm not a sister but a girlfriend." Jishu's lips twitched. "Once the show is finished, I won't be anymore. Aren't I still one now? Hurry up and drink your soy milk while it's hot." Jishu chose to ignore him, as one must leave some dignity when consuming another's food, due to a safety incident during yesterday's afternoon recording. Today's activities had also turned into a group affair. "Were you all okay yesterday? I heard from Zhao Jincheng that something happened while you were drifting." Jishu shook her head. "The rubber raft had a leak. But we made it ashore. We're fine." "That sounds too dangerous. With this temperature, if you fell into the river, you would freeze to death." "I suppose we were just lucky." Jishu chuckled. The group set off together. Bustling with excitement, Jishu and Jiang Zhijing strolled leisurely at the back. After being frozen yesterday, they were still recovering their energy and even found time to admire the snowy scenery. As a southerner, Jishu had only heard of how northern snow resembled sand. Now she was witnessing it firsthand. As they walked, she crouched down, gloved hands grasping a handful of snow, squeezing it playfully. With so much snow, A snowball fight would indeed be exhilarating. Jishu recalled a time in school when a sudden snowfall occurred during class, leading to an impromptu snowball fight after class. The cause was Jiang Zijing's teasing and Jishu's impulsive nature. One provoked the other, and soon the entire class joined in, turning the playground into chaos. It was unclear who threw a snowball at the principal, resulting in everyone being punished to stand outside for a lesson. They were all shivering, noses running uncontrollably. Jishu remembered arguing with Jiang Zijing. Then, reflecting back, she wondered why she couldn't have remained calm the moment Jiang Zijing provoked her. She always took the bait. The snow was somewhat deep, reaching Jishu's calves. She delighted in stepping into the thickest patches, but with each step, she found it increasingly exhausting as her feet sank deeper. Hey, Jishu struggled to free her foot. Leaning back instinctively, though she did not fall, instead, she suddenly leaned against someone. Turning around, she saw Jiang Zijing holding her arm. Be careful. What if you fall? With this much snow, falling would feel like landing in a bed of cotton. Jishu dismissed his concern. I'll hold on to you. Let us walk this way, just let me step in the snow. It hasn't snowed heavily at home for ages, take it slow, Jiang Zijing said. Still holding her arm to guide her, he watched her bounce around, wondering, weren't pregnant women supposed to be extra cautious during their first trimester? Why did it seem like Jishu was entirely different? She always bounced around without a care, but then again, hadn't she always been like this? Her physical condition appeared to be quite good. Before they reached their destination, Jishu could hear animal sounds in the distance, growing louder as they approached, and soon spotted reindeer. Everyone was captivated by the sight of these creatures. The reindeer were unafraid and even approached the group. Before coming, they had bought some moss to feed the reindeer. The boyfriends were tasked with taking pictures of their girlfriends during this moment. Jishu held out a handful of moss, bringing it to the reindeer's mouth, but Jiang Zijing's focus was elsewhere. Jishu was eyeing the antlers. Be careful, it might knock you over. It's so gentle. Don't underestimate it. Jiang Zijing shook his head with a laugh, realizing that in her eyes, he was less significant than an animal. Of course, Jiang Zijing had forgotten the mischief he had engaged in over the years. After Jishu had fed the reindeer enough moss, she tried to coax it. Let me touch your antlers. I've fed you so much, just a gentle touch, and I'll give you more to eat. Seeing it show no reaction, she cautiously reached out to touch it. Chapter 21. As long as your waist is slim, quick. Quick, Jiang Zijing, take a picture for me. Jiang Zijing adjusted his phone, focused the lens, and pressed the shutter. I'm so cold, otherwise, I would take off my gloves to feel it. I wonder what it feels like. Jishu mumbled, then turned to touch the tips of the reindeer's antlers. The reindeer lowered its head. Jishu let out a series of exclamations. Jiang Zijing was engrossed in gazing at the freshly captured photograph when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled Jishu into her embrace. Jishu stumbled back a few steps, only to witness the once docile reindeer unexpectedly nudging its antlers. Jiang Zijing sighed, cautioning, I told you to be more careful, yet you always disregard my advice. What if it had actually bumped into you just now? If Jishu had been unceremoniously jostled, she would undoubtedly have fallen, with the impact landing squarely on her abdomen. Although her thick attire might mitigate the risk of injury, what if an accident had truly occurred? Jishu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Still nestled in Jiang Zijing's embrace, she steadied herself only after realizing the situation. I understand, I'll be careful, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, yet Jiang Zijing heard her distinctly. Jishu proceeded to feed the remaining moss to the reindeer. But this time, she was too wary to approach it again. There were ample activities available for exploration: snowmobiling, dog sledding, and alpine skiing, each offering the freedom of choice. Jishu harbored a desire to experience them all, yet hesitated to take the plunge. Having narrowly avoided a reindeer encounter, she felt her luck had been particularly poor lately. Deciding it best to remain cautious, the others had already made their selections. How about snowmobiling? It appears quite stable. Can you ride? Yes, more or less. Let me observe first. As she spoke, Jiang Zijing had already approached the snowmobile, with staff members nearby offering guidance. Those who were timid could opt for a ride alongside an instructor. Jiang Zijing swiftly mounted the vehicle, slightly bending forward, her foot pressing on the throttle, eager to take off. Be careful, Jishu couldn't help but call out from the side. I'll just circle around and come back. With a roar, the snowmobile sped away. In the midst of a snowy forest adorned with pine trees, Jiang Zijing felt utterly at ease. Jishu watched from a distance, captivated by her spirited form. So carefree and exuberant, Jiang Zijing had always been this way in her youth, and now, having matured, she still retained the unburdened essence of her younger self. Jishu's gaze deepened as she observed the snowmobile loop around the forest before returning toward her. The machine came to a steady halt 2 meters away from Jishu. Jiang Zijing lifted her visor, a charming smile gracing her lips. What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless by my dashing appearance? Jishu responded with a cool smirk, unwilling to engage, and turned her head away in silence. Jiang Zijing parked the vehicle and jumped down. The other groups have already left, shall we go? Jishu glanced around, noting that indeed the other groups had departed. Let's go. She took the helmet from the staff. Jishu removed her hat, instantly feeling the chill, and struggled to place the helmet on her head. Wearing too many layers made her feel cumbersome. She was quite round and her limbs were a tad clumsy. Jiang Zijing placed her hand on Jishu's side, assisting her in adjusting the helmet. Tilting her head slightly, then she leaned closer, carefully fastening the helmet's chin strap through the visor. Jishu gazed at the man before her, who had lowered his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Zijing lifted her eyelids, their gazes colliding unexpectedly. Jishu blinked, feeling a bit flustered, and quickly averted her eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Zijing questioned, bemused. Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Why the delay? The snowmobile was quite tall, and Jishu, lacking Jiang Zijing's long legs, standing at 187 meters, found it challenging to mount. As she contemplated how to ascend, she heard Jiang Zijing's voice call out, "Call me brother and I'll lift you up. Why didn't your aunt give you a sister?" Always seeking validation from me. Jishu shot him an annoyed glare. "Xiaoxia, come over and help me," she called to the assistant photographer nearby. Alright. Just as Xiaoxia prepared to approach, she caught a cold glare from Jiang Zijing and halted in her tracks. "This isn't how you usually behave. Why the sudden fierceness?" Xiaoxia, a girl, couldn't possibly assist Jishu, so she decided to let it go and extended her hand. "I don't need your help. I can manage on my own." Jishu, stubborn as ever, struggled to climb aboard the snowmobile, her cumbersome attire making it a challenge. Just as she was attempting to swing her leg over, she felt herself being lifted from underneath. Jiang Zijing had effortlessly scooped her up. "Hurry up, you're quite heavy." Reluctantly, Jishu swung her leg over and settled firmly onto the snowmobile. "Have you gained weight recently, or are you just bundled up too much?" Jiang Zijing teased. "Have I been eating your family's rice? What does my weight have to do with you?" Jiang Zijing chuckled. "Am I not allowed to be concerned about my girlfriend's weight? Are we going or not?" Jishu kicked Jiang Zijing lightly. "Let's go." Jiang Zijing easily mounted the vehicle, securing her visor. "Hold on tight." "I know." Jishu, feeling quite reluctant, scanned the area for something to grip but ultimately settled for clutching Jiang Zijing's side. After a few adjustments, she finally found a secure hold. "I'm not joking. If you don't hold on tight, you might actually fall." With that, Jiang Zijing pulled her hands around his waist. "Why is your waist so thick?" Jishu interlocked her hands, seizing the opportunity to retort after being teased earlier. Jiang Zijing, with his helmet on, spoke with a muffled tone, chuckling softly. "As long as your waist is slim, that's all that matters. Why do I feel like I've been inexplicably flirted with?" As Jiang Zijing revved the engine, Jishu instinctively tightened her grip around his waist. Jiang Zijing turned his head and shouted, "Are you scared?" "Who is scared? If we fall, we'll fall together." "Don't worry, I have a license." Jishu mumbled. "I have a license too, a motor vehicle license." "Let us go," Jiang Zijing called out. And with that, the snowmobile took off. Jiang Zijing drove quite fast, with her helmet on, and Jishu wasn't too worried about the wind in her eyes, watching the vehicle glide across the snowy terrain. The pine trees on either side rushing past, overwhelmed with exhilaration, she couldn't help but shout out, "Woohoo!" Hearing her excited exclamation, Jiang Zijing's smile broadened, and he pressed down on the throttle even more. The crew behind them shouted, "Teacher Jiang, slow down, watch your speed, it's dangerous." Engrossed in their thrill, neither Jiang Zijing nor Jishu paid any heed to the shouts behind them, enveloped in the roaring wind and the whispering snow. Chapter 22, Was it enjoyable? Wow! Jiang Zijing raced toward their destination, and throughout the journey Jishu was bursting with excitement. The cold wind whipped around her, making her feel as though even her thick cotton coat was letting in the chill. Jiang Zijing had shielded her from much of the wind, leaving only her arms and hands exposed to the biting cold. As her hands intertwined, she suddenly noticed that Jiang Zijing's jacket had pockets. "Jiang Zijing, can I put my hands in your pocket? I'm freezing." She was never one to willingly endure discomfort. Jiang Zijing, unable to hear her clearly, shouted back, "What did you say? I can't hear you." They shouted back and forth, neither able to discern the other's words. Suddenly Jiang Zijing felt the person behind him grow quiet, then realized the arms wrapped around his waist had loosened. In the next moment, he felt someone's hands burrowing into his pockets, shifting restlessly. With the helmet on, Jiang Zijing couldn't look down, but he understood what the girl had been shouting earlier. However, was she really so comfortable to treat him like this, casually shoving her hands into a man's pockets? Upon reaching their destination, the snowmobile screeched to a halt in the snow. Jiang Zijing lifted his visor and turned to ask, Was it enjoyable? Jishu, having calmed down after the ride, replied composedly, it was alright. Tsk Jishu, why are you being so dishonest? Jiang Zijing playfully slapped Jishu's hand through the pocket. Haven't you had enough fun? Why won't you let go? The warmth of his pocket was inviting, and upon realizing the vehicle had stopped, Jishu momentarily forgot to withdraw her hand. Only when Jiang Zijing playfully swatted her hand did she jerk it back. Though she retorted, "What is there to enjoy about your water barrel waste?" Jiang Zijing didn't take kindly to this remark and leaned closer, speaking softly so only they could hear. "Isn't at a public dog waste, damn it." Jishu was now certain that Jiang Zijing was provoking her. This was an affront. For Jishu, it was a profound humiliation. After all, she remembered a month ago in the hotel. "You're insane," Jishu muttered, pressing down on Jiang Zijing's shoulder before firmly stepping off the snowmobile. She was unable to mount it, but surely she could jump down. Another group that had been riding their snowmobile arrived and waved at the two. "Did you really know how to ride that snowmobile, Jiang Zijing?" Jiang Zijing smiled modestly. "I know a little, that's impressive." We don't know how. Not long after, their group's photographer caught up. As soon as he got off the vehicle, he rushed over with his equipment. "Teacher Jiang, that was really dangerous. There was an incident during the rafting yesterday. You should be more careful today, driving so fast." "What would you have done if something had happened?" Jiang Zijing and Jishu exchanged an awkward glance, both managing a sheepish smile. "We'll be more cautious. We were going too fast and didn't hear your shots behind us. We thought you could keep up." Fortunately, nothing happened. The alpine ski resort was bustling with visitors. Standing atop the slope, the group gazed down at the steep ski run. How thrilling would it be to ski straight down? Those of timid disposition may be frightened to death. The production team has provided snowboards for everyone to experience the thrill of skiing. There are single boards, double boards, and even larger ones designed for seated riders. Jishu and Jiang Zijing are both adept at skiing, yet at this moment, Jishu is hesitant to try, fearful of falling. This slope is rather steep. Jiang Zijing sits on the snowboard, poised to glide straight down to the bottom. "My previous slope was not steep, and my skills were lacking, resulting in frequent tumbles." Compared to Jishu, Jiang Zijing is somewhat afraid of heights, lacking the same boldness. They learned to ski together in their youth. With Jishu progressing far more quickly, those around them, eager to give it a go, have already begun sliding down one after another, leaving only Jiang Zijing hesitating. After all, they must complete this task. "Just maintain your grip, and you'll be fine. Lean back and control your center of gravity," the coach instructs from the side. Wait a moment. Why not, Jishu? You give it a try. If it weren't for the camera being nearby, Jishu would have shot him a scathing glare. "I'm pregnant. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him have this chance. Don't push me. I'll take my time." Jiang Zijing clings to the straps beside him. Inching forward on the snowboard, Jishu, observing his indecisiveness, finds it hard to reconcile with his earlier carefree demeanor. Standing behind him, she inquires, "Are you holding on tightly? What's wrong? Do you want to ski? Come, sit on my legs." Jishu lets out a light laugh, still teasing him even now. Then, she extends her foot and gives a playful nudge to the raised back of the snowboard. "Off you go." "Ah, hi Jishu, you scoundrel." Jishu watches with satisfaction as his shadow vanishes, accompanied by a scream, and soon he has reached the bottom of the slope. The filming crew is also waiting below to capture the moment. Jiang Zijing only collapses onto the ground after coming to a halt. Still shaken, nearly scared to death by that little girl. As he lies there catching his breath, he suddenly recalls many years ago, when he and Jishu had just begun learning to ski on a small slope. Having been provoked the day before by Jishu stuffing a dead mouse into his backpack, he could no longer contain his frustration. Watching Jishu steady herself, he gave her a shove from behind, causing her to tumble and cried out. Of course, later he was caught by his mother, who dragged him in front of Jishu to apologize. Jiang Zijing remembers carrying her backpack for a month, being bossed around the entire time. They truly did some foolish things back then, but surprisingly Jishu still holds a grudge to this day. Riding the cable car back to the top of the mountain, Jishu beams at him, relishing the moment. "Isn't it delightful, Teacher Jiang?" Jiang Zijing maintains a stern expression. "Must you always owe me? Isn't that what I learned from you?" Teacher Jiang's call was quite melodious just now. But it doesn't compare to how Jishu captivates. As Jiang Zijing speaks, there is an unmistakable hint of flirtation. Perhaps the filming crew does not grasp the deeper meaning, assuming it to be mere banter between the two. Yet they understand each other perfectly. Especially Jishu, she remembers it vividly, while Jiang Zijing only retains vague fragments of those memories of that night. She indeed lost control and let out a sound. In the brief span of time, Jiang Zijing has provoked her twice, causing her blood pressure to soar. She regrets not having kicked him in the back earlier. Indeed, showing mercy to an adversary is cruelty to oneself. Chapter 23, Snowball Skirmish. Tomorrow marks the final day of filming for the first episode. Following that everyone will depart that evening, a group gathers to enjoy the local specialty of Iron Pot Stew. Over the past 2 days, Jisoo has expended considerable energy, and her appetite has greatly improved halfway through the meal. Delicate snowflakes begin to fall from the sky. The group is filled with childlike enthusiasm. Let us have a snowball fight. How old are you to act like a child? Come on, I want to play too. The group erupts into joyous chaos in the courtyard, while the other groups engage in gentle skirmishes akin to flirting. Jisoo quietly squats down, furiously packing snowballs. She forms a dozen or so, the thick scarf around her neck failing to conceal the mischievous grin on her face. Truly, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. The snowball fight from years ago ended without a victor. Today, she is determined to take down Jiang Zijing. Jiang Zijing is currently throwing snowballs back and forth with Zhao Jincheng. Glancing over to see what Jisoo is up to, just as he turns, he hears Jisoo call his name, and before he can react, a snowball strikes him squarely in the face, exploding into a flurry of snow that sticks to his face and scarf. Even trickling down his neck. Jiang Zijing grits his teeth. Just as he finishes speaking, another snowball hits him. How is it going, Jiang? Getting old, are we? Slowing down. Jisuo's taunting voice echoes. Jiang Zijing bends down and scoops up a handful of snow. Hurling it straight at her face, Jisoo quickly shields her face, but it only lands on her arm. Jisoo has accumulated quite a few snowballs, while Jiang Zijing is lagging behind in speed. What began as a duel between the two has unwittingly drawn in others. Zhao Jincheng, are your eyes on your forehead? Why are you throwing at me? Jisoo exclaims, her hat covered in snow. Zhao Jincheng laughs. If I can't hit Jiang Zijing, then I must bully his girlfriend. You're not a man, Jisoo retorts, preparing to retaliate, only to see Zhao Jincheng, who was previously so proud, suddenly lose his smile as he is knocked into a snowbank. Jisoo is certain that Jiang Zijing's snowball was larger than Zhao Jincheng's head. Serves him right. Zhao Jincheng rises from the snow pile. Jiang Zijing, Jisoo, you two wait. But it wasn't me who threw it. Jisoo glances at the snowball Zhao Jincheng has formed, fearfully retreating to Jiang Zijing's side. Looking back, she sees Zhao Jincheng raising the snowball. Instinctively, she extends her hand toward Jiang Zijing. He swiftly pulls her close, pressing her against him with one hand cradling the back of her head. Jisoo feels the snowball hit the back of her head, scattering snow across her, yet it does not hurt. She shifts slightly, tilting her head, and the snow from above tumbles down. Did it hurt? Jiang Zijing asks. Concerned, Jisoo shakes her head. Jiang Zijing lowers his head to brush the snow off her, then pulls her behind him. I'll take revenge for you. Thus, Jisoo remains sheltered behind Jiang Zijing, drawing the ire of their opponents. Jiang Zijing stands firm against all pressure, taking on two adversaries. Meanwhile, Jisoo crouches down to pack snowballs. He tong, throw at her. She just hit me. Jisoo, feeling petty, mischievously instructs Jiang Zijing. Alright, he replies obediently, launching a snowball at Tong's down jacket. Zhao Jincheng can hardly bear to watch. You can bully me, but don't you dare bully my girlfriend. Jisoo immediately pokes her head out. Your girlfriend just threw at me. The laughter and chaos continue until nightfall. The director, holding a megaphone, calls out, how is everyone enjoying yourselves, having fun? Zhao Jincheng scoffs, utterly exasperated. Well, who told you to be unable to defeat Jiang Zijing? Jisoo quickly retorts, you just know how to hide behind. I have someone to hide behind. Are you jealous? At this moment, Jisoo is in high spirits, perfectly embodying the phrase, a dog relying on its master. Jiang Zijing smiles, pulling her back beside him. Alright, or else we'll end up in a brawl again. The director continues, Xiao Jiang is indeed fierce. Director, Zhao Jincheng exclaims, utterly defeated. Enough joking. Let us get serious. I'm sure everyone is sweating from all the fun. We've prepared hot springs for you all to enjoy while taking in the snowy scenery. The director adds, quite suggestively, of course, couples can soak together. That is too much. Director. We have our dignity to uphold. Everyone heads to the hotel to shower, and the production team has provided swimsuits that are not overly revealing. Jisoo even wraps herself in a towel, clad in a bathrobe. She is led by the staff to the hot springs. Upon arrival, she sees someone already soaking inside. Jiang Zijing leans over the rough edge of the hot spring. His bare chest exposed, revealing well-defined muscles. Even from behind, Jisoo can see the perfect contours of his arms. She hesitates for a moment, rooted to the spot. Sensing her presence, Jiang Zijing turns, his eyes meeting hers with a gentle smile. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you coming in? You've already soaked. I think the water is dirty. Fine, if you don't want to soak. Oh, soaking in the hot springs is truly delightful. It is a pity some people don't know how to enjoy it. Soaking alone is quite refreshing. Jisoo turns away, unwilling to leave. Why should she let him enjoy it alone? She strides to the edge, shedding her bathrobe, and slowly steps into the water. Such a private activity as soaking in the hot springs is not something the production team would film. After the snowball skirmish concludes, filming wraps up for the day. Jishu settles in the furthest corner of the hot spring, relaxing in the warmth. She splashes some warm water onto her arms. The outdoor hot spring is still somewhat chilly, with a mere turn of her head. She can see the nightscape and the snow-capped mountains. Jiang Jijing gazes intently at the figure pouring water over her arms, nearly unable to resist approaching her. Hearing the gentle splashes, Jishu looks up to find Jiang Jijing standing before her. Initially, she is taken aback by his bare chest and retorts, "What do you want? You can only soak for a little while. You're pregnant now, so don't stay in too long." A flicker of discontent crosses Jishu's face. "I know." Jiang Jijing's lips curl into a smile. "You're wearing so much to soak in the hot springs. You've got a swimsuit underneath and a towel on top, as if I'm going to take advantage of you." Jishu gazed at him coldly, her eyes seemingly questioning how he could claim no advantage over her while the child in her womb was a reality. Jiang Jijing, understanding her look, awkwardly turned his head and cleared his throat. "It was an accident. I drank too much. Surely I can't be foolish enough to trip over the same stone twice." His words suggested a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation. "Get lost. You've already tainted my hot spring water by just being here." Jiang Jijing purposefully splashed water onto her arm, smirking. "I've polluted it. What are you going to do about it? Why are you so annoying? Did a donkey kick you in the head as a child, or did a door slam on it? Did Auntie forget to cut your umbilical cord when you were born, leading to a direct connection between your rectum and your brain?" Her incessant chatter was grating. Jiang Jijing leaned against her, almost brushing his shoulder against Jishu's. "Keep your distance. Is this your territory? Just because you tell me to leave, I shall. Am I so obedient to your whims? If you're unhappy, find another spot." Jiang Jijing's stubbornness rivaled Jishu's. "If you like it, then stay close." Jishu shot him a glance, settling back onto a small stool in the hot spring, focusing on soaking. Realizing she remained unfazed by his attempts to annoy her, Jiang Jijing felt a sudden disinterest and shifted away to create distance. Chapter 24, Nurturing Feelings. The snow fell from the sky, seemingly a bit heavier, as the surroundings froze over, with icicles hanging from the faux mountain bordering the hot spring. Snowflakes settled on both Jishu and Jiang Jijing's heads. As Jishu glanced at the person beside her, she recalled a strange remark made near the heavenly pool. To cherish each other until white-haired. Did the white snow on their heads signify that they had indeed aged together? Moments later, Jishu dismissed the thought with a scoff. Yitong rushed over in a bathrobe and witnessed the mutual disdain between the two. "Hey, Jiang Jijing, why don't you switch places with me? I feel a bit awkward soaking with Zhao Jinchang." Just as Jishu was about to shoo him away, an unexpected wave of nausea surged within her, causing her to turn her head invisibly pale. Jiang Jijing, noticing her distress, instinctively pulled her into his embrace, a surge of possessiveness washing over him. With a devilish grin, he peeked at Yitong. "That one do. I'm currently nurturing feelings with our Jishu. Why disrupt that? Tell Zhao Jinchang to enjoy himself alone." Yitong, momentarily dazed by Jiang Jijing's charm, snapped back to reality and retorted, "Come on, what can you possibly nurture with Jishu? You need to settle your personal grievances quickly, otherwise blood might splatter onto you. Have you never encountered someone who doesn't squabble with girls? Are you out of your mind?" Yitong glared before turning to leave. As soon as she departed, Jishu doubled over, clutching her chest as she retched, "Why am I suddenly feeling so unwell? It seems like soaking in the hot spring for too long is making me nauseous. Let us head back." Jishu clung to the edge of the pool as she struggled to climb out, squatting on the ground and unable to rise for quite a while, retching without producing anything. Jiang Jijing handed her a bathrobe, assisting her in putting it on. "Can you walk?" Jishu nodded silently, still covering her mouth, and hurried to the restroom. Once inside, she could no longer contain herself. Expelling everything she had eaten, after a considerable time, she slowly changed her clothes. Upon exiting, she found Jiang Jijing waiting outside, already changed and holding a cup of hot water. Seeing Jishu's pale face and reddened eyes, he recalled how she had been so spirited in the afternoon, now reduced to a fragile figure akin to a rose in the cold wind, easily bent. "Drink some." "Okay." Jishu took a few sips, gradually alleviating the acidity in her stomach. "Feeling any better?" "A bit." "I'm fine." On the way back, Jiang Jijing remained silent, supporting her arm as they made their way to their accommodation. Upon entering, he promptly switched off the room's cameras. Jishu, feeling utterly drained after vomiting, changed and prepared for bed. Jiang Jijing prepared a cup of milk and stood by the bed, asking, "Do you want to drink some milk?" "I don't want any." Jishu's voice was weak, lacking strength. Jiang Jijing squatted beside her. "Just a little. It will make you feel better." Finally, Jishu turned over, her gaze landing on the rich, fragrant milk in his hands. Accepting the cup, she took a few sips but soon found she could drink no more. "I don't want to drink anymore." "Alright, then." Jishu burrowed back under the covers. Nearly hiding her face, Jiang Zijing exited the room with half a cup of milk, intending to wash the cup in the kitchen. As he prepared to pour it out, he hesitated, feeling it would be a waste. With a slight bite of his lip, he swallowed hard. His lips brushed the rim of the cup as he drank the remaining milk. When he set the cup down, realization hit him. Did he truly need that half cup of milk? Or was it merely Jishu's leftover? How low must he sink to drink what she had discarded? Jiang Zijing stared at the milk cup, feeling a strange sensation arise, and quickly turned on the faucet to wash it thoroughly. Damn, the very spot where he had just drunk was where Jishu had sipped, their lips nearly touching. Jiang Zijing spent a considerable time washing the cup, repeating the action over a dozen times before finally ceasing. He filled a hot water bottle, turned off the living room lights, and headed to the bedroom. The room was dimly lit by a soft yellow sleep lamp, casting a warm glow. Jishu was curled up under the covers. A small mound evident. He placed the hot water bottle by her feet and slipped under the covers beside her, pulling the blanket until Jishu revealed a small portion of her face. Jishu opened her eyes, clearly not asleep, still feeling unwell. Her soft response was barely audible. Is your stomach still bothering you? I asked the doctor earlier. Gentle massaging might help. Would you like me to try? Will it work? I'm not sure. You're the one feeling unwell, right? Why not give it a shot? Jishu lowered her gaze, hesitating for a moment before turning around and shifting her body back against him. Settling against something before becoming still, Jiang Zijing focused on the back of her head, her long hair cascading down, some strands falling into his neck. He inched closer, wrapping an arm around her waist. Placing his hand gently on her stomach, where her discomfort lay, and began to rub softly. You're so cold. Jiang Zijing couldn't help but comment. I have this problem. I easily feel cold in winter. Jishu replied nonchalantly. Jiang Zijing softly affirmed, careful not to disturb her further, continuing to massage her abdomen gently. He was mindful of the pressure. After all, excessive force or frequency during pregnancy could potentially lead to complications. Jishu adjusted her pillow, slowly closing her eyes. The gentle touches on her stomach, coupled with Jiang Zijing's warm hand, seemed to alleviate much of her discomfort. After a while, noticing Jishu's lack of response, Jiang Zijing assumed she had fallen asleep and intended to stop. However, Jishu emitted a soft sound, sleepily pressing his hand to keep it in place, her palm resting on his hand. Don't stop. It feels so nice. Jiang Zijing gazed at Jishu, her dark hair sprawled across the pillow, and did not retract his hand this time. He pressed down with a thin layer of fabric against her abdomen. Providing warmth, the hand that had been resting beneath his head began to move, gently twirling a strand of Jishu's black hair around his fingers. Unable to find sleep, Jiang Zijing continued to comb through her hair, meticulously arranging it behind her, inhaling the faint scent of her body wash and shampoo that filled the air, delicate and light. Upon closer inspection, he could even detect a subtle hint of creamy sweetness. Chapter 25, an awkward moment. The final stop of their first trip was Yanji, the filming assistant trailing behind them sensed something unusual today. Usually these two would engage in playful banter or exchange frosty glares. But since morning, not a single word had passed between them. Jiang Zijing prepared steamed dumplings and soy milk for breakfast, while Jishu had retreated into her room. During breakfast, silence enveloped the table as they ate without exchanging a word. Eventually joining the group to board the vehicle upon arrival at their destination, even when together, they maintained a distance, leaving an entire lane of road between them, although they had bickered in the days prior. The atmosphere had been lively and unstrained, but now the air was thick with awkwardness, practically stamped with the word embarrassment. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, only for them to quickly avert their gazes. Jishu bought a pancake roll from a roadside vendor, filled with pickled radish, and found it quite delightful. The morning had been exceptionally uncomfortable for the two. Jishu lay with her head resting on Jiang Zijing's arm, nestled in his embrace. While this time she hadn't initiated the embrace, her legs were still draped over him, yet the situation felt even more precarious. One of Jiang Zijing's arms was draped over her waist, his hand resting on her stomach. Most importantly, while they were in a state of half-sleep, Jiang Zijing had inadvertently rubbed against her. The moment Jishu felt something amiss at her lower back, she instinctively reached out to investigate. In an instant, both of them were wide awake, springing apart, and since then, neither had dared to speak. Teacher Jiang and Teacher Ji, your primary task today is to visit various locations, take photos for keepsakes, and so forth. This is the activity list prepared by the production team for today. Jiang Zijing took the list and studied it for a while before nodding in acknowledgement. The journey resembled that of internet celebrities checking in at various spots. Unless absolutely necessary, the two maintained a complete silence with each other. The assistant following them was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Yuri not speaking. What are we supposed to film? Are we capturing the expanse of the Pacific Ocean between you? The assistant halted the filming and tentatively inquired if the two teachers were feeling unwell. Jishu shook her head, replying, "No, why do you ask? Because we require engaging material for editing, yet there is not a hint of communication between you two." Jishu and Jiang Jijing exchanged a glance, then quickly averted their eyes. "All right, we'll pay attention moving forward," Jiang Jijing affirmed with a nod. The assistant exhaled in relief, allowing the cameraman to resume recording. Jiang Jijing's method of reconciliation seemed surprisingly straightforward. Spotting a CAF by the roadside, she entered and purchased several cups of fruit tea. After distributing them to everyone, she casually walked over to Jishu's side to care for a drink. Jishu, still munching on a savory pancake, was aware they were still being filmed. Since Jiang Jijing had taken the initiative to speak, she might as well descend the steps gracefully. Furthermore, the morning incident had merely been an accident, and taking things too seriously would only make one appear foolish. Jiang Jijing now exuded confidence. If she were to act petty, it would only reveal her sensitivity, akin to a naive young girl. Jishu certainly could not afford to lose face. "Thank you." Upon hearing her acceptance, Jiang Jijing inserted a straw into the cup before handing it to Jishu. After finishing her pancake, Jishu cradled the warm fruit tea and sipped it leisurely. At noon, they discussed their plans for noodles, but Jishu had little appetite, opting instead for a light bowl of warm noodles. No sooner had they finished eating than they prepared to check in at the next location. Jishu stood up and excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, Jiang Jijing had already settled the bill, casually slinging her bag over her shoulder, which contained nothing more than her phone and lipstick, primarily serving as a mere accessory. "Let us go." Jishu observed her walking ahead, noting how adeptly she carried the bag. Did she frequently help young ladies with their bags? That was impossible. Jiang Jijing had no charm with women, as there were hardly any around her. Despite having a multitude of female fans over the years, Jiang Jijing had remained single, likely never having been in a relationship. This thought brought Jishu a smidgen of schadenfreude. Single dog. After a moment, she suddenly realized she was single too. No, being single was preferable. It afforded one a certain freedom. If being single were undesirable, her uncle, a man of considerable age, would not still be unwed, right? Clearly, the benefits were numerous. Exiting the CAF, she unexpectedly encountered a few familiar faces from next door, Sun Machi and Lu Yunheng. Jingu. Sun Machi greeted warmly upon seeing them. When Jishu emerged, she smiled and called out, "Sister Shu." Meanwhile, Lu Yunheng composedly addressed Jiang Teacher and Ji Teacher. Jishu and Jiang Jijing had entered the industry earlier than the two, and though they were older, they were not quite worthy of the esteemed title of teacher. Jiang Jijing nodded. "You're here too. I had no idea you were next door. Had I known, we could have eaten together." Jingu. "Where are you headed? Any more places to check in?" Jiang Jijing chuckled lightly. "Just finished eating, planning to take a leisurely stroll, then we can join you," Sun Machi exclaimed eagerly. Jishu leaned against the glass door at the back. Observing the conversation unfold, she retracted her earlier thoughts. Jiang Jijing clearly had a way with women, as evidenced by the way they gravitated toward her, eyes sparkling with admiration. "No, our schedules might not align. Let us meet later," Jishu interjected, turning to leave. Jiang Jijing glanced back, noticing Jishu's lack of movement, and with a resigned, playful smile, she reached out to take Jishu's hand, pulling her along. Jishu felt as though she were being dragged along against her will. "Can you cooperate a bit for the camera? Can't you see how couples hold hands when they're out? How are you supposed to play the girlfriend role?" Jishu chuckled lightly, but didn't retract her hand. One hand could slip into her down jacket pocket to keep warm, but with Jiang Jijing holding her other hand, even with gloves on, her fingers felt stiff. "Could you not pull me? We've never seen eye to eye." "There is no need for this mutual torment. My hand is cold." Jishu couldn't help but voice her discomfort. Jiang Jijing paused, glanced at their joined hands, pondered for a moment, and then promptly stuffed Jishu's hand into her pocket. "Now isn't this better?" Jishu stared down for quite some time. This was indeed overly intimate. The sacrifices made for filming a variety show were substantial. In any other circumstance, she could convince herself that with a different male actor, it was merely acting, a professional endeavor, but now, upon glancing at Jiang Jijing's face, she felt utterly disadvantaged. The situation left an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Once again, she lamented her dedication to her craft. To be hand in hand with a rival, even sharing a bed for a show, was a significant sacrifice. Chapter 26. CP can be obscure but not sinister. The two NT walked long before they arrived at the folk culture park to try on traditional Korean attire for photos. Jishu gazed at the multitude of costumes, her eyes nearly overwhelmed. The selection was remarkably diverse, even including children's clothing. As she scanned the array, unable to decide, she was caught in a dilemma. Jiang Jijing selected a blue traditional outfit, while Jishu was still undecided. Are you experiencing a worsening case of indecision? They all look quite similar, just grab one. Jiang Jijing genuinely couldn't understand the complexities of a girl's choices. To him, all the garments appeared quite alike, save for slight variations in color. What do you know? Stay away from me, Jishu retorted, disinterested in his comments. Ultimately, she selected a pink outfit and a light blue one. Yet once again found herself at an impasse, glancing back and forth. Jiang Jijing picked up the light blue outfit. This one then. You want me to choose this, so I'll choose the other, Jishu declared defiantly. Taking the pink outfit and departing with the staff, Jiang Jijing chuckled, fully aware of Jishu's personality. The light blue was too pale, while the pink was far more appealing. Jiang Jijing changed into his attire as well. The makeup artist was behind Jishu, applying her makeup and styling her hair. After applying lipstick, Jishu gently pressed her lips together. The makeup was quite subtle, with soft pink blush complementing the pink traditional outfit, making her resemble a youthful maiden. Jishu's long hair was braided down her back, and the makeup artist secured the ends with ribbons. Teacher Ji truly suits this outfit. Jishu was holding a small mirror, intending to tone down the lipstick color. When she smiled, anyone can look like a fairy in this attire. It's not just me, man, would you like to choose an outfit as well? Jishu called to the assistant filming beside her. The assistant, suddenly addressed, smiled shyly. Maybe not, I wouldn't look good in it. Who says? Give it a try, go pick one. The makeup artist can help you with your makeup too, Jishu encouraged. The young girl's face flushed instantly, and the makeup artist chimed in, go on, I haven't tidied up my things yet. Well, I'll try. The girl, somewhat bashful, went off to select an outfit. Jishu carefully lifted her skirt as she walked, cautious not to trip. Jiang Jijing had already changed, holding a decorative paper fan, rhythmically tapping it against his palm. He mused to himself about how long it took girls to change and apply makeup. Suddenly the curtain before him was drawn aside, and Jishu emerged, delicately holding her skirt and slightly bending forward. As she raised her eyes, they met Jiang Jijing's gaze directly. Jiang Jijing was captivated by her petite face, accustomed to her casual demeanor, now transformed into a mesmerizing vision akin to an enchanting fox. He stood momentarily entranced, unable to look away, his fan ceasing its rhythm. Jishu smoothed her dress at her chest and glanced at Jiang Jijing, who appeared dazed, unsure of what to do. She lifted her skirt and continued walking outside. Come on, don't dawdle, it's wasting time. Jiang Jijing snapped back to reality with a grunt, somewhat annoyed at his earlier foolishness, and followed her outside. Jishu walked ahead, sunlight illuminating her figure, her hair accessories shimmering brilliantly. The hem of her traditional attire flared wide, yet her slender waist was still visible, delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand. Jishu strolled, searching for a suitable spot for photos, eventually stopping beneath an eave. Tilting her head slightly, she had several heat packs taped to her body but still felt a chill. The fabric of the outfit was thin and offered little warmth. Jishu shielded her eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jijing, with his camera, adjusted settings, and captured the moment. Jishu stood in a sunlit spot, and perhaps the warmth felt pleasant. She gently closed her eyes, her lips curving into a smile. Once more, Jiang Jijing found himself instinctively pressing the shutter. Afterward, he glanced down at the two photos, finding himself smiling gently as well. Jiang Jijing, can you hurry up? Of course, the moment was somewhat marred. Jishu frowned at the distant figure coming. Jiang Jijing interrupted, felt a twinge of irritation, responding curtly, quickly shoot. Jishu struck a casual pose, lifting her skirt, her face adorned with a perfunctory smile as she looked at him. Oh, Jiang Jijing casually pressed the shutter of her camera while Jishu, in a flurry of poses, was being photographed without any genuine effort from Jiang Jijing. Alright, it's your turn now, Jishu declared, stepping closer to take the camera from Jiang Jijing's hands. She couldn't muster the energy to care about how Jiang Jijing had captured her likeness. After all, none of the previous shots had turned out flattering. Yet, upon glancing at the screen, she was dismayed to find that the photo was so blurred that her face was unrecognizable. Jishu felt a wave of frustration wash over her, especially as she realized that she had been equally unkind in her photography of Jiang Jijing. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Jiang Jijing had somehow appeared to shrink to a mere 5 feet 5 in the images. Jishu attempted various awkward angles, yet each photo emerged unflatteringly. Yes, open the fan, don't block your face, looking good, keep it going. Jishu lied effortlessly, her eyes betraying no hint of her deceit. The few shots of Jiang Jijing that she had taken were mostly of her profile, and she hadn't bothered to adjust the focus. If it was blurry, so be it, why bother making her nemesis look stunning? Once they had both feigned enthusiasm for the shoot, they prepared to leave. However, the production team was not about to let them off the hook so easily. The filming assistant, now clad in a new outfit, cheerfully announced, "Ladies, you both need to collaborate for a few more shots. And this time our talented photographer will be taking them." Jisoo nodded. "Fine, let us make it quick. Now, both of you move a little closer. Yes, let us capture some eye contact. Feel free to pose as you wish." The assistant encouraged. Jisoo casually shifted her stance, adjusting her skirt when she heard Jiang Jijing call her name. Jisoo's chin was playfully lifted by the fan, prompting an unexpected gaze between the two that the camera immortalized in that moment. After finishing the shoot, they changed outfits. Upon emerging, they heard the assistant's astonished voice. "This one is truly captivating. It conveys a sense of mutual provocation, yet deep affection, a love-hate relationship." Unable to resist, Jisoo approached to take a look. It was the moment when Jiang Jijing had lifted her chin with the fan. Their faces were devoid of expression, but their eyes were defiant. "Love, more like a rivalry. Have you been watching too many dramas?" Jisoo lightly tapped the assistant's head. "No, I just think it's quite evocative. I love it. Once the show airs, I'm going to make it my wallpaper, and I bet there will be countless fans of our pairing." "What? A pairing can be niche, but it mustn't be bizarre. Have you lost your mind over Jiang Jijing?" Jisoo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Chapter 27, Uncle. As soon as the photoshoot concluded, their tasks were complete, and they were to return to the assembly point. Jisoo and Jiang Jijing listened as the director wrapped up the first episode's recording. "Everyone, please tidy up. Your return flights have been booked. Make sure to rest well tonight, and you can head back tomorrow." The director's words rang true, but some artists with tighter schedules had already flown home early. Jisoo checked her phone, responding to messages from her manager and her uncle. Seated in the car, she called her uncle. "I've finished recording." "What? You're here?" "I'm in the car." "Oh, got it." Jisoo hung up, her head drooping in dismay. Jiang Jijing, seated beside her, casually inquired, "What's wrong?" "My uncle has arrived. He said he is here to pick me up." "Uncle when is here?" Jiang Jijing asked. Once they returned to the cabin, Jisoo quickly packed her belongings, which consisted mostly of clothes. Struggling to close her suitcase, "Should I take you there?" "No need. I've sent him my location. He should be arriving soon." Jiang Jijing stood nearby, watching as Jisoo hoisted her suitcase. "Uncle Wen really cares about you." Jisoo merely hummed in response, adjusting her scarf as she prepared to leave. The flowers in the yard were still blooming vibrantly, and Jisoo paused to glance at the little courtyard. Thinking she might never return, lost in thought, she turned to the person not far behind her. "Are you leaving with the crew's flight later?" "I'm heading back tomorrow." Jisoo nodded. "Then I'll take my leave." She adjusted her scarf to cover half her face and stepped outside. The cold air hit her immediately as she spotted a black Cayenne parked nearby and hurried toward it. The driver stepped out to place her suitcase in the trunk. Jisoo opened the car door and settled in. Liwan, clad in a dark patterned suit, with defined features and an upright posture, exuded an air of sophistication as he perused documents on his tablet. He merely remarked, "Buckle up," acknowledging the commotion around him. Jisoo fastened her seatbelt and asked, "Uncle, aren't you busy with work? Why did you come here?" "Not busy," he replied lightly. Jisoo struggled to find another topic. Settling into the silence, since starting university, she had moved out of her family home. A few months ago, after being caught skydiving abroad, Liwan had chastised her and confiscated her passport, forbidding her from engaging in such risky activities. They had argued fiercely, and although they maintained routine check-ins, their relationship had grown somewhat strained. Jisoo understood that her uncle's action stemmed from concern, yet her nature resisted confinement, having always obeyed him as a child. She was unwilling to compromise this time. The private jet took off directly. Once aboard, Jisoo wrapped herself in a blanket and fell asleep, only waking upon landing. The roar of takeoff and landing filled her ears as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. Spotting her uncle still seated upright in the aisle, diligently handling work, how could he claim not to be busy? Jisoo dared not mention her pregnancy in front of her uncle, for her own safety and that of Jiang Jijing. Thus she resolved to handle the matter discreetly. The car stopped outside the airport. "You should stay at the old house for a few days. Your grandfather hasn't seen you in a while." Jisoo replied, somewhat disgruntled. "He doesn't like me. Why should I go? Just do what you need to do. You don't have to worry about the rest." In the plane's restroom, Jisoo changed into a simple t-shirt and shorts. The car wound around the mountain roads, finally stopping at the lodge after over an hour. Jisoo had always disliked coming here, and her aversion only grew with age. "I have a call to make. You go greet your grandfather first." Jisoo nodded. Now aware that dusk was settling in, she gazed at the sunset, instinctively placing her hand on her lower abdomen, feeling nothing yet, walking through the corridor. A servant led her to the backyard, where her grandfather was absorbed in a game of chess. Grandfather Jisoo stood obediently to the side. The elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with the collar buttoned tightly, had meticulously combed silver hair neatly back. Since her parents' passing, Jishu had always referred to him as grandfather, a mere formality that held little weight for her. Little Shu, here to keep your grandfather company for a game? He lifted his gaze. Jishu was hardly versed in international chess. She might manage 5 in a row. Considering the dwindling light, perhaps we should continue tomorrow, Jishu suggested. The elderly man paused, acknowledging the time. Little Zhang will take you for dinner. Aren't you eating? As he stood, a nearby attendant swiftly offered support. I'll pass. I'll stay here for the night. Your room has always been prepared. All right, grandfather. Jishu waited until the attendant reached the door, only to hear him add, young ladies should pay attention to their attire. Don't dress so carelessly. You've inherited none of your mother's sensibilities. Jishu remained unfazed by the comment, only breathing a sigh of relief once he departed. Miss, this way, please. The young master has given prior notice that dinner is ready, the attendant said politely. Okay. Once seated, Jishu found her appetite lacking, wondering how long her uncle's call would last as she picked up her chopsticks to serve herself. Miss, the young master has yet to be seated, the attendant's voice interrupted her, devoid of warmth. Jishu felt deflated by the interruption. Returning to the old house was always laden with rules. She set down her chopsticks, resigned to sit quietly. After 20 minutes, Li Wen finally arrived, having changed into a different outfit. Why didn't you start eating? I waited for you. Jishu reluctantly picked up her chopsticks and sampled the food she had previously eyed, swallowing it without savoring the taste. Li Wen glanced at his sulking niece, recognizing her displeasure. He turned to the attendant beside him. There is no need for so many formalities with Shu. She doesn't reside here regularly. Yes, I will remember what the young master has said. Jishu was aware that the household staff were all firmly aligned with her grandfather, since he disapproved of her. The rest of the household treated her just as coldly. Fortunately, Jishu was indifferent to their opinions. With little appetite, she set her chopsticks down after a few bites. Is this enough to fill you? I am a bit tired, not very hungry. Then go rest. In Chapter 28, uneasy Jishu lay in the old house's bed, the room undeniably clean, a testament to daily upkeep, yet she felt no fondness for the place. Once upon a time, when her parents were still around, they would occasionally bring her here. Each time, she would timidly cling to her mother's leg, hiding behind her. This day, she vividly remembers her grandfather's expression back then. One of disdain. Jishu let out a faint sigh. If he disliked her, so be it. After all, she still had her uncle. That night, Jishu was awakened by the cold. The wind howled as it swept in from outside. Rising, she closed the window and drew the curtains. A glance at the clock revealed it was only midnight. Once awake, she found it hard to drift back to sleep. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees. In the solitude of the night, her thoughts drifted back to the previous evening, when her stomach had ached and Jiang Jijing had gently rubbed her belly with tender warmth. Jishu was uncertain of her emotions at that moment. After all, she was still at the old residence. Having risen early that morning, after washing up, she chose a lovely white dress before heading downstairs. The elderly man was just getting up, seated at the dining table, preparing for breakfast. Good morning, Grandpa. The old man looked at Jishu's attire with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Up so early? You young folks usually enjoy sleeping in. She wished to keep him company over breakfast. Indeed, you've grown up and become more understanding. Li Wen descended the stairs, a suit jacket draped over his arm, his expression bland. Good morning. Are you heading to work soon? Wen. Yes, the company is busy. The old man interjected. Your uncle is occupied. Let little Shu stay here and keep this old man company. Jishu smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll play chess with Grandpa later. Li Wen raised an eyebrow, looking at her. You know how to play chess? Surely, uncle, you underestimate me. I often engage in self-cultivation. The old man laughed heartily. Look at you. Your niece has outsmarted you. Later, Grandpa and little Shu will have a match. After Li Wen left for work, Jishu accompanied him to the door. Biting her lip, she quietly asked, Uncle, will you be back tonight? I'm scared being alone here. Li Wen's eyes darkened a bit as he fastened his cuff buttons. I'll return once I finish my work. Tomorrow, I'll take you home. Jishu nodded vigorously. Then please be safe, Uncle. As Li Wen observed the girl's face, he noticed it brightening with joy. You needn't force yourself to please others. You are you, not your sister. There is no need to placate him. Jishu watched as her uncle's car drove away, slowly making her way back to the villa. Her grandfather could never have imagined that such a well-behaved daughter would one day defy his wishes and marry. Not returning home for 3 whole years, ultimately choosing her husband over her father. How much did her grandfather truly cherish Jishu? She even knew that he harbored resentment towards her and her father. Jishu had only recently learned the basics of chess the night before, and she was no match for the cunning old man. After losing 3 consecutive games, her composure began to falter. The old man chuckled. Little Shu is still quite young, Grandpa, you're being too unfair, you've been playing for years. Jishu sighed. I remember your mother also took a long time to learn. She would lose to me right away and eventually resorted to tricks. Hearing her mother's name from her grandfather always rendered Jishu silent, watching as he fell into reminiscence, then into sorrow. As expected, before long, the old man lost interest and sent her away. After leaving the tea room, Jishu knew her grandfather would likely avoid seeing her for the rest of the day. She resembled her mother. Her grandfather looked at her to catch a glimpse of his daughter, but Jishu was merely herself, not anyone else. In the afternoon, she strolled through the courtyard, admiring the flowers. Then headed to the orchard to pick some fruit, lounging comfortably in a deck chair. It wasn't until evening that Sister Zhang came looking for her. Little miss, why did you come here? I had a hard time finding you. Jishu smiled, thinking to herself that if they could find her so easily, could she not enjoy a peaceful afternoon? The young master has returned and asked for you. Alright. Li1 was in the study. Having removed his suit jacket and rolled his sleeves up casually. What's the situation with this variety show? I accepted it as a favor to the director, but it's all staged. And I'm paired with Jiang Jijing, that boy from the Jiang family. Liwen pondered. You know, I've been at odds with him since childhood. What could possibly happen? I think you should be more concerned about us getting into a fight on the show. I may not interfere with your work, but you must be prudent. If there is trouble, just let me know. Okay, uncle, you can rest easy. How's the apartment? If it's not suitable, you can move back in with me. No problem. I find it quite comfortable here. It's close to the company, and since I have to run around for announcements, I won't be here for long. Besides, I've already been living with you for quite some time. Haven Ti, it's probably hindering your search for a girlfriend. Jishu immediately became playful. Li1 glanced over. My search for a girlfriend is none of your concern. Jishu pressed on. Uncle, I'm not joking. Remember when you used to take care of me? Once you have a brother or sister, I can help you look after them. Liwen chuckled. Then I must keep them under strict control. I can't have you corrupting them, not at all. I'm very well behaved. Jishu managed to mend her relationship with her uncle unilaterally, even though she had been quite upset when he had scolded her before. But now her uncle seemed less irksome. He had always treated her well. After her parents' passing, it was her uncle who took care of her, a teenager himself, still a child, balancing school while looking after her. Concerned that she might be bullied by the household staff at the old residence, her uncle had taken her to live elsewhere. Recalling those years left a bittersweet ache in Jishu's heart. After 2 days at the old residence, she was finally able to leave. After dining with her uncle that evening, Jishu returned to her apartment. On the way back, she thought about how she would indulge in a 2-day slumber. Sleeping until noon. In the hallway, she received a call from Jiang Jijing. They hadn't been in contact for the past couple of days, so she wondered what he wanted at this hour. What's up? He inquired from the other end. Are you free to talk? I'm in the hallway, just about to head back to the apartment. You're not with Uncle Li, are you? No, that's good. I'm on my way to drop something off for you. I was worried you wouldn't be home to let me in. Jiang Jijing chuckled. Even if I'm at home, I might not let you in. Hey now, that's not very considerate. Jishu hurriedly opened the door to her home, abruptly hanging up the call. As she entered, the sound-activated lights flickered on, while changing her shoes. She paused, noticing the meticulous arrangement. She had rushed out earlier, seemingly throwing her shoes aside, yet now they appeared so orderly. Confused, she wandered into the living room and saw the cushions on the sofa neatly arranged against the backrest. She was typically disorganized, often tossing cushions aside without a second thought. A sense of unease began to stir within her. The room's door was closed, and upon pushing it open, darkness enveloped her. Chapter 29, I love you so much. Jishu turned on the light in her room, standing at the door and gazing at the few pieces of clothing thrown on the bed, remnants of her hurried departure. She dared not step inside. Merely standing at the threshold, already feeling a wave of fear wash over her, perhaps it was a woman's intuition, Jishu sensed that something must have happened at home during her absence. Though she typically acted carefree and unruly, her memory was sharp, and the orderly shoe rack and neatly placed cushions hinted at something amiss. Taking a step back, she felt compelled to leave the house. At that moment, her phone vibrated slightly in her hand. The sudden sound broke the silence of the room, startling Jishu, but she was grateful for the small tremor that helped her regain her composure. She glanced at the message from Jiang Jijing. I'm downstairs at your place. Open the door. If I knock and disturb your neighbors, I won't take responsibility. The tone reeked of mischief. Jishu was in no mood for idle chit-chat, hastily typing back, something seems off at my place. After sending the message, she turned towards the door, her movements anxious, clutching her phone tightly. Jishu, just as she reached the entrance. A low male voice unexpectedly called out. Jishu spun around, her eyes widening in shock as she saw a stranger standing at the door, leaning against the frame gazing at her. Who are you? Jishu exclaimed, retreating until her back pressed against the door handle, one hand slipping behind her to engage the internal lock. The man advanced slowly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you, stay right there, Jishu cried out in terror. The man complied. Alright, I won't move. Don't be scared, I'm so fond of you, how could I ever hurt you? Jiang Jijing had just parked his car and was about to head upstairs when he noticed Jishu's message. The items in his hand dropped to the ground as he sprinted towards her home. Replying urgently, what's wrong? Get out of the house, don't stay inside, I'm coming right now. As his phone vibrated again, Jishu caught a glimpse of it, cursing under her breath. She thought, is Jiang Jijing trying to make things worse? Not far away, a man fixated his gaze upon Jishu's face, evidently oblivious to the mobile phone she held. How did you get in? He asked. Xiao Shu, I have missed you so much during your absence. I think of you daily. Do you know that? The man's expression was filled with longing. Jishu contemplated that Jiang Jijing had likely deduced something and would soon arrive. Her immediate priority was to ensure her safety. She needed to open the door and escape without being pursued by this man. Xiao Shu, I have liked you for a long time. I have sent you messages every day. I truly adore you. I have watched all the shows you starred in. You were stunning both on and off the screen. Your home is quite messy, but do not worry, I have tidied it up for you. I did not touch your room. Your clothes are neatly laid out on the bed, and I could not bear to disturb them. For these past few days, I have slept with your clothes in my arms. And they smelled so delightful each night, I held them as if I were holding you. The man spoke, seemingly entranced, embracing the air with a look of bliss. A chill ran down Jishu's spine. And her hand, which had been hidden behind her back, slowly moved to the doorknob. Jiang Jijing, unable to wait for the elevator, sprinted up the stairs to Jishu's door, panting heavily. Why hasn't Jishu come out yet? Xiao Shu, please don't be afraid. Come here, will you? I will treat you well. I love you so much. I just wish to see you, dear. Jishu had begun to turn the doorknob slowly. At that moment, the man suddenly became alert, eyeing her hand behind her back, his expression twisting in alarm. What are you doing? Jishu swiftly twisted the doorknob and dashed outside. As soon as she stepped out, she collided with Jiang Jijing's embrace. Jiang Jijing steadied her, having been about to ring the doorbell. There is someone at my house. Jishu grasped his arm, turning to glance back inside. Jiang Jijing also spotted the man who had followed them to the door. Why is he here? Xiao Shu, why is he here? Did he come to trouble you? You despise him so much. The man looked at Jiang Jijing in terror. Jiang Jijing stepped back a few paces, shielding Jishu with his body. This action seemed to infuriate the man. Don't touch her. Who permitted you to lay a hand on her? Xiao Shu, come here. Don't you hate him? If you come to me, I will protect you well. Call the police, Jishu urged, gripping Jiang Jijing's arm. Jishu, I love you so much. Why are you treating me this way? Why are you hiding behind him? The man's face contorted with rage, his fury directed at the filthy whore. Why are you hiding behind him? Why are you treating me like this? With that, the man lunged forward, pulling a fruit knife from his pocket and lunging at Jiang Jijing. Be careful, Jishu exclaimed. In an instant, Jiang Jijing seized the man's wrist and delivered a kick to his knee. The man winced in pain, his leg buckling, while Jiang Jijing pressed down on his shoulder, twisting his arm and forcing him to the ground. Jishu hurriedly snatched the fruit knife from the man's grasp. Jiang Jijing appeared remarkably calm. Jishu, call the police. Okay. The man continued to hurl a stream of profanities as soon a neighbor opened their door, astonished by the scene. Jishu smiled and explained, then returned to her room to fetch tape. Unceremoniously wrapping it around the man's mouth several times, and together with Jiang Jijing, they bound his hands behind his back. Throughout the process, Jishu remained remarkably composed, drawing several unusual glances from Jiang Jijing. The police arrived swiftly, escorting the man away and requesting that they visit the station to give their statements. Jiang Jijing, having a car, drove Jishu there. What did you bring me? Fruits and some dumplings and wontons my mother made. Oh, Jishu replied softly. Weren't you scared just now? Jiang Jijing finally asked. It was okay, I was a bit frightened, but luckily I was clever enough not to enter the room, otherwise I might not have escaped. Jishu reflected, grateful that her usual disarray had allowed her to notice the subtle anomaly. So being messy has its advantages, she reassured herself. Chapter 30. The fright. The report was taken by 2 police officers, one male and one female, both staring intently at Jishu and Jiang Jijing. After stating their names, the female officer inquired, you are celebrities, right? What a coincidence to run into each other. Jiang Jijing replied, I was delivering something to her and happened to come across this. The female officer nodded. That is quite a coincidence. You certainly have a keen eye for such subtle situations. Jishu offered an awkward smile. The male officer remained silent for a while before speaking. I remember you two had a rather poor relationship, didn't you? Clearly, this comment was ill-timed, and following it, both Ji Shu and Jiang Jijing fell silent. Jiang Jijing cleared his throat and remarked, "That's just how things are in our industry. Everything is an act." Ji Shu thought to herself, who was acting? We clearly dislike each other, after sufficient questions had been posed. The female officer asked, "What is your relationship, colleagues or friends?" They both replied simultaneously. The female officer pressed further, "What kind of relationship, exactly, friends, colleagues?" Ji Shu glared at Jiang Jijing, frustrated that he seemed intent on opposing her. Finally Jiang Jijing spoke, "We are both colleagues and friends." Ji Shu had surveillance footage from her home, which she was currently transferring to the computer. As they stood by watching, she observed as the man effortlessly opened her door and entered her bedroom. She watched him embrace her clothes, rubbing his face against them, and then, in a trance-like state, he began dancing around the room with her long dress, humming a tune. That night, he lay on Ji Shu's bed, even rummaging through her wardrobe for intimate garments, inhaling their scent with a sense of obsession. As the footage continued, a collective pallor descended upon the group. The officer swiftly skipped over that segment, suggesting they first review the events that had just transpired. When Ji Shu pushed the door open and entered, the man heard the noise and quickly hid beneath the bed. The surveillance displayed Ji Shu crossing the living room, pushing the door open. Standing at the threshold, the man lay just beneath the bed, only a few steps away. Had Ji Shu been a bit more oblivious and ventured into the room, no one could predict what might have happened. Ji Shu, initially unfazed, now felt a genuine chill run down her back, a strong sense of foreboding washing over her. Jiang Jijing placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, softly saying, "It's all right now." Ji Shu inexplicably felt a touch more at ease. After the commotion, it was getting late. We have understood the basic situation. We will notify you at the earliest opportunity once we have further results. Tomorrow, we will inspect your house. It is best not to stay there tonight. Alright. As Ji Shu settled into Jiang Jijing's car, a wave of agitation washed over her. Why am I so unlucky to encounter a pervert? The security in your neighborhood is indeed lacking. I have been let in twice without issue. The property management is also inadequate. Perhaps you should consider moving elsewhere. Given the incident, Ji Shu dared not remain in that apartment, and merely contemplating her bed or those clothes made her feel nauseated and grimy. How about you stay at my place for the night? Jiang Jijing suggested while waiting at a traffic light. Ji Shu turned to him. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot my ID. Are you suggesting I go back? Ji Shu immediately shook her head. She wanted nothing more than to be away from that house. This was Ji Shu's first visit to Jiang Jijing's home, a two-bedroom, one living room apartment, with one main bedroom and another room for miscellaneous items. Pouring herself a glass of water, she turned to the person behind her. Would you like some water? The Ji Shu shook her head. Make yourself at home. There is a bathroom inside, and I just changed the sheets and duvet this morning. It's clean. You can sleep in the bed. What about you? At the hostel, she could confidently sleep in a bed, but now, given that she was in Jiang Jijing's home, she felt different. After all, he had helped her considerably tonight. She wouldn't have managed alone. I'll sleep on the sofa, but if you want to share the bed with me, that's fine too, Jiang Jijing said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Ji Shu recognized his teasing nature and turned to enter the room. Jiang Jijing followed her inside, rummaging through the wardrobe. I don't have any pajamas that would fit you. Would a t-shirt work? Sure. Jiang Jijing also found a pair of shorts and retrieved a new towel and toothbrush from the cabinet. The body wash is for men, so you'll have to make do. Alright. Jiang Jijing left the room, kindly closing the door behind him. Ji Shu stood by the bed, clutching the clothes, compared to her own living space. Jiang Jijing's home was impeccably tidy. After washing up, she emerged wearing oversized clothing that hung loosely on her frame. Jiang Jijing had finished showering as well and was leisurely sprawled on the sofa beneath a blanket. All done, get some rest, he said, noticing her still standing silently by the sofa. Jiang Jijing lifted his gaze to her and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Shu bit her lip but remained silent. Jiang Jijing sat up and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you afraid to sleep alone?" Ji Shu turned and headed back to the room. Who was afraid? Jiang Jijing chuckled, reaching the door. Ji Shu did not turn around, gripping the hem of her clothes with a conflicted expression. Jiang Jijing then heard her murmur, "Thank you for tonight." The words were barely audible, yet Jiang Jijing heard them distinctly. After a moment of surprise, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Please speak louder." Subsequent to his response was the resounding slam of a door. Jiang Jijing furrowed her brow. Her temper evidently quite formidable. Whose door was it that was being smashed? I wonder, will they compensate for the damage? Jiang Jijing cast aside her phone, resting her hand behind her head, her mind replaying the surveillance footage she had witnessed not long ago. Jishu stood at the threshold of the room, while that deranged individual lurked beneath the bed. In a fit of agitation, that lunatic had drawn a fruit knife from his person and lunged at them. Had Jishu truly entered the bedroom, no one could fathom what might have transpired. The mere thought sent a shiver down Jiang Jijing's spine, and she exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, Jishu, sprawled on an unfamiliar bed, found herself utterly unable to sleep. The sheets and duvet were immaculate, even imbued with the refreshing scent of laundry detergent. The bed was indeed spacious, not overly soft, yet not excessively firm, but regardless of her efforts, slumber eluded her each time she closed her eyes. Vivid images from the surveillance footage flooded her mind, the figure of that man looming before her. The inability to sleep left her susceptible to distractions, and she soon realized she was hungry, an undeniable sensation that demanded to be addressed. During dinner with her uncle, she had little appetite, consuming only a morsel, and considering her intention to diet, she had refrained from eating much. Yet after the night's upheaval, hunger gnawed at her relentlessly, akin to a thirst that could not be quenched. Her mind fixated on the refreshing relief of drinking water, with a sigh of annoyance. Jishu threw aside the covers and sat up, casting a glance at the closed door. She wondered if there were any provisions in Jiang Jijing's home and whether venturing out might disturb his slumber. Perhaps it would be best to sleep. After all, if she fell asleep, hunger would no longer plague her. A few minutes later, clad in ill-fitting men's slippers, she stood at the door and pulled it open. The living room was dimly lit, the light from the room spilling into the hallway. Jishu merely intended to rummage through the refrigerator for a little something to appease her hunger. Chapter 31, Insomnia. As the door swung open, Jiang Jijing, reclining on the sofa, stirred awake. Though this sofa was considerably larger than those found in inns, the events of the night had left him restless. In the dim light, he heard the sound of deliberately muted footsteps, soon catching sight of Jishu's silhouette making her way to the refrigerator. As she opened the fridge door, light illuminated her face, her long hair cascading down as she stared blankly at the empty interior. This refrigerator was even cleaner than Jishu's countenance. Upon turning around, she was startled to find someone seated on the couch. Instinctively retreating a few steps, her heart racing as she recognized him. You nearly scared me to death. Are you hungry? Jiang Jijing's voice was slightly hoarse from sleep as he approached her. A little, Jishu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Jiang Jijing flicked on the living room light. Dumplings or wontons? I just returned home today, and my mother made these to send to you, but I ended up bringing them back. Wontons. As Jiang Jijing retrieved them from the freezer, he remarked, I was going to deliver them to you, but look at that, now you're here. Jishu followed him, observing as he prepared to boil the wontons. Her attire was rather loose, the neckline slightly oversized, and her attention was focused on the wontons. Oblivious to the fact that one of her shoulders was nearly exposed, Jiang Jijing averted his gaze, stirring the pot with a hint of embarrassment. Did you visit home these past few days? Yes, I stayed at the old house for a few days. Jiang Jijing recalled her grandfather, whose demeanor was quite difficult to endure. Did he give you the cold shoulder again? Jishu's expression remained impassive. He's just overly fond of my mother, which is why he doesn't like me. It's not as if I live with him every day. I hardly see him throughout the year. Oh right, what are your plans regarding that lunatic? Jishu lowered her gaze, contemplating. I'll handle it privately. It can't come to light. My uncle would find out, and if he knew I encountered such trouble, he'd definitely insist I move back in with him. I've only just managed to move out. Liwen was overly concerned for his niece, having doted on her since childhood, treating her as if she were fragile. Aren't you going to inform your manager? Jishu shook her head. If I tell her, she'll undoubtedly make a fuss about it, trying to capitalize on it for publicity. It's best to keep quiet. Jiang Jijing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her decision. As they conversed, the wontons were ready. Jishu sat at the dining table, spoon in hand, gazing at the fragrant wontons before her. I'll have a taste. After taking a bite, a smile graced her face. Your mother's culinary skills are exceptional. They've always been this delicious. After her parents passed away, Jishu had moved out with Liwen, being a student himself. Liwen struggled to balance his studies with caring for her, leading to a lack of comprehensive attention. As a young man, he was less meticulous about clothing and food. Jiang Jijing's mother had been best friends with Jishu's mother, having grown up together, and thus had always shown her affection. Until she reached adulthood, all her clothing and shoes had been selected by Jiang's mother, and Jishu frequently dined at their home. She was well aware of Jiang's mother's culinary prowess. As Jishu buried her head in the wontons, nostalgia washed over her, reminiscent of the time spent feasting at their home. Aside from Jiang Jijing, who was rather unpleasant, his parents were genuinely kind individuals. Is it good? Jiang Jijing inquired, observing her eating habits, which were far from graceful. Jishu finished the last spoonful of broth, patting her stomach in satisfaction. I'll leave this here, I'll wash it tomorrow. She was aware that it was getting late, taking the empty bowl back to the kitchen while saying, you can leave it, I'll wash it when I get up tomorrow. Jishu had thought that after satisfying her hunger, sleep would come easily. However, she found herself even more awake. The lights in the room were too daunting to extinguish. Initially she felt little, but as the night deepened, her senses heightened, and thoughts of the surveillance footage persisted in her mind. Lying in bed, her body felt tense, the fear of someone emerging from beneath the bed gnawing at her. Thus she endured until dawn. Gradually succumbing to sleepiness, Jiang Zijing awoke lazily around 10, accustomed to sleeping in when there was no work. After washing up in the bathroom, he prepared to return to his room to change clothes. He quietly opened the door, finding Jishu curled up in a ball on the bed, tucked beneath the covers, blissfully asleep. The lights in the room were still on, and Jiang Zijing turned them off. Silently observing the person nestled under the blanket, finally, he gathered his clothes and exited the room. Jishu did not awaken until noon, glancing at the clock to find it was already 12 o'clock. Having endured a restless night, her head throbbed, and her eyes were too heavy to open. Yet, as she was not at home, she had to visit the police station. After washing up in the bathroom, she realized her clothes from the previous night were unwearable, wrinkled from sleep. As she opened the door, she heard Jiang Zijing's voice. Awake, I was about to come and call you. I ordered takeout. Don't you have work today? No, I'm off. Jishu pulled out a chair and sat down, eyeing the dishes on the table. You may eat less, but you still need to replenish some nutrition. Otherwise, your body won't handle it. Have some soup? I tasted it. The flavor is light. Alright. Jiang Zijing served a bowl of chicken soup before Jishu. Since becoming pregnant, she had developed a sensitivity to fishy flavors and rarely indulged in meat dishes. Though she did not particularly want to drink the soup, the eager gaze of Jiang Zijing compelled her to relent. Setting aside past grievances, Jiang Zijing had indeed been quite considerate toward her lately, though she was acutely aware that it was largely due to the child she carried. Jishu lowered her head, sipping the soup slowly. These dishes are quite spicy. You should try some too. Jishu continued to eat, only managing to finish half a bowl of rice before stopping. My cat eats more than you do, Jiang Zijing remarked, unable to contain himself. Jishu thought to herself that she was already being considerate. She typically consumed far less. Can I look for some clothes in your wardrobe? I need to head back. Help yourself. Or with permission granted, Jishu opened Jiang Zijing's wardrobe, hands on her hips, standing beside it. After a moment of selection, she found a gray shirt and cargo pants. The outfit was rather oversized on her. Jishu decided to tie the hem of the shirt around her waist, extracting a belt from the crumpled clothes of the previous day, which fit perfectly on her pants. After a quick tidy up, she felt it suited her well enough. After all, with good looks, one could make even a sack appear appealing. Jishu then chose a black cap to wear atop her head. Perfect. Chapter 32. Your home is merely a 2-star hotel, Jiang Zijing observed as Jishu emerged from the bedroom. The hem of her shirt tied in a knot, accentuating her slender waist. Jishu bent down to change her shoes at the entrance. I'll be heading back now. How much do I owe for this outfit? I'll transfer the money directly. Jiang Zijing's gaze lingered on the hint of her waist. Inscrutable, you have quite the eye. This outfit was a high-end piece my friend brought from abroad. It's not available for purchase domestically yet. Just return it to me after you're done. What brand is this? Which overseas boutique? I'll replace it with a new one. Jishu tugged at her shirt, assessing whether it was truly worth such a price. Jiang Zijing insisted, I want this one. Alright, I'll wash it and send it back to you. Jiang Zijing casually grabbed a cap and mask, following Jishu outside. I'll give you a ride back. I'll take a taxi. Don't be ridiculous. If you're caught by the paparazzi, they'll twist the narrative. Jiang Zijing spoke with an air of finality. Once seated in the vehicle, Jishu suddenly realized that by leaving the apartment with Jiang Zijing and driving off together, they had unwittingly provided the paparazzi with an opportunity to concoct wild stories. She found herself perplexed by the thoughts occupying the mind of the person beside her. The two first made a trip to the police station to address the events of the previous night. Jishu was determined not to let that perverse individual evade justice. She would pursue the legal process to the fullest extent. We have gathered information indicating that he has been stalking you since your arrival at the airport. Lying in wait for over a month to discern your residence. He took advantage of your recent departure from home to infiltrate, having also learned the code to your door, which will need to be changed. Each additional word from the officer seemed to darken Jishu's expression further. She had been living under the scrutiny of another for the better part of a month. This morning we were unable to reach you. Might it be convenient for us to visit your residence now? We still need to collect some evidence. Jishu nodded and led the officer to her home. The place remained as it had been when she left the night before, standing in the living room. Jishu felt a chill run down her spine. the fear that had been somewhat alleviated overnight now surged back with greater intensity. She was especially unwilling to step into the bedroom. While she could maintain her composure in front of the deviant and even escape, the thought of remaining in that space for even a second was unbearable. Just the notion of what had transpired with that bed and her clothes made her stomach churn. Causing waves of nausea. The officer, clad in gloves, unearthed several intimate garments from the surveillance footage of the previous night. Jishu turned and fled to the bathroom. She could no longer suppress the relentless retching. Expelling everything she had eaten that afternoon, Jiang Zijing followed her into the bathroom, hesitating momentarily before placing a reassuring hand on her back. It's all right now, but we should consider moving, dispose of all the clothes he touched and donate the untouched ones. Jishu continued to heave violently until her stomach was entirely emptied. The house lacked warm water, leaving only cold bottled water from the refrigerator. Jishu rinsed her mouth. The face reflected in the mirror was ghostly pale. Devoid of color, her eyes were red from the strain of vomiting, and tears streamed uncontrollably. She hastily grabbed a couple of tissues to wipe her eyes. Don't go in there, just stay in the living room, Jiang Zijing advised from behind her, but even standing in the living room, Jishu couldn't escape the memory of the deviant meticulously arranging the cushions, smoothing out the creases. She crouched outside the door. Her gaze cast downward, obscuring her emotions. Some of the items touched by him had already been collected by the officer, while the rest remained untouched. Would they need to return for further evidence? Jiang Zijing conversed with the officer. The officer shook his head, indicating that what they had taken was sufficient. The room was now clear for cleaning. Thank you. My friend is struggling to cope with the stress. If any further issues arise, may I contact you? Jiang Zijing said coolly. Certainly, we will reach out to you if needed, the officer agreed. Thank you for your hard work. Jishu remained outside as Jiang Zijing saw the officer off. Jiang Zijing retrieved her bag from the sofa. Is your ID in the bag? Is there anything else we need to take? I just brought back my suitcase last night. Alright, Jiang Zijing replied. I'll arrange for a cleaner to tidy up the place, and all those clothes will go to the laundry. After that, it's up to you what you want to do with them. Jishu acknowledged. Let us go. Jishu followed Jiang Zijing in a daze. The luggage and bag were placed in the trunk. Shall we buy some new clothes? Is there nothing for you to wear? I am not in the mood to shop for clothes right now, Jishu replied, lacking enthusiasm. Then we'll discuss it later. Just drop me off at any hotel, Jishu said, gazing out the window. Jiang Zijing remained silent until the car turned into the neighborhood, at which point Jishu suddenly realized, why are we back here again? Jiang Zijing parked in the underground garage. Given your current state, can I really send you to a hotel? Just stay at my place for now. Jishu frowned. No need. The hotel is quite safe. The issue isn't whether the hotel is safe. You didn't sleep a wink last night. Do you honestly believe you can rest at a hotel? I merely ate too much last night. Can you treat my home like a hotel? How much do you think a hotel costs per night? I'll pay you right away, Jiang Zijing bluntly stated. After a moment, Jishu retorted, your place barely qualifies as a 2-star hotel. What? Jiang Zijing looked at her incredulously, as if she had spoken nonsense. A 3-star hotel offers accommodations, conference rooms, bars, cafes, and beauty salons. What amenities does your home have? Just you and me staring at each other. I can't even cook, so we'd be relying on takeout for every meal. Can you handle 3 meals a day? Jiang Zijing was both amused and exasperated. She was disparaging this kind offer of shelter. A 2-star rating? Did Jishu even comprehend the value of his apartment? Afterward, Jishu pulled out her phone. I just checked. A 2-star hotel charges no more than 205 a day, since we know each other. I won't quibble over a small sum, let us say 150 a day, plus the takeout I'll have to order. As she spoke, Jishu seemed to feel aggrieved, as if she were the one losing out. Jiang Zijing scoffed, are you really that desperate for money? Not desperate, but I'm not a fool either. I don't want to engage in a losing deal. Jiang Zijing felt as though his dignity was being trampled upon. He could easily refuse Jishu's payment, but he absolutely could not accept that his home was worth only 150 a day. Jishu exited the vehicle, donned her mask and baseball cap. You're going to carry my luggage upstairs? Why should I carry it? Isn't that a basic service at a hotel? Do you think making money is easy? Hurry up. Jiang Zijing inwardly cursed himself for having suggested Jishu stay. He wished he could slap himself for his earlier words. Chapter 33, Special Services. Jishu stepped into the elevator, her mood lifted considerably. After all, the melancholic aura emanating from Jiang Zijing was overwhelmingly palpable. Seeing him in a sour mood brought her inexplicable delight. Jiang Zijing, carrying the bag and suitcase, glared at the elevator doors with an impassive expression that he had yet to recover from being likened to a 2-star establishment. Jishu genuinely looked down on him. Once inside the apartment, Jishu changed into the men's slippers she had worn the night before and leisurely remarked, "I'll be looking for a new place in the next few days. Once everything is settled with the new place, I'll move there." "Shouldn't he take long?" Jiang Jijing bypassed her, taking the suitcase to the bedroom. "Upon returning," he said, "I haven't chased you away. I am actually making a profit with you here at 150 a day." Seeing his serious demeanor while discussing profit nearly made Jishu burst into laughter. Witnessing Jiang Jijing's disgruntled expression filled her with joy. Jishu hung her hat on the coat rack and settled onto the sofa to rest. The presence of the child within her was barely perceptible, unless she deliberately thought about it. She would hardly remember that she was pregnant. Jishu picked up her phone to call her best friend. The call rang a moment before being answered in Nan Nan. The voice on the other end was hoarse. I just came out of surgery. Did your recording wrap up?" "It wrapped up several days ago. Weren't you scheduled for a checkup tomorrow?" "I completely forgot with all the busyness. It is indeed tomorrow. I am free, so come over later when there are fewer people. I'll give the obstetrician a heads up." "Alright, but make sure to rest. Your voice sounds rough." "I've been quite busy lately, but it's nothing I can't handle. That's just how our line of work is." "How about you? How is your food and lodging?" "The morning sickness hasn't been too severe. Occasionally I feel nauseous, and I've been experiencing some insomnia." "You must ensure quality sleep. We can discuss everything in detail when you come tomorrow," Sunan said earnestly. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Jishu leaned back on the sofa, one hand resting on her belly. Jiang Jijing silently stood by the table drinking water. They would be going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Jishu dozed off for a while, only to be startled awake by the doorbell. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the blanket had slipped to the floor as she got up. "Jiang Jijing," she called out, hearing the doorbell ring again. Receiving no response, she donned her mask and opened the door. "When did you go out?" Jishu inquired, looking at the person outside. Jiang Jijing held several items in his hands. "I went out to buy some things and forgot my keys." "What did you buy?" Jiang Jijing placed a multitude of fruits on the table and carried a bag into the bedroom. There were also snacks and instant meals that could be heated in the microwave. "What do you want to eat? I can wash some grapes for you. They're sweet." Jiang Jijing organized the items in the refrigerator and then washed a plate of grapes for her. Jishu popped one into her mouth. It was indeed very sweet. "What do you want for dinner?" "I'm not hungry. It's unnecessary." Jishu replied, reaching for another grape. "I'll make you some pasta. I think the sauce is quite tasty." With that, Jiang Jijing headed to the kitchen. "I'm not hungry," Jishu insisted, following him with the plate of grapes. Jiang Jijing had already started boiling water. "How do you usually manage when you're hungry at home? You don't even let your assistant bring you food?" Jiang Jijing inquired, ordering takeout instant noodles. "Aren't you without an assistant to deliver them? Your fridge is emptier than mine." Jishu couldn't fathom how this person could display such disdainful expressions towards her. "I frequently return home to scrounge a meal." Now, it was Jishu who looked down upon him. After all, she had no desire to return home, though an occasional meal with her uncle was acceptable. Each had a plate of pasta, the sauce appearing delectable and fragrant. It was best enjoyed hot, lest it be wasted. Jishu was handed a fork, and just the sight of the pasta made her hunger pangs awakened. "I suppose I shall eat a little," she stated, her tone begrudging however upon tasting a bite. She was already quite pleased. The sauce was plentiful and delicious, enveloping each strand of pasta. Jishu twirled a forkful and savored it with satisfaction. Jiang Jijing, having taken a bite herself, observed her expression of contentment and thought, "It is not hunger, it's sheer laziness." If it were prepared, she would certainly eat. One couldn't help but wonder how this person had been caring for herself over the years. Jiang Jijing recalled the fragile waist that felt as if it could be grasped easily. Recently, Jishu's waist had been invading Jiang Jijing's thoughts far too frequently. After a moment of distraction, Jiang Jijing resolved to focus on enjoying her food. The wonton bowl Jishu had eaten from last night was washed by Jiang Jijing when she arose in the morning. Now she felt embarrassed to consume the meal prepared by someone else, and to have them wash the dishes afterward. "Let me handle it," Jishu declared. Carrying the plate to the kitchen, Jiang Jijing leaned against the side. Astonished, who would have thought the aloof Miss Ji would wash dishes? Such a rarity. "Stop joking. I've lived alone for several years. Of course, I can wash dishes. I just can't cook." The outside world had darkened, and Jishu pressed her neck, inquiring, "How's the sound insulation in this house? Can sounds be heard from downstairs at night?" "The soundproofing is quite good." "What do you intend to do?" "I ate a bit much. I think I'll take a walk," Jiang Jijing replied, puzzled. "So you're going downstairs for a walk?" Jishu retorted confidently. "I'm not oblivious to my lack of direction. I did get dizzy after a couple of laps down there." "Alright, my mistake, let us go." I happen to need to go downstairs to digest. Why should I accompany you for a stroll? Jishu asked, noticing he was preparing to leave. Miss, consider it a special service of the hotel. I could be your tour guide and show you around our neighborhood. That could work. This little girl is quite the princess. Jishu went downstairs to grab a mask and a baseball cap. It was already dark outside. A mask wasn't necessary. That won't do. If we're photographed, how will we explain it? Jiang Jijing suddenly chuckled. There is no need for an explanation. Two friends simply meeting for a stroll. Who said we're friends? Jiang Jijing nodded, feigning seriousness. True, even if we were to share a bed, no one would believe there is anything between us. Fans might even think we've swapped souls. Jishu found this quite agreeable. Their discord was long-standing, and every public encounter seemed to spark minor conflicts. In the entertainment industry, resource clashes were commonplace, yet the open confrontations between Jishu and Jiang Jijing were unheard of. Both were too stubborn to yield. As they stepped outside, Jiang Jijing donned a jacket, though she merely draped it over her arm. Jishu stretched. I feel as though I haven't walked in ages. Ever since discovering her pregnancy, Jishu had indeed become rather listless, spending days lounging at home, devoid of desire, barely even aware of hunger. How have you been feeling lately? Jiang Jijing turned to look at her. Not too bad, I suppose. No real sensations. After a brief silence, Jiang Jijing spoke. Once Sunan gets in touch, I'll accompany you abroad. You'll need someone to care for you. Jishu responded. You needn't concern yourself overly. We were both drunk that day. Once it's all over, we can resume our previous interaction. We merely happen to work at the same company. If we don't wish to meet, we won't. Jiang Jijing chuckled helplessly. So you truly dislike me? You don't fancy me either. Haven't we spent the last 20 years like this? Neither of us holds the other in high regard. Jiang Jijing opened her mouth to retort but ultimately said nothing. The moon tonight was full, though obscured by clouds, revealing only a faint, hazy outline. Under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long as they stood side by side. Their usual banter had settled into a comfortable rhythm, discussing entertainment gossip. Jiang Jijing's mother's cat, and Jishu's uncle, who was over 30 yet still single. Should I arrange a blind date for my uncle? I genuinely fear he might end up lonely for life. Jishu fretted. You're not exactly young yourself. Perhaps you should arrange a date for yourself first, Jiang Jijing bluntly remarked from the side. Hey, you're older than me, you're single too, and yet you criticize me. I simply don't wish to date. If I did, finding someone would be easy. I also don't lack for men. I merely have no interest. If I encountered someone I liked, I would certainly seize the opportunity. Jiang Jijing quickly stepped in front of her, retreating slowly. I'm quite curious, who would be the unfortunate soul to catch your eye? Thinking about it now, they seem rather pitiable. I ought to mourn for them in advance. Jishu shot him a cold glare. Are you looking to be scolded? Don't you have enough of a death wish? Jiang Jijing chuckled, growing slightly serious. Jishu, what kind of person do you like? Jishu stared at him, pondering what she truly liked. It seemed she had never given it much thought. Certainly not someone like you. Someone like me wouldn't fancy you either, Jiang Jijing retorted. Rest assured, even if all the men in the world perished, I still wouldn't fancy you. Jishu realized that speaking to this person for more than 3 sentences would leave her trembling with irritation. How did Jiang Jijing possess such a sharp tongue? Jishu felt a surge of frustration, quickening her pace to walk past him, wishing to ignore him entirely. Hey, what's the matter? Why are you so upset? It was just a joke. Can you be quiet? Is it alright if I admit I was wrong? You're the most beautiful and best-natured person. I like you. Is that acceptable? Jiang Jijing once again blocked her path. Who says I like you? Jishu halted, looking at him incredulously. You're angry if I say I don't like you. Now that I say I do, you're angry again. Not Jishu. Is this how girls are? If so, I suppose I'm destined to be single for life. Girls are just too difficult to deal with. If one cannot manage, do not blame the road for being uneven. Jiang Jijing promptly returned to his usual carefree demeanor. Am I not capable? You still don't know. Damn it, back to innuendos. As they walked, Jishu suddenly sneezed. The evening had indeed turned chilly this season. She rubbed her exposed arms, only to feel a weight settle on her shoulders. A jacket had been draped over her. Jishu turned to see Jiang Jijing tugging at the sleeve. Put your hands in. What are you staring at? Noticing her lack of response, Jiang Jijing lowered his head and directly took her slender wrist, guiding it into the sleeve. Finally, he adjusted the collar for her. There, all done. Jishu silently regarded the jacket draped over her, biting her lip. Jiang Jijing, you don't need to be this kind to me. Jiang Jijing paused, holding the collar momentarily before withdrawing his hand. I'm merely caring for the mother of my child. That child will not be born, but isn't he's still in your womb? As long as he remains, allow me to care for you a little longer. After all, this mistake is one we both made, and we shall bear it together. When it's all over, you may do as you wish. For reasons unknown, Jiang Zijing's words genuinely touched Jishu. Deep down, she understood Jiang Zijing would make her breakfast, allow her to stay at his home, and casually bring a jacket when they ventured out. All of these actions were gestures of goodwill. Signs of concern. Jiang Zijing smiled. "Shall we go, miss?" Upon returning, Jishu intended to take a shower. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered that all the toiletries had been replaced. They were brand new, unopened, and of her usual brand. Almost identical to those in her own bathroom. Jishu glanced at her reflection in the full-length mirror, then gently placed her hand on her belly. "I suppose I owe you some thanks for being treated with such care." After finishing her shower, Jishu noticed a glass of milk on the bedside table. She approached, cradling it in her hands. The warmth seeped through the glass, warming her hands and her heart. Jiang Zijing knocked on the open door. "I just made the milk. I left it on the bedside while you were showering. Drink it while it's hot. Tomorrow, I'll tidy up my wardrobe for you. You can put your clothes in there. I'll be in the living room tonight if you need me." Jishu nodded. Jiang Zijing turned to leave, casually closing the door behind him. As the milk cooled, Jishu took her time drinking it. Lying in bed, she felt a knot of discomfort in her heart. It's one thing to have an adversary you've been at odds with for 20 years, but when this person suddenly treats you kindly, it is not an easy adjustment. Moreover, the connection between her and Jiang Zijing was complicated by the child growing within her. Jishu's agitation only deepened. Jishu has always possessed a cold temperament. For her, as long as her uncle is well, the affairs of others are of no concern. Over the years, few have treated her kindly, and never has she been tenderly cared for by anyone. To her astonishment, Jishu realized she had described Jiang Zijing with the word gentle. It seemed the madness lay within herself. Had she forgotten Jiang Zijing's usual demeanor, clutching her pillow? Jishu rolled over on her bed lamenting, "Oh Jishu, you are truly bewitched. How could you entertain such chaotic thoughts? Jiang Zijing's kindness towards you is solely because of the child. With the child gone, everything reverts to the starting point. So what exactly are you struggling with?" Chapter 35. I am cowardly and a bit afraid. At midnight, Jiang Zijing turned over in bed. Recently, her sleep had been shallow. Even the slightest noise could rouse her. "No, don't come near, no." Jiang Zijing abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, tilting her head to gaze at the tightly shut door. She then heard faint, frantic sounds from within. Hurriedly she got up and pushed open the door. The room was lit, and Jishu lay on the bed, her hands grasping at nothingness. Jishu, wake up!" Jiang Zijing called out several times before managing to rouse her. Jishu's face was streaked with tears as she grasped Jiang Zijing's arm, breathing heavily. Her tear-filled eyes, filled with terror, were fixed on Jiang Zijing as she wept. Jiang Zijing lowered her gaze and gently wiped away Jishu's tears. "It's all right." Leaning forward slightly, she enveloped Jishu in her arms, softly patting her back. "Stop crying, it's okay." Jishu clutched at her clothing, burying her face in Jiang Zijing's embrace as she released her pent-up emotions. "It's all right," Jiang Zijing patiently comforted her. After a while, Jishu loosened her grip on Jiang Zijing's clothing and wiped her tears. Once she had vented her feelings, she became aware of her own embarrassment. Especially when she noticed the tears that had stained Jiang Zijing's shirt, now crumpled from her grasp. "I'm sorry, did you have a nightmare?" Jishu's nose was red as she silently nodded. "What did you dream about?" "Nothing at all." That night, Jishu had felt quite exhausted after taking a walk, and upon returning, she had fallen asleep soon after lying down. Yet she dreamt in her dream, she entered a bedroom and witnessed a pervert crawling out from under the bed. Grinning lewdly at her, she found herself utterly unable to escape. Outside the door, there was no sign of Jiang Zijing. Everything felt hopeless. She called for help, but in the dream, there was nothing. Had Jiang Zijing not awakened her? Jishu could only imagine how it would have continued. Last night, she had been too frightened to sleep, keeping the lights on until dawn before daring to close her eyes. She had never imagined she would one day fear the dark so profoundly. Would she dare to sleep again? Though Jishu did not speak, Jiang Zijing could surmise the nature of her nightmares. Given how terrified she had become, "Well, you should rest, don't mind me." Jishu sat on the bed, hugging her knees, burying her face within them. Jiang Zijing rose to leave, casually shutting the door behind her. In that fleeting moment, she glanced back at the fragile figure of the girl on the bed. Feeling as though Jishu was a delicate flower, easily broken. Jishu clutched her knees for a while when suddenly, the door swung open again. She lifted her face to see Jiang Zijing re-entering. Carrying a blanket and pillow, Jiang Zijing placed them at the foot of the bed and rummaged through her wardrobe for a few blankets. Jishu stared at her in astonishment. It was only when Jiang Zijing began laying out the bedding beside her that Jishu finally reacted. "No need for that. I'm fine now, I'm not scared anymore." Jiang Zijing knelt on the floor, preparing her makeshift bed while saying, "I'm a coward. I'm a bit scared to sleep alone. I'm considerate and want to take advantage of you, so I'll sleep on the floor." Can you kindly accommodate me? The Jishu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration, silently chiding him for being foolish. Once Jiang Jijing had set up her bedding, she arranged her own blanket and pillow. Shall we sleep? Jishu watched as she lay down, tucking herself in. As slowly she followed suit. The bright white light in the room illuminated them both as they lay staring at the ceiling. Their breathing gradually slowed, yet neither could find sleep. After a while, Jishu turned over, producing a soft rustle. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Jiang Jijing inquired. You're not asleep either. Jiang Jijing remained silent. Continuing to gaze at the hanging light, they shouldn't have purchased such a bright bulb. It was too glaring at night. After a moment, Jishu suggested, how about we turn off the light? Neither was accustomed to sleeping with the lights on. If it weren't for her fear, Jishu wouldn't have kept the light on. Shall we turn it off then? Jiang Jijing asked. After Jishu agreed, she reached out to switch off the light. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness. That night, the curtains were tightly drawn, allowing no light to seep in from outside. Jiang Jijing turned to face the wall. Resting her hand on the bed. Jishu, what is it? I'm a bit scared. Can I hold your hand? Jishu turned to her side, catching a glimpse of Jiang Jijing's hand resting on the edge of the bed. She hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her hand, gently placing it in Jiang Jijing's palm. It was immediately grasped tightly and neither spoke. Jishu closed her eyes, her mind filled with the warmth of Jiang Jijing's hand. She was uncertain of her feelings, merely sensing the comfort of having someone beside her, making the dark room less daunting. She no longer worried about someone emerging from under the bed or any other shadowy corner. Jiang Jijing was there with her. That night, Jishu slept soundly, free from nightmares. The first thing she did upon awakening was check her hand, only to find the makeshift bedding on the floor somewhat disheveled. But Jiang Jijing was no longer there. Jishu reflected on the events of the previous night, her nightmare, the tears shed in Jiang Jijing's embrace, and how Jiang Jijing had stayed beside her, allowing her to hold her hand. Jishu sighed. What had become of her lately? She felt so vulnerable, crying at the slightest provocation and experiencing fear, even when Jiang Jijing clumsily fabricated a lie about being scared. She had not rejected it. Why had she become so fragile? Her emotions shifted so drastically. Jishu sighed again, placing her hand on her abdomen. She was uncertain if her current state was due to her pregnancy. After washing up, Jishu exited the bedroom. Finding no sign of Jiang Jijing in the living room, she noticed breakfast laid out on the table, with a note tucked beneath a cup. I went out for a bit. I'll be back in the afternoon. Remember to eat lunch. I've ordered it for you, and it will be delivered. There's fruit in the fridge. Don't forget to eat. Jishu glanced at the tea eggs on the table. Lunch would arrive on time, consisting of light fare. After eating a little, she tidied up the table. Days off work allowed her to rest comfortably at home, which felt quite leisurely, although it was Jiang Jijing's home. She found it surprisingly cozy. Everything she needed was available, and even Jiang Jijing had become less intolerable. Chapter 36. Is the father of the child dead? Jishu changed her clothes around 6 o'clock. Preparing to take a taxi to the hospital, just as she was putting on her shoes at the entrance, the door swung open. Back so soon? Jiang Jijing sighed in relief, having just returned from a product launch in City C. City C, how did you come back so quickly? Jishu asked, astonished. I took an early flight. It's already over. Are you heading out? Yes, I'm going to the hospital to see Sunan. Jiang Jijing didn't even remove her hat, saying, let us go together. Don't you need to rest after coming back? I can take a taxi myself. Didn't we agree to share the burden? You're going for a checkup, and it's only right that I accompany you. Sunan doesn't know the child is yours, nor does she know about what has transpired between us. Jishu hesitated to say, then I won't mention it. If she asks, just tell her I figured it out while recording the program. Alright, do you really want to go? Jishu paused, looking at him. Aren't I just taking responsibility for you and the baby in your womb? Jiang Jijing replied with conviction. After all, you are the mother of my child. It is only natural for me to accompany you for the checkup. Both were acutely aware that this child would not remain for long. 3 months was a critical threshold, and at that time, they would certainly terminate the pregnancy. Jiang Jijing changed into a jacket before opening the door and leading Jishu out. During the journey, Jishu briefly mentioned Sunan's situation. She is married? What is she thinking? Has she buried herself in love so early? Jiang Jijing found it incomprehensible. Initially, he and Jishu had directly entered film school, while Sunan had enrolled in medical university. Pursuing both her bachelor's and master's degrees, she was married by her 3rd year, and Jishu had even attended the wedding. Don't say she is being foolish. She has a husband to pick her up after work, a husband who cooks for her, and a husband to warm her bed at night. Oh, Jiang Jijing glanced at her, a playful smirk on his face. What, are you thinking of getting married too? Why not? Isn't it nice to have someone who loves me? Jishu replied lightly. Jiang Jijing felt a twinge of annoyance, perhaps because Jishu had so readily accepted the idea. According to their usual banter, she should have retorted instead. Jiang Jijing was unable to obtain the desired response, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to striking a fist against cotton, leaving her utterly drained. The vehicle entered the hospital premises. After securing a parking spot, Jiang Jijing donned her mask and hat. The two proceeded towards the hospital, with Jishu engaged in a phone call. Before long, the call was answered. Nan, I have arrived. Should I come directly to find you? Oh, alright, I will be there shortly. Jishu ended the call, suggesting, let us take the elevator upstairs. Jiang Jijing merely nodded, noticing the office was empty. Save for Sunan, who was bent over, scribbling in a medical record. Only upon hearing a knock did she look up. You're here. Sunan smiled. As soon as she spoke, she noticed the tall man who followed Jishu into the room. Removing his mask as he entered. Sunan, it's been a while. Sunan glanced between Jiang Jijing and Jishu, then suddenly stood up. How come you two are together? Jishu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Jijing, hesitating over how to respond when Jiang Jijing interjected, we were recording a program, and I caught him in a predicament, so we came along to stir up some excitement. Sunan regarded the taciturn Jishu, her expression darkening. What's wrong with you? You're just like before, lacking decorum. Can you casually meddle in such matters? You have known each other for many years. Playful banter is one thing, but this is no joking matter. With Jishu in this state, how can you still find it amusing? Are you so unwilling to speak of your child's father? Jiang Jijing was bewilderingly scolded, and twice at that. Jishu pressed his lips together, stealing glances at Jiang Jijing's face, which indeed appeared rather displeased. Sunan sighed. Get out of my office, Jiang Jijing thought to herself, it's just my mouth causing trouble. Jishu attempted to defuse the situation. He just has a loose tongue. There's no need to avoid him. During the recording, he always covered for me, so it's all fine. Sunan was somewhat skeptical, yet with the nature of Jishu and Jiang Jijing's relationship, how could one fathom coming to the hospital for a prenatal checkup while bringing along a rival? A casual online search would readily reveal their fans embroiled in disputes, and yet here they were, the main subjects, together for a prenatal examination. Surely she must still be groggy. Sunan led Jishu to the obstetrics department. At this hour, there was indeed no one around. After a series of examinations, Jishu's health appeared quite good, and the child was developing well. I often lack appetite, only eating a little, and sometimes I experience morning sickness. Does this affect my health? Jiang Jijing inquired. Sunan scrutinized him curiously. Pregnancy reactions can manifest in various ways. From what you both describe, it doesn't sound severe. In fact, it's quite mild. Most first-time mothers experience nausea with nearly everything they eat. Just consume a bit more fruit and ensure you're getting enough vitamins. The doctor then cautioned about common issues that arise in early pregnancy. Jiang Jijing listened attentively, even taking notes on his phone. Jishu found it hard to watch and kicked him lightly, but Jiang Jijing remained unperturbed. By the time they left the obstetrics department, night had completely fallen. Thank you for tonight. I appreciate you taking the time. Are you heading home? You must be hungry. Shall we go out for a bite? It has been ages since we last dined together. Sunan nodded, changing out of her white coat, and followed the two out of the hospital. I see driving you. Sunan looked at Jiang Jijing, who had taken the driver's seat. Can you please not hold such a strong prejudice against me? I'm doing as I please. Sunan ignored him, taking a seat beside Jishu in the back. Once the car was underway, the two began to whisper to each other. What's the situation? Why is he accompanying you? Well, it's just a coincidence. He knew I was coming to see you and offered to give me a ride. Is it fine for him to know you're pregnant? It's fine. He wouldn't spill this sort of information, although he can be quite annoying. He knows when to keep things to himself. Jiang Jijing, driving in front, displayed his discontent. I can hear you, however. The two in the back paid him no mind, continuing their conversation. Back in the obstetrics department, had I not known you two were completely incompatible, I would have even suspected this child might be as. Jishu whispered. How can you be so sure? I've known you for so many years. I understand you well. You two have never seen eye to eye since high school. And with all the mixed signals online, it's clear you two are ill-suited for one another. You wouldn't find such a man appealing, would you? Indeed, you do know me well. Of course, we've known each other for years. Chapter 37. Consider keeping the child. The group chose a private room to enjoy hot pot. Both Jishu and Sunan relished spicy food, ordering a fiery broth, entirely disregarding Jiang Jijing's preferences. You two can't just ignore me like this, Jiang Jijing protested. Having food is already a privilege, Sunan replied, cooking some tripe. My partner doesn't enjoy spicy food, so whenever we eat out, We always opt for a clear broth. I feel like hot pot loses its essence. Jishu cooked some enoki mushrooms. Why didn't you just order a yin yang pot? He always insists that spicy food is unhealthy. Blah blah blah, I'm a doctor myself, how could I not know? But what is the point of living if you can't indulge a little? If you restrict yourself from everything, can you really extend your life? Living uncomfortably isn't worth it. I'd rather live freely and enjoy myself, Sunan said cheerfully. Jishu chuckled, you only say that in front of us. Normally, you're quite obedient. Are you intentionally flaunting your relationship since I'm not married? Not at all, I'm merely venting about him. To me, it sounds like you're showing off your relationship. Jiang Jijing chimed in supportively. Why are you butting in? I just believe Jishu is right. You are indeed showing off. Sunan ignored him, continuing her discussion with Jishu. The meal was quite enjoyable. Before it concluded, Sunan received a call from home. My partner is coming to pick me up. Is he driving you home as well? Jishu nodded. Yes. Oh, didn't I mention a senior of mine overseas? I've been in touch with him. He is helping to coordinate with the hospital. We should have results soon, so don't worry. I'll expedite things on my end. Just make sure you get your passport ready. You might be able to leave in a few days. Alright, I understand. Sunan's husband soon arrived outside the hot pot restaurant. He greeted the group before departing with Sunan. As they sat in the car, Jiang Jijing remarked, I didn't expect Sunan to be into that type of man. What do you mean? It seems like Sunan can't quite match him. Realizing he might have misspoken, Jiang Jijing quickly clarified, I just thought someone as strong-willed as your friend might choose someone with a completely opposite temperament. Liao Shurchen isn't overbearing, is he? From what I see, he treats Sunan well, and they seem to get along splendidly. Jiang Jijing chuckled, I was merely speaking offhand. Before long, they returned to the apartment. As Jiang Jijing entered, he began yawning, clearly exhausted from a day of travel. After showering, Jishu noticed a glass of milk on the bedside table. She recalled the doctor's advice to drink more milk. The bedding on the floor had been tidied up by Jishu after she got up in the morning, and it was now neatly arranged. Are you planning to sleep here tonight? Jishu bit her lip, lost in thought. The sounds of Jiang Jijing's phone conversation drifted in from the living room, seemingly work-related. After finishing her milk, Jishu stepped out to wash the cup. Upon turning around, she found Jiang Jijing standing at the kitchen door, having just ended his call. Why have you eaten so little of the fruit in the fridge, and the meal I ordered for you? You barely touched it. Are you on a bird's diet? How will your body cope like this? Even if you plan to terminate the pregnancy, you must keep your body healthy. Jiang Jijing's expression was stern. I can't eat. Even if you can't, you must force yourself a bit. What will happen if your health declines? After just a day without supervision, have you resorted to this? Don't block my way. I need to go out. Jishu frowned. Jiang Jijing stood deliberately in the kitchen doorway, obviously preventing her from leaving. First, you must promise me you will eat properly and take care of your health. Then I will let you go. Why are you so annoying, Jishu? I'm not joking with you. Jishu locked eyes with him for a long moment before finally looking away. Fine, I understand. I'll pay attention to it moving forward. Only then did Jiang Jijing step aside. As soon as Jishu lay on the bed, Jiang Jijing turned off the living room light and entered. Casually, he remarked, the production team contacted you, right? We're set to depart for filming this Friday. Yes, I saw that, but they didn't specify the location. I have no clue where this time's adventure will take us. Can your body manage the upcoming recordings? Didn't the doctor say my health is quite good? No need to worry. Besides, it can't be that easy to lose it. If it were, why would I be going through all this trouble to go abroad? Jiang Jijing paused while lifting the covers, his expression slightly awkward, before finally lying down with his hands behind his head. Jishu, have you considered bringing this child into the world? Jishu glanced sideways at the person lying on the floor. Why do you ask that? Jiang Jijing spoke calmly. You wish to terminate the pregnancy and go abroad, yet there are numerous complications to navigate during this period. If the child is born, it may delay you for several months. Today, I saw the ultrasound. Though it is merely the size of a mung bean, it is still a small life. If you are willing to give birth, I will take care of it. I will not involve you in any way in the future. If you are concerned about my treatment of the child, I can choose not to marry and solely focus on raising it. Jishu's expression was icy. Stop thinking about this. I do not need you to make sacrifices. In the future, when you meet someone you like, she will bear your children, whether sons or daughters. This is merely an accident. Terminating the pregnancy is the best option. Jiang Jijing let out a self-deprecating laugh. I was just speaking casually. You need not take it to heart. The child resides in your womb, and your choice is paramount. Now rest. After saying this, Jiang Jijing turned away from Jishu. Jishu felt a pang of discomfort. She too had seen the child the size of a mung bean, and found it hard to believe that this was indeed her child. However, wouldn't giving birth lead to greater complications? A child requires a complete family, and what possibility did she and Jiang Jijing have for that? Recently, they had reconciled temporarily, and Jiang Jijing had been particularly attentive. Undoubtedly due to the child, yet this was merely a fleeting warmth. It could not cloud Jishu's judgment. Having grown up without parents, she understood what a complete family meant for a child. Since she could not provide that, it was better to choose not to give birth. Jiang Jijing's melancholy was something she could comprehend. She burrowed under the covers, turned off the light, and the room was enveloped in darkness. They could only hear each other as faint breaths. Neither could sleep, their eyes wide open in the dark. Jishu turned over, curling into herself, gently placing her hand on her abdomen, her palm pressed against the thin fabric. I am sorry, baby. I am not yet qualified to be a mother and am not prepared to welcome you. If you do not like me, you may seek your father in the future. He will surely be eager for your arrival. Chapter 38. All an illusion. Jishu realized she was experiencing insomnia. Feeling no trace of drowsiness, she exerted herself to fall asleep but could find no hint of fatigue. Gradually, her restlessness grew, her movements becoming more pronounced, jarring in the stillness of the night. Jishu grabbed a pillow and held it close, lying on her side. Jishu, came a voice from the side of the bed. Jishu opened her eyes in the dark but remained silent. Shall I hold your hand? Before long, she heard rustling sounds, followed by a hand resting on the edge of the bed. Jishu watched without the intention of reaching out. Jiang Jijing seemed unhurried, merely resting his hand on the bed's edge, patiently waiting. Minutes passed, and Jiang Jijing did not retract his hand. What was he waiting for? Was he not concerned about her falling asleep? Did his arm not ache from this position? Given their history of discord, she should be the one to distance herself from him. If he wished to hold on, that was his choice, as long as he did not mind the discomfort. However, Jiang Jijing opened his palm, his fingertips curling slightly. Jishu shifted gently, inching her hand towards the edge of the bed. Pausing just a short distance away, she counted silently to 10 in her mind. If Jiang Jijing did not move after 10 seconds, she would reach out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Jijing's palm felt warm against hers, causing her to feel that warmth radiating through her hand. She wondered if it was merely an illusion. But the blanket felt thicker, enveloping her in warmth. Jiang Jijing adjusted his grip slightly, intertwining his fingers with Jishu's. Neither spoke, yet they understood that the other was still awake. Jishu was uncertain when she finally drifted off to sleep. All she knew was that Jiang Jijing had been holding her hand until then. This hand-holding position was likely uncomfortable for him, given he was on the floor and had to support his arm, which would certainly become sore after a while. Jishu's most restful sleep occurred between 6 and 7 in the morning, the time she slept most soundly. Usually, when not working, she would sleep through the morning. Jishu, but today, she was awoken. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Jiang Jijing's hand propped on the edge of the bed, his face alarmingly close. Jishu squinted, struggling to open her eyes fully. What is it? She had a morning grumpiness, finding it irksome to be disturbed from her slumber. It's 7. What does that have to do with me? I bought breakfast. Get up and eat. Jishu turned over, pulling the blanket over her face. I'm not eating breakfast. Stop bothering me. I want to sleep. To her surprise, he persisted. Did you forget what the doctor said last night? Wasn't it to eat breakfast? Can I eat later? Jishu exclaimed. Jiang Jijing, can you please stop being so annoying? Jishu threw off the blankets and sat up, glaring at the man before her. Jiang Jijing grinned. Eating first and then sleeping is the same. Sleeping all day will turn you into a pig. Jishu's face turned cold. If killing were not a crime, Jiang Jijing would have long since met his demise at her hands. She had countless ways to deal with him. In the next moment, Jiang Jijing suddenly leaned closer, his face magnifying in front of her. Jishu remained still, staring at him. Jiang Jijing's expression softened, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at her. Suddenly, he pinched her cheek. Do you always sleep on your side? Your face looks a bit crooked. It was indeed an illusion. Jiang Jijing once again danced precariously in the danger zone, brilliantly executed. He had indeed been called to breakfast. Yet, he was enveloped in a low mood, ignoring her. Jishu was eating, but her pent-up resentment could drown Jiang Jijing. The tea egg she had bought at the breakfast stall was quite tasty, and she planned to boil some herself in the afternoon for the next morning's breakfast. Jishu watched as the peeled tea egg was handed to her, first staring at Jiang Jijing's hand and then at his face. Jiang Jijing also looked at her, as if pondering something, before suddenly appearing to have an epiphany. If you want me to feed you, just say so. What relationship do we have? What's the big deal? Saying this, Jiang Jijing leaned in closer, offering the tea egg to her mouth, open wide. Jishu thought to herself, alright, if you enjoy serving so much, then you better do it well. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Savoring it slowly, then took a sip of milk. Jiang Jijing continued to hold out the half-eaten tea egg. They lingered until breakfast concluded, and only then did Jishu finish the tea egg. Jiang Jijing held it without complaint, as he too was eating with one hand. After finishing, he cleared the table and washed a plate of fruit, placing it on the coffee table, having been awoken and having eaten breakfast. Jishu now found herself completely unable to sleep. Sitting on the sofa, she began to watch television out of boredom. For Jishu, the last time she watched television was probably in high school when she was infatuated with a handsome actor from a drama series she had watched several times. However, after entering the industry, that actor retired and got married, and she never even got to see him. Otherwise, Jishu could have taken a picture with him and reminisced about her youth on social media. Since she began acting, she had not watched dramas anymore, partly due to lack of time and partly because she found them all too unrealistic. Jiang Jijing's television seemed to be a mere decoration. Likely unused since it was purchased. Jishu aimlessly flipped through channels with the remote, searching for a variety show to watch. This show was quite humorous. Aren't you going to watch it? Jishu halted her movements. Looking at him, are you pretending to be oblivious? That female guest snatched my role. I had already taken the promotional photos, and then she brought funding to the production and pushed me out. Jiang Jijing chuckled. By that comparison, I've been quite kind. I never stole your role. Are you considering cross-dressing? Are you out of your mind? Want to be a female impersonator? Well, it could be worth a try. He mused. What could she say? Jiang Jijing indeed possessed the talent to irritate her effortlessly. Jishu changed the channel again, landing on a popular period drama currently making waves in the ratings. Aren't you going to watch this? It's frequently trending, quite popular. The male lead cheated, didn't he? You know. Jishu continued to flip channels. This one, I know the leads. They are pure and have absolutely no rumors of infidelity or scandal. Jiang Jijing was referring to a contemporary romantic comedy with a sweet plot that many people followed. Jishu replied flatly, watching too much of this kind of thing leads to daydreams. I don't watch it. Why are you so hard to please? I enjoy it. What business is it of yours? Chapter 39. Unbelievably unfortunate. Jiang Jijing decided not to take her attitude to heart. As it was said that emotions could be erratic during pregnancy, although Jishu had always been somewhat fickle, it had been particularly pronounced lately. Jishu, seated cross-legged on the sofa, finally settled on an animated series. Yes, an animated series, specifically one featuring SpongeBob and Patrick that she had loved as a child. Jishu was thoroughly engrossed in it. Jiang Jijing picked up a strawberry and offered it to Jishu's mouth. She glanced at it and promptly opened her mouth to bite. Jiang Jijing then began to feed her. He had noticed the oranges at the supermarket yesterday were quite fresh and tangy. Perfect since Jishu had little appetite. After peeling one, he offered a segment to her. Jishu was so focused on the yellow sponge on the screen that she paid no attention to what was being offered to her. Upon taking a bite, his expression changed instantly and he doubled over in pain. Is it sour? What is wrong with you? Jiang Jijing hurriedly inquired, having just eaten something that wasn't overly sour himself. Jishu covered his mouth with a hand, tears welling up in his eyes. Jiang Jijing, being rather blunt, assumed he must have been overwhelmed by the acidity. So sour, huh? It was fine for me just now. Jishu, teary-eyed and on the verge of crying, felt a sharp wave of discomfort. Only then did Jiang Jijing realize something was amiss and leaned closer, anxiously asking, What happened? Did you bite your tongue? Jishu, lamenting his misfortune, explained that he had merely taken a bite of an orange and ended up biting his cheek instead, leaving him unable to speak from the pain caused by the citrus. He found a trash bin to spit out the orange and rinsed his mouth, discovering that the wound was still bleeding, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. Let me see, Jiang Jijing said urgently from the side. After a brief moment, Jishu felt the pain subside somewhat, though the bitten area continued to bleed. Let me check. How did you bite it? Did you hit your tongue? Just my cheek. It's nothing serious. Just give it some time to heal. Don't fuss over me. Jishu, clutching a pillow in frustration, felt no desire to look at the yellow sponge at all. Are you really alright? Should I take a look? No need. Jishu was feeling quite downcast, reflecting on how unluckily things had been lately. Not only was she pregnant, but a pervert had also broken into her home, and now she bit her cheek just eating an orange. It felt as though even drinking plain water would get something stuck in her teeth. Later, when she glanced in the mirror, she noticed that the wound was rather large. A chunk had been bitten off. And while it was no longer bleeding, any contact still caused significant pain. Jishu, who already had little appetite, found herself even less inclined to eat as everything hurt her mouth. In the evening, Jiang Jijing prepared a bowl of wontons for her. But Jishu could only manage to eat half before setting down her spoon. Jiang Jijing hesitated many times before speaking. Jishu had been informed on short notice that she needed to attend a makeup event the next day and would be away for a few days. followed by a live stream. She didn't need to pack anything since her suitcase was already there. However, her assistant mentioned they would pick her up at 7 in the morning. Jisoo felt a bit gloomy. She no longer lived there. Just tell them you're going home, and I'll take you to the airport. Jisoo replied to her assistant. Jang Ji-jing stood behind her, asking if she would return after a few days. It is still unclear. I've contacted a friend who said he would help me find a place. I should be moving by the time I come back. Oh, Jang Ji-jing replied nonchalantly. Before bed, a glass of milk was neatly placed on the bedside table. Jisoo hadn't eaten much, and though she initially didn't want to drink the milk, she ended up waiting for it to cool and finished it all. As she lay down, Jang Ji-jing was on the floor beside her. Jisoo glanced at him and suggested, "Why don't I sleep on the floor?" "Why, are you worried about me?" Jang Ji-jing smiled at her. "Forget I said anything." Jang Ji-jing didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he leaned against the bedside table, playing with his phone. Jisoo was busy replying to messages when suddenly, her phone rang with a video call. In a panic, she glanced at Jang Ji-jing, saying, "It's a video call from my uncle." "Answer it." "He's been to my house, and he definitely knows I'm not home. It would give us away. Just don't say anything, or if my uncle finds out, he'll surely kill you." "How could I be so kind as to shelter you and end up getting killed?" Jang Ji-jing was perplexed by this. Wondering how his good-natured actions could lead to such a fate. Jisoo, maintaining her deadpan expression, pointed to her belly. Jang Ji-jing immediately fell silent, becoming quiet. If Uncle Wen found out he had made Jisoo pregnant, he might not see the sunrise the next day. Although they often bickered, and Uncle Wen had only refrained from scolding him out of respect for his mother, and he had never given Jang Ji-jing a kind look during their encounters. Jang Ji-jing quickly pressed his lips together and fell silent. Jisoo answered the voice call and saw her Uncle Lee Wen sitting in his study, dressed in a deep blue silk pajama set. "Uncle, why didn't you answer the video call?" "I just finished showering and was changing. The weather has turned colder. Make sure to wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold." "Oh, okay, I know. Uncle, you should also keep warm. You work so hard, so make sure to rest more." "Are you busy lately?" "I have an event tomorrow and will be back in a few days to record a variety show." After listening to her, Lee Wen asked, "Has Shushu started dating?" Jisoo was taken aback, wondering why he would ask that. "At your age, you should have dated a lot already. It's perfectly fine to be in a relationship. Just be sure to tell me that you're still young, and it's normal to be swept away by love. Uncle will keep an eye on you." "No, I'm not dating anyone. I'm quite busy with work. I hardly have time to interact with men, and there aren't many around me." "What about that boy from the Jiang family?" Caught off guard by being named, Jang Ji-jing looked at Jisoo with wide innocent eyes, silently exchanging glances. "What's wrong with him? You've been together since childhood, playing around all the time. Besides him, there aren't many other boys around, right? Do you like him?" "Shushu, Jang Ji-jing?" "Jisoo. No, Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not blind. Why would I like him? Don't you know how annoying he is? Talking to him makes me so frustrated I could go 3 days without eating." Lee Wen chuckled lightly. The proud and aloof man, usually with a stern demeanor, looked much gentler when he smiled. "Apparently, he really is quite annoying." Yes, how annoying." Jisoo said this while deliberately glancing at Jang Ji-jing. "Someone who talks back is just as annoying, unable to speak human words or do human things." Jang Ji-jing. Well, that kid, forget it. If he is annoying, he is annoying. Once this busy period is over, let us have a meal together." "Sure, Uncle, I'll hang up now. I still need to blow dry my hair." "Go ahead." After the call ended, Jang Ji-jing immediately spoke up, expressing that Jisoo had never seen anyone talk badly about others in person. "Aren't you being a bit too much? Do we really need to pretend with each other? After all these years of not getting along, is there still a need to speak ill of each other behind each other's backs? It's just a matter of cursing if you want to." Jang Ji-jing found this reasoning surprisingly valid. Jisoo had always scolded him openly. They typically didn't resort to underhanded tactics, preferring to be straightforward. Chapter 40, Lack of Self-Awareness. Before turning off the lights, Jisoo observed Jang Ji-jing's arm propped up on the edge of the bed and the distinct joints of his hand. In truth, Jang Ji-jing's hands were quite beautiful. However, when she was displeased with him, all his merits seemed invisible, leaving only the flaws in her sight. Jisoo turned off the light with one hand and placed her hand on his. Jang Ji-jing shifted his posture, gently holding her hand. Jisoo couldn't quite articulate the magic of holding hands while sleeping, especially with the restriction of movement. Even turning over felt quite difficult. Yet, this delicate clasping of hands brought a sense of joy and made her reluctant to let go, even allowing her to feel more at ease while sleeping. Jisoo began to question whether she might be developing romantic feelings. No, tomorrow she had to go forage for wild vegetables, How could she even entertain the notion of falling in love? Jishu managed to sleep quite early that night, drifting off in no time. Jiang Zijing listened to the rhythmic breaths from the bed and turned slightly, moving his hand just a little. Supporting his arm like this every night made sleeping quite arduous, and his arm often felt numb. Yet, when Jishu placed her hand on his, he found it hard to let go. Jiang Zijing admired himself. Every morning upon waking, he found himself still supporting his arm, firmly holding Jishu's hand even in his dreams. Jishu had fallen asleep relatively early, and when her alarm rang at 6:30, she found herself awake before the time had even arrived. As her senses gradually awakened, she realized her hand was still being held. Jishu focused on Jiang Zijing's hand, slowly shifting towards the side of the bed. Jiang Zijing lay on his side, one hand resting beneath his head. Jishu rested her chin on the edge of the bed. Gazing at Jiang Zijing's face, his nose was straight, his eyes deep-set, and his features were delicate. Although Jishu often called him ugly, she couldn't deny at this moment that Jiang Zijing was indeed not unattractive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many girls interested in him back in school, nor would he have amassed countless fans upon entering the entertainment industry. Seeing him sleep so quietly made him seem less annoying. Jishu was lost in thought as she stared at his face, not realizing what she was pondering. When she finally came to, she found Jiang Zijing looking back at her, their eyes meeting. "What are you doing?" Jiang Zijing asked. Jishu wasn't quite sure what she was doing. Why was she secretly staring at him while he was asleep? In the next moment, Jiang Zijing lay flat and chuckled, saying, "You must think I'm so handsome that you couldn't help but sneak a peek while I was sleeping. You were so engrossed that you should just admit you like me." Jishu scoffed, "There is something in the corner of your eye. I was just going to take a picture to show your fans." "Damn." Jiang Zijing instinctively reached up to touch his eye. Jishu swiftly swatted his hand away, her face round and puffy, stating, "If I were to sneak a look at you, I wouldn't even be able to see your face in the full-length mirror in the bathroom. You clearly don't know what self-awareness means." With that, Jishu pulled the blanket aside and got out of bed. Jiang Zijing rubbed his eye for a while, feeling as if there was nothing there at all. Jishu occupied the bathroom in the room, leaving Jiang Zijing no choice but to use the one outside. Upon waking up in the morning, she did indeed appear slightly puffy, but it was nowhere near as exaggerated as Jishu had described. Nor did she resemble a basin. After all, she herself was not in much better condition. Jiang Zijing vigorously washed her face and then patted it, hoping to reduce the swelling as quickly as possible. For breakfast, Jishu merely consumed a piece of bread before hastily heading to the airport. Fearing she would miss her flight, Jiang Zijing drove her directly to the airport. "Shall I walk you in?" "No, don't. You'll definitely attract attention if you go down there, and then it will be hard to explain. I'll take my leave now. By the way, make sure to gather the sheets and pillowcases and toss them into the washing machine. I probably won't be staying here when I return next time." Jishu hurriedly dragged her suitcase towards the airport terminal. Jiang Zijing waited until Jishu disappeared from sight before retracting her gaze. Jishu managed to catch her flight with the help of her assistant, and once on the plane, she removed her mask and sunglasses. "Assistant Shu, here is the event schedule for you to review." The young assistant handed her the documents. "Alright, this event spans several days, beginning with an advertisement shoot, followed by a live event, and concluding with a brand livestream." Upon landing, there was hardly any time to rest before work commenced in the afternoon. The gown provided by the brand was quite form-fitting, and as Jishu took it to the makeup room, she felt apprehensive about whether she would fit into its slender waist, especially since it seemed rather tight. Trying it on was indeed less comfortable than before, as she felt some constriction around her waist. Nevertheless, she managed to put it on, reasoning that she would only need to wear it for the afternoon. Throughout the entire shoot, Jishu posed and performed for the camera, not wrapping up until after 8 in the evening. After changing back into her own clothes, she felt a wave of relief, and her mood lifted to Sister Shu. "What would you like to eat tonight?" "I'm not very hungry. Just get me a cup of milk tea. No main course." "Why are you eating so little?" "I'm not hungry." "It is fine. Just order the milk tea." The assistant, however, insisted on ordering Jishu a hamburger, knowing that not eating at all was not a viable option. Every time Jishu ate, her mouth ached. The spots where she had bitten her lip remained unhealed, making everything painful to consume or drink. After finishing half a cup of milk tea, she lost her appetite entirely, feeling unwell. Upon returning to the hotel, she soon received a message from Jiang Disha. "Have you rested? Did you have dinner? What did you eat?" Jishu stared at her phone for a moment before replying, "I've eaten. Along with the staff. Oh, I forgot to ask you this morning, how is your mouth now? Did it still hurt after not eating yesterday?" "It's fine now, much better." Jiang Zijing did not continue to pester her. After a couple of inquiries, she ceased sending messages. After finishing her shower, Jisoo received images sent by her friend. I think these apartment layouts are quite good. Since you live alone, pick one that you like. Jisoo considered her options. Living alone didn't require a large space, and after the previous incident, she was hesitant to leave any empty rooms at home, fearing that someone strange might be hiding in them. After selecting one layout, she sent it to her friend as suddenly a wave of melancholy washed over her. This time upon returning, she would likely be moving out from Jiang Jijing's home that if the new place wasn't ready. She would have to stay in a hotel, as it wouldn't be right to continually impose on him. Jiang Jijing had always treated her with such kindness, and she felt as though she was taking advantage of him, which left her somewhat discontented. Moreover, she couldn't blame Jiang Jijing. Both of them bore responsibility. Chapter 41. Jisoo Falls. The next day marked the live event, and the dress prepared by the brand was quite form-fitting. Posing a challenge for her figure, any extra weight would be unflattering in it. Jisoo changed into the dress and stood before the mirror. The weather had taken a turn for the colder, and she felt chilled in the outfit. The event was held outdoors. Her assistant found her a jacket to wear over it. The black coat paired with the silky white dress created a unique flair. After all, with Jisoo's beauty, she would look stunning even in a burlap sack. The event attracted a considerable number of fans, creating a crowded atmosphere. The brand had arranged security to maintain order. The moment Jisoo made her entrance, the excitement filled the air, and the fans went wild. As she walked, she waved and greeted everyone, and upon reaching the stage, she began introducing the latest products, collaborating with the host to energize the atmosphere. This event was also broadcast live, allowing many fans who couldn't attend in person to watch the stream. At that moment, Jiang Jijing lounged on his sofa at home, listening to his agent's incessant chatter on the phone. He casually crossed his legs and tuned into the livestream. He wasn't particularly interested, but with nothing else to do, he decided to check out Jisoo's broadcast. The stream had been live for a while, and Jisoo was standing at the forefront, chatting amiably with the host. Are you really planning to take a break from work? Just this one variety show? You've even cleared your schedule for the next 3 months? This variety show only takes 2 months to film. Jiang Jijing focused on the sweet smile of Jisoo and shifted his gaze to her flat abdomen, noting that there were indeed no visible signs of anything amiss. Jiang Deshao, I'm asking you a question, are you listening? Jiang Jijing snapped back to reality. Oh, yes, I want to take a good rest. I haven't had a moment to breathe in years. You read quite the enigma. Just yesterday I heard Tanli complaining that Jisoo isn't taking on other work, only this one variety show. What is going on with you two? No longer in the hustle, I'm tired of the grind. I don't want to compete anymore. I'll wait for good scripts, and I've pushed back unnecessary activities for now. Alright then. What can I do? I'll just have to rely on you to support me. Since you said that, what else can I do? By the way, what is that noise? Why is it so chaotic? I am watching a live stream. I'll hang up now, okay? Once the call ended, the agent was still puzzled. Why were both of them choosing to rest at the same time? Jisoo also mentioned wanting to take a 3-month break. And why was Jiang Jijing, who rarely watched live streams, suddenly tuning in? What was his interest? The agent furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend it, when suddenly a notification popped up on his phone. Jisoo live streamed. The agent frowned again, having already marked it as uninteresting, yet it kept pushing notifications. Annoyed, he deleted it, but then thought about how Jisoo was working, while he, on the other hand, was just passively watching. It made him feel even more disheartened. Throughout the entire livestream, Jiang Jijing remained glued to the screen, observing as Jisoo took sips of water several times and showcased her best self in front of the camera. Before he realized it, 2 hours had passed. When the stream concluded, Jiang Jijing finally came back to his senses. What had he just done? He had just spent 2 hours watching Jisoo's livestream, with the last hour dedicated to her presenting the beauty products she endorsed, and he hadn't even found it tedious. Shaking his head, he shut down his computer, feeling utterly bored and questioning his own sanity. Jiang Jijing returned home for lunch, heading straight to the refrigerator in the kitchen. What are you looking for? His mother asked from behind him. Didn't we make a bunch of wontons and dumplings last time? Where are they? Your dad ate them. It's been several days now. Where would the dumplings and wontons come from? Didn't you take half of them home? I ate them, he replied. Those little wontons were quite tasty. Mom, can you make some for me this afternoon? I'll take them back tonight. The auntie took the day off today, and I'm overwhelmed on my own. His mother responded. Then you can make them tomorrow. Aren't you the one who doesn't like these? His mother mused, puzzled. Knowing her son well, he had never been fond of noodles or dumplings. If anyone loved them, it was certainly Jisoo. I've developed a taste for them recently. Then I'll make some tomorrow. You should stay home tonight, just for one night. Alright, after all, there was no one at home, and Jiang Zijing didn't need to rush back to take care of Jishu. In the afternoon, while chatting with his mother on the sofa, the conversation meandered to the topic of age and what kind of partner he preferred, with her suggesting she could introduce him to someone. Unlike other children, Jiang Zijing didn't seem annoyed by this topic. Mom, you make it sound like you could just bring someone home for me, he replied. Who knows, maybe I can find someone? A princess from Dubai. You could remain single for the rest of your life. Jiang Zijing shrugged. See, I said it, and you're already unhappy. Be serious. Are there no handsome guys or beautiful girls in the entertainment industry that you like? His mother probed. No, they're all just colleagues and partners, nothing more. You don't fancy any of them? In 4 years of college and 16 years of schooling, you've never had a girlfriend. What's the deal? Are you planning to become a monk? Shoo, Ms. Yi, please calm down. We are merely having a peaceful discussion. Excessive anger is bad for health and leads to wrinkles. How did I end up with a son like you? Jiang Zijing immediately grabbed an orange from the table, peeling it to cheer his mother up when his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and his body froze as he read the notification. Jishu falls at the event. Jiang Zijing abruptly stood up. Mom, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll be going now. Where are you off to? I want to be back tonight. Jiang Jiqing hurriedly dashed out of the door, fervently attempting to call Jishu, yet the line remained perpetually engaged, with her phone indicating it was powered off. Anxiously, Jiang Jiqing swiftly booked a flight ticket on her mobile device and drove to the airport. While waiting at the terminal, she searched for news regarding Jishu's fall. Online, a video had been uploaded. It appeared to have been captured shortly after the event concluded, with the venue teeming with people. The bodyguards were diligently maintaining order. Jishu was seen walking while clutching her skirt, her feet adorned with delicate high heels. Suddenly she stumbled, and in a moment of distraction, she fell to the ground. Followed by a cacophony of panicked shouts in the video, which abruptly ended. No further information could be found online. Jiang Jiqing held her phone tightly, realizing that no updates had surfaced. The first 3 months of pregnancy are notoriously precarious. She could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences of Jishu's fall in those slender heels. Chapter 42. I am very worried about you. Though Jiang Jiqing had considered raising the child herself, she still respected Jishu's choices. After all, childbirth is no trivial matter, especially for a woman, and Jiang Jiqing understood this all too well. However, the prospect of an accident occurring at the event could potentially lead to a sensational media frenzy. Exposing Jishu's unwed pregnancy, the ramifications for her career could be catastrophic, jeopardizing her future in the entertainment industry. Jiang Jiqing scrolled through the comments, all filled with fans praying for Jishu's safety. Yet she found no remarks from those present at the scene. Her anxiety escalated the longer she waited at the airport, intensifying significantly until the plane landed. Fortunately, Jiang Jiqing had overheard Jishu mention the hotel she would be staying at the previous evening. Upon arriving at the hotel, she resumed her attempts to call Jishu, only to find the phone still switched off. Given her unique position, she had acted impulsively, only to realize now that she felt utterly powerless. With Jishu not answering, she had no way of locating her. Jiang Jiqing continuously refreshed the latest news online and reached out to her manager. What could possibly be wrong with the young master? Was there any way to ascertain Jishu's condition? Her manager dismissed her concerns, stating that a simple fall wound amount to anything significant. Don't get your hopes up, they advised. Jiang Jiqing hung up. Frustrated that her manager could not grasp the gravity of the situation, nor could she expect any useful information from them, she waited outside the hotel for over half an hour when a car pulled up. And as the door swung open, her heart finally eased. Jishu emerged donning a beige cap and a mask, but her assistant quickly came around to support her. I'm fine, I can walk by myself. Jishu insisted, yet as she raised her gaze, she spotted a man on the steps. Their eyes briefly met before Jishu instinctively averted her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Jiqing stood at the hotel entrance. It was evident that Jishu had come for her. Jiang Jiqing was convinced that Jishu had merely twisted her ankle. After a brief wait, she received a message from Jishu, room 609. Jiang Jiqing hurriedly took the elevator to Jishu's room. Taking a deep breath, she rang the doorbell. The instant the door swung open, their eyes locked. What are you doing here? Jishu inquired. Jiang Jiqing stepped inside, her anxiety subsiding somewhat, yet she instinctively grasped Jishu's arms. Are you alright? I'm fine. Did you see the news? My phone died, and I missed your calls. Jiang Jiqing scrutinized her. Noting the injury, did you twist your ankle? Jishu extended her foot toward Jiang Jiqing. I did twist it. Jiang Jiqing observed her foot, tightly wrapped like a dumpling, the top visibly swollen. Jishu leaned against the shoe cabinet. Attempting to walk with a series of hops, I think I need to go to a temple and pray. I've never fallen in high heels after all these years. Today, I was so careful. Yet I tripped on my skirt and bruised my knee. As Jishu prepared to bounce back to the sofa, she was suddenly swept up from behind. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. And he gently set her down on the sofa. Jiang Jiqing knelt beside her feet, placing a hand on her abdomen. How's your belly? Any unusual sensations? I'm fine, it's been several hours. And I haven't felt anything. Shall I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Jiang Jiqing remained unconvinced. I really am alright, and I don't know anyone at this hospital. What if we get photographed? Jiang Jiqing lowered her eyes, her hand still resting on Jishu's abdomen. Jishu, I am very worried about you. Jishu recognized the depth of her concern. Jiang Jiqing had rushed to her side immediately after hearing the news. Demonstrating her thoughtfulness, Jishu bit her lip, hesitating before gently ruffling Jiang Jiqing's hair. I'm fine, I was kneeling, and if I feel unwell later, I'll go to the hospital. Jiang Jiqing lifted her face to meet Jishu's gaze and finally nodded in agreement. Jishu, typically reserved, softened and offered her a smile. Having both skipped dinner, they ordered room service. However, Jishu found no appetite for the food laid out before her. Are you feeling unwell? Jishu's expression turned troubled. The wound from 2 days prior had yet to heal, and any contact caused pain, leaving her unable to eat. Jiang Jiqing stood and approached her, bending down. Open your mouth. Let me see. Jishu, perhaps dazed from her fall, obediently complied. Jiang Jiqing examined her chin, noting the swollen, inflamed wound that showed no signs of healing. I'm going to get you some medicine. Aren't you eating? I'll eat later. Jiang Jiqing donned a mask and sunglasses before stepping out. Jishu blinked, bewildered by the turn of events. 20 minutes later, Jiang Jiqing returned swiftly, carrying a bag of medicine. I consulted the pharmacist. If this situation isn't addressed promptly, it could lead to an ulcer. And you'd have to endure that. The doctor said this ointment will help if applied a few times. Jiang Jiqing opened the ointment, and they exchanged glances, both momentarily silent. Where are the cotton swabs? I forgot. Then use your fingers, Jishu suggested, surprised by the oversight. Never mind, I'll just go to the bathroom and use a mirror. Stay still, just sit there. With that, Jiang Jiqing rolled up her sleeves and headed to the bathroom, where the sound of running water followed. Jiang Jiqing was washing her hands. Jishu touched her face, realizing that Jiang Jiqing intended to apply the ointment herself. Wasn't that a bit too intimate? Yet, considering the more intimate moments they had shared, it felt trivial. After all, that was how the child in her belly came to be. When Jiang Jiqing emerged, she found Jishu sitting stiffly, hands resting on her thighs. Kneeling before her, Jiang Jiqing squeezed some ointment onto her hand. I washed my hands 3 times. I never said you didn't wash your hands. Jiang Jiqing chuckled lightly. Open wide. Jishu slightly parted her lips, while Jiang Jiqing held her chin, carefully applying the ointment to the wound. The coolness of the ointment was soothing. After finishing, Jiang Jiqing reminded her, don't lick it, just hold on for a moment. I know, I'm not a child. Jiang Jiqing smiled as she wiped her hands with a tissue, her tone laced with affection. Not a child, but a young lady. Don't go labeling me. The meal had grown somewhat cold, but given the current season, it was still palatable. Jiang Jiqing, having been tense all afternoon, now felt the pangs of hunger. Aren't you going to eat at all? I just applied the ointment, and now I'm not hungry. I ordered some milk tea. After Jiang Jiqing finished her meal, she began to assess Jishu's injured foot. We have to record in a few days. You won't be able to participate, will you? I should be fine, as long as I can walk. Don't push yourself. Jiang Jiqing gazed at her in silence. Chapter 43, You will be a good father. When the takeout arrived downstairs, Jiang Jiqing encountered Jishu's assistant while retrieving the order. The assistant was also picking up food, but their attention was primarily focused on the meals, casting a brief glance at Jiang Jiqing. Marveling at his height. As Jiang Jiqing entered the room, removing his mask while glancing sideways, he found Jishu in front of the mirror, examining her reflection and adjusting her lips in the camera view. Upon noticing Jiang Jiqing's approach, Jishu halted her actions and took the milk tea from his hands. After sipping half of it, she felt satisfied and set it aside. Are you taking a shower tonight? Yes, I am. I've sweated a lot today. Jiang Jiqing entered the bathroom, and the sound of water filled the air. Upon emerging, she crouched beside Jishu's suitcase, searching for her sleepwear. Jishu observed Jiang Jiqing rifling through her belongings with surprising familiarity. Jishu had neatly packed her undergarments into a small bag, and Jiang Jiqing seemed to know precisely what it contained, deliberately avoiding it. Which one will you wear? Jiang Jiqing held up 2 sets of pajamas for comparison. The darker one. Is it necessary to wear underwear while sleeping? Jiang Jiqing asked candidly, perhaps due to her overly open demeanor. Jishu found nothing inappropriate about the question. Well, I can manage it myself. Jiang Jijing handed over the bag and pajamas before moving closer to Jishu. I'll carry you to the bath. Oh, the bathtub is filled with water. Be careful not to get your feet wet. Just call out if you need anything. Jishu waved him off, signaling that he could leave. However, Jiang Jijing continued to gaze at her feet, seemingly unconvinced. You can't get that bandage wet either. Would it be better to keep your foot outside the tub while you shower? Jishu replied straightforwardly, why don't you help me wash? That works for me. I'm perfectly fine with it, as long as you don't mind. The night had indeed fallen, making it conducive to dreams. Jishu scoffed lightly. Alright, I'll step out now. In truth, Jishu had merely twisted her ankle. Had Jiang Jijing not arrived, she would have likely torn off the bandage by now. While bathing, she propped her injured foot up, which proved somewhat inconvenient, but certainly preferable to an arm injury. After washing her hair, Jishu emerged, opening the bathroom door to find Jiang Jijing standing up from the sofa. Didn't I tell you to just call me if you needed anything? It's no big deal. Jishu leaned against the doorframe, her hair wrapped up. Jiang Jijing lifted her and placed her on the bed. How's your stomach? Any discomfort? Not at all, Jishu genuinely replied, feeling no sensation whatsoever. He went back to the bathroom to retrieve a hairdryer, turned to the side. Jiang Jijing began to let her hair down. Can you handle it? Just don't pull my hair out. I've been losing quite a bit lately, and every strand is precious. I'll be careful. With her back to him, the hairdryer buzzed to life. Jiang Jijing was indeed gentle, massaging her hair while drying it slowly. Jishu had a lot of hair, and he managed to grasp it all at once, taking his time. It took half an hour to dry completely. Jishu, her head down, was engrossed in her phone. As she stretched her neck, Jiang Jijing reached out and snatched the device from her hands. What are you doing? Don't keep staring at your phone, it's bad for your eyes. I was just playing for a bit. Jiang Jijing continued to hold her hair, gently combing through it with a brush. Despite his light touch, several strands still fell out. Jiang Jijing discreetly collected them. Not much came out, right? Just a few. Oh, that's alright then. Jiang Jijing quickly tossed the hair into the trash, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Jishu grabbed a handful of her own hair, now completely dry, and immediately burrowed under the covers. Oh, you need to apply some medicine? Jiang Jijing inquired. Oh, yes, please do. Having already been treated once by Jiang Jijing, she accepted the second round much more readily. After applying the medication, it indeed felt somewhat better, not as painful as before. Jishu puffed her cheeks, watching Jiang Jijing moving in and out of the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm washing your clothes and then drying them. No need. Just toss them in the washing machine. Jiang Jijing looked at her curiously. What else would I do? Do you think I'd de-wash them by hand? You're re-dreaming, huh? Can someone just dig out his mouth? I've done enough here. You should rest. It's getting late, and you need to go back tomorrow. I haven't booked a room. Then just go downstairs and reserve one. Jishu looked at him oddly. I'm frugal. I can't bear to spend a few hundred on a hotel. Jishu frowned as she listened to his unapologetic reasoning. You can be stingy to death. It's just a few hundred. Go, and I'll transfer the money to you. You've stayed at my place before. I can manage in your room for one night. What, Jiang Jijing, have you lost your mind? Don't worry about me, you just sleep. With that, he entered the bathroom, and the sound of running water could still be heard. He was taking a shower. Jishu found it utterly incomprehensible that he wanted to share a room with her. And it wasn't even a suite, it was a cramped space where two people would feel crowded on the sofa. Was he yearning for her bed? No, that wasn't the point. The real issue was how they had become this familiar with one another. It was one thing to record a show together, but now he was washing in her bathroom. Jishu pondered for several minutes until the bathroom door swung open. Jiang Jijing, originally clad in a sweatshirt, now had it draped over his arm, wearing a black t-shirt underneath. Jishu looked at him. Are you sleeping on the sofa tonight? I can't fit on that sofa. Then sleep on the floor? It's autumn now, sleeping on the floor will give you a chill. Jishu chuckled. You don't actually want to sleep in my bed, do you? Are you feeling a bit too bold, or have I lost my edge? Do I want to sleep in your bed? No, I wouldn't. Then that settles it. Jiang Jijing resolutely sat on the sofa. You sleep. I'll stay here. You plan to sit there all night? Jiang Jijing met her gaze. If you feel unwell at night, I'll be right by your side. Jishu suddenly found herself at a loss for words. His relentless persistence in staying was for his own sake. Jishu silently burrowed into the covers. Jiang Jijing sat with his back to her on the sofa. Did you have nightmares last night? Jiang Jijing asked. We were filming all day yesterday, and I got back late. I was too exhausted to dream. I'll turn off the lights. I'll just be in the room while you sleep soundly. Jishu clutched the blanket under her chin. Jiang Jijing, you're going to be a great dad one day. Jiang Jijing stiffened momentarily, then asked with a hint of amusement, I don't even have a girlfriend. Why are we talking about kids? Just a casual remark. Jishu turned her back to him, shifting positions. Despite their brief time together, Jiang Jijing was remarkably attentive, caring for her with meticulous detail that he would likely treat his future girlfriend and children in the same manner. Chapter 44 almost exposed the presence of another person sitting on the sofa made it impossible for Jishu to sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Her ankle began to throb again. When she kicked the covers, she forgot about her injured foot, resulting in a muffled groan of pain. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jijing sprang up, turned on the light, and rushed to her bedside, his face etched with concern. What happened? Jishu grimaced, her features contorted in pain. It's nothing. I just bumped my foot. Is it very painful? Jiang Jijing lifted the covers, revealing Jishu's foot, which he held delicately in his hand, noticing the severe swelling. Did you get an X-ray? You're sure you didn't fracture anything? Jiang Jijing's hands felt cool against her skin, causing Jishu to shiver slightly. I did get an X-ray. The doctor said there is no fracture. Just be cautious while walking and avoid putting weight on it. Jiang Jijing continued to scrutinize her foot, making Jishu feel somewhat uncomfortable, so she withdrew her foot back under the covers. Jiang Jijing glanced at her and tucked the blanket around her more snugly. Get some rest, Jiang Jijing prepared to turn back to the sofa. But Jishu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Since becoming pregnant, she had softened considerably, especially towards Jiang Jijing. For instance, right now, what did it matter if he, a grown man, stayed up all night? She often worked late hours too. Right, Jiang Jijing, Jishu called softly. Can't sleep. Jiang Jijing assumed she was having trouble resting, given how long she had been tossing about in bed. Why don't you join me in bed? Jishu's face was nearly buried in the blanket, her voice muffled and barely audible. Anyone with poor hearing would struggle to catch her words. After speaking, she covered her entire face with the blanket, shifting towards the middle of the bed, leaving a considerable space beside her. Jiang Jijing noticed a few strands of her hair peeking out from the blanket, then lifted the cover and lay down beside her. The spot where Jishu had been sleeping was still warm. Jiang Jijing tugged at the pillow, watching the back of Jishu's head. After a long moment, he finally spoke. I've turned off the light, Once the light was off, Jishu revealed her face from beneath the covers. Had she just done something foolish again? Why did she feel soft-hearted towards Jiang Jijing, yet every time she thought about how he had come all this way just to be with her, all for her sake, it warmed her heart. Although it was his responsibility as she was pregnant, Jishu had never asked him to do any of this, even when she informed him about her pregnancy. It was merely to share her decision. She had no intention of expecting anything from him. Both lay in bed, neither falling asleep. In the darkness, they kept their eyes open, lost in their thoughts. Jishu drifted off, feeling as though someone was cradling her in their arms, enveloping her in warmth. The assistant took the breakfast down the elevator. Jishu had injured her foot, and the live broadcast scheduled for today had been cancelled. All she needed to do was chat with her fans at home after returning. The flight was at 10 in the morning, and the assistant came to pick her up. She opened the door without changing her shoes, oblivious to the men's sports shoes at the entrance, and walked directly to the table. Sister Shu, it's 8:30, time to get up. I brought breakfast. After we eat, we'll head to the airport. Jishu made a small sound, then stretched and rolled over, reaching out her arms as if to embrace something. Her eyes widened in shock. Jiang Jijing was awake, his eyes opened at that moment as well. Jishu observed her assistant, who was still preoccupied with arranging breakfast, and quickly pulled the quilt to cover Jiang Jijing's head before sitting up herself. Why are you here so early? Is it still early? The sister Shu. How's your ankle? You haven't applied the medicine yet, have you? Let me take a look. Wait a moment. The young assistant stood by the table, a puzzled expression on her face, unable to comprehend why her artist was so agitated at that moment. I just remembered, I wanted some soy milk this morning. Could you please buy me a cup? I already bought some from that place you usually liked. I suddenly have a craving for sweet tofu pudding. Could you get me some? Weren't you saying that it's too sweet and cloying? I really want it now. Can you please go get it for me? Oh, the assistant nodded. All right, the breakfast shop isn't far from the hotel? I'll go get it, but you should hurry up or it'll get cold. Okay, I'll get up right away. As the assistant left, she noticed a pair of sneakers by the entrance but was too eager to fetch the tofu pudding to think much of it. Once the assistant was gone, Jishu sighed in relief and then threw off the quilt. Jiang Jijing was still lying in bed. Jishu kicked him gently with her uninjured foot. Get up quickly. Jiang Jijing sat up. Your assistant is quite dedicated. Don't you see what time it is? Aren't you getting up? Jiang Jijing got out of bed and went to wash up, while Jishu hopped along to the bathroom door. Stop jumping around. Don't you realize you're pregnant? Jiang Jijing looked at her nervously. It's fine, no need to overreact. Hurry up and wash up, then get dressed so we can leave. Okay, I have a flight back at 10. What about you? I'll see if I can get a last-minute ticket. Dressed in a cap, Jiang Jijing looked down as the elevator doors opened before her. The assistant, noticing someone familiar, recalled seeing her when picking up takeout last night. Isn't that the same hoodie from last night? The assistant glanced again. Jiang Zijing instinctively turned away. Hey, why does this person look so familiar? The assistant tilted her head in curiosity. Jiang Zijing immediately turned her face away. In the next moment, the assistant exclaimed excitedly, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Zijing, realizing she could no longer hide, lifted her head in surprise. Huan, what are you doing here? Sister Shu is working here. She's staying here too. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm here for some work as well. You stayed at this hotel last night, right? I think I ran into you when I went to get takeout. I don't quite remember, Teacher Jiang. You're busy, so I'll just take breakfast to Sister Shu. Sure. After watching the assistant rush down the elevator, Jiang Zijing let out a long breath. It seemed she hadn't raised any suspicions. Jishu savored the warm tofu pudding slowly. I ran into Teacher Jiang when I was in the elevator. What, Teacher Jiang? Jiang Zijing. I didn't expect him to be in this hotel. I recognized him from the hoodie he was wearing. I remembered I also ran into him when I went downstairs for takeout last night. Jishu observed her without any hint of suspicion, which put her at ease. While the assistant was organizing their luggage, she noticed a pair of white sneakers at the entrance that had mysteriously vanished. Sister Shu, was it just that pair of shoes? Yes, just that one. Oh, I thought there was another pair here. Maybe you were mistaken. Jishu silently thanked her lucky stars for having chosen an assistant who was a bit oblivious. Otherwise, they might have been caught. Chapter 45. Just a young girl. After Jishu queued for check-in, she boarded the plane. Due to her injured foot, her assistant supported her throughout. The flight attendant escorted them to first class, and the assistant settled beside her. Sister Shu, would you like some water? Jishu shook her head. No thanks, you should rest. You've been busy. Alright. The young girl smiled and nodded. This assistant had interned in the production team while Jishu was filming, and they had hit it off quite well. When she graduated, Jishu had offered her a position, and the next day, the girl arrived with her belongings. It had already been 2 years since then. Leaning back in her seat, Jishu glanced at her phone but found no messages from Jiang Zijing, unsure if he had boarded the flight. After switching her phone to airplane mode, she tucked it away in her bag. Feeling excessively drowsy, she soon drifted off to sleep. Jishu slept lightly and awoke not long after, her throat feeling a bit scratchy and uncomfortable. The sweet tofu pudding had indeed been quite rich. Clearing her throat, she prepared to ask the flight attendant for a glass of water. Just as she turned her head, she realized her seatmate had changed. Jiang Zijing sat beside her, listening to music through his earbuds. Noticing her movement, he turned his head and removed one earbud. What's up? I want some water. Okay. Jiang Zijing spotted a flight attendant passing by and called out softly, and soon after, she brought a glass of water. Thank you. After Jiang Zijing expressed his gratitude, he handed the glass to Jishu. Jishu pulled down her mask, drank, and then asked, How did you end up sitting here when I boarded the plane? I saw you both and switched seats with your assistant. I didn't realize you were sleeping the whole time. Jishu set down her cup and turned to see her assistant sleeping not far away. How did she listen to you so readily? You say switch seats, and she does without hesitation. What if we ended up fighting? The girl knows nothing in front of an old fox like you. Why do you wake up as if you've just eaten dynamite? I'll wait for you at the parking lot after we land. Jishu fell silent, but she found it hard to sleep again. She watched as Jiang Zijing put one earbud back in and wondered what he was listening to. A comedy sketches. Want to give it a try? Jiang Zijing offered an earbud. Jishu accepted it and plugged it into her ear. She was surprised to discover that Jiang Zijing enjoyed listening to comedy sketches. The duo inside the audio was lively and engaging. Leaning back in her seat, Jishu listened, and soon a smile crept onto her face. Jiang Zijing chuckled as well, finding it quite amusing. Wasn't it? Jishu's reaction was the best answer. Jiang Zijing often pondered that Jishu was just a young girl. Many of her emotions were laid bare on her face. Sister Shu, do you really not want me to drive you home? The driver is waiting by the roadside. No, I'll go home myself. You should head back quickly. By the way, you're not allowed to bring assistants for this recording. Go spend time with your mother instead. I'll contact you later when I have something. Then I'll wait for your car to come pick you up. It's inconvenient for you to walk now. The assistant expressed her concern. It is fine, really, just let the driver take you home. Don't worry about me. Alright, but Sister Shu, please stay safe. After watching her assistant leave, Jishu sent Jiang Zijing her location. It wasn't long before Jiang Zijing's car arrived. After placing her suitcase in the trunk, he supported her arm to help her into the car. Inside the vehicle, Jishu received a call from her manager. Don't say a word, I'm not stupid. The moment she answered, she heard her manager's voice. Huan said you went home and didn't let her drive you. Yes, I've been living at home lately. Really living at home? Li Jia, what kind of question is that? Where else would I be living? there's only my uncle at home. I just want to spend more time with this lonely old man. Jiang Zijing bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. If Uncle Wen heard Jishu describe him like that, he would probably turn a shade of black. Is your foot injury serious? You have recording in 2 days. Will it affect you? It's nothing serious. The doctor said it won't affect anything as long as I take care. This recording doesn't allow assistance either. I'm worried about you going alone. Especially with your foot injury, there's no need to worry. There are plenty of crew members. After a brief silence, her manager continued. Jishu, you were quite resistant to filming with Jiang Zijing last time. How about you take this opportunity to withdraw from the recording due to your foot injury? Jishu paused, having never considered that option. Her manager pressed on. The popularity of the dating show is indeed high. But your collaboration has not garnered much support from fans. The official studio's comments are already a mess. Well, Li Jia, we signed a contract. I can't just withdraw, even if I take a leave this time. I'll have to go once my foot heals. Besides, if I don't go, the entire focus be on Jiang Zijing. After another moment of silence, her manager relented. Alright, just keep me posted if anything happens. By the way, once the recording is finished, can you come to the office to discuss the renewal? Sure. Once the call ended, Jiang Zijing asked, are you sure you want to participate given your situation? You'll need to check in at various places, and your mobility will be limited. It should be fine by then, right? The doctor said it would heal in a week. Jishu stared at her foot for a moment, realizing it had swollen even more when she got up this morning. What are your thoughts on the renewal? Are you planning to stay? It was only in the past 2 years, after your meteoric rise to fame, that the company began to place significant value on you. Before that, they didn't even provide you with an assistant. And did your agent ever truly manage you? Now they treat you as if you are a veritable cash cow. How amusing, Jiang Zijing scoffed lightly. Well, let us not rush. The contract doesn't expire until next year. At the time, Jishu, eager to prove herself to her uncle, had already signed with the company even before graduating from university. However, as a newcomer, despite securing a contract, she found herself devoid of resources and merely passing the time. Those 2 years were indeed quite miserable for Jishu. She had to take taxis alone to auditions, fighting for the opportunity to be considered. Her current accomplishments are solely the result of her own efforts. Even Jiang Zijing's agent remarked that had Jishu chosen a different agent or agency back then, she would have long since become a sensation, without the need to wait until now. Although Jiang Zijing is in the same agency, their circumstances differ. Jiang Zijing's work arrangements are not managed by the company, which only oversees his external marketing. Chapter 46, A Bite to Eat. As the car rolled into the parking lot, Jishu opened the door and stepped out, grabbing her bag. You carry the luggage. Jishu lowered her head to organize her bag, entirely oblivious to Jiang Zijing approaching her side. In the next moment, she found herself lifted effortlessly, cradled under her thighs. What are you doing? I'll take you upstairs. The luggage can wait. I just need you to support me. I can walk on my own. That would take too long. Someone might see us. We're still outside. Jishu said anxiously. You just put on your mask. If you're still worried about being seen, bury your face in my chest, Jiang Zijing, Jishu exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. Keep quiet. If anyone recognizes us, it won't be my fault. With that, he kicked the car door shut and carried Jishu away. Jishu was surprisingly light. At a height of 1.68 meters, even with her pregnancy, she felt almost weightless in his arms. She usually ate in a lazy manner, despite having been quite the eater as a child. As they made their way through a short path, the community was relatively quiet during the day, with most residents either at work or staying indoors. Unfortunately, however, there were quite a few older folks around. Jishu could even hear snippets of conversation discussing trivial matters. My daughter is already 28, and I'm worried sick. She'll be 30 soon and still hasn't dated. Indeed, my daughter is the same. She tells me that being with men brings bad luck. Without considering how she came to be, the voices drew nearer. Jiang Zijing felt Jishu bury her face into the crook of his neck, her arms wrapped around his shoulders, the corners of Jiang Zijing's mouth turned up beneath his mask. He adjusted his hold on her, lifting her slightly higher as he walked past the chatting ladies. Even after passing them, Jishu could still clearly hear their conversation. Look at them. Oh, what a sweet couple. Just look at that girl. She seems so happy. What is so bad about being in a relationship? Absolutely, that young man looks quite handsome. What could they possibly be thinking, not dating at such a young age? Are they planning to wait until they're old? My heart itches just watching them. Young couples are so sweet and happy. It's so romantic. Jishu felt her cheeks flush. Even with her face buried in his chest, she couldn't help but close her eyes in embarrassment. She considered herself to have a thick skin, yet she was unprepared for this moment. Who thinks Jiang Zijing and I are a couple? What is wrong with their eyesight? Where is the sweetness or happiness? As soon as the elevator doors closed, Jishu struggled to free herself from his embrace. Zhang Jiqing looked down at her, noticing her flushed ears. So she is shy. Jishu kept her gaze fixed on the floor. Did those ladies downstairs say you were shy? Zhang Jiqing asked with interest. No, then why don't you want me to carry you? They don't know who we are. I can walk by myself. I don't need you to carry me. When the elevator doors opened, Jishu leaned against the wall and slowly walked out. Zhang Jiqing wanted to assist her, but she refused, having been through quite a day. Jishu plopped down on the sofa upon arriving home. Open your mouth. Let me see if you're any better. Much improved, Jishu replied sullenly. I only knew that after seeing you. Last time you said you were better. And it nearly turned into an ulcer. Jishu gazed at the person half squatting in front of her, reluctantly opening her mouth. Zhang Jiqing held her chin, examining the bite on her right cheek. Today was indeed not as severe as last night. The ointment must have worked. He retrieved some cotton swabs from the medicine cabinet and gently applied the medicine to Jishu's injury. His movements were tender and focused. Jishu observed his concentrated demeanor, their faces drawn close enough that they could feel each other's breath. After tending to her wound, Zhang Jiqing looked at her. And she was already gazing back at him. Their eyes met, reflecting each other's features. Zhang Jiqing studied her face. It was only recently, due to the child, that their interactions had increased. Previously, how could they have sat together so calmly? There was no need to speculate on Jishu's looks. Zhang Jiqing had found her beautiful since childhood. Despite her mischievous nature and sharp tongue, his gaze gradually drifted lower, captivated by her rosy lips, which even without lipstick appeared radiant, reminiscent of cherries. Zhang Jiqing felt a tickle in his throat, a sudden urge to take a bite. After a lengthy pause, it was Jishu who first regained her composure. Swatting Zhang Jiqing's hand away from her chin, whether it was due to her delicate skin or Zhang Jiqing's firm grip, two distinct fingerprints were left imprinted on her chin. Jishu rubbed her chin. Is it all done? Oh, yes, it's all done. Zhang Jiqing discarded the cotton swab and immediately rose to fetch a bottle of water from the fridge, seeking to calm his racing heart. What was he thinking earlier, almost wanting to kiss Jishu? Had he been delirious from the shower last night? That evening, Jishu had a live stream to attend, and with no other options. She had to broadcast from Zhang Jiqing's home. Sitting on the window seat, she pulled the curtains and propped up her phone. She glanced around, ensuring that no personal information would be revealed. You haven't taken any pictures behind the curtains, have you? I rarely share personal photos. They're mostly taken outside. Good. Even before the stream began, over 1 million viewers had already flocked in. The traffic was indeed substantial. Jishu was sipping water to soothe her throat, waiting for the stream to officially commence. Her eyes scanned the comments above. When the time finally arrived, the live stream had attracted 3 million viewers. Hello everyone, I'm Jishu. Jishu waved at the camera. Today's livestream is essentially to reassure everyone that I'm fine. Although the studio has already issued a statement, it's just a minor ankle sprain. I haven't worn high heels in a while and am a bit unaccustomed to them. I usually prefer flats. The comments complimented her appearance today, and she retorted, how could you say that? Haven't I always been good looking? I'm at home right now, so I won't be showing you around my room. It's a bit messy. Tonight, we can just chat. It's only 8 o'clock. So let us treat it as a regular conversation. Please don't send gifts. That money won't reach my hands. It goes to the studio. Yes, I haven't confirmed my next project yet. I haven't found a suitable script recently. I've been working on a variety show. Yes, I'm recording it with Teacher Jiang. You'll know what it's about when it airs, so I won't spoil it here. I've had dinner. What about you? You've all eaten, right? I had wontons, not takeout, but the homemade kind. Zhang Jiqing sat across from Jishu, wearing headphones and watching his phone. Yes, indeed, he was watching Jishu's livestream. As for why he sat right across yet chose to watch through a screen, even he could not articulate. After chatting for over half an hour, it was mostly Jishu doing the talking. Then she glanced at the viewer submissions. Zhang Jiqing stood up to wash a plate of fruit, cherries and sunshine grapes. When he returned with the fruit platter, Jishu was in the midst of advising her fans to break up. Why would you keep a man like that? Do you plan to keep him around for the new year? Soft rice and hard eating, can you really tolerate that? Will you break up? If not, I'll drive a forklift over. Ladies, let me tell you, pitying a man will ruin your life, spending money on a man will ruin 3 lifetimes, and being with a man will bring bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Making money is what matters, why bother with love? Zhang Jiqing felt an inexplicable sense of being scolded. He placed the fruit platter on her table. Jishu glanced at him before returning her focus to the screen. Chapter 47, a heat of the moment. Jishu popped a cherry into her mouth. What are you all talking about? Who just brought me fruit? Are you also concerned about my personal life? Jishu laughed. It's just a housekeeper. I'm lazy, so she usually tidies up my place and cooks for me. Jishu's words weren't entirely false. After all, she did pay Zhang Jiqing 150 each day. Zhang Jiqing hadn't anticipated that bringing a plate of fruit would earn him a new identity. Jishu realized that her fans were indeed very perceptive. She would need to be more cautious moving forward. Returning to the previous topic, dear ladies, it is crucial to avoid falling into the trap of infatuation. The moment you sense a desire for romance, I suggest you gather a couple of baskets of wild vegetables to calm your mind. Why entertain thoughts of love when one can find joy in solitude? My uncle, a man in his 30s, shows no urgency to marry. I suspect he wishes to remain a bachelor for life. What? You wish to marry my uncle? Please do not. He is quite authoritarian, a typical male chauvinist with a temperament that fluctuates unpredictably. If I weren't his niece, I would find him utterly intolerable. Will my uncle strike me for watching the livestream? Haha, who said that? Not at all, he is too busy with work to watch it, and besides, I only speak the truth, so I have nothing to fear. Jishu rarely mentions her private life in front of her fans, who only know she has a busy uncle and have never heard her speak of her parents. They merely assume she prefers to keep her family matters private. Unbeknownst to her, Jishu has almost finished a plate of fruit. Her stomach now quite full, and upon glancing at the time, she realizes they have been chatting for 2 hours. It is already 10 o'clock. Dear ladies, do remember to retire early. Staying up late not only leads to hair loss but also diminishes one's beauty. Good night, let us converse again when time permits. Bye. Jishu waved at the camera, then exited the livestream, ensuring it was properly closed before rising. After all, she would not want to find herself embroiled in a scandalous trending topic about living with Zhang Jiqing. Jishu stood up and rubbed her stomach, having eaten too much fruit. All done. Zhang Jiqing also set down his phone. Indeed, my waist has grown stiff. I have been feeling quite sore lately. Jishu pinched her waist and twisted it a couple of times. Shall I massage it for you? Have you truly become addicted to being pampered? Jishu chuckled. Did not the doctor say it is all due to pregnancy? Have you experienced any cramping? A bit. Sometimes at night my legs feel immobile, as though they are being pressed. Let me give you a massage. Jishu observed his generous demeanor. Refusing would only make her seem pretentious. Her temperament truly cannot withstand provocation. Leaning against the headboard, Jishu held a pillow while perusing the trending topics from her recent livestream on her phone. Zhang Jiqing sat cross-legged behind her, gently kneading her lower back. Surprisingly, his touch felt quite pleasant, easing her muscle soreness. Zhang Jiqing continued his gentle ministrations, perhaps realizing that Jishu's position against the headboard was somewhat awkward. He pulled on her arm, encouraging her to lean back further. Jishu's attention was entirely absorbed by her phone, showing little reaction to Zhang Jiqing's movements. He lowered his gaze to the person nestled against him, his palm pressed against her back as he massaged. Jishu found the massage quite soothing and instinctively shifted to a more comfortable position, nearly snuggling into him, her back pressed against Zhang Jiqing's chest. Enveloped entirely by him, blissfully unaware of her current state. One of his arms wrapped around her waist, securing her for easier access to massage. The sweet scent of her fragrance wafted around him, reminiscent of cherries. Zhang Jiqing leaned his head down slightly, his chin nearly resting on Jishu's head. She wore pajamas, the collar button undone, allowing him a glimpse of her delicate collarbones. Zhang Jiqing swallowed hard, his massage slowing as he became acutely aware of his growing thirst and an overwhelming urge to bite her collarbone. What would it be like to leave a few faint marks on her fair neck, on her pristine skin? He recalled that night, though his memories were hazy. Numerous images surged forth in his mind. They were his memories alone, and he wished they could last a lifetime. After a moment of daze, Zhang Jiqing suddenly realized the nature of his thoughts. How could he harbor such impure intentions toward Jishu? Could you knead the left side of my waist a bit more? Jishu seemed displeased at his sudden cessation of movement. Zhang Jiqing instinctively glanced downward. He had done nothing but indulge in a fleeting fantasy, and yet his self-control was alarmingly weak, especially when it came to Jishu. Zhang Jiqing retracted his legs, forcing himself to regain composure. Perhaps the recent dry weather had led to his heightened state. After a deep breath, he resolved to clear his mind and focus on giving Jishu a massage. To his astonishment, he realized the warmth radiating from his palms was quite intense. The softness of Jishu nestled against him, her fragrance enticingly pervasive. Zhang Jiqing understood that his rationality was gradually being compromised. He had to admit that men truly are creatures governed by their baser instincts. He could not allow this to continue, otherwise Jishu might very well kick him away, for she remained remarkably alert. Having narrowly escaped once, he knew he could not afford a second chance. Zhang Jiqing was acutely aware of this. Jishu's back was pushed away slightly. She turned her face to him, preparing to rise from the bed. What is it? Why is your face flushed? Jishu inquired, puzzled. Just a bit warm. Jiang Jijing dared not meet her gaze. Warm? But it feels quite cool tonight. Where could the warmth be coming from? My mind is overheated. You should sleep. I just realized I have yet to shower. With that, Jiang Jijing exited the bedroom, and shortly thereafter Jishu heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Wait, isn't Jiang Jijing already in his pajamas? Didn't he just finish showering? Why is he showering again? Confounded, Jishu pondered the peculiarities of men. She returned her attention to the snippets of her livestream. Every random screenshot looks so good. How did I become so beautiful? Another day of being moved by her own beauty. Chapter 48. Be gentle. After playing for a while, Jishu set her phone down. If Jiang Jijing saw her again, it would lead to more discussions. She removed the pillow from behind her and lay down. While Jiang Jijing continued to shower, her gaze wandered uncontrollably to the floor beside the bed. Well, actually, I wasn't so scared sleeping on the floor the other night. It seems Jiang Jijing no longer needs to keep me company. Sleeping on the floor must surely be more comfortable than the couch. Right, Jishu contemplated discussing it with him. Once Jiang Jijing finished showering, he entered the bedroom to dry his hair. Jishu alternated between staring at the ceiling and fiddling with her blanket, occasionally kicking her feet. The moment the sound of the hairdryer ceased, Jishu immediately stilled, lying obediently. When Jiang Jijing emerged, his hair still damp, he noticed Jishu already lying on the bed. He approached the side of the bed and lifted the blanket slightly. Did you forget to apply the ointment? I forgot. Jishu quickly sprang up. Is your mouth feeling better? Let me see. It no longer hurts. Let us apply it once more. Alright. Jiang Jijing first treated her oral injury, then examined Jishu's ankle. She had already discarded the bandage after her shower. It was quite swollen, resembling a dumpling. This ointment may sting a bit. Bear with it. Yesterday, when the doctor applied the ointment at the hospital, Jishu nearly burst into tears from the pain. She had only sprayed it lightly during the day. After cleansing with iodine, Jiang Jijing applied the ointment and began to massage. If Jishu had not mentally prepared herself, she might have cried out. Even with preparation, the pain was unbearable. You, be gentle. Jiang Jijing, enough, is it not healed yet? Jishu whimpered. After a moment of venting, Jiang Jijing finally ceased his ministrations. Jishu's eyes were already red. You are intentionally seeking revenge against me, aren't you? You notice that? You seem rather clever. Jiang Jijing rose to wash his hands. Next time, you need to apply the ointment. That do. I earn 150 from you a day. Although a 2-star hotel may lack amenities, it still offers ointment application services. Hot get lost. Jiang Jijing retrieved a mat from the cabinet. Jishu originally intended to refuse his company, but upon reflection, she thought it best to let him sleep on the floor for a few days. Eventually, he might develop arthritis and rheumatism, and in 10 or 20 years she could laugh at him. Jiang Jijing lay on the mat with a sigh. I wonder how the director will torment us during the shoot in 2 days. Well, we will all be in it together. I just hope we don't go somewhere too cold. I have no objections to other places. Jiang Jijing chuckled. With your ankle in such a state, how can you think about running around? It will be fine by then. Jiang Jijing thought to himself that with the swelling as it was, it would hardly heal in 2 days. She was always so stubborn and defiant. Jiang Jijing turned to face the bed, running his tongue over his cheek. After a long pause, he asked, shall we turn off the lights? Though the question consisted of only 3 words, Jishu understood his implication. Every time he asked about turning off the lights, it was merely a roundabout way of asking if they should hold hands. In truth, holding hands seemed unnecessary and rather uncomfortable. I feel like I'm not so scared anymore, Jishu confessed. Jiang Jijing responded with an "oh," but inexplicably felt a tinge of disappointment. They had not articulated their feelings explicitly, yet they both comprehended the other's meaning. Jiang Jijing, I recall you have ties in your wardrobe, don't you? Jishu suddenly inquired. What? Jishu boldly tossed aside the blanket, descended from the bed, and walked to the wardrobe. Pulling open a drawer neatly arranged with ties, she casually picked one up and returned to the bed, wrapping the end of the tie around her left wrist. What are you doing? Jiang Jijing inquired. Observing her actions, Jishu secured her knot and extended her right hand toward him. Jiang Jijing observed as she wrapped the other end of the tie around her right hand. Well, holding hands might lead to stiffness, so let it be this way. Jiang Jijing looked down at the ends of his tie, now tied in an untidy manner. This expensive item, worth tens of thousands, had become utterly useless in Jishu's clutches. Jishu rested her arm on the bed, allowing Jiang Jijing to relax his own. Indeed, this method made holding hands far more convenient than before, yet a sense of discontent lingered in Jiang Jijing's heart. In the darkness, he gazed at the tie on his hand, finding it increasingly bothersome. Jishu, on the other hand, believed she would sleep soundly that night. However, she awoke in the middle of the night with cramping legs. muscle spasms, and even unbearable abdominal pain. The mere act of turning over felt oppressive. Struggling, Jishu sat up, clutching her legs. The moment she stirred, Jiang Jijing was roused, as his wrist was still bound by the tie. He sat up, concerned. What happened? He turned on the light and noticed Jishu's brows furrowed in discomfort. My legs are cramping. It hurts so much. Jiang Jijing knelt by the side of the bed, reaching out to massage her legs. Where does it hurt? It's everywhere. The pressure is making my stomach feel awful. Jiang Jijing remained silent, focusing intently on relieving her discomfort. He had consulted a doctor about alleviating leg cramps in pregnant women, and the doctor had shared some methods with him. After several minutes of massaging, Jishu's complexion improved slightly, and the burden on her body lessened. You should sleep. It's quite late. I'll continue to massage you for a bit. Jiang Jijing gently helped her lie back down. Jishu, now resting on the bed, watched Jiang Jijing with a serious expression as he focused on her legs. In silence, she grappled with her own thoughts. After a while, the pain subsided significantly. Jishu placed her hand over his. It is fine now. You should sleep. I'll rest soon and continue to massage you a little longer. If you feel uncomfortable during the night, don't hesitate to wake me. Just tug on the tie. I'll definitely wake up. But the doctor mentioned that as your pregnancy progresses, the cramps could worsen. Jiang Jijing continued, sensing her silence. Don't overthink things. We agreed that before we go abroad, I will take good care of you. It's only fair. You shouldn't suffer alone while I sleep soundly. Don't let me take advantage of you. Alright. After a while of massage, Jishu's discomfort completely vanished, and drowsiness began to creep in. She turned onto her side, hugging a pillow, and soon drifted back to sleep. Jiang Jijing tucked her in, noticing her hair sprawled over the pillow, some strands falling across her face, nearly obscuring it. He carefully brushed the hair away, tucking it behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair face. Jiang Jijing playfully grazed her nose with his fingertip, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. How adorable she is while sleeping. It ignites a desire to hold her close. His gaze then shifted to the blanket, specifically to Jishu's abdomen. Gradually, the warmth in his eyes dimmed, lying on the floor. Sleep eluded him completely. Chapter 49. What to do if rumors spread. On the day of filming, Jishu's sprained foot had only slightly reduced in swelling. It still throbbed painfully when she put weight on it. Should I take a day off? Missing one recording isn't a big deal, Jiang Jijing suggested. Never mind, since we've committed to 6 episodes, we should complete them all. Jiang Jijing escorted Jishu back to her apartment complex. Jishu remained silent, merely glancing up at the building where she lived. The cleaning service had already come, leaving the apartment vacant. Knowing she wouldn't stay long, she had only rented it for 2 years. Once the lease expired, she would return it to the landlord and leave the belongings for him to handle. She had no desire to keep them. As for the surveillance footage, Jishu had only watched a brief moment, enough to see that the pervert had entered and exited the changing room multiple times. She didn't wish to delve deeper into what transpired inside. Alright. Afterward, the two parted ways. When they met again, it was at the recording site, where Jishu was supported by an assistant teacher. Ji is truly dedicated, coming to record despite her injury. It's moving. The director, Julie, feigned seriousness, facing the camera. Jishu retorted without hesitation. I haven't even requested leave yet, and Director Chu is already contacting me, expressing concern for my injury. I mentioned needing a few days rest, and he insisted on personally coming to carry me. Julie chuckled. And what about Jiang? Doesn't he show any concern for his injured girlfriend? You should have him carry you later. Director, are you trying to stir up trouble? If rumors start circulating about me and Jiang Jijing, will you take responsibility? Please at least let there be some rumors about you too. Every couple has fans except for you two. Come on, if Jiang Jijing and I had fans, that would be terrifying. We've already shown you enough respect. We merely bickered during one episode and didn't even come to blows. You should consider yourself fortunate. The director's curiosity piqued. What exactly happened between you two? Not just the director, even the fans were intrigued. It could only be said that the animosity had built up over many years. After all, they had quarreled from their very first meeting. Jishu still bore the scar on Jiang Jijing's wrist. Nearly 20 years at GO.as for that bite mark. Jishu was curious why Jiang Jijing had never sought treatment for it. Surely it could be removed. Why do I hear someone speaking ill of me from afar? Jiang Jijing appeared, his gaze immediately locking onto Jishu. Some people are simply insecure. They often feel that any criticism directed at others is aimed at them. Jishu replied coolly. Jiang Jijing shrugged in exasperation towards the camera. Is your girlfriend like this too? Once everyone had gathered, they stood together. Jishu wanted to stand but was unable to, so she sat on a chair while Jiang Jijing stood beside her. Director, how are we playing this episode? This time, we've come to Kunming, Yunnan. and we'll engage in something interesting. In the first episode, everyone spent several days together and should have gotten to know each other somewhat. Since our show is titled Simulated Couples, this episode will depict how young couples surprise each other on their birthdays. We've received numerous submissions from fans expressing uncertainty about what to give their partners for their birthdays, how to soothe them when they're upset, and how to win arguments against them. Therefore, this episode will showcase you 4 couples reenacting these scenarios. Jisoo understood, it was simply about preparing birthday gifts for each other, followed by an argument and then making up. But did audiences truly enjoy watching this? Wouldn't it just become increasingly frustrating? Surely the performances would be contrived compared to real life, making it all the more unbearable to watch. The director continued, the only difference in this episode is that the couples will need to split up for activities. The other couples nodded in agreement. Jang Jijing glanced at Jisoo. How will you manage if we're separated? I brought a crutch, I can walk with some support, and Man is accompanying me. Don't push yourself too hard, Jang Jijing admonished seriously. Okay, the director spoke again, let us draw lots to determine whose birthday it is. Ivy also prepared some initial funds for you. The entire preparation process must not exceed this amount. Jisoo turned to Jang Jijing. You go ahead. If you draw red, it's my birthday. If you draw blue, it's yours. Jang Jijing raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Hurry up, stop dawdling. While Jang Jijing drew lots, Jisoo was somewhat disinterested, having accepted her role as his on-screen partner long ago. With his back to her, she couldn't see, but when he turned around, beaming brightly at her, her heart sank with a sense of foreboding. As expected, she was tasked with preparing a birthday celebration for Jang Jijing. Zhao Jincheng and He Tong drew the same results as well. While the other 2 pairs had the girls celebrating their birthdays, each couple conferred privately. The director hadn't mentioned anything about accommodations for the night, leaving them uncertain about where they would stay or if there would be a hidden mission. Jisoo and Jang Jijing exchanged a few words and decided to start preparing a birthday surprise. According to the director's hints, the birthday would take place the day after tomorrow, so they needed to prepare surprises over the next 2 days. The other groups were already bustling with activity, researching online and calling friends to gather ideas, while Jisoo and Jang Jijing remained rather leisurely. Jisoo sat in her chair, casually scrolling through her phone. Jang Jijing sat beside her, observing her. Even though you injured your foot, you can't be this lackadaisical, can you? Look at the other groups and then look at yourself. I just lack inspiration. You think playing on your phone will spark inspiration? Of course, just playing around will bring ideas. Jisoo remained seated for 2 hours, while the other groups had already set off to prepare. She continued listening to music in her relaxed state. Jang Jijing, no longer anxious, realized they hadn't even started planning yet. Eventually, Jisoo lazily got up, and Jang Jijing raised an eyebrow at her. Are you tired of playing? Jisoo nodded, stretching. I'm just going to take a stroll. Be careful. I'm fine. Jisoo wasn't completely unable to walk, especially with a crutch and her assistant by her side. The remaining 2 boys and 2 girls needed to prepare dinner. They divided the tasks. Mochi, you and Nana go to the market and buy some fresh vegetables. I'll clean the kitchen with Jang Jijing first. Zhao Jincheng directed the proceedings. Alright, Sun Mochi nodded and departed with another female guest. The 2 men meticulously tidied the kitchen inside and out. Where do you think we'll be staying tonight? The temperature here isn't low, it's rather warm, and sleeping on the ground wouldn't be a problem. The rooms upstairs are all locked. I suppose we'll be occupying those rooms tonight, but there are only 6. The production team certainly knows how to handle matters. Jang Jijing chuckled. Can you cook? Zhao Jincheng inquired. I can manage a little, but I'm not very skilled, came the reply. Then we shall make do with what we have. Chapter 50. Do you want me to carry you? The person responsible for grocery shopping quickly returned. Tasks for washing, chopping, and cooking had been assigned, and preparations for dinner commenced. Meanwhile, Jisoo was still wandering outside aimlessly. Teacher Ji, what surprise are you planning for Teacher Jiang? Asked her assistant. Man, I have no idea. Ivy never prepared a birthday celebration for a boy, she responded. Haven't you ever prepared anything for a girl? For girls, it's quite simple. Just take her out for a meal and clear her shopping cart. Besides, my best friend and I aren't the types to play games or be overly complicated. That is how it should be among good friends. Jisoo remarked that her outing was indeed just a stroll, relishing the fresh air as a form of relaxation. On the way back, she encountered Lu Yunheng, Sun Mochi's on-screen partner. Do you need assistance, Teacher Ji? He approached with a light jog. Jisoo smiled and shook her head. No, I can manage, thank you. The young lad scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I haven't done anything, yet you still thank me, Teacher Ji. Jisoo casually asked, how is the preparation coming along? Not yet. IV spent the entire afternoon picking things out. The budget from the production team is really too limited. Indeed, it is quite meager. As they continued walking, Lu Yunhong spoke again. Actually, I consider myself a fan of Teacher G. I really enjoy the dramas you star in. Lu Yunhong had risen to fame after last year's talent show, gaining significant popularity at the time, and subsequently participated in a small web drama that attracted a considerable female fanbase. I didn't expect to meet a fan. Would you like me to sign something for you? He asked with a smile. Sure. Afterward, noticing Jishu hesitating to speak, he asked once more, was your collaboration with Teacher Jiang enjoyable? Quite good, Jishu responded. Lu Yunhong lowered his gaze. If only. The unspoken words lingered in the air, but Jishu understood his implication, her mind now occupied with contemplation. She wondered if Lu Yunhong was either too young or simply naive. Before the camera, he expressed his fondness for another girl while already having a partner for him. Proclaiming himself a fan of Jishu might seem inconsequential, yet the unvoiced sentiment clearly suggested how much better things would be if Sun Mochi hadn't switched partners from the beginning. Expressing admiration for an idol should be done privately. With so many opportunities to do so, it was puzzling why he would choose to say such things in front of the camera, where netizens would scrutinize every detail. If those words were spoken aloud, Lu Yunhong would have effectively dismantled his own on-screen partnership, inadvertently dragging Jishu into the fray, even if he refrained from voicing it now. It was already a troublesome situation. Jishu's expression darkened, thinking to herself that this boy was utterly out of touch. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, she heard a soft call. Both turned to see Jiang Jijing standing by the roadside. Backlit by the setting sun, the orange hues bathing his shoulders, Jiang Jijing approached, and Man, ever considerate, stepped aside. Jiang Jijing then took her place, supporting Jishu. What brings you here? I thought you might have gotten lost while wandering. Dinner is ready, just waiting for your return, he replied. Jishu clutched his arm, and Jiang Jijing smiled at her, guiding her forward. He then addressed Lu Yunhong. After a busy afternoon, you must have made some progress. Right, Mochi praised you this afternoon, saying you're quite considerate. Lu Yunhong managed a forced smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Do you want me to carry you? Jiang Jijing inquired, looking down. I'm a bit tired. She admitted. Jiang Jijing promptly bent down and lifted her into his arms, while the assistant took the crutch and followed behind them. Jishu clung to Jiang Jijing's neck, her previously smiling face now clouded. What has upset you? Jiang Jijing whispered into her ear, lowering his voice. We can discuss it later, she replied, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Lu Yunhong silently watched the two retreat into the distance. Observing Jishu nestled closely against Jiang Jijing, resting in his embrace. As Jiang Jijing carried her back, a stir of excitement ensued. What's all the commotion? Is it not allowed for me to carry my girlfriend? He retorted. None of you have girlfriends, do you? Jiang Jijing countered. It seems you two are indeed quite close, he remarked with a chuckle. You should have seen us when we were arguing, Jiang Jijing replied. Although their relationship was scripted, the director still preferred a more natural approach. The other couples had already begun affectionately calling each other baby and sweetheart. The two of them merely put on a show for the cameras. With genuine intimacy being quite rare, dinner took a considerable amount of time to prepare in the kitchen, and while it was edible, it could hardly be described as gourmet. Nevertheless, each person was astute enough not to voice any dissatisfaction. Merely tasting it and exclaiming how delicious it was. Jiang Jijing sat beside Jishu, quietly asking if she wanted to eat a bit more, lest she feel hungry later. I'm a bit hungry, she confessed. However, Jishu only managed to eat half a bowl before setting down her chopsticks. Jiang Jijing refrained from allowing her to eat more, fearing she might uncontrollably simulate a gagging scene before the cameras and others, which would raise suspicions. Just after they finished eating, Director Shu appeared. How did everyone fare this afternoon? He inquired. Following that, he continued, let us discuss tonight's accommodation. Zhou Jia and Tsunami choose their rooms first. They may share or have separate rooms. Next is Zhao Jincheng, He Tong, Lu Yunhong, and Sun Mochi, followed by Jiang Jijing and Jishu. Jiang Jijing voiced his displeasure, asking, why are we last? After all, the last to choose may only be left with the least desirable room. The director chuckled. You should ask your Miss G. She spent the afternoon wandering about, while the others are ranked according to their progress. This remark did not sit well with Jishu. Am I not allowed to think in my head? It must be put into action. Since they were playing a couple, it was awkward for everyone to genuinely share a room. Thus Zhou Jia and Zhao Jincheng had already taken 4 rooms. Sun Mochi chose 1. Leaving Lu Yunhong standing at the door, there's a sofa downstairs. I'll sleep there tonight. The last group had no choice but to take a single room with a single bed. He Tong suggested, how about this? I have a double bed. Jishu, why don't you sleep with me, and let Jiang Jijing take the single bed? Zhao Jincheng nodded. It's fine for me to squeeze in with Jiang Jijing. Jishu found it inconvenient to sleep with anyone else, especially after having experienced cramps for 2 consecutive nights. Needing someone by her side, Jiang Jijing, of course, was eager to remain by Jishu's side. He had worried previously, but now he was more than pleased. It's alright, you all can sleep. I'll just sleep on the ground. Jishu understood Jiang Jijing's intentions and shook her head. I grind my teeth in my sleep and can be quite restless. Sleeping with you might disturb you, but you're not worried about disturbing me, Jiang Jijing exclaimed in surprise, continuing their playful banter. Jishu let out a cold laugh. Who asked you to take this room? You can sleep on the floor in the corridor or the living room, this isn't even your room. Did they write your name on it? You don't want me to sleep, I insist on sleeping here. We'll play rock paper scissors, and the loser sleeps on the floor. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. Zhao Jinchang and He Tong shook their heads, realizing that their earlier assumptions were incorrect. They had thought the two were getting closer, but it was all a facade. Chapter 51, If It Hurts. Just call out. Jishu was taking a shower in the bathroom. Jiang Jijing went downstairs, busying himself in the kitchen. When Zhao Jinchang came down for water, he spotted Jiang Jijing working away. What are you making? Preparing breakfast for tomorrow with tea eggs. Zhao Jincheng glanced over, intending to grab one, only to have Jiang Jijing swat his hand away. You've cooked 6. Are you really that stingy? Jiang Jijing chuckled. My beloved Shushu enjoys these. So I made extra for her. Even if she loves them, she can't eat 6. I saw her only have 4 bites for dinner. Jiang Jijing paused, looking at him. Why do you remember so precisely how many bites my girlfriend took? Bro, you're too immersed in the role. I'm impressed. Zhao Jincheng patted him on the shoulder and slipped away. Jiang Jijing prepared a cup of milk and brought it upstairs. Jishu had just exited the bathroom. Drying her hair, Jiang Jijing set down the cup, took the towel from her hand, and began drying her hair, then used the hairdryer on her. Did you not have any thoughts during your stroll? Why are you in such a hurry? I'll definitely have it ready for you. It's not often you prepare something for my birthday. I must anticipate it properly. Whether it's a surprise or not doesn't matter. As long as it's not a scare, I'm fine. Then you'd better be mentally prepared. What kind of surprise could I truly prepare for you? At least pretend to perform well in front of the cameras. Alright, I've been quite cooperative with you. After finishing with her hair, Jishu sat on the edge of the bed, cradling the cup of milk. She, in truth, harbored no affection for milk and lacked the habit of consuming it. However, since cohabiting with Jiang Jijing over these past days, she found herself drinking it every night. Jiang Jijing was currently tidying up the bedding, and the production team, showing a flicker of conscience, had finally provided 2 thick quilts. The temperature difference between day and night in Kunming was quite significant. One quilt lay on the ground, while the other was draped atop it, making do with the situation. Jiang Jijing, however, worried whether Jishu would feel cold sleeping on the single bed. Considering Jishu's aversion to chill, was the quilt thick enough? Not particularly, but it was adequate. Jishu set down her milk cup, and Jiang Jijing took it to rinse it off briefly upon returning. Jiang Jijing promptly turned off the camera and muted the audio, and still feeling uneasy, placed a garment over it. Let me apply some medicine to your feet, Jiang Jijing said, rummaging through her suitcase for the ointment. I'll do it myself, Jishu quickly interjected. A couple of sprays, 1 tea suffice. This ointment requires massaging and then be gentle. It truly hurts, if it doesn't hurt, it won't be effective. Jishu bit her lip. Turning her face away, Jiang Jijing's palm was warm, and when applied, it felt soothing. Moments later, Jishu furrowed her brows, her expression teetering between tears. If it hurts, just let it out. Why hold it in? Jiang Jijing chuckled. Observing Jishu's scrunched features, yet Jishu suddenly froze, gazing intently into Jiang Jijing's eyes. Jiang Jijing was caught off guard as well. A memory surged forth, neither beautiful nor ugly, bodies slick with sweat, devoid of fabric. A man tenderly kissing the corner of her mouth, urging her to vocalize her discomfort rather than stifle it. It was rare that they could discern each other as thoughts through their eyes. They instinctively turned their heads away. Jiang Jijing's recollections were fragmented. She wasn't completely oblivious. Initially, she thought it was a dream, only to later learn it was indeed reality. Occasional snippets of those moments bubbled to the surface. Conversely, Jishu remembered everything, even recalling how Jiang Jijing had hesitated for ages, prompting her to question his capabilities. Clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Jijing lowered her head to massage Jishu's feet. Once the ointment was applied, they promptly parted ways. It's late, you should rest, Jiang Jijing said, standing by the bed. Jishu immediately rolled into the quilt, murmuring, yes, I'll sleep now. Jiang Jijing had grown accustomed to sleeping on the ground lately. With her hands behind her head, a dim light filled the room. Jiang Jijing exhaled deeply and closed her eyes. In the latter half of the night, Jishu awoke from the cold. It was astonishingly frigid. She curled into herself yet still trembled from the chill. The quilt offered little comfort. Jishu lamented her misfortune. During her last trip to Changbai Mountain, she had shivered day and night, and now, after finally arriving in a warmer city, the temperature dipped once more at night. She buried her head deep within the quilt, sensing a cold draft seeping in. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and she could only close her eyes, hoping that sleep would bring warmth. Suddenly, she heard a slight rustling sound behind her, followed by the sensation of the quilt being pressed down, as if it had been lifted at her legs. Then Jiang Jijing's hand brushed against her calf. Just a couple of nights prior, Jiang Jijing had done the same for her, but tonight, she hadn't called for him. Jishu was already shivering beneath the quilt, and Jiang Jijing's touch heightened her awareness. Jishu, came the gentle call. Jishu peeked from under the quilt, and Jiang Jijing supported himself on her pillow. Are you cold? Jishu replied, her voice muffled. Jiang Jijing pursed his lips. Let me add another quilt. Soon Jishu felt another layer being placed atop her, adding some weight. Can I join you on the bed? Jiang Jijing inquired, although Jishu was cold. Her mind was clear. If Jiang Jijing offered her the quilt, he would surely be left without one. The single bed was indeed small, but they had shared it before, so she thought, why not make do again? With that, she shifted closer to the bed. Jiang Jijing quickly lifted a corner of the quilt and slipped in beside her, their bodies inevitably brushing against one another. Lift your head, Jiang Jijing urged, extending his arm toward her. Jishu instinctively leaned onto him, her back pressing against his chest. Jiang Jijing's other arm encircled her waist. I'm warmer. Initially tense, Jishu gradually relaxed in his embrace. While she had previously found Jiang Jijing rather irksome, particularly his words, she no longer perceived him as such when he treated her kindly. Jishu had already realized that Jiang Jijing was like a human furnace. Being held close brought her even greater warmth. You're not cold anymore. Sleep, he whispered softly, his voice lulling her, almost hypnotic. Jishu slept much more soundly that night, and when dawn broke, the quilt enveloped her in warmth. Yet, Jiang Jijing was no longer in bed. Jishu, known for her morning grumpiness, needed a few moments to gather herself before heading to the bathroom. Chapter 52, You stole my egg this morning. Her feet seemed less painful than before. After washing her face, her assistant, Man, knocked on the door. Teacher Ji, are you ready? We're about to start recording. The cameras need to be turned on. Jishu nodded. Man glanced at the bedding on the floor and the two quilts on the bed. Looks like Teacher Jiang slept on the floor again last night. Oh, Jishu responded vaguely once the cameras were rolling. She greeted the lens before beginning her makeup. Teacher Ji really is a natural beauty. There is hardly any change. Man chuckled nearby. That's not true. I look more spirited after makeup, Jishu retorted lightly. She simply braided her hair and then went to the bathroom to change her clothes. It was at this moment that Jiang Jijing came upstairs. You're up early, he remarked. Man nodded. Early morning shoot. Jiang Jijing scanned the bed, tidying up quietly. Are you going down for breakfast? Jishu leaned against the wall as she stepped out. I'd like some water. I'm not too hungry. I made tea eggs. You should eat a little at I'll carry you down. Don't bother walking. Having been carried so many times, Jishu was accustomed to it. Being held was comfortable. As they descended, only Zhao Jincheng and He Tong were already up. You all up so early? Jishu greeted them after Jiang Jijing helped her sit down. Jiang Jijing noticed a strange expression on their faces. What are you two doing sitting here? Oh, nothing, just preparing for breakfast, Zhao Jincheng replied. Jiang Jijing turned to enter the kitchen and moments later stormed back out. Zhao Jincheng, did you steal my egg? This is something that can be explained, he stammered. Jishu looked between them. What egg? The tea egg. He ate my tea egg. He Tong raised her hand sheepishly. Brother Jiang, I ate one too. Jiang Jijing, incredulous, asked, so you two are here to provoke me? No, we're just feeling guilty. Preparing to atone, Zhao Jincheng said meekly. Jiang Jijing took a deep breath, exasperated. I soaked it all night, and I haven't even tasted it myself. You should be made more. It's not enough to share. Zhao Jincheng murmured, are you asking for a beating? Breakfast was provided by the production team, featuring buns, wontons, tofu pudding, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pot stickers, just no tea eggs. Jishu sipped her soy milk while Jiang Jijing peeled a tea egg and placed it in her bowl. Sister, you can't possibly finish four, right? How about sharing one with your brother? Zhao Jincheng proposed quietly. During their previous filming, they had played siblings, and when asking for favors, he instinctively called her sister, before Jishu could respond. Jiang Jijing interjected, you still have the nerve to eat? Go cook your own. Jishu, you eat yours and ignore him. Not. Jishu smiled at Zhao Jincheng. Brother, it's hard to turn down someone who is kind. This isn't even my cooking, right? Zhao Jincheng clicked his tongue and promptly ran over to Jiang Jijing's side. Brother-in-law, how about we negotiate? Jiang Jijing raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Hearing this, Zhao Jincheng exclaimed, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Although Jiang Jijing maintained a neutral expression, he shoved a tea egg into Zhao Jincheng's hands. Jishu swallowed her last mouthful and took another sip of soy milk. Really, you're so easy to please? Not exactly easy. I'm just generous and soft-hearted. As Zhao Jincheng savored the last tea egg, he thought to himself that that's not true. Calling him brother-in-law clearly struck a chord. During the day, the others continued preparations for a surprise birthday celebration. Jishu lounged on the tatami basking in the sun, while Jiang Jijing didn't rush her. He was attentive, peeling fruit for her. Everyone else was busy, leaving the two of them in leisurely comfort. In the afternoon, Jishu even took a nap. Upon waking, she grabbed a bottle of milk and began to drink. Shall I massage your legs? Jiang Jijing asked, sitting beside her. Jishu, not minding the cameras, lifted her leg onto his lap. Jiang Jijing began to knead her muscles gently. Upon returning with a handful of items, Zhao Jincheng caught sight of the two of them. Seemingly living in tranquility. You two are far too relaxed, aren't you? Not at all concerned about the director's orders. I'll prepare in a bit. It's still early, Jishu replied languidly. Don't wait until tomorrow to get ready, Jiang Jijing hastily interjected. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Why should I rush you when you are not? Indeed, you two share a deep bond now. As an outsider, I shall refrain from commenting. After saying this, Zhao Jincheng ascended the stairs. It was only around 4 o'clock when Jishu finally rose, and I decided to take a stroll outside. Jishu, leaning on a cane, found walking much easier today. Man initially thought she intended to continue wandering the streets, but to her surprise, Jishu had a genuine purpose this time. She entered a cake shop, engaged with the staff, and then made her way into the kitchen. The pastry chef occasionally directed her, and Jishu adeptly began crafting a cake. By the time the cake was completed, night had fallen. Jishu straightened up, feeling a slight ache in her back, and thought to herself that she would have to ask Jiang Jijing for a massage upon returning. Otherwise, it would be quite the loss. Teacher Ji, shall we head back? Man inquired. Jishu shook her head. There's a noodle shop nearby. Let me take you there for some noodles. Aren't we going back for a meal? To be honest, their food isn't very good. It's too greasy, but last night's dinner was made by Teacher Jiang, Man explained. Jishu's expression grew more resolute, stating that precisely because he made it, it was subpar. His culinary skills truly needed improvement. Along with the photographer and the other two, they dined at the noodle shop, with Jishu covering the expenses using Jiang Jijing's birthday funds. Man observed her dwindling budget and thought to herself that once again she would have to foot the bill. By 9 o'clock, Jishu still showed no inclination to return. She hailed a taxi from the roadside and provided a destination. Man could hardly believe her eyes when they arrived. Jishu had taken them to such a place. Teacher Ji, have you made a mistake? Not at all. Come on, there's still work to be done tonight. Come help. Oh, Man was incredulous that a major star would be picking flowers in a garbage dump. Jishu was indeed prepared. Donning a mask and cotton gloves, she selected flowers with good appearances, gently sifting through them, as the finest blooms were often buried underneath. Jishu gathered an abundance of flowers, filling the trunk of the car to the brim. On the way back, Jishu learned from others that they had all gone out, meaning the villa was temporarily vacant. She promptly sent Jiang Jijing away. Despite knowing Jishu was preparing something, Jiang Jijing felt quite disgruntled to be sent out to the street at such a late hour, appearing like a stray dog before the camera. The cameraman asked, Teacher Jiang, are you looking forward to the surprise Teacher Ji is preparing? Shall I speak candidly? Not particularly. Aren't you going to put on a show? I've already performed all day. I lack the energy for more. Teacher Jiang, you are truly humorous. Chapter 53, all he sees is her. Teacher Ji, do be careful. Man observed Jishu arranging the garden while precariously perched on a chair, with her mobility hindered. Standing so high was quite the risk. It's fine, just steady the chair for me, Jishu replied. After hanging up the colorful lights, she simply sat on the ground and began to arrange the flowers. Why are all the flowers you chose in shades of blue? Jishu, busy with her task, casually responded, he likes this color. Jiang Jijing had been wandering outside until 11 o'clock, standing on the roadside with the cameraman, both of them huddling against the chill. If this wind keeps up, I'll catch a cold, Jiang Jijing muttered, stamping his feet. I now have ample reason to suspect that Jishu is deliberately tormenting me. He added, Teacher Jiang, you are being overly pessimistic, the cameraman remarked, the reality is simply too harsh. At 11:30, Jishu sent him a message urging him to return and get some rest. Jiang Jijing was indeed somewhat excited, eager to see what surprise Jishu had in store for him. He hurried upstairs. Jishu had just finished her shower and was drying her hair when Jiang Jijing stood beside her. glancing around. Where's the surprise? There is none. Then why did you make me stand outside in the cold for 2 hours? Jiang Jijing retorted. Do you not feel your mind is exceptionally clear now? As if you have received enlightenment? Doesn't this gift seem splendid? Jishu, this is rather cruel, don't you think? What is the matter? Are you taking this seriously? Jishu scrutinized him. Jiang Jijing's expression darkened slightly. But he decided against pursuing the matter further and retreated into the bathroom. Jishu stood outside, timing him. Does this man really take this long to shower? She wondered. If he doesn't hurry? It will soon be midnight. Just as Jiang Jijing finished washing up, the lights in the bathroom went out. He hastily dressed in the dark. Jishu, is there a power outage? Jishu had just put down her phone after replying to a message when she called back. It seems so. The outside is also dark. Don't move, I'll be right out. Jiang Jijing, concerned for her safety, groped his way to the door and pulled it open. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Jishu. Jiang Jijing approached her quickly. Is there a blackout? Jishu shook her head. I'm not sure. I'll go down to check. As Jiang Jijing was about to leave, Jishu grasped his arm, her voice softening. Don't go. I don't want to be alone here. Jiang Jijing assumed she was merely afraid of the dark, given the previous incident. Jishu needed the lights on even while sleeping. Don't worry, he reassured her, taking her hand. Where is your phone? You can use it as a flashlight while I go check. No, I want to go with you. It was rare for Jishu to be so clingy. Jiang Jijing noticed her anxiety and, interpreting it as fear, said nothing further, leading her outside. The villa was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Jiang Jijing carefully guided her down the stairs, instructing her to watch her step and move slowly. Is it a power outage? Jishu inquired. It seems so. But the street lights outside are still on, so I wonder if it's just our villa that tripped. Jiang Jijing switched hands, holding Jishu's hand more gently. It seems the circuit breaker isn't in the house. Let us go outside and take a look. It's alright, don't be afraid. Jishu stood behind him, observing Jiang Jijing's broad back. In her childhood, it was her uncle who always shielded her from behind, and she had never imagined that one day another man would do the same, yet it had happened many times. It was Jiang Jijing who protected her. During their perilous journey through the demon realm, he had sheltered her from falling branches. During the coldest nights, he provided warmth with his body, and when confronted with a pervert at home, he had remained by her side throughout. Jishu lowered her gaze, focusing on Jiang Jijing's hand that held hers. Initially in a passive position, she found her palm growing warm, and then she grasped Jiang Jijing's hand in return, both of them holding on tightly. The lights in the courtyard had gone out, confirming that indeed, the circuit had tripped. I believe it's in the yard. Let us go check, Jishu suggested. Alright. Jiang Jijing was reluctant to let Jishu remain there alone, keeping her hand securely clasped in his. If he were to leave her, it would be his responsibility if she stumbled or fell. As they walked toward the courtyard, Man hid in a corner and gave Jishu an okay sign. Jishu blinked in acknowledgement, mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the lights in the courtyard flickered back on. Jiang Jijing was momentarily stunned, only to hear a loud bang. Jishu had unknowingly released his hand and was now holding a firecracker, with countless flower petals cascading down. Jishu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Happy birthday!" Jiang Jijing gazed at the garden filled with flowers, the twinkling lights, and Jishu's beaming smile, with a light chuckle. He sighed in resignation. I honestly thought there was a power outage. Jishu approached him, holding a bouquet large enough to envelop her entirely. Jiang Jijing quickly stepped forward, taking the flowers with one hand while pulling her close with the other. What do you think? Is my preparation satisfactory? Jiang Jijing leaned down to inspect the flowers, noting the predominant blue hues. A cursory glance revealed blue roses, hydrangeas, hyacinths, and Dutch daisies, adorned with white and blue baby's breath for embellishment. Isn't it beautiful? I wrapped it myself after much selection, and it's still blue. Jishu boasted, as if seeking praise. Jiang Jijing was too astute to inquire how she knew he favored blue. Just as he understood that despite her tough exterior, Jishu had a fondness for pink. Having known each other for years, they had long since grasped one another's preferences. Jiang Jijing lowered his gaze, looking at Jishu with sincerity. I love it, thank you. No need for pleasantries. Isn't this what a girlfriend should do? Jiang Jijing smiled, adjusting the bouquet he held and pulling Jishu into an embrace, bending down to hug her. Jishu blinked, surprised that the act had become so immersive. Are you really going to go this far? She thought, well, it's not like we haven't hugged before. After about 10 seconds, Jishu pushed him away, teasing, you didn't think that was the end, did you? Is there more? Of course. Jishu snapped her fingers, and moments later Man wheeled out a cake. Jishu began to sing the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Jiang Jijing had not lost the smile on his face since the moment he arrived. Though Jishu was off-key. Impossible. The one song I never go off-key on is this one. Hurry, hurry, Jiang Zhijing, make a wish and blow out the candles. Although it was not actually Jiang Zhijing's birthday, Jishu's antics made him genuinely feel as if he were celebrating his special day. Alright, with his eyes closed, Jiang Zhijing began to make a wish. I hope that the next time I celebrate my birthday, this person will be with me. Is that enough? Blow out the candles, Jishu said with a hint of excitement. Alright, Jiang Zhijing gently blew on the candles, extinguishing them, while also wishing for this heartfelt desire to be fulfilled. Chapter 54. You two are truly a pair of dogs. This cake is my handiwork. Jiang Zhijing remarked, raising an eyebrow. You made it yourself? Indeed. I went out earlier specifically to find a bakery. Director, please don't say I haven't made any progress. Impressive, Jiang Zhijing observed the cake, which looked quite appealing, a black forest cake adorned with chocolate shavings, resembling a genuine creation. Shall we give it a try? Absolutely. Jiang Zhijing picked up a cake knife, smiled, and moved behind Jishu, enveloping her in a warm embrace, resting her chin on Jishu's shoulder while holding her hand together. As Jiang Zhijing spoke, her breath brushed against Jishu's ear, causing Jishu to shyly withdraw slightly. Jiang Zhijing guided Jishu's hand holding the cake knife, gently slicing into the cake and extracting a piece. Quick, have a taste. Using a small fork, Jiang Zhijing took a bite, indulging in both the cake and cream. Her expression became somewhat nuanced. Jishu, feeling anxious, inquired, how is it? Is it delicious? This is my first attempt, and I'm quite pleased with it. Jiang Zhijing pursed her lips and smiled. It's delicious. Really, you should try it. Jiang Zhijing offered a generous piece of cake to Jishu, who devoured it eagerly, her smile growing brighter. After sharing a meaningful glance, their eyes exchanged unspoken words. Jishu hurriedly grabbed several small plates to distribute the cake. Everyone should have a taste. Director, you've worked the hardest. You should indulge a little more. She cut a substantial piece for him. Jiang Zhijing nodded in agreement. It's not easy for the director to shoot alongside us. It requires a lot of mental and physical effort. Do enjoy some cake to replenish your energy. The director, who had been observing from behind the monitor, was nearly startled by their enthusiasm. Am I really getting some of this cake? Director Shu asked, astonished. Of course, who are you? You're the director. Though you can be quite difficult at times, we understand the struggles and hardships you face. Please, enjoy it. Jiang Zhijing chimed in. Yes, this is all made by Shu herself. You must give it the respect it deserves. Devour it all. A director Shu was deeply touched, exclaiming, with such words from you two, I would swallow anything today, even a knife. Jishu and Jiang Zhijing exchanged victorious smiles as they watched the director take a large bite. A moment later, his expression soured, and he mistakenly thought he had lost his sense of taste. Within 2 seconds, he gagged. Jishu and Jiang Zhijing silently turned away, each holding a bottle of branded water. The director hastily grabbed a bottle to rinse his mouth. Did you put salt instead of sugar? Jiang Zhijing asked, tilting her head at Jishu. I think I did, Jishu admitted. It's quite salty. I thought you were trying to play a prank on me, Jiang Zhijing responded. Don't assume the worst of me, Jishu protested. My apologies, Jiang Zhijing quickly acknowledged. The director, after gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water, finally settled down. You two are truly a pair of dogs. How can you act so well? Jishu shrugged. We're all actors, isn't this basic? Jiang Zhijing nodded. It seems our acting skills are quite commendable. The director said he wouldn't go back on his word. The cameras have captured it all you said today. Even if it was a knife, you would swallow it. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you two. It is quite the injustice for you to be recording a dating show, the director remarked. No injustice at all. As long as the pay is good, we'll do whatever you say, they replied in unison. Though the cake had not turned out well, Jishu felt quite content. It was remarkable how in tune she and Jiang Zhijing were. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. However, you just fed me a huge piece of cake. Jiang Zhijing cleared her throat. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. You can't despise your own creation, can you? Jishu felt a twinge of disappointment. It had been so perfect until it all fell apart with the cake. Next time I'll have the experience. After pulling a prank on the director, their spirits remained high, and the cake was merely a minor hiccup. The moon was particularly round that night. Jiang Zhijing sat on a swinging chair, gazing at the moon, stretching out her hand toward Jishu. Jishu, captivated by the sight, gently placed her hand in Jiang Zhijing's. In the next moment, she was pulled into Jiang Zhijing's embrace, sitting on her lap. From a distance, they appeared to be intimately entwined. Thank you for the birthday surprise, but it seems I haven't received my gift yet. Jishu had not prepared a gift. She had arranged flowers, set up the scene, sung a birthday song, and made a cake. Though it was not delicious, it was more than enough. You're being too demanding. Jiang Zhijing was not one to be easily brushed off. It's not acceptable. A birthday celebration for a couple must include a gift. You must prepare something for me. Jishu turned to look at her. But I didn't prepare anything. What do you expect me to do? How about a kiss, just a little token? Jishu widened her eyes and chuckled coldly. You really are daydreaming. Well, it's not acting. Is it? When you're filming, the director asks you to kiss. Can you refuse? Before filming a kissing scene, I need to review the script. If it's good, I'll accept it. Besides, kissing scenes aren't something one can just do casually. Our contract doesn't say we need to film a kissing scene for a variety show. Zhang Jijing continued to coax. Aren't we a couple now? What's wrong with a kiss for a birthday celebration? Why can't you do it? What's this, Zhang Jijing? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I'm merely being professional. This setting with flowers and the moon is perfect for a kiss. I think you've been single for too long. You've lost your mind. I don't appreciate that comment. You're not single either, are you? It sounds like you have a boyfriend, and besides, in a kiss, who truly benefits? It's hard to say. I could argue that you're taking advantage of me. Get lost. Their conversation had reached an impasse, and the initially romantic atmosphere dissipated. They ascended the stairs. One after the other, the assistant director couldn't help but comment, why did you bring these two troublemakers? One moment they were embracing, and the next, they're bickering. They can't seem to settle down. Director Shu, still tasting the overly salty cake mixed with cream, felt quite unwell and had no interest in what the assistant director was saying. Jishu and Zhang Jijing shared a common trait, they were both carefree. Just 2 minutes prior, they had been scolding each other, and now, 2 minutes later, they had nearly forgotten it all. In milk. You didn't make me any milk tonight. Jishu burrowed under the covers, looking at Zhang Jijing with puppy eyes. She had grown accustomed to having milk these past few days and genuinely missed it without it tonight. Zhang Jijing was hesitant to tease her. What if she got upset and refused to drink it? Then he would have to coax her. Once Jishu had her milk, she nestled contentedly into the blankets, waving at Zhang Jijing. Come warm my feet. All right, Your Highness, Zhang Jijing replied with a helpless smile. Chapter 55. Not worth my time due to poor technique. In the evening, everyone gradually returned. After their arrival, a Jishu's cake was once again brought into play. One by one, they indulged in the cake, all conspiring to mislead the next person who came back. Among the group, Zhao Jinchang was the most straightforward. Clearly he was hungry, devouring more than the director had the previous night, barely having time to react. Seriously, how much salt did you put in this? Are you trying to poison my brother-in-law? Jishu stood with her arms crossed, unable to interject before Zhang Jijing defended her. I haven't even spoken yet. If you're dissatisfied, keep it to yourself. Ugh, I can't stand you love-struck fools. After some laughter and teasing, they returned to the main topic. The director, holding a microphone, announced, an hour ago, we prepared a scoring sheet for each of our lucky birthday guests. Now let us reveal how their partners rated them last night. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparkled in everyone's eyes. Let us start with Zhao Jinchang, shall we? This feels like public execution. Didn't we agree to keep it casual and not take it too seriously? Zhao Jinchang protested. The director shot him a glance. If you're serious, you've already lost. He then opened the scoring sheet, revealing that Zhao Jinchang had given a 5-star rating. Zhao Jinchang smiled. Last night was indeed unforgettable. Tong Tong truly put in a lot of effort. Every gift left a lasting impression. Next time, I'll make sure to celebrate Tong Tong's birthday. Next was Zhou Jia's group, also scoring 5 stars. The director glanced at the score given by Sun Emochi, questioning its meaning. You drew a star after the 5 stars. Sun Emochi smiled at Lu Yunhong. I couldn't find a way to rate it. If 5 stars is the maximum, then Yunhong deserves 6 stars. If the full score is 100, he is worth 200. Just one scoring sheet can't express my satisfaction. Zhao Jincheng exclaimed, now that essay perspective, and exchanged knowing smiles with those nearby. The others nodded in agreement. Then it was Zhang Jijing's group's turn. Aren't you curious, Jishu? The director teased, remembering the cake incident from last night. Jishu shook her head. I made it so well, there is no way he could be dissatisfied. As she spoke, Zhang Jijing nodded in affirmation. Then the director announced the score, 3 stars. Jishu's smile faltered, her narrowed eyes fixed on him. What's going on, Zhang Jijing? The group was filled with curiosity, particularly because he seemed utterly fearless. Zhang Jijing, feeling somewhat helpless, began to explain. Allow me to clarify how these 3 stars came about. Shushu personally baked a cake, right? I was quite touched. As for the taste, well, everyone has tried it. 1 star for that. And another star, wasn't that arranged for the occasion? The final star was awarded for the flowers she sent me. The crux of the matter is she didn't prepare a gift for me. I am quite pragmatic. How was I to know that you all were indulging in frivolous antics? Is it not rather dishonest? Why was I left out of all this? Had I known you were all going to bestow 5 stars? I would have compromised my integrity as well. Just as she finished speaking, Jishu let out a cold laugh from the side. Jiang Zijing felt no inclination to fight for survival. She wondered if Shushu might be upset. Jishu, however, remained unfazed. Why would she be? Isn't this just Jiang Laoshu's usual antics? Then why aren't you laughing? Scram. The director then shifted the conversation. Now you may rate your partner. Do you find him satisfactory? Without a moment's hesitation, Jishu snatched the pen and boldly scribbled a 0. Jiang Zijing, at least give her 1 star. I'm too timid, fearing that I may betray my conscience. What if the ghosts knock on my door at midnight? Jishu chuckled and rolled her eyes. Jiang Zijing sheepishly rubbed her nose. Alright, I see you're upset. Subsequently, the director tallied the birthday expenses. Jishu's side had the most money left over, while others were in debt by twice the amount. How come you have so much left? Jiang Zijing inquired. Those flowers didn't cost me anything. I only paid for the taxi fare. I picked them up from the dump. Where did you get them from? Jiang Zijing questioned, doubting her own ears. From the dump, Jishu repeated. Jiang Zijing immediately called out to the director, Can I change my 3 stars? I overestimated. The two began their verbal sparring once more. Proving there was never a moment of peace between them. That evening, a group gathered to dine and chat, eventually engaging in a game of truth or dare. Since we're playing, let us go big. Shall we? Let us be honest. After all, we are all adults. The group nodded in agreement. The beer bottle was spun, landing first on Zhou Jia, who had to choose between a dare or a truth. Zhou Jia opted for truth. When was your last kiss? The question elicited a chorus of cheers directed at Zhao Jincheng. Zhou Jia widened her eyes. How excessive. But did you forget I'm currently filming? Last week I had a kissing scene with an actress. Your calculations are off. Now it was her turn to spin the bottle, which landed on Yitong. I choose dare. Being a girl, Zhou Jia was gentle with her approach. She and Zhao Jincheng exchanged glances for a minute, water held in their mouths. Just as Zhao Jincheng turned, Yitong sprayed water all over him. I'm so sorry, Yitong exclaimed, hastily offering him napkins. The bottle then landed on Sun Mochi. I choose truth. Share a moment that moved you recently. Last night, Yunheng celebrated my birthday, she replied. Zhao Jincheng sighed. Can we have something more exciting? We are all adults here. The bottle spun again and pointed at Jishu. Sun Mochi smiled. What will you choose, Shu Jia? Truth, Jishu replied. Didn't Jincheng just say he wanted something more thrilling? Here's a spicy one. When was your last encounter? A sudden hush fell over the table. Sun Mochi chuckled. Am I being too much? Should I change the question? Jishu replied coolly. A month and a half ago. The table fell silent once more. Jiang Zijing coughed discreetly into her hand. Jishu smiled. What are you all staring at? We are adults. After all, Sun Mochi asked Shu Jia. Are you in a relationship? Oh heavens, what a question. No, Jishu replied nonchalantly. The skills were lacking, so I'm not interested. Jiang Zijing nearly choked on her drink, and the group was similarly shocked. Zhao Jincheng laughed. Take a page from my sister's book. This is how you play a game. You all need to step it up. And next, it was Jishu's turn to spin the bottle, which landed directly in front of Jiang Zijing. Jiang Zijing sulked. I choose dare. Jishu raised an eyebrow. Is there a girl on WeChat who has a crush on you? Jiang Zijing hesitated. Well, yes. Jishu smirked. Delete her. Jiang Zijing proceeded to delete 10 or so contacts. Is that all, or would you rather delete them yourself? Chapter 56. The kiss. Jiang Zijing gently spun the bottle, seemingly directing it towards Jishu. A sense of foreboding washed over Jishu. I choose truth, she declared. Jiang Zijing then muted her microphone, leaned in to cover Jishu's microphone, and whispered in her ear, what was it like that night? Did it feel good? Jishu rolled her eyes, exasperated that they were still dwelling on this. Jiang Zijing stepped aside, reminding her, remember, it's truth. Jishu gritted her teeth. It was fine. Only then did Jiang Zijing nod in satisfaction. The others were bewildered, wondering why they were being treated as outsiders. What is going on? I want to hear too. Jiang Zijing snapped. Inappropriate for minors. Jishu felt a twinge of discontent, feeling shortchanged, yet she had indeed acknowledged such an embarrassing matter in front of Jiang Zijing. The next round posed a challenge. Zhao Jincheng produced a deck of cards, assigning numbers to everyone. I'll shuffle them. Just call out your number for your dare later. Several people opted for truth. And following Jishu's lead, the questions grew increasingly absurd. Once more, the bottle landed before Jishu, and she felt quite annoyed. Sun Mochi's hostility was glaringly evident. Jishu feared Sun Mochi might inquire about the identity of her last partner. Opting for a dare seemed safer. Sun Mochi smiled sweetly, pretending to be innocent. How about Shu Jia kiss number 9? Jishu scoffed. This is going too far. We still have 3 girls here. Number 9 might be a girl. Lu Yunheng whispered. I was just suggesting. If you think it's too much, then just drink. During the card distribution, Sun Mochi had noticed Zhao Jincheng's card was number 6. Since she chose dare, It had to be exciting, especially since Sun Mochi glanced at Lu Yunhang's anxious expression. If she forfeited this round, she'd have to down 3 drinks. Jishu, who had previously struggled with wine, certainly couldn't handle the spirits on the table now. Jishu pursed her lips, deciding to take the plunge. Just as she was about to announce her intention to forfeit, a hand grasped hers from beside her. Startled, she turned to say, "Alright, let us just kiss." Who was number 9? The group eagerly flipped their cards. Sun Mochi turned to Zhao Jincheng, but upon seeing the number, she was momentarily stunned. It was a 6. However, Sun Mochi quickly relaxed. As long as it wasn't Jiang Zijing, any other outcome would be seen as a betrayal by fans. At that moment, Jiang Zijing remarked, "Mochi certainly knows how to pick. You chose me, which is quite advantageous for me, isn't it?" Sun Mochi's expression froze. Among the 3 men present, none would be a good match for Jishu, yet it had to be Jiang Zijing. Jishu regarded Jiang Zijing's smug face, thinking it might have been better to just drink. She should have disregarded her earlier words. "Come on, girlfriend, I'm ready," Jiang Zijing teased, a smile playing on her lips. Jishu hesitated, finally conceding to her misfortune. With her eyes closed, as if facing death, she leaned in and kissed Jiang Zijing's lips. The gentle touch startled them both for a moment, although Jishu often spoke icily. She never expected such softness in their contact. The scent of her was intoxicatingly pleasant. Jiang Zijing felt her head begin to spin, memories of that night flooding back. Instinctively she flicked her tongue, brushing against Jishu's lips. Jishu's eyes widened in shock, and she pulled away, her gaze flustered as she turned to Sun Mochi. "Is that sufficient?" Sun Mochi's face darkened. "Yes." Jiang Zijing snapped back to reality, realizing what had just transpired. Feeling a mix of regret and concern about Jishu's thoughts, she questioned herself, wasn't the kiss supposed to be a punishment? Why did I do that? It was undeniably an unfair advantage over Jishu. And now words failed her. The awkwardness between Jishu and Jiang Zijing was palpable, bringing the game to a hurried conclusion. As Jishu prepared to leave, Sun Mochi called out, "Shujie, I'm sorry. I went too far in the game. I didn't expect number 9 to be Jiang Gu." Jincheng kept saying to be bold, and I let my excitement get the better of me. "You could have just said no." Jishu fixed her gaze on her. "You saw Zhao Jincheng sitting next to you when he dealt the cards, right? Did you mistake a 6 for a 9? No way, I truly didn't mean it. I apologize. So, you're eager to team up with Jiang Zijing?" Jishu let out a light chuckle, remarking, "We must first consider our respective statuses, shall we? You are merely a member of a small girl group with fans not even reaching 10 million. Do you truly believe that Jiang Zijing's millions of admirers would allow you to escape unscathed? Sister Shu, you have completely misunderstood my intentions," she continued. "I am aware that you have been displeased since the last partner changed. I merely believe that you and Jiang Gu are incompatible, and I wish to spare you any discomfort. Truly, there is no ulterior motive." "What do you mean? You and I both know the truth. This is the final warning," Jishu replied coldly. As Jishu observed Jiang Zijing approaching, she fell silent. Jiang Zijing grasped her hand, urging her, "The cameras are still rolling. We mustn't be caught, let us proceed." Sun Mochi watched the two depart, noting how Jiang Zijing had not cast a glance in her direction the entire time. Were they not at odds? How had things devolved to this point? If only she had not switched partners at the outset. Her manager had advised her to strive for a partnership with Lu Yunhang, which was why she had exchanged with Jishu. Yet, who could have predicted that the other guest would be Jiang Zijing? One misstep led to another. Once Jishu reached the upper floor, she freed her hand from Jiang Zijing's grasp. Jiang Zijing stared at her empty palm, watching as Jishu entered the bedroom, where she promptly turned off the equipment and removed her microphone. Retreating into the bathroom, Jiang Zijing sighed, standing outside the door. What had become of her? She had never behaved this way before. Since when had she become so fixated on Jishu? Why could she not express it openly? Jishu was already upset about the pregnancy. She could have attributed her previous actions to drunkenness, as both had erred. The kiss had merely been a game. Why had she taken advantage of her? Chapter 57. The Reluctant Truth. Jiang Zijing obediently prepared a cup of milk and placed it on the bedside table, then set up her sleeping area, awaiting the emergence of the person in the bathroom. Jishu leaned against the washbasin, staring into the mirror at her own reflection. Perplexed by her own intense reaction, she reached up and absent-mindedly touched her lips. The kiss had been initiated by her. If it had been a mere whim, she could have easily drunk 3 cups of wine instead. What was she hesitating for? She had no intention of keeping the child. Why was she being so cautious? Should something happen, wouldn't it be fortuitous for the child to be lost? She was meticulously caring for herself, consuming vitamins and drinking milk. Jishu, what on earth are you thinking? Jiang Zijing was not a decent person. It was simply a matter of their lips brushing against one another, was it not? Now that they were both entangled in this situation, why was she still dwelling on it, when the moment of intimacy arose? She had been unfazed. Why was she now so concerned? Jishu knocked her head lightly, cursing. What on earth is wrong with Jiang Jijing? Does she extend her tongue to everyone? Is she insatiable or merely lustful? Upon finishing her shower, Jishu emerged to find Jiang Jijing patiently seated on her makeshift bed. From the moment Jishu stepped out, Jiang Jijing's gaze was fixed upon her. Whether Jishu applied skincare, combed her hair, or scrolled through her phone, Jiang Jijing's eyes remained glued to her. Jishu sat on the bed, engrossed in her phone, occasionally replying to messages or watching videos. Deliberately avoiding Jiang Jijing and the now lukewarm glass of milk on the nightstand. At that moment, Jiang Jijing realized the gravity of Jishu's anger. Jishu, she called out twice, but received no response. The milk is getting cold, will you drink it? Jiang Jijing leaned over the bed. I will not. Jishu replied curtly with a sigh. Jiang Jijing continued, please, just drink it. I apologize. I was out of line, a beast in human form, unworthy of you. I am truly sorry. Jishu finally set her phone down and regarded her, asking, what exactly did you do wrong? I shouldn't have extended my tongue. I don't know what came over me. I lost control. Truly, when you kissed me, it felt electrifying, and I instinctively reacted. It was purely instinctive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Would I? If you feel unsettled then what? Jishu asked, amused. Then you could reciprocate. I would not resist. Jiang Jijing replied with a reckless bravado. Jishu grabbed a pillow and playfully smacked Jiang Jijing in the face with it, exclaiming, what nonsense are you thinking? Jiang Jijing, clutching her pillow, felt quite aggrieved. What do you want from me? You seem to have a problem with everything. Just tell me plainly what you desire. Get out. Disappear from my sight within 3 seconds. Jishu had nearly reconciled her emotions in the bathroom, striving not to let her frustrations spill over onto Jiang Jijing, yet Jiang Jijing, with her impeccable timing, had managed to tread on a landmine. Jiang Jijing found herself expelled from the room, clutching her pillow and blanket as she stood by the door, knocking. Jishu, shoo. Ancestor, please don't do this. It's rather cold outside. Zhao Jinchang, hearing the commotion, opened the door with a toothbrush in his mouth. Upon seeing Jiang Jijing's predicament, he couldn't help but smirk. How did you end up out here? Can't you keep your mouth shut while brushing your teeth? Jiang Jijing continued to knock on the door. I made a mistake, alright, I acknowledged my fault, perhaps fearing the noise would disturb others. Especially since the camera had already trained its lens on him. As soon as he emerged, Jiang Jijing pressed her forehead against the door, sending Jishu a text, let me in. The cameras are still outside, everyone can see, how embarrassing. Then where am I supposed to sleep tonight? The sofa downstairs has Lu Yunhong on it, I can't possibly sleep in the hallway. Can I still have to maintain some semblance of an idol's image. Can we negotiate this, Shu? The next moment, Jiang Jijing's heart sank as she noticed the red exclamation mark following her message. Why was it that the more she tried to pacify her, the angrier Jishu became? Was it typical for pregnant women to have such tempers? No, she had always been quite temperamental. Had this been in the past, Jishu would have been inclined to cut out her tongue. It seemed she had narrowly escaped a worse fate this time. A short while later, Zhao Jincheng opened the door again. Peeking in, your brother, come squeeze in with me, will you? Are you truly planning to sleep in the hallway? Jiang Jijing hesitated for a few seconds before finally stepping into Zhao Jincheng's room. The cameras are off. Make yourself at home. You haven't showered yet, have you? Feeling dejected, Jiang Jijing headed to the bathroom, emerging moments later. Don't you clean the bathroom after showering? I rinsed it down, Zhao Jincheng replied. The floor is covered in hair. If you lose hair at this young age, you'll be bald before long. Why didn't you wash your clothes? Jiang Jijing scrutinized him. Brother, why are you so particular? We're both men. Why the disdain? I have a cleanliness obsession. Would you dare speak to Jishu like that in the same bathroom? Does she not lose hair or something? You truly deserve to be kicked out. Shut up. Jiang Jijing reluctantly used the bathroom, but her displeasure was palpable throughout. She felt uncomfortable using someone else's bathroom. Sharing one with Jishu had not posed any psychological burden. Jishu was also prone to leaving her clothes in the hamper and hair on the floor. She had never been critical of that, so why was she now, still dressed in her previous outfit? Jiang Jijing found Zhao Jincheng's bed quite spacious. Sharing it would not be an issue. Do you snore at night? She asked seriously. Rest assured, I never snore. In my university dormitory of 6, I was the only one who didn't. Zhao Jincheng declared proudly. At midnight, Jiang Jijing lay in despair, staring at the ceiling in the dark. He indeed did not snore, but this kid ground his teeth, and to add insult to injury, he was talking in his sleep, reciting lines, Was he acting in his dreams? Jiang Zijing felt overwhelmed. She threw back the covers and got out of bed, unable to sleep, and decided to take a stroll. Passing by Jishu's room, she lingered at the door for a moment. Grasping the doorknob, she had not expected anything, but when she turned it gently, the door opened. Normally Jishu would lock the door at night. A soft bedside lamp illuminated the dim room. Jishu lay on her side, facing away from the door and from Jiang Zijing's angle. All she could see was Jishu's dark hair sprawled over the pillow. An empty milk cup on the nightstand bore traces of milk. Jiang Zijing couldn't help but smile. How ironic, she was clearly resentful yet physically drawn to her. Chapter 58. Which do you prefer? Jiang Zijing closed the door behind her and locked it. Then approached the bed, gently pulling back the covers. As soon as she made a move, Jishu stirred awake, her body tensing in surprise. It's me. Don't be alarmed, Jiang Zijing soothed, stroking her hair. Jiang Zijing, Jishu mumbled, her voice still groggy as she blinked her eyes open. Yes, let's go back to sleep. Everything is all right now. With that, Jiang Zijing climbed into bed, wrapping her arms around Jishu. The single bed was narrow, and as they lay on their sides, their bodies were nearly pressed together. Jishu's feet felt cold, instinctively seeking warmth against Jiang Zijing. Jiang Zijing warmed her feet while gently massaging her calves. Jishu found the gentle kneading quite soothing and soon drifted back to sleep. Jiang Zijing gazed down at the person in her embrace, then pressed a soft kiss to her hair, reaching over to turn off the lamp before falling asleep herself. When Jiang Zijing awoke, she found that one of them was missing from the bed, leaving Zhao Jincheng baffled. Descending for breakfast, he noticed that both Jiang Zijing and Jishu were already up. Jiang Zijing was particularly attentive, peeling eggs and handing out napkins, exclaiming, "This is delicious, have a bite, and this one is quite good. Try it." She was being excessively servile. "What time did you get up this morning, Jiang Gu?" "I have no recollection of it." Zhao Jincheng stifled a yawn. "You sleep like a dead pig, grinding your teeth and talking in your sleep. Don't say I woke up. Even if I smothered you with a pillow in the middle of the night, you wouldn't stir, huh? I talked in my sleep. I consider my sleeping habits quite orderly." Zhao Jincheng said, a bit embarrassed, completely unaware that Jiang Zijing had sneaked away in the dead of night. Jishu was quietly enjoying her breakfast, upon waking to find Jiang Zijing in her bed. Held in someone's embrace, the two shared an unspoken understanding and chose to remain silent about it. The unpleasantness of the previous night seemed to have faded from their minds. Of course, there were those lacking in insight. Or perhaps one could say, common sense. "Sister, what did brother-in-law do to offend you last night, to be sent away so late?" Jiang Zijing exclaimed. "Why are you everywhere? Is there no way to silence your curiosity?" "Who wouldn't want the gossip?" Zhao Jincheng laughed heartily. Jishu sipped her soy milk and glanced over. "What are you curious about? Do you want me to give Tong Tong some pointers, to spice up your life?" Zhao Jincheng immediately fell silent. "I'm not curious anymore. Pretend I said nothing." This time, it was Jiang Zijing who took pleasure in their misfortune. The final day's activity involved a trip to the zoo for close encounters with animals. As soon as Jishu arrived, a small golden monkey clung to her thigh. She crouched down and embraced it. "How can you be so adorable, such a good little one?" Jiang Zijing also crouched beside her. "Give me a hug too." Jishu shook her head. "Nope, it likes me." Jiang Zijing laughed. "How do you know it likes you? It can't talk." "I can feel it." "How do you feel it? Teach me." Jishu rubbed her chin against the little monkey. "Look at me holding it. It's very well behaved. Besides, it initiated the hug with me. That clearly shows it likes me, doesn't it?" Jiang Zijing nodded, then said, "But I often hug you, prepare breakfast for you, and warm your feet. What about me? What are you making a fuss about? This is limited to it. It has nothing to do with you." Jishu was baffled by this person's strange logic. Why compare with a monkey? Suddenly Jiang Zijing sighed. "If I were to compare with this monkey, whom do you prefer?" Jishu looked at him with resignation. "Do you think there's any comparability?" "There is. I believe I'm better than it. I can do more than it can." Jishu waved the monkey's arm. "But I only like it. TSK humans are no match for monkeys." Jishu affectionately held the monkey for quite a while before returning it to the staff and moving on to see other animals. She fixated on a python hanging around the staff's neck, which was much thicker than her arm. "It doesn't bite. You can touch it, it feels quite nice," the staff explained. Sunmachi, frightened, hid behind Lu Yunheng, tugging at his sleeve. "Yunheng, isn't it scary? Let us go see something else." Compared to her, the other girls were also scared, but not as dramatic. Jiang Zijing, Jishu suddenly called out, "What, want to hold it for a while?" "Forget it, didn't you just say you wanted to hug the little monkey? Here, you can hold this one. You aren't scared, are you?" "No need." "Are you really afraid? I believe I haven't offended you recently. So please don't provoke me." Jishu felt a twinge of regret, then approached the staff. Jiang Zijing tried to pull her back but couldn't. Jishu spoke with the staff for a moment. then reached out to touch the slick snakeskin before taking it from the staff's hands. Jiang Zijing took a step back, knowing all too well that Jishu loved such thrills. No wonder Uncle Wen confiscated her passport. Wow, it really feels nice. It's cool and smooth though it looks a bit intimidating. Jishu even reached out to pat the snake's head. He Tong and Suna, filled with curiosity, wanted to approach but hesitated. It's fine. It doesn't bite, you two should try it. Jishu waved them over. Ultimately, their curiosity got the better of them, and the scene turned into 3 women playing with a snake while 4 men stood at a distance. Covered in goosebumps. So bold, my Shu Jie is indeed fierce. Zhao Jincheng's face contorted in apprehension. Merely watching made his legs feel weak. Jiang Zijing thought to himself, what's the big deal, it's just a snake. However, Jishu had no intention of letting him off the hook. Jiang Zijing pretended not to hear, glancing left and right, preparing to sneak away when Zhao Jincheng betrayed him. Shu Jie is calling you. Go on, why don't you go? No one is calling me. Just as he finished speaking, He Tong shouted his name. Realizing he couldn't escape, Jiang Zijing grasped Zhao Jincheng's arm without hesitation and walked over. Every hair on Zhao Jincheng's body resisted. I don't want to, you might as well kill me. Jishu picked up the snake and directly handed it to Jiang Zijing. My arm is sore. You hold it. Jiang Zijing was equally reluctant, instinctively leaning back. Is it done yet? You've only held it for 2 seconds. Wait a moment, and I'll take a picture. Jishu, my arm is numb, I can't let go. Don't shake, I'm taking a picture. Jishu took out her phone and captured a photo of Jiang Zijing, even recording a small video. I can't hold on any longer, it's really numb. Jishu shook her head at his predicament. Took the snake back and returned it to the staff. Isn't it fine to just return it? Why be so scared? It doesn't bite. Although Jiang Zijing felt relieved, he still had lingering fears. What if he really got bitten? With a 1 in a million chance, do you think you would be the lucky one? I believe I am that unlucky one. On the way back, Jiang Zijing asked, when you went skydiving, did you ever consider what would happen if the parachute malfunctioned? Jishu paused, looking at Jiang Zijing. Last time I went skydiving abroad, my parachute didn't open mid-air. Jiang Zijing's face turned tense. Jishu chuckled, silly, there's a reserve parachute. I was just unlucky. Jiang Zijing remained silent for a while. What were you thinking at that moment? Of course, I was thinking about deploying the reserve parachute. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Jishu, didn't you think about anything afterward, or feel any regret? Jishu clasped her hands together, tugging at her shirt's hem. I did think about it. Once I get married and have a family and children, I won't be able to experience such thrilling activities anymore. After all, if something goes wrong, it would be incredibly irresponsible. Chapter 59. Are you moving out tonight? Jiang Zijing dragged 2 suitcases as she opened the door to her home. Jishu followed behind, listening to her manager's incessant chatter. Jishu assured repeatedly that she wouldn't cause any trouble upon her return and wouldn't run off, which finally quelled the manager's concerns. Now that you've returned from recording, it's just in time. We discussed the renewal last time. Can we meet tomorrow to talk? Alright, let's discuss it when we meet tomorrow. Jishu hung up the phone and immediately collapsed onto the sofa. I'm exhausted. My back is stiff. Go take a bath. I'll give you a massage later. What do you want to eat? I can order takeout for you. Jishu sat up. Right now, I'm craving fried ribs and bubble tea. Okay, I'll order for you. The ribs, marinated in a rich sauce beforehand, were flavorful and satisfying. Jishu found it inconvenient to eat with chopsticks and resorted to using her hands. Jiang Zijing also ordered a few dumplings for her to enjoy alongside the ribs. Is my service satisfactory? Jiang Zijing inquired. Not bad. For 150 a day, it's a fair deal. 150 a day is all it takes to have me. I'm Jiang Zijing. Jishu, why are you acting like you got the better end of the deal? Jishu paused in her rib eating, her fingers greasy, as she pinched Jiang Zijing's chin, looking her over. What's wrong with Jiang Zijing? Is she really so expensive? 150 a day seems reasonable. Don't touch me with your hands covered in grease. Jishu huffed, continuing to eat the ribs. Haven't I beaten you since childhood? I even used to ride you like a horse. Do your fans know? They'd definitely be furious. Jishu chuckled. Stop bringing up childhood stories. That time was just bad luck. I lost the match. Didn't you carry me before? Get me some vinegar. I need it for my dumplings. Jiang Zijing got up to pour some vinegar and added a bit of sesame oil. Jishu ate heartily, feeling full, and began to clear the dishes to wash them in the kitchen. Jiang Zijing took the dishes from her, saying, You can't wash them properly, just stay out of the kitchen. How can I not wash them properly? I washed them 3 times, Jishu protested. In any case, you don't need to wash. Go play. If I don't wash, I won't miss it. Jishu huffed and turned to leave. Jiang Zijing sighed as she watched her retreating figure, finding her difficult to please. Even when wanting to converse, she had to beat around the bush. There was no benefit to be gained, and she was met with hostility. Jishu had been experiencing cramps at night lately. Waking up with painful leg cramps each time was quite regular, and Zhang Jijing would wake up at night to massage her legs whenever Jishu made a sound. He would wake up quickly. Since returning, the treatment had not been as good as during the recording program. After all, a city was now in autumn, with neither cold nor hot weather, and sleeping on the floor wouldn't lead to catching a cold. Zhang Jijing awoke in the dead of night, her eyes still closed, as she groggily leaned over the edge of the bed, her hands slipping beneath the covers to massage her legs. Embodying a picture of drowsiness. Jishu, however, was roused from her slumber by the discomfort. Turning onto her side, she observed Zhang Jijing's weary expression. After a brief moment of massage, the discomfort had dissipated. Yet Zhang Jijing continued her ministrations. Jishu gazed at his profile, noting how his chin rested on the bed's edge, his eyes still shut, while his hands remained in motion. This sight inexplicably warmed Jishu's heart, prompting her to consider capturing the moment in a photograph. "Alright, it's no longer painful, you should sleep." She gently tapped his arm. Zhang Jijing remained with his eyes closed, murmuring, "You sleep. I'll continue for a while." This was the routine every night. Zhang Jijing would not sleep until Jishu had drifted off. Anyone awakened in the middle of the night would understandably be displeased, yet Zhang Jijing seemed utterly unperturbed. All of this was his own initiative. No one had ever asked him to do so. Lying in bed, Jishu contemplated whether, in the future, if she were to marry and become pregnant, would her husband be able to show such attentiveness as Zhang Jijing did? If she woke him in the middle of the night to massage her legs, would he be angry or frustrated? Would he possibly fall short of Zhang Jijing, or even be inferior to him? The more she pondered, the more unsettled Jishu felt. If she ended up with a man who was even less capable than Zhang Jijing, then what was the point of seeking a partner? If he couldn't measure up to Zhang Jijing, what use would he be? If Zhang Jijing were to have a girlfriend in the future, and eventually marry, would he treat her with the same tenderness? If he was so considerate towards her, just imagine how he would dote on the one he cherished, like something precious, cradled carefully in his hands. Jishu felt a twinge of discomfort and inexplicable emotion that she could not quite articulate. The following morning, Jishu received a call from a friend informing her about a property viewing. The friend mentioned that the landlord was available today, as they would be traveling abroad tomorrow, and urged Jishu to go look at the place. While she spoke on the phone, Zhang Jijing was nearby, cracking nuts. Upon hearing the conversation, he paused his actions, fixating his gaze on Jishu. Once the call ended, he casually inquired while continuing to crack pistachios, "Have you found a place?" "Yes, I'm going to see it, but I have an appointment with my agent tonight. However, the landlord is only available today," Jishu replied. Zhang Jijing lowered his gaze, taking a while to respond with a simple "Oh." Jishu took a small bite of her food and then set it aside, while Zhang Jijing ceased his nut cracking as well. Before heading out, Jishu took a shower and knelt down to pack her suitcase. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Jijing asked, "So you're moving out tonight?" "Perhaps. I'll go check it out first. My friend took photos, and I think it looks decent, so I'll have another look." "Where is it located?" "Over by Qingbei Road." Zhang Jijing fell silent, realizing that the community where he lived was a 40-minute journey away, a considerable distance. Jishu selected her outfit, slung her bag over her shoulder, and donned a mask, hat, and sunglasses. "Shall I give you a ride?" "No need, I can easily grab a cab downstairs. I might come back quite late tonight. If the place is suitable, I may stay there." She smiled and added, "Who knows, maybe starting tonight, you can finally sleep in a bed. The floor isn't comfortable, is it? I'm off now." Jishu changed her shoes, opened the door, and did not glance back. As she turned, her smile faltered, unable to maintain her cheerfulness. She felt disheartened. Continuing like this with Zhang Jijing was not sustainable. She would eventually need to move out. As the child was merely an unforeseen circumstance, taking a deep breath, she hurried into the elevator. Chapter 60. A touch of cuteness. Jishu arrived at the designated location, a high-end restaurant. Upon providing the name Tanli to the waiter, she was promptly escorted to her table. Upon recognizing the person seated before her, she was momentarily taken aback. "Zhuangzong, what brings you here?" Zhuang Yisan smiled as he stood up and pulled out a chair for her. "Please have a seat." "Thank you," Jishu replied, placing her bag down and observing the man before her, clad in a dark suit and gold-rimmed glasses. "Where is Li Jie?" Jishu inquired. "I understand you were intending to discuss the contract with her regarding the renewal. Instead of going through her, why don't we speak directly?" Jishu smiled. "Zhuangzong, you make it sound as if I, a mere employee, could directly propose demands to the boss. Of course, you can. Over these past few years, you have brought substantial returns to the company. We all recognize that, and you are welcome to voice any requests you may have." A server arrived with a glass of lemonade. After expressing her gratitude and taking a small sip, Jishu continued, I appreciate your sentiment, but is the new contract still set for 5 years, just like the previous one? Let us enjoy our meal first. We can discuss the contract while we eat. Alright, soon, the server brought out their meals. Jishu gazed at the steak before her, suddenly reminiscing about the fried ribs Jiang Jing had ordered. Nevertheless, she began to slice her steak, albeit without consuming it just yet. You were recording a program with Jiang Jing this time, right? Yes, I have some knowledge about your situation, but as you know, he is under the company's promotional contract, so I cannot manage his work. This time, I can only apologize for the inconvenience, but if you wish to discontinue the recording, I will personally speak with the director, and the company will cover any breach of contract fees. Jishu took a bite of the steak side dish, smiling as she replied, Zhuangzong, there's no need for that. We are colleagues, and there's no reason to make things awkward. It's wonderful that you feel that way. Would you like a drink? Zhuang Yisun poured himself a glass. I can't drink. I'm not feeling well, Jishu replied. Not feeling well? Is it serious? I twisted my ankle recently and have been taking anti-inflammatory medication. By the way, have you found an opportunity to ask about your foot? Is it feeling better? Zhuang Yisun inquired with concern. Much better. I can walk normally now. Thank you for your concern, Zhuangzong. Jishu politely expressed her gratitude. Why so formal? Not long after Jishu left, Jiang Jing arranged to meet friends for drinks. Parking at a bar was always a challenge, so he decided to park at a nearby restaurant. Just as he maneuvered the steering wheel and parked, he caught sight of someone through the glass of the restaurant across the street. Instantly recognizing her, Jiang Jing was taken aback to see Jishu there. His gaze shifted slightly to see Zhuang Yisun seated across from her, momentarily stunned. Wasn't Jishu supposed to be discussing the contract with her agent? Why was she with Zhuang Yisun? Jiang Jing leaned his arms on the steering wheel, continuing to observe the pair. Jishu was focused on her meal, occasionally responding to Zhuang Yisun's comments, nodding before returning to her food. Her pace of eating was astonishingly slow. Were it not for Jiang Jing's familiarity with her, he might have thought she was merely distracted, yet, her demeanor clearly indicated that she was neither engaged in conversation nor enjoying her meal. Jishu dabbed her lips with a napkin and said, Zhuangzong, let us discuss the contract renewal. We're eating. Why the rush? We can talk later. It's best not to overthink while eating. Zhuang Yisun responded, a hint of impatience in his tone. Jishu chuckled lightly and continued with her meal, consuming more of the salad beside her. This steak is quite delicious, you should try some. Zhuang Yisun suggested. Alright, Jishu replied, though she made no move to take a bite. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing's phone buzzed incessantly beside him, and after 2 calls, the other end showed no sign of letting up. Fixated on Jishu, he answered the call. What's up, bro? Where are you? You said you were leaving half an hour ago and would be here soon. Where did you run off to? Jiang Jing suddenly remembered he had arranged to meet friends for drinks and replied. Without a trace of guilt, I'm dealing with something. Go ahead and drink without me. Just put it on my tab. You're ditching me. Do you think I care about this little bit of drink money? It is a genuine matter. I'll treat you next time. Jiang Jing hung up decisively. He continued to gaze at Jishu for a while before dialing out again. A few seconds later, Jishu glanced at her bag as her phone rang. When she saw it was Jiang Jing calling, she felt puzzled but answered her. Zhuangzong, I need to take this call. Jishu walked to the restroom. What is going on? Jiang Jing asked. Where are you? I'm eating out with your agent. Jishu, slightly irritated, replied. No, it's Zhuang Yisun. Tenli didn't he show up at all? Zhuangzong. Oh, what are you discussing? Jiang Jing inquired, his eyes still on Zhuang Yisun's actions outside. Not much. He just invited me to dinner. It seems we won't be discussing the contract tonight, and I'm not sure what he intends. Suddenly, she noticed Zhuang Yisun pull a small plastic bag from his pocket. Jiang Jing could only vaguely see the movement but could not discern what it was. In the next moment, he witnessed Zhuang Yisun place something into Jishu's glass and even give it a gentle swirl. Jishu, Jiang Jing's voice darkened. You need to come back right now. Make an excuse about an emergency at home, and don't touch anything on the table, understand? Jiang Jing instructed sternly. Jishu, perplexed, asked, What's the matter? Zhuang Yisun put something in your glass. Jishu froze momentarily before asking, Where are you? I'm outside the restaurant. Go back, grab your bag, and don't ask questions, just leave. Okay, I understand, Jishu replied soberly. Jishu hastily returned to her seat, grabbed her bag, and cast a fleeting glance at the glass beside her. With a hint of apology, she smiled at Zhuang Yisun. I'm sorry, Zhuang, but I have a family matter that requires my urgent attention. I will discuss the renewal with Li Jie later. Enjoy your meal. Zhuang Yisun furrowed his brow, surprised by her swift departure. Shall I escort you? Not at all, it's quite convenient for me to take a taxi. I'll see you at the office later. Without allowing further conversation, Jishu picked up her bag and left. Standing outside, she felt the night breeze soothe her a little before dialing Jiang Jijing's number. After walking a short distance, Jiang Jijing's car pulled up beside her. Get in. Jishu hung up and entered the vehicle. What brings you here? I was meeting a friend for drinks and came here to find a parking spot. What a coincidence to see you. What did he put in my drink? I couldn't see clearly, but he definitely added something. Then why did you ask me to leave? Shouldn't I have just splashed the drink in his face? We would have caught him red-handed. Jishu realized the implications too late. Miss Ji, think carefully. Your contract hasn't expired yet, has it? It won't be due until spring next year. Do you really think you can leave after falling out with him? What does he mean? Did he drug me? Jiang Jijing scrutinized Jishu's face. Perhaps. I mentioned the contract several times at the table, yet he always diverted the conversation. I knew he wasn't sincere about renewing. I was planning to leave right after the meal, and I can't believe I didn't see through him. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Indeed. Do you think everyone is like me, honest and devoted? Jishu scoffed at Jiang Jijing. Your simplicity is evident, and your intentions are written all over your face. Jiang Jijing sighed. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? I'm praising your innocence. Nice way to put it, but it sounds harsher when you call it foolish. Doesn't it? I just saved you from a dire situation. Can't you be a bit more grateful? Jiang Jijing grumbled, clearly displeased. Jishu turned and playfully poked Jiang Jijing's face. You know, you look a bit like a pufferfish right now. It's oddly endearing. Jiang Jijing turned to scrutinize Jishu's face. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as they locked gazes. Chapter 61. Will you stay? Jiang Jijing's breath hitched as he stared at Jishu. She playfully squeezed his cheek again. Why do you look so daft? Jiang Jijing quickly turned his gaze away as the traffic light turned green. He restarted the car, his ears burning. How strange it was that a simple pinch on the cheek could cause his heart to race. What on earth are you thinking about? Jiang Jijing, my friend just messaged me, urging me to check out a property. Could you drive me there? Sure, just send me the address. Jiang Jijing glanced at the navigation and turned the car around. Jishu, meanwhile, stared at the incessantly flashing call from her agent, silencing her phone and ignoring it. After a while, the screen went darker. Upon arriving at the community, Jishu exited the car. I can manage from here. Jiang Jijing followed closely behind. I want to take a look too. Both were donned in masks, with Jiang Jijing also wearing a cap that obscured most of his face, making it impossible for the landlord to recognize him. The landlord led Jishu through the property. The space was quite spacious, and if she didn't like the decor, she could always redecorate. Miss Ji, do you find this property satisfactory? Our community has excellent privacy, and the security is very reliable, so you needn't worry at all. Jishu smiled. It's quite nice. It should be comfortable to live in. Jiang Jijing stood silently beside her, arms crossed. Miss Ji, I will be leaving for abroad tomorrow. If you decide to rent this place, you can move in at any time. We can sign the contract later, either when I return or I can send it to you. The property can be redecorated, but it will take some time before it's ready for occupancy. Jishu did not offer a definitive answer, merely nodding. I've seen the place, but I haven't made up my mind yet. It's rather far from my company. Let me think it over, and I'll get back to you. That's perfectly fine. Take your time to consider, and feel free to contact me whenever. Thank you. As Jishu stepped out of the building, the community was brightly illuminated. She walked ahead, her backpack slung over her shoulder, when she suddenly noticed the silence and turned to see Jiang Jijing trailing behind her. He had been unusually quiet during their visit, quite unlike his usual self. On the way back, Jiang Jijing drove while Jishu felt a sense of melancholy. Regardless of Zhuang Yixuan's intentions, he had indeed put something in her drink. It was unlikely to be mere vitamins. After all, if the company clearly wanted her to stay. Jishu had been hesitating, torn by her 5 years at the company and her current influence there. Leaving for a new opportunity seemed less appealing now. However, given the recent incident, she was now resolute in her decision to leave once her contract expired. As she got out of the car, Jishu clutched her bag and walked ahead. Jiang Jijing had remained silent since they went to view the property. Trailing a few steps behind and observing her, though she appeared strong and capable, Jishu was still fragile. She had been pregnant for 50 days but looked slender. She could seem composed, but there were moments of fear. Waking in the night to call out for her parents, yet reluctant to disturb anyone, Jiang Jijing reminisced about that evening's dinner with Zhuang Yixuan, a time of genuine discomfort, where he felt he had even let down a friend. He found himself deeply concerned for Jishu, knowing her preferences and temperament well enough to care for her. As Jishu walked in a daze, she accidentally stepped on a stone and slipped. In an instant, Jiang Jijing caught her by the waist and arm. Jishu regained her senses, berating herself for being so clumsy, yet Jiang Jijing made no move to release her. Confused, she called out, Jiang Jijing, Jishu, don't move away, stay here with me, I will take care of you until the baby is born, but if you insist on moving away, I will follow you, you need someone by your side. Especially at night, I promise to look after you well. Jishu lowered her gaze, observing the shadows of the two of them intertwined on the ground. If I lock the door, will you still be able to get in? I'll climb through the window, but that's the 8th floor, I could scale the 18th floor if need be, you just don't go, let me take care of you. Jishu felt her eyes heat up. Momentarily choked with emotion, she had never been treated this way before. Yes, it's still 150 a day, no, if you stay, I'll give you 150 every day. Am I only worth 150? Jishu retorted, do you know how many fans I have? Jiang Jijing chuckled, of course, you're Jishu, I could give you 250 if you like, get lost, you're the one who has 250. Jishu playfully slapped his arm. Jiang Jijing's smile widened, yes, I'm 250, I'll be your fool if that's what you want. And Miss Ji, will you continue to stay and boss me around? Jishu looked down at the arm around her waist, placing her hand over Jiang Jijing's. My foot hurts, huh? Jiang Jijing quickly turned to face her, squatting beside her feet. Which one? Wasn't your previous sprain healed? Did you twist it again? I didn't twist it. It's just a bit numb, I don't want to walk. Jiang Jijing paused, looking up at Jishu. She gazed back at him, illuminated by the streetlight. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. Alright. He turned around. Come on, miss, I'll carry you. Jishu climbed onto his back. Just don't press on my stomach, alright? Be careful. I know. Jiang Jijing stood up, carrying her effortlessly. Jishu wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. I want wontons for breakfast tomorrow, but it seems we're out in the fridge. I'll grab some when I go back tomorrow. My mother said she'll make as many as you want. Just let her know, okay? Jishu bit her lip, a smile creeping onto her face. Chapter 62. Feeling shy the next morning, Jishu had soybean milk for breakfast, having developed a fondness for soy products recently. After finishing her meal, she found herself craving wontons. When are you heading back? Can you ask Auntie to make some dumplings? I'd love the shepherd's purse and pork filling. As Jiang Jijing washed the fruits, he glanced at the impatient Jishu beside him. He picked up a cherry tomato and offered it to her. Jishu opened her mouth and bit into it, finding it a bit sour. Not tasty, not bad. Jiang Jijing packed the fruits into a disposable container, then donned his jacket, bending down to change his shoes at the entrance. I asked that how you're going out, huh? I'm going to eat something fresh. My mom just made it, and I want you to try it right away. Can I come too? Jishu, busy with work over the past few years, had only found time to visit Auntie during holidays. Since you're free at home, why not come along to eat? My mom would love to have you over, then I'll go change. Jishu paused for a moment before speaking. Jishu was still clad in her pajamas. After changing into a sweatshirt and long pants, she hurried to the empty room of Jiang Jijing to rummage through the items, specifically those delivered yesterday, the contents of which Jiang Jijing was unaware. Observing her carrying several bags, Jiang Jijing asked, what are you doing? These are the latest bags, not yet available domestically. I had a friend send them over from abroad. What I mean is, why are you bringing so many bags? For Auntie, I haven't had the chance to carry them before, and now I'm in a rush with no time to shop leisurely. Jiang Jijing smiled helplessly. You're coming over to my house for a meal and bringing all this? It's not too much. Auntie has always been kind to me. Jishu changed her shoes and walked past Jiang Jijing. My bag and phone are on the sofa, please pack them up for me. Alright. Jiang Jijing followed her, still feeling uneasy, especially after nearly tripping last night. As the car turned into the neighborhood, Jishu nervously clutched her shirt hem. She had often visited before, but this time she felt anxious. Once the car stopped, Jiang Jijing came around to open the door. Why aren't you getting out? I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Gather your thoughts for what? Jiang Jijing chuckled. Hearing the car's movement, Exan emerged and immediately spotted her son standing beside the vehicle. Didn't you just return a few days ago? What brings you back? Jiang Jijing glanced over. Your son is back. And why do you look so disdainful? Besides, I'm just a driver today. Jishu had no choice but to exit the car. Exan looked at the woman who stepped out of the car with her son. Momentarily stunned Jishu smiled and greeted, Auntie. My goodness, it's been ages since I've seen you. Have you been busy? You haven't come to visit me in a long time. Jishu was pulled into the house by Exan. Glancing back at Jiang Jijing, who wore a familiar yet helpless expression, with a pained face, Jiang Jijing went to the back seat to retrieve a bag. Exan was preparing to wash fruits for Jishu when she noticed her son entering with colorful bags. Furrowing her brows, she questioned, where did you get all this clutter? Is this for some little celebrity or internet star? Jiang Jijing, how many times have I told you not to stir up trouble and to keep your distance? Jiang Jijing felt wronged. Her mother hadn't treated her this way during her last visit. Why was it that when Jishu came over he was no longer her son? Jishu cleared her throat. Auntie, these are for you. They're all new styles sent by my friend from abroad. Yexan immediately inspected the bags, taking one from Jiang Jing's hands. Did Shushu pick these? They're beautiful, the colors go well with any outfit. I really like them, Jiang Jing. Jishu wanted to laugh, but given that Yexan was still nearby, she refrained. I'm glad you like them, next time I'll pick some more pretty ones for you. Raising a daughter is so much better. Having a son is of no use, all he does is eat to drink, and make a mess, Jishu. She was struggling to contain her laughter. Jiang Jing thought fine, it was not the first time, and she should be accustomed to it by now. Last night, she had informed Yexan about returning today and expressed a desire for dumplings and wontons. Sure enough, upon entering the kitchen, she found the dumpling filling already prepared, just waiting to be wrapped. Mom, are we having dumplings for lunch? Is that all you think about? Jishu quietly replied, Auntie, it's what I want to eat. Shushu has always loved noodles since childhood and still enjoys them. I'll wrap some for you shortly. Okay. Yexan stood up and glanced at her son Jiang Jing. Go wash some fruits for Shushu. Jiang Jing washed a plate of cherries and sat beside Jishu. Our family has a serious preference for daughters over sons. Jishu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you were born the wrong gender. Jiang Jing felt even more frustrated. But if I were a girl, we would have played together wonderfully since childhood. Right, that's hard to say. You're so annoying that if you were a girl, I wouldn't want to play with you either. We're equally matched in annoyance, but thankfully I'm not a girl, otherwise, would we end up pulling each other's hair in a fight? Not likely. Jishu stood and went to the courtyard, as she always did during her visits to Jiang Jing's home. There was a flowering crabapple tree they had planted together when they were much younger. And now it had grown quite robust. Jiang Jing reached up and plucked 2 crabapples, asking, You used to dislike these because they were too sour, do you want to try one now? It's still very sour. After washing one, Jiang Jing offered it to Jishu. Jishu took a bite and immediately recoiled at the sourness. Indeed, neither of them was eager to try again. Jishu leaned back against the trunk, gazing up at the densely clustered red fruits on the tree. The weather was splendid, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Jiang Jing stepped closer, standing before her. Were you nervous about not getting out of the car just now? Nervous about what? Jishu shot him a glance. Jiang Jing lowered his eyes slightly and placed his hand on Jishu's abdomen. Shouldn't this child be calling me mom or grandma? Jiang Jing looked back at Jishu's face. If my mom knew you were pregnant with her grandchild, she would probably be overjoyed. Jishu calmly gazed at Jiang Jing. Why are you getting so close while you talk? I want to see your expression clearly. Afraid I might miss something. Stop being ridiculous. Besides, if Auntie finds out about this, you're finished. No one is allowed to say a word. Jiang Jing shrugged. If I wanted to say something, I would have done so already. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Keep your distance. No. Jiang Jing leaned against the tree trunk, lowering his head closer to Jishu, suddenly halting his movements, a smile playing on his lips. Jishu, why are you blushing? Jishu pushed him away. Can you stop using those tricks you apply on little girls with me? Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow, bemused. What tricks on little girls? Who else do I use them on? Wait, what exactly did I do to you just now? Don't play dumb with me, after all these years. You really haven't matured at all. You know how close we are, right? Besides, neither of us is interested in each other. Even if you were naked in front of me, I wouldn't glance at you. So don't use your face to flirt with me. Jiang Jing chuckled softly. Before you said that, did you consider touching your belly? You're not interested in me? Then what is this all about? Were you drunk? I distinctly remember someone clinging to me that night, begging me to continue. Could you be any thicker-skinned? How dare you bring that up? Didn't I tell you to stop? Who was so desperate they can't tell the difference between a beast and a human? Jiang Jing's recollection was skewed towards him being the one pursuing Jishu. Even though she had been crying and pleading for him to stop or feeling somewhat guilty, he rubbed his nose. That wasn't tea from being drunk. Never mention it again, otherwise I swear I will twist your head off. TSK, so violent, I'm so scared. Feeling cheeky. Chapter 63. Checking the phone. The playful banter between the two was something Exan had long since grown accustomed to. She used to intervene but eventually let them be, recognizing that this was simply their way of interacting. Are you too tired from recording the variety show together lately? When does it air? Jishu felt a bit of a headache at the thought. She had been too caught up in the truth or dare game and had spoken without thought, even kissing Jiang Jing later. If Exan saw that, would she jump to conclusions? We were just having fun, it's not tiring at all. So you two aren't part of some couple pairing? Exan asked curiously. Jiang Jing chimed in. Yeah, in the show. She is my girlfriend, I call her baby every day. Have some decency. Jishu shot him a look. Just telling the truth. That's so shameless. If he takes advantage of you, you must tell me. I'll teach him a lesson. Yi Xian chided playfully to it's all arranged by the production team. When it airs, everything you see will be acted out. We're all just actors. After all, Jishu preemptively warned Yi Xian. As expected, nothing was genuine. Yi Xian shook her head. Dramas are all deceitful. Yi Xian wanted to keep Jishu around for a couple of days, but Jishu was too anxious to stay. She already felt uneasy being there. And with Jiang Zijing's teasing, she was now even more hesitant to look at Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was indeed the grandmother of the child in her belly, and just the thought of it filled Jishu with a sense of guilt. "Forget it, Mom. Why do you want to keep her here, just to serve as a little lady?" Jiang Zijing interjected. "What on earth did I consume while giving birth to you that led to this mouth of yours? Always spouting nonsense. It's no wonder you've been single for so long." Jishu was single as well. She hadn't been in a relationship. She is taking her time. Finding a boyfriend requires careful selection. If Shushu finds a boy she likes in the future, she must bring him to meet Auntie. Yi Xian said gently, pulling Jishu closer. "Okay," Jishu nodded. "Mom, how can you be so double-standard?" Jiang Zijing complained from the side. "You should keep your mouth shut." Is Shushu truly not coming back? "No, Auntie, I still have work to do afterward. Please take good care of yourself at home, and send my regards to Uncle." Alright. Yi Xian watched the car drive away, releasing a faint sigh. One could only blame her son for being so disappointing, unable to charm Gshu. Yi Xian genuinely held affection for Jishu. But these two had never seen eye to eye since childhood. It was unclear where the misstep had occurred that led to the current situation. However, it was usually Jishu who would come to visit her alone. Why was it her son driving today? Did he take the initiative to drop her off? Had he finally come to his senses? Yi Xian shook her head again, with Jiang Zijing's thick-headedness. It was akin to a rare flower blooming on an iron tree. On the road, Jishu received a voice message from the director. "Do you have some time recently? We need to shoot a few promotional photos." Jishu replied, "Yes, which day specifically? I haven't asked Jiang yet. You both need to shoot together. Let me check with him." Jiang Zijing, on this end, also heard the voice message. "I have time." Shortly after, the phone beside him chimed with a new message. "I'm driving. Can you reply for me?" Jiang Zijing said. Jishu picked up his phone, glanced at it, and immediately felt to stay not so vain, using your own photos. Password 0112. Jiang Zijing's birthday. Jishu typed a reply to the director. "I'm available, just schedule it." Jishu held his phone in both hands and chatted with the director, ultimately confirming that they would shoot tomorrow. "Here is your phone. Aren't you going to take a look?" Jiang Zijing asked. "Look at what? Your phone? Aren't you afraid I might see something I shouldn't, like some transactions?" Jiang Zijing rolled his eyes. "Can't you think of me as a decent person? I need to rely on connections. I mainly depend on my father, but I lack your resolve to forge my own path." Jiang Zijing then added, "Didn't you tell me to delete anyone who has feelings for me last time? Now you're checking if I missed any? Can I look at the photo album?" Jishu suddenly inquired. "Feel free." Jishu quickly grabbed the phone. Although he was genuinely uninterested in WeChat, he was curious about the photo album. Adults often have a few risky items in their albums. Who knew what little videos or images might be lurking there? With great enthusiasm, Jishu began to browse. The most recent dozens of photos were all screenshots, and the content revolved around precautions for pregnancy, even including maternal and infant topics. Jishu glanced at the person driving attentively before continuing to scroll. The following few dozen images were all of himself, particularly unflattering ones from the first recording session at Changbai Mountain. Do you have some sort of problem? Where did you get these photos? I imported them myself. Want them? I can send them to you. $5 each, just a little side income. Get lost. After flipping through several images, he finally found one of himself sleeping. At that moment, Jishu was lying on his side in bed. The light dim, appearing to be in the dead of night. Jishu raised his head and shot Jiang Zijing a glare. "What's the meaning of taking such photos? Planning to use them as leverage against me?" Jiang Zijing was indeed cunning. How foolish of Jishu to think he was innocent and brainless. After all these years of discord between them, their animosity had always been apparent, and the media often instigated conflict during interviews. With Jiang Zijing always speaking in veiled tones, Jishu promptly deleted the photo, wanting to see how crafty Jiang Zijing could be. He continued scrolling through various landscape photos, some featuring group shots with both men and women. However, while the male friends had their arms slung around each other, Jiang Zijing kept his hands clasped in front of him, standing upright and quite respectful. Yet, why was he always so touchy with Jishu? Jishu was disappointed to find none of the risky photos or videos he had hoped to see. However, Jiang Zijing was indeed vain, storing numerous selfies on his phone. There was even one in the bathroom. Presumably taken right after a workout, or he was tugging at his shirt to reveal his abs while posing in front of the mirror. Wow, so serious, how do you like my abs, are they tempting? So greasy, why do I feel nauseous? You've been staring for so long that you might as well go lick them, and you call that greasy? Jisoo was aware that lying would bring retribution. Focus on your driving. Why so chatty? Jisoo exited the photo album, deciding not to look at the pictures any longer and nothing of interest there. She unceremoniously clicked into Jiang Jijing's WeChat. She refused to believe she couldn't find a tiny flaw in him. Jiang Jijing's WeChat friends were not numerous. Many were acquaintances from the industry whom Jisoo recognized. After browsing for quite a while, she genuinely found no signs of any romantic interests. Jiang Jijing responded to others quite earnestly, showing humility towards seniors and politeness towards others. Most conversations revolved around work or a few close friends whom Jisoo happened to know. There was no hint of any flirtation whatsoever. Chapter 64. To maintain innocence in the world. Jisoo examined both the inside and outside of his phone, finding it cleaner than his own. Jisoo's phone was certainly off limits to others. In a moment of panic, he decided to format it completely. After all, one must maintain innocence in the world. Jisoo placed the phone back. Finished checking? Is this a backup phone? Don't you have another phone on you? We've been living together for so long. When have you seen me use a backup phone? This is the only one I have. You really something, you don't even have a secondary WeChat account. Did you delete it in advance? Jisoo was genuinely surprised. No, I'm swamped with work. I don't have time to chat with others. When I finally get a break, all I want to do is sleep. I find it bothersome to chat too much. Last time you messaged me, we argued all night. Didn't you find that bothersome? I blocked you, and you still called me. Chatting with others is tiring. I never said chatting with you is exhausting. Besides, are you not just another person? Jiang Jijing drove into the community, laughing. Once he parked, he picked up his phone and looked at Jisoo. Shouldn't we reciprocate? Let me take a look at your phone. I never agreed to reciprocate. You can't see my phone, so stop dreaming. Ah, how heartless. It's truly disheartening. So can your future boyfriend or husband look? Whether he can or not is none of your business. Why are you so curious? Jisoo ignored him and opened the car door to get out. Jiang Jijing thought to himself that she had quite a temper. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow her. Jiang Jijing placed the wontons and dumplings he brought from home into the refrigerator, ensuring they didn't stack up and were arranged one by one. Jisoo noticed him busy and hung up her bag before heading to her room to change clothes. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jijing's wardrobe had already accumulated many of her clothes. She had initially packed them away to take with her, but after returning home yesterday, Jiang Jijing had diligently returned each piece to the wardrobe. Jiang Jijing's wardrobe was quite spacious and even rotating, capable of holding a significant amount. Jisoo selected a nightgown, ready to change out of her clothes. In the next moment, the door she had just closed was pushed open, and Jiang Jijing stood by the doorway, hand on the doorknob. What do you want to eat tonight? The sentence broke off abruptly. Jisoo had just removed her clothes, holding them in her hands. Wearing nothing but her undergarments, Jiang Jijing's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his mind momentarily blanked. Jisoo frowned, preparing to tell him to leave, but her gaze inadvertently shifted, causing her face to flush crimson. Jiang Jijing, you beast! Jiang Jijing snapped back to reality after being scolded, glancing down before hurriedly closing the door. Standing by the door, he felt as if he were on fire. He had merely glanced at Jisoo. She wasn't completely bare, after all, and the important parts were covered. Yet, why was he feeling somewhat excited? Jiang Jijing sat down on the sofa, attempting to calm himself. Last time, when he had given Jisoo a massage, it was only natural to have some physical contact, but just now, he had only seen her for a moment, so why was he feeling this way? His mind was entirely filled with thoughts of Jisoo, and he couldn't seem to calm down. As Jiang Jijing anxiously tugged at his hair, the door to the room swung open again. Jisoo had changed her clothes and walked over. Jiang Jijing quickly grabbed a pillow beside him and hugged it tightly. Jisoo crossed her arms, standing before him. You don't knock when entering your own room, cough, this is my own home. After all, I didn't think much of it. Who knew you'd be changing clothes during the day? You didn't lock the door either. I didn't lock the door because I saw you arranging the dumplings. I didn't mean to barge in, and I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything? Then why are you hugging that pillow? Jisoo looked at him sternly. She had clearly seen Jiang Jijing's reaction. Let go. Jiang Jijing even tightened his grip on the pillow. In broad daylight, feeling frisky, Jiang Jijing was already in the wrong, and he accepted Jisoo's scolding. This isn't something I can control. Besides, I'm a grown man, maintaining my integrity while having no girlfriend, and I don't have a place to relieve myself. It's quite normal to have a reaction sometimes. You sound rather aggrieved. Jishu huffed as she sat down across from him. Jiang Zijing had originally aimed to remain calm, but now, hearing Jishu's voice made it impossible to do so. Jishu found herself in a rather awkward predicament. And she was even more taken aback by Jiang Zijing's exaggerated reaction. Her mind was in utter disarray, as she vividly recalled every detail of that fateful night, including all the nuances of Jiang Zijing. She slapped her own face in an attempt to dispel her chaotic thoughts, but soon realized that hiding away in her room would accomplish nothing. Unable to retreat, she decided to feign composure and confront Jiang Zijing instead. The fierce demeanor she projected was merely a facade, masking her inner turmoil. The two remained stiffly seated for an extended period, until Jishu turned to Jiang Zijing and asked, "Aren't you going to the bathroom? Shall I go, and you help me?" Jishu smiled. "Sure, you can give it a try." However, she quickly added, "Never mind, my parents are counting on me to carry on the family line." Jiang Zijing's expression stiffened as he avoided Jishu's gaze. This matter left both of them feeling uncomfortable well into the night. With neither willing to initiate conversation, Jiang Zijing lowered his head as he spread the blanket. His peripheral vision catching sight of Jishu sitting cross-legged on the bed sipping milk. Previously, during her stay here, Jishu had been frightened, and he had kept her company for several nights. Later, when Jishu suffered severe leg cramps, he found himself caring for her in the middle of the night, which now seemed to offer no need for an excuse to stay. Yet, Jiang Zijing realized he had become somewhat greedy. They had slept together while recording the show, even on that narrow single bed. Now, with a larger bed at his disposal, it seemed entirely feasible for them to share it. Jiang Zijing was caught in a dilemma. Pondering how to broach the subject, when Jishu suddenly spoke up, "You're being a bit much. I'm the one who should feel embarrassed, not you. Why are you being so dramatic? It's not like we haven't seen each other before." Jiang Zijing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she the one who had been furious just moments ago? What did her words mean now? We're adults. We've been through this. There's no need to dwell on it. Next time, let's both be more careful. I'll remember to lock the door, and you can knock before entering. Alright, Jiang Zijing nodded. Then let's sleep. With that, Jishu set her cup down and slipped under the covers. Jiang Zijing sat on the floor, turning his head to watch her back. A moment later, he couldn't help but smile. "Why are you so adorable?" After saying this, he quickly burrowed under the covers. Perhaps in a flurry of shyness. Chapter 65, Collaboration. Are the two of you teachers coming together? Director Chu greeted with a smile as he approached. What a coincidence. Jishu removed her sunglasses. And Jiang Zijing asked, "Are we taking promotional photos today?" "Just the two of us. The other teachers were arranged separately. Since you both have time today, let's prepare and get started." Jishu surveyed the array of costumes, her fingers sifting through the options. Historical costumes, indeed, our styles are quite diverse, and the makeup artist has already arrived. Jishu felt these garments were rather flimsy, almost like gossamer. On the other hand, Jiang Zijing's attire appeared much more substantial. The two entered the makeup room, where the makeup artist was already waiting. Jiang Zijing glanced at the array of bottles and jars on the table. "These are gentle and non-irritating, right?" she inquired. "Yes, they are quite mild and suitable for any skin type. They won't easily cause allergies." Jiang Zijing scrutinized the products before returning to her seat. Jishu understood the underlying concern in her question. She was likely wondering if they were safe for pregnant women. How absurd! What could a man possibly know about such matters? Jishu herself was uncertain, but she had indeed been using cosmetics less frequently lately, sometimes even neglecting to apply a face mask. After 2 hours of makeup, Jishu stretched several times, shifting her position as her back ached from sitting. Jiang Zijing had made considerable progress, already donning her wig, and noticed Jishu's fidgeting. "Are you done?" she asked the makeup artist. Almost. This hairstyle is a bit complicated." After another 10 minutes, everything was finally ready. Jishu's makeup was vibrant, and the outfit she had chosen was a striking red. Jiang Zijing, in contrast, opted for black, the colors clashing dramatically with her dark hair and black attire. Jiang Zijing resembled a regent cloaked in mystery, while Jishu embodied the bold and audacious princess renowned in the capital. In the tumultuous court, they stood at odds, evenly matched, yet privately entangled in an unspoken ambiguity. As Jishu and Jiang Zijing posed together, listening to the director describe the backdrop, Jishu couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance to their own situation. In public, these two sworn enemies appeared to disdain one another, yet in private, they shared the same roof, dining and sleeping together. When it came time for the promotional photos, the two worked seamlessly together. Whatever the director envisioned, they could effortlessly bring to life with just a subtle cue. Jishu nestled against Jiang Zijing, feigning deep affection while secretly pressing a broken blade against his back. While Jiang Jijing held her neck firmly, the veins in his hand bulging. After several sets of photos, the team seemed quite pleased with their good looks. They were a picturesque sight, and merely gazing at them was a delight. Despite the online fanbase's penchant for pairing them, neither had any devoted shippers. Even with the show's official announcement, there was no evidence of a fandom. Their promotions were distinctly separate, often undercutting one another. I feel like something is missing, the director pondered aloud. What's lacking? It's just not intimate enough. If only there were more sparks. How about we do a set underwater? Of course, they would comply with the director's wishes. Jisoo changed into a new outfit. To be frank, she felt quite embarrassed to wear it. A pink belly band paired with a sheer mesh cover-up, far too revealing for her liking. The back was merely tied with a ribbon, the flimsy fabric offering little in terms of coverage. Jiang Jijing, on the other hand, wore a white undergarment. Jisoo tugged at her sides, feeling overly exposed. The director's eyes lit up. This outfit is perfect. Now that the costumes are in place, it's all about your performance. Upon seeing Jisoo, Jiang Jijing's gaze turned inscrutable. The water in the pool was warm, and a faint mist rose. Jiang Jijing entered first, leaning against the edge, recalling their previous outing in the hot springs. Jisoo, clad more conservatively then, slowly stepped into the water, making her way toward Jiang Jijing. The crew had set the scene at the pool's edge, draping green cloths for special effects. A few peach blossoms floated in the water, and the bank where Jiang Jijing leaned was adorned with blooming peach flowers. The peach tree is flourishing, its blossoms radiant. The props team had even brought a genuine peach tree, with petals occasionally drifting down onto Jiang Jijing's shoulder. Jisoo gracefully approached him, creating ripples in her wake. Jiang Jijing extended his hand, effortlessly pulling her closer. "Why are you blushing?" he asked, looking down at the flushed tips of her ears. "The water is hot," she replied, trying to hide her embarrassment. Jiang Jijing chuckled softly. "Shall we collaborate?" Jisoo lifted her gaze to meet his, gradually wrapping her arms around his neck. The director, observing from the shore, encouraged them. "You two, just let your creativity flow." Jiang Jijing sighed softly, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Aren't we supposed to be professionals? Can you soften your gaze a little? It's hard to be tender with someone I dislike." Jisoo's words were candid, yet as Jiang Jijing held her close, she felt her body relax, shedding her earlier stiffness. Jiang Jijing noticed the change in her demeanor, his eyes shimmering with a captivating light. He gently caressed her cheek, his fingertips brushing against her lower eyelid. Every movement was captured by the photographer. "Your eyes are truly stunning. Do you even need to say that?" Jisoo replied unreservedly. Jiang Jijing chuckled softly, then lifted her effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. Jisoo lowered her gaze, inching closer until their foreheads touched, breathing softly before him, with only a thin layer of fabric between them and the water. Jiang Jijing's self-control wavered precariously. Jisoo's delicate fingers grazed his chin, her words dripping with flirtation. "Young Master Jiang, why is your face so red?" In the next instant, Jisoo found herself flipped upward, Jiang Jijing's embrace rendering her weightless, her feet dangling above the ground. As she clung to his neck in a panic, fearing she might fall, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Jiang Jijing wore a mischievous grin, then playfully nibbled at the edge of Jisoo's bellyband, gazing at her with smoldering eyes. Jisoo momentarily lost her composure, until the director's enthusiastic shout of "wonderful" jolted her back to reality. "Who lost?" Jiang Jijing challenged her with a teasing glint in his eye. Jisoo felt the water's warmth enveloping her, her body flushed, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her mind momentarily dulled, leaving her at a loss for how to retort to Jiang Jijing. Yet in the next breath, Jisoo smiled alluringly, leaning closer to Jiang Jijing's ear. "Young Master Jiang, what's going on with you?" Chapter 66. Help me. After several sets of photos, the director still seemed unsatisfied. The staff stood by the pool with towels, awaiting their ascent. Jisoo wrapped herself in a towel, watching as Jiang Jijing hurried into the changing room, a smile tugging at her lips. "Serves him right." Their changing rooms were separate. Jisoo slipped into a dry outfit, her hair still damp, and began to pat it down with a towel. Her phone, resting nearby, buzzed a few times. Jisoo glanced over. "Jiang Jijing, come here." Why was he messaging himself? Shouldn't he be busy with other matters at this time? Ignoring him, she returned her attention elsewhere. Almost immediately, another message arrived. "Jiang Jijing, why are you scared now after winning one round?" "Hey, who is scared?" Jisoo, easily provoked, especially by Jiang Jijing, shot back. "Jisoo, where are you?" Jiang Jijing, in the changing room. As Jisoo stepped out, the staff was busy tidying up, while the director and others reviewed the recently captured photos. No one seemed to notice her. Jisoo entered Jiang Jijing's changing room. After knocking twice, the door swung open, and before Jisoo could even take a glance around, a hand yanked her into the room. Jiang Jijing was still clad in the same drenched attire from earlier, and water stains spread across the floor. "What are you doing?" Jiang Jijing pressed Jishu against the door, her hands bracing on either side of her face. Rarely did her expression carry such gravity, her tone laced with reproach. "It's all your fault. My fault. What have I done?" Jishu gazed at her with innocent eyes. Jiang Jijing lowered her head, resting her forehead against Jishu's neck, sighing softly. "Jishu, it's all you're doing." "What?" Jishu was momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Jiang Jijing seized her hand. Jishu froze instantly, slapping at Jiang Jijing's grip. "Jiang Jijing, what madness is this?" Jishu. "Isn't this putting me in a difficult position?" "Let go, I want to leave. Can you act normally for once? You stirred this up, you must take responsibility." "But I'm pregnant." "I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. It's you who doesn't want me." Jiang Jijing continued to bury her face in Jishu's neck, her voice muffled and tinged with grievance. "Can these two be compared? Let go. Jishu, I implore you." Without waiting for Jishu's reply, she gripped her again. Jishu's cheeks flushed crimson, struggling to break free, only to discover Jiang Jijing's strength was formidable. "Jiang Jijing, Jiang Jijing." Jishu pounded on her shoulder twice in desperation. The figure before her remained utterly unyielding, and Jishu grew anxious. They could not linger by the door where sounds could be overheard. Jiang Jijing abruptly halted her actions, lifting her face to meet Jishu's gaze. Her eyes reddened. "All right, lock the door." Jishu turned her face away. Jiang Jijing still grasped her hand tightly, as if releasing her would send Jishu fleeing without a trace. "I beg you." Jiang Jijing had exhausted all her patience for this lifetime. Jishu was reluctant to dwell on the memories of their drunken past, especially since alcohol had dulled her senses then. Now she was painfully sober. Our Jishu has always been clever and eager to learn. "I believe in you." Jiang Jijing leaned closer to Jishu's ear, resting her chin on her shoulder, whispering intimately. "Believe in your uncle." Jishu scoffed, completely unversed in such matters, having never encountered anything of this sort before. She thought to herself that she had compromised far too much. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be so accommodating to Jiang Jijing? This sensation was far more exhilarating than their previous banters or even the times she had held embarrassing photos of him as a child. It felt intoxicatingly liberating. For a moment, she even felt that all the grievances she had endured at Jiang Jijing's hands were inconsequential. This time, she had turned the tables, even exacting a vengeful reprisal against Jiang Jijing. The satisfaction of settling scores on the spot was truly delightful. Jishu remained momentarily dazed, her mind swirling. "Who made you do this on purpose?" "I didn't come here on my own accord. You were the one who sought me out." "Yes, it was I who sought you. Please do not be angry." Mississippi Jishu huffed, suddenly playfully winking at her. "Tell me honestly, did you have any thoughts just now? Wasn't I rather decent?" Jiang Jijing was taken aback, uncertain where the sudden confidence of Jishu stemmed from, her cheeks still tinged with a light blush, yet she dared to speak such audacious words. "Not bad, but there's room for improvement." "Improvement, my foot. I refuse to cater to you." Jiang Jijing's smile faltered, her tone turning cold. "Who else do you intend to cater to?" "My future boyfriend, my future husband." "What concern is it of yours?" "Not allowed." Jiang Jijing blurted out. Jishu's eyes fixated on Jiang Jijing's face, attempting to decipher any other emotions reflected there. "Jiang Jijing, don't tell me you genuinely believe this is about marking territory? I am not your private property. I can do as I please." "Why are you two taking so long to change clothes?" Director Chu observed the series of photos with great delight, pleasantly surprised by their remarkable expressiveness and strong comprehension. "It won't be quick," Jiang Jijing remarked nonchalantly. "Isn't he still a man?" Jishu returned to her own clothes, her hands clasped behind her back, feeling somewhat timid about meeting her own gaze. As her mind was in turmoil, after an entire day of shooting, it had finally come to an end. "Shall we grab a meal together?" Director Chu suggested. "The director has work to arrange for tomorrow, so I'll head back first. I want to rest early tonight." Jishu replied evasively. "All right, but do take care of yourself. You look much better than when we first started recording." Jishu smiled. "Of course, being watched by Jiang Jijing at every meal, with fruits and milk served to me, certainly helps. What about Teacher Jiang? Surely he has some time. I must return to accompany my family. I've been resting at home lately. They are waiting for me to have dinner." The director expressed some regret. "Then I suppose we will have to wait until next time." By in the car, Jishu closed her eyes and feigned slumber to avoid conversing with Jiang Jijing. Jiang Jijing was well aware that this young lady was evading her, yet today she had ultimately gained the upper hand, so she had to be patient. Jishu was like a frog in warm water. Rushing things would only backfire, and she needed to take it slow. Chapter 67. No crying. As soon as Jishu arrived home, she received a call from her best friend. An uneasy premonition washed over her before she even answered. How have you been feeling lately? Not bad, just often experiencing backaches and leg cramps, but my appetite has improved. Jishu, I'm so sorry, the senior I was in contact with has encountered some issues. It might take a while longer. You're almost 2 months along now, and as the months pass, it will become increasingly difficult. Sunan spoke with difficulty on the other end. It's alright, why are you apologizing? I should be thanking you for always helping me. If it really can't wait, I'll ask my uncle. Don't blame yourself. Jishu forced a smile. Jishu, I'll think of another way. I'll check with my husband to see if he has any acquaintances who can help. Don't worry, I'm not in a rush. Just don't overexert yourself. You're already so busy with work, and dealing with hospital matters is no easy feat. Take care of yourself, your health is the priority. Alright. Jishu hung up the phone, lowering her gaze, changing her shoes, and placing her bag on the entryway cabinet before retreating to her room. Jiang Zijing stood beside her, having listened to every word of the conversation. Jishu slumped on the edge of her bed, listless, her mind occupied by Sunan's words. Jiang Zijing stood by the door, her heart heavy. She had contemplated comforting Jishu to keep the child. But it was undeniably unfair to her. Having a child was no trivial matter. Even if Jiang Zijing wished to pursue her, it should begin anew. At that moment, Jiang Zijing struggled to find words of comfort. Any attempt at reassurance would be futile for Jishu, who was grappling with her own feelings of guilt from the very start. It had been Jiang Zijing's mistake, one he should have recognized sooner. That night had indeed been impulsive, yet he now understood it was not merely drunken folly, it was an overwhelming urge he could no longer suppress. For all these years, he had harbored feelings for Jishu. Her every move had been etched into Jiang Zijing's memory. He had followed her footsteps into the entertainment industry, teasing her daily merely to find reasons to draw closer. After nearly a month of interaction, Jiang Zijing had come to a profound realization. He genuinely liked Jishu. Now, this sentiment had reached a point where it demanded expression, and he longed to convey it to her. To receive her response in turn, Jishu sat in a daze for a while, then rose to enter the bathroom. A bath will help me forget everything. Immersed in the warm water, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Her body relaxing significantly. Jishu closed her eyes, wishing to empty her mind of all thoughts. Only when the water began to cool did she arise. The full-length mirror was shrouded in a layer of mist, reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter. Jishu reached out to wipe away the fog. The mirror gradually revealed her alluring figure. Jishu slowly shifted her gaze downward to her abdomen. 2 months along, it was no longer as flat as before. A slight protrusion was now visible. Jishu placed her hand on her belly, unmarried and unexpectedly pregnant, with no feelings for Jiang Zijing. She had found herself in this muddled situation. Terminating the pregnancy was not an option. She needed Jiang Zijing to provide cover for her while filming the variety show, fearing she might embarrass herself by retching at the dinner table. Nights were plagued by leg cramps, making it difficult to breathe, and sleep was never restful. She dared not run or jump, constantly fearing a fall. Jishu's eyes glistened as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Looking at the slight bulge of her belly, a swell of grievances and sorrow flooding her heart, grabbing a cosmetic item from the sink, she hurled it at the mirror. With a crash, the glass shattered, shards scattering everywhere, slicing against her collarbone. Jiang Zijing, startled at the sound of the shattering glass, swiftly rising to her feet. Jishu, in a flurry, she twisted the doorknob, finding Jishu huddled on the floor. Unclothed, Jishu buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Surrounded by the fragments of the mirror, Jiang Zijing glanced at the broken mirror, hastily retrieving a towel from nearby to drape over Jishu's shoulders. Without hesitation, she scooped her up and carried her out of the bathroom. As soon as Jishu landed on the bed, wrapped in the towel, she buried her face in the comforter Jiang Zijing set beside her. Did you get hurt anywhere? Did the shards cut you? Jishu suppressed her voice, reminding herself that she should not lose her temper in Jiang Zijing's home, nor should she unleash her frustrations on the mirror, nor reveal any emotions in front of Jiang Zijing. She thought this to herself, yet she could not help it. She simply wanted to cry, overwhelmed with feelings of injustice. If only she had a mother, someone with whom she could discuss anything and everything. Her mother would surely understand her, yet she is without a mother, having even forgotten what her parents looked like in her memories. Jiang Zijing lifted her into his arms. Jishu's eyes were red, brimming with tears. The moment Jiang Zijing cast a glance at her, she hurriedly averted her gaze, seeking refuge beneath the covers once more. However, this time, Jiang Zijing exerted considerable strength, pulling her firmly into his embrace. Do not cry, your tears are but little pearls, he soothed. Jishu buried her face in his chest, and his gentle words only intensified her sobs. Initially she had held back, reluctant to reveal her vulnerable state to Jiang Jiqing, but now her emotions erupted uncontrollably. Jiang Jiqing tenderly patted her back. As autumn had already set in, the season was particularly conducive to catching colds. He draped a blanket over her back, allowing Jishu to gradually release her pent-up feelings. This was the first time Jishu had cried so unreservedly in front of Jiang Jiqing. And the first occasion she had so easily expressed her emotions before another. Jiang Jiqing lifted her chin, revealing her fair face streaked with tears, and her eyes glimmering red like exquisite roses. His heart ached at the sight. He lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. The glistening tears clung to her long lashes, resembling morning dew. With each kiss, he tenderly wiped away her tears. Suddenly Jishu ceased her crying, blinking rapidly as Jiang Jiqing continued to kiss her. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion, yet Jiang Jiqing seemed oblivious to her words, continuing his affectionate gestures. Jishu hastily withdrew her hand from the blanket to push against his chest, creating a slight distance between them. Jiang Jiqing's gaze cleared somewhat, they locked eyes deeply. Jishu's eyes and nose were red. Resembling someone who had been wronged. An unusual emotion stirred within her as she regarded Jiang Jiqing, causing her throat to constrict and swallow hard. "Did you just kiss me?" Jishu inquired, sniffling as she spoke. Jiang Jiqing chuckled lightly and reached for the bedside table to retrieve a tissue for her. "I was merely wiping your tears. Who uses their mouth for that? Do you take me for a fool?" She retorted. "Then I could lick them clean for you," he teased Jiang Jiqing. "How utterly disgusting." Jishu grimaced in disdain. Observing her reaction, Jiang Jiqing's attention shifted, and he playfully pinched her cheek. "Stop crying, you were the one who cried." "I did not." All right, no crying, no crying. It seems I was mistaken." Chapter 68, Young Master Jiang's Generosity. Jiang Jiqing adjusted her blanket before turning to the bathroom, wetting a towel with warm water to wipe her face. "Your eyes will surely ache tomorrow. Hold still and let the warm towel rest for a moment." Sitting opposite Jishu with the warm towel in hand, he then noticed the bloodstains on her neck. "How did you get hurt? Did something cut you?" As he spoke, he grasped the edge of the blanket and pulled it down, revealing the marks on her collarbone. The cut was shallow but still bleeding. And there were also blood smears on her neck. "Are there any other injuries? Are you hurt anywhere else?" he inquired further. Jishu glared at his hand gripping the blanket's edge. "Where do you think you're touching?" Only then did Jiang Jiqing realize the placement of his hand was inappropriate. He quickly withdrew it. "I was just checking where you were hurt. It's nothing serious, just a scratch. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. You're bleeding and you say it's nothing." Jiang Jiqing lowered his head, trying to examine the wound closely for any remaining fragments. Jishu suddenly leaned back, watching him warily. "You can't lick it." Jiang Jiqing paused, his gaze at Jishu turning meaningful. "What are you thinking? I don't lick everything." "Then why are you getting so close?" "I merely want to see the injury." Don T moved. "I'll fetch the first aid kit." Jishu was not convinced. She suspected he had ulterior motives. Recalling how she touched her face, realizing he had indeed kissed her. "Hands can be sacrificed, but my face cannot." Jiang Jiqing returned with the first aid kit. The cut was indeed quite small. Normally Jishu would have simply wiped away the blood. However, Jiang Jiqing cleaned it with iodine and applied ointment, finally placing a band-aid over it. "You should leave." "I haven't gotten dressed yet," Jishu said, feeling somewhat awkward as she clutched the blanket. Distracted by her discomfort, she had forgotten everything in her distress. Now the remnants of shyness crept back into her heart. "Don't get out of bed. I'll bring your clothes." After placing her clothes, Jiang Jiqing exited, closing the door behind him. Jishu quickly changed into her clothes, pressing her palm against her abdomen. Ultimately, she let out a sigh. Jiang Jiqing did not pry into the reasons behind Jishu's emotional breakdown. What could have caused such a collapse, having known Jishu for so long? He had never witnessed her in such a state. The impact of her pregnancy had indeed been overwhelming, yet some changes were evident now. Regarding Jiang Jiqing's actions that night, Jishu refrained from asking further. Certain dynamics between them had already shifted significantly. He could sense that Jishu no longer rejected him. No matter the degree of intimacy, she did not overreact, as if it had become second nature. This was both a blessing and a curse for Jiang Jiqing. After all, if Jishu continued to remain oblivious, what good would it do to embrace and kiss her daily if he could never win her heart? In the month that followed, apart from recording a couple of variety shows, Jiang Jiqing spent all his time with Jishu. Both were homebodies, seldom venturing out. As the weather grew colder, Jishu's wardrobe proved insufficient. While she had once owned plenty of clothing, Jiang Jiqing dared not bring certain items before her, as they had become shadows of the past, best avoided. Even the progress with the police department was something Jiang Jiqing was keeping tabs on. The perpetrator remained in custody, and Ji Shua's testimony regarding stalking and breaking and entering was more than enough to secure a conviction. Of course, Zhang Jiqing had no intention of letting him off lightly. "Shall we go for a walk? Being cooped up at home is rather dull," Ji Shu suggested. Having recently finished several television dramas, she found herself increasingly disenchanted with them. "Then let us go out and explore." Zhang Jiqing took Ji Shu out. While in the car, he finally revealed his purpose. "As autumn has arrived, let us go to the mall and pick out a few outfits. I've noticed your wardrobe lacks coordination." "Alright." Ji Shu donned a beige beret, sunglasses, and a mask, concealing her face completely. Zhang Jiqing also did not let his guard down, but once in the mall, he removed his sunglasses. The sales associate promptly approached them to offer assistance. "No need, you carry on with your work, we'll browse ourselves," Zhang Jiqing replied, preferring to converse freely with Ji Shu without someone hovering nearby, seeing the two of them dressed in designer labels. The sales associate nodded and attended to other customers. "What do you think of this light-colored coat? It pairs well with a darker base layer. Let us go with this one, shall we? How about cashmere?" Ji Shu was not particularly versed in fashion, dressing more for comfort than style. However, her aesthetic sense was intact. She could pull off any outfit effortlessly, with fans often praising her as a beautiful sister. Yet she found herself unwilling to think much since her pregnancy had dulled her reflexes and made her feel sluggish. As Zhang Jiqing coordinated her outfits, she simply chose to wear whatever he suggested. "Yes, that works." Zhang Jiqing draped the clothing over his arm and began selecting the next ensemble. "What about this purple sweater? It feels quite comfortable. Should we get it?" "Sure." Ji Shu nodded. "This little Chanel-style set is lovely. Just wear a white base layer underneath. However, you'll need to wear something to keep your legs warm. We must be mindful of staying warm." Eventually, Ji Shu settled into the resting area to play a casual game on her phone. Something that didn't require much thought. Zhang Jiqing busied himself selecting clothes. The sales associate returned to assist him, as he was unable to carry everything he had chosen. "Sir, your taste is impeccable. Each garment would look stunning on your girlfriend." Zhang Jiqing was instantly flattered. "Are there any new arrivals?" "Yes, we have the latest styles right here. Your girlfriend has such a lovely figure. She could pull off any of these pieces. This plush coat is particularly slimming, and this one." Ji Shu yawned, feeling drowsy. Glancing at the time, she realized 2 hours had passed without her noticing. Zhang Jiqing still not done choosing. She wondered as she got up and stretched her back. Several sales associates passed her by, arms laden with clothing. Zhang Jiqing approached her. "Feeling tired? Are you hungry? Shall I take you to get something to eat? We just need to wait a bit. The sales associates are counting the items. And we can leave as soon as they finish checking out." "Did you choose all of these?" "Yes, I think they look great. You'll look good in them." "Are you planning to open a supermarket at home? Your wardrobe can hardly accommodate all this," Ji Shu exclaimed in astonishment. "You needn't worry about that. I have my ways." As they approached the checkout, Ji Shu leaned in with her phone, but Zhang Jiqing beat her to it. "Paying for the items first. Why are you snatching it from me? I chose these clothes, so of course I'm paying." Zhang Jiqing stated this with such conviction that it almost seemed reasonable. "But these clothes are for me, so I should pay." "Shao Qian, must we maintain such a clear division between us?" Ji Shu had yet to react when several sales associates and cashiers stifled their laughter. "Is that so? What kind of relationship do we have? Why is there a need for such clarity? It's still several $100,000, is that a trivial sum?" "The young master is indeed wealthy and generous." Chapter 69. Who lacks insight? As Ji Shu exited the clothing store, Zhang Jiqing treated her to bubble tea. Having purchased beautiful garments, it was only fitting to select some shoes to match, wasn't it? Since Zhang Jiqing had chosen all the clothes, she figured he might as well pick the shoes too. After all, they were merely flats or sports shoes, nothing particularly novel. Zhang Jiqing carried several bags and asked, "Are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat?" Having just finished a cup of bubble tea, Ji Shu shook her head and placed a hand on her stomach. "Is there anything else you'd like to buy? We can take a look." It seemed there was nothing more. Ji Shu pondered for a moment. The clothing was sufficient, and she wouldn't need to purchase any more for the entire autumn. Besides, she likely wouldn't be staying with Zhang Jiqing for long. She should be leaving soon. Zhang Jiqing stood beside Ji Shu, ready to take her to the 4th floor. The escalator was quite crowded, and Zhang Jiqing protectively guided Ji Shu onto it. Ji Shu was busy typing a message, discussing their previous agreement to move, which had ultimately fallen through, and she needed to have a proper conversation with her friend about it. As Zhang Jiqing stood beside her, the escalator slowly ascended. The moment he looked up, he spotted a few individuals on the adjacent escalator, their laughter suggesting they were in the midst of a lively conversation. Just then, one person turned their head, prompting Zhang Jiqing to quickly avert his gaze. Thinking that with his mask and sunglasses, he wouldn't be recognized. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a multitude of eyes fixated upon him. When he lifted his gaze slightly, he found a group of fools grinning and staring at him. As they brushed past each other, Jiang Zijing overheard their conversation. Isn't that a Jing? It certainly looks like him, but why isn't he greeting us? Whoa, look at that hand of his. Isn't he holding the girl beside him at the waist and carrying her bag? Damn, this guy is doing it on purpose. Jiang Zijing's spine stiffened. Once they reached the 4th floor, he swiftly pulled Jishu along, quickening his pace. What's the matter? Jishu glanced at him. We need to hurry. Fei Yu and the others saw me. So what if they saw? Why run? Isn't it perfectly reasonable for us to be shopping together? Are you a snail? Hurry up. The two hurried across the 4th floor. With two pursuers closely behind. Just as they prepared to descend the stairs, another person unexpectedly approached from the opposite escalator, blocking their path. Jiang Zijing instinctively positioned himself in front of Jishu. Fei Yu, panting heavily, looked at him. Why are you running? What are you chasing after? The other two soon caught up. Jiang Zijing, you're really lacking in loyalty. You see us and still run away. We made eye contact. Don't deny it. Who are you protecting? Which girl is she? Are you in a relationship? You're truly lacking in brotherhood. You're dating and didn't he even tell us? Fei Yu exclaimed. You ditched me last time. It wouldn't be because of this girl, would it? Each person spoke in turn, completely denying Jiang Zijing the opportunity to respond. Stop. I'm just out shopping. What is wrong with you all? Of course. The trio's focus was entirely on Jishu. The three big men craned their necks to gaze at Jishu's face. Jishu adjusted her sunglasses, attempting to block their view with her hand. Jiang Zijing, how can you be such a brother? Let us greet this girl. Let us just forget it. I have things to attend to. I'm leaving. Jiang Zijing tried to pull Jishu away, only to be blocked by several people. Where do you think you're going? You're not leaving today. I'll tell you that exactly. Are we outsiders? If you're dating, shouldn't you discuss it with us? If we run into each other, it's fate. You must treat your sister-in-law to a meal. Jiang Zijing cleared his throat. She's not my girlfriend. Stop talking nonsense. What is so shameful about admitting it? You're of the right age. It's time to start dating. Jing, it's not that we're criticizing you, but why are you entangled with Jishu all the time? She is a fierce one. She could devour a man whole. She is decent looking, but what a temperament. No man would dare to pursue her in the future. I also doubt she'll get married. No one dared to chase her back in school. Jiang Zijing coughed forcefully. Jishu isn't as terrible as you all claim. She is just a young girl. Oh come on, she is still a young girl. I heard you two were filming some dating variety show recently. It must be so tough for you. You've never dated before, and now you're giving it all to her. We truly feel for you. By the way, during the filming, did that fierce girl show any interest in you? Don't be timid. If anything happens, we'll back you up. We won't let her bully you. We've always let her have her way. Jiang Zijing shot them a look, urging them to be quiet. But none heeded his plea. Did sand get in your eyes? What are you doing? Jiang Zijing thought to himself. It's over sure enough. Jishu, who had been standing behind him, kicked him aside, clearing the way. The three big men widened their eyes in shock. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you kicking my brother? Jishu let out a cold laugh, lowered her head, and gradually removed her sunglasses and mask. Then gently ran her fingers through her hair. What were you just saying? Care to repeat that? As the three recognized her face, they instinctively took a step back and turned to flee without a word. Stop! Who dares to run today? Jiang Zijing, having been kicked, dared not protest, obediently standing aside. Fei Yu exchanged glances with Jiang Zijing, but Jiang Zijing completely ignored him. Miss Ji, what a coincidence, out shopping and bumping into you. Just following a Jing along. Jishu raised an eyebrow at him. Who was just calling me a fierce one, and who said I wouldn't get married? The three immediately laughed. Who said that? Our Miss Ji is beautiful and kind-hearted. Countless men dream of her. She is many people's first love and white moonlight. Who lacks insight enough to say such things? Surely it wasn't exactly. We were just mentioning how Jiang Zijing has been treating you poorly during the filming. Is he taking advantage of you? Don't worry, we're all fair-minded. Just say the word, and we'll handle him. Jiang Zijing thought to himself. Damn it, these guys are more servile than themselves. Jishu put her mask and sunglasses back on. Fei Yu ingratiatingly said, It's been such a long time since we last met. It's getting late. Let me treat you all to a meal. Yes, let us eat. Miss Ji, join us. Jishu walked ahead, and after a few steps, noticing the lack of movement behind her, turned around. Weren't we going to eat? Let us go, we're coming. Chapter 70. Kiss me again. Jishu walked ahead, while the three behind glared at Jiang Zijing. You really aren't a loyal brother. You should have spoken up earlier. Who told you to chase us down? I was giving you hints. And each one of you is too dense to realize it. Feiyu suddenly asked, wait, why are you shopping with her? If you big men can go shopping together, why can't I, a girl? Shop with her, she is a girl, huh? You're really bold. I do as I please, does it concern you? With that, Jiang Jijing left the group behind and rushed ahead. Wait for me, at dinner, with Jishu present. The men became considerably more subdued. Miss, will you be drinking? Feiyu asked, lifting the bottle to pour. She doesn't tea drink, Jiang Jijing interjected. Miss hasn't tea spoken. Why do you butt in? Only then did Jishu casually reply. I want tea drink, you all can. Jiang Jijing covered his glass. I've quit drinking. Don't try to force me. What is so strange about quitting? Your tolerance is nothing to boast about. 2 drinks and you're done. Exactly because I can't handle it that I'm quitting. Jiang Jijing glanced at Jishu, who was currently enjoying her meal. Let us save the quitting for another time. It is rare for us to meet. Look how busy you've been these years. We haven't dined together in ages. Jiang Jijing genuinely didn't want to drink. He needed to look after Jishu later. And if he got drunk, would he not become the one needing care? The key was that he blacked out after drinking. If he did anything to Jishu while intoxicated, wouldn't she misunderstand him? Stop dawdling, drink. Ultimately, Jiang Jijing was still forced to down a few drinks. With his head resting on the table, he muttered, I really can't drink anymore. The alcohol is too strong. You've only had a few drinks. How are you surviving in the entertainment industry? Don't you usually drink with others? Jishu glanced at him, wiping her mouth with a tissue. Meanwhile, the other 3 were enjoying their drinks. You all eat. I am full. I'll head back first. Jishu stood up. Miss, take care. Miss, be careful on your way home. As Jishu stepped out, Jiang Jijing, already half drunk, followed closely behind. I thought you'd be too drunk to walk. Jiang Jijing gently massaged her temples, feeling quite intoxicated. Can you drive? She asked. Jishu tossed the car keys in her hand, opened the door, and took her place in the driver's seat. Ever since her last trip abroad where she was caught skydiving by her uncle, not only had her passport been confiscated, but her car keys had been taken away as well. It had been ages since she had driven. Now, seated in the driver's seat, a longing stirred within her. Drive slowly, alright, understood. In the next moment, Jishu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. If Jiang Jijing hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, she might have collided with the windshield. A tinge of fear crept in, and she instinctively gripped the armrest of the passenger seat. Slow down, I'm already going slow. After a long-awaited thrill of driving, Jishu expertly maneuvered the car into the parking space. Jiang Jijing quickly unfastened her seatbelt, flung open the door, and rushed outside to vomit. Jishu removed the keys from the ignition and walked over to Jiang Jijing. Is it really that bad? I feel like I'm dying. It's not that bad. Just about 120. Ugly. Jiang Jijing had hardly eaten anything, and after a few dry heaves, nothing came out. However, the cool breeze did offer some relief. Jishu noticed that when Jiang Jijing stood up, she was swaying and reached out to steady her. In the elevator, this person seemed utterly boneless, leaning heavily against her. Jiang Jijing, you're too heavy, don't crush me. Shoo, I feel terrible. You feel terrible because you can't handle your liquor. Who gets drunk after just 2 drinks? Ugh, and you don't even care about me. I care about you. Not a chance. Don't start acting drunk. Wah, you don't love me anymore. I never loved you. Women are truly heartless. Shut up. After much effort, Jishu managed to get Jiang Jijing back home. She was exasperated. They had walked out of the restaurant looking somewhat presentable, but now Jiang Jijing could barely stand. Go take a shower, you smell awful, you really do despise me. Jishu crouched in front of her, gently patted her face, and smiled. If you don't clean up properly, you can't sleep in the room tonight. Jiang Jijing suddenly lifted her face. This is my house. Do I not even have the right to sleep on the floor? You can sleep on the living room floor. After Jishu took a shower and dried her hair, she emerged to find Jiang Jijing placing a glass of milk on the bedside table before beginning to make a makeshift bed on the floor. Feeling better? Not at all, still feeling queasy. Is there honey in the fridge? Want some? Jiang Jijing turned to her, his eyes sparkling with hope. Will you make it for me? Jishu's instinct was to tell him to get lost, but then she remembered how he made her milk every day. Given that he was drunk, she decided to look after him a bit. She returned from the kitchen with a cup of honey water and placed it on the bedside table, sitting on the bed. She sipped her milk while Jiang Jijing quickly finished the honey, leaning against the bedside table with his eyes closed. Jishu noticed his brows were furrowed, and a faint flush adorned his cheeks. Unsure whether it was from the shower or the effects of the alcohol. As she watched him, he unexpectedly opened his eyes and looked at her. Shall we play a game? Didn't you say you felt unwell? What game? Even though I feel unwell, I can't sleep. I want to play. Jishu chuckled at his insistence. Alright, what do you want to play? Truth or dare? No way, not doing that. Jishu thought to herself that this person was truly drunk. She couldn't bear to hear that, especially after the last time when she had kissed him. She must have lost her mind then. Come on, just for a little while. It's not like we have anything to do. You're not afraid of losing, are you? Don't try to provoke me. I'm not falling for that. Oh, so you are afraid of losing. Who is afraid of whom? Whoever backs down is a coward. Come here, you're going to lose tonight. Jishu, dressed in a long-sleeved nightgown, rolled up her sleeves as she spoke. Jiang Jijing immediately climbed onto the bed, sitting across from her. Let us keep it simple. Rock, paper, scissors, ready. In the first round, Jishu chose rock while Jiang Jijing chose paper. Her face immediately fell. Truth or dare? Truth. Is there a boy you like on WeChat? Of course, there are plenty of handsome ones. I was even planning to ask one out for drinks. Jiang Jijing's expression darkened instantly. Jishu smirked and continued. In the second round, Jishu lost again. Dare? Jiang Jijing nodded, then looked at Jishu with a gentle, innocent expression. Delete all those boys you like. Fine, just wait. Don't let me catch you. Jishu deleted a dozen contacts in a row. Jiang Jijing leaned in closer. Do you think Shwekin is handsome? Is he more handsome than me? Why is he messaging you so much? Mind your own business. No peeking. How would I know if you deleted them if I don't supervise you? After Jishu cleared her WeChat, she glared at Jiang Jijing, continuing the game. Not a few seconds later. Hot, you lost, didn't you? Truth, did you ever like a girl during school? No, impossible. How could you not? Not everyone is like you, thinking they're charming just because they're good looking. The ones you just deleted aren't even as good as me. Nonsense, Jishu retorted. In the next round, Jishu won again. Dare? Truth is boring. You say, post on Weibo saying you have no brains. Jiang Jijing's lips twitched. Hurry up. You're ruthless. Jiang Jijing pressed his phone to post on Weibo. Jishu watched the comments flooding in, laughing uncontrollably as she nearly rolled off the bed. However, her luck ran out, and soon she lost again. Let us agree that once a dare is played, it can't be played again. You can't make me post anything on Weibo. The netizens will overthink it. Jiang Jijing pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then let us play something else. You go. Jishu straightened up, waiting for him to speak. Jishu, kiss me again. Jishu blinked, as if she hadn't heard what he said. What, kiss here? Jiang Jijing pointed to his lips. Aren't we playing a game? Jiang Jijing said nothing, just stared at her intently. Jishu, slightly flustered, averted her gaze. I'm not playing anymore. You're definitely still drunk. Don't play tricks, Jishu. Jiang Jijing grabbed her wrist, forcing her to look at him. Fine, I'll play tricks. You might forget by morning, or you'll accuse me of taking advantage of you. Jishu muttered under her breath. Aren't you afraid to kiss me? Jishu's mind was in disarray, utterly confused about how they had ended up in this situation. Jiang Jijing slowly released her wrist. Are you really afraid? Jishu looked at his confident demeanor. No matter why he made this request, it was making her quite displeased. Just kiss me. It's not like we've never kissed before. Jishu knelt on the bed, straightened up, placed her hands on Jiang Jijing's shoulders, and pressed her lips against his. The sensation was gentle, and their breaths mingled in the air. Jishu lightly brushed against him, but as she attempted to pull away, a large hand pressed against the back of her head, keeping her close. Before she could react, Jiang Jijing kissed her once more. He eagerly captured her lips, their tongues intermingling, exploring, and marking every inch of her mouth, as if trying to imprint his essence within her. Jishu's hands pressed against Jiang Jijing's chest, overwhelmed by his fervent desire. Jiang Jijing loosened his hold slightly, and Jishu found her eyes brimming with unshed tears, reminiscent of morning mist, hazy and soft. Her lips were flushed, appearing as though she had been wronged, typically assertive. Jishu would never allow Jiang Jijing to witness such a vulnerable side of her. Jiang Jijing rested his forehead against hers. Jishu, I remember everything from that night. Jishu lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Jijing's eyes filled with passion and longing. A flutter of emotion surged within her, as if something fragile had shattered, warming her usually cold heart. Jiang Jijing lowered his head again, kissing her anew. In that moment, Jiang Jijing's mind was consumed with thoughts of Jishu holding her, kissing her, wanting her. All notions of patience and subtlety faded away. He simply desired Jishu, needing her, yearning for her without restraint. Chapter 71. The escaped. Jiang Jijing pressed Jishu down onto the bed, showering her with kisses. During the brief moments she managed to push him away, he quickly reclaimed her, dazed from the kisses. Jishu found herself enveloped in Jiang Jijing's embrace. He lay beside her, cradling her face against his neck, his chest rising and falling slightly, breath quickening. Jishu clutched the fabric of his shirt, wrinkling it in her grip. Her thoughts were in disarray. She hadn't wanted to think lately, yet here she was in this predicament. What did Jiang Jijing mean? Was he truly drunk? They had kissed for so long that her lips felt numb, and he was still relentless. Just as Jishu began to speak, she felt his arms tighten around her, firmly holding her close. Let us sleep. Jiang Jijing's voice was soft, his breath brushing against her ear. Moments later, Jishu sensed him leaning down to kiss her hair. When she awoke, she found the space beside her empty. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The events of the previous night were vividly etched in her mind. She had initially believed that sleep would elude her, yet to her surprise, she had drifted off effortlessly, closing her eyes and succumbing to slumber in no time. Jishu turned over in bed, reluctant to rise, as she reminisced about the scenes from last night. Wasn't the gaming session progressing normally at first? How had it veered off course? Why had he kissed her? A kiss, after all, was simply a kiss. Yet, what had transpired last night was undeniably a kiss, complete with the intrusion of tongues. Jishu felt her cheeks flush, instinctively covering her face with her hands and kicking the blankets in frustration. The door to her room creaked open, and Jishu, on instinct, pulled the covers over her head. Jiang Jijing stood by the bedside, ready to rise for breakfast. "I'm not hungry yet. You needn't worry about me," she replied. "It's 8:30. If you're not hungry, your stomach surely is." Jishu chose to ignore him, thinking to herself that he had only been understanding the world for 2 months. How could he possibly know what hunger felt like? Eventually, after some delay, Jishu got up to join him for breakfast. At the dining table, she kept her head down, avoiding any glance at Jiang Jijing. "About last night," he began, but Jishu quickly interjected. "Nothing happened last night. Please don't speak of it. I want to eat." "I wasn't blackout drunk. I remember everything," Jiang Jijing insisted, undeterred. "I was blackout drunk. I remember nothing. You didn't even drink. One can get tipsy from milk." "When I say I was drunk, I was drunk." "Be quiet." Jishu was on the verge of exploding. The topic of the previous night was utterly off limits. In the meantime, Jiang Jijing had only stepped away to wash the dishes. Upon returning, he found that Jishu had retreated to her room, the door firmly shut, signaling her desire to avoid communication. Jiang Jijing sighed. Had he been too hasty? Had he frightened her? By noon, he ordered her favorite fried ribs, hoping to coax her out. "Jishu, are you hungry? It's nearly noon. Would you like to come off for something to eat? Let's refrain from discussing anything else, just a meal." "Alright, if you're upset, I'll apologize. If you prefer, you can kick me a few times." Yet, regardless of her anger, he asserted, "I wasn't drunk last night. I remember clearly that I was quite sober when I kissed you." Jiang Jijing spoke to himself by the door for quite some time, but there was no sound from within. He felt a pang of concern. While it was acceptable to be angry, it was not permissible to skip meals. He reached for the doorknob and, to his surprise, found it unlocked. Upon entering, he discovered the room empty. Jishu had even vanished to the bathroom. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over Jiang Jijing. Had she left due to his transgression from the night before? Was she still so averse to him? Surely she wouldn't return to her old apartment. Perhaps she had gone home to her uncle's house. Jiang Jijing rummaged through the shoe cabinet at the entrance, searching for the car keys she had carelessly tossed aside the night before, but they were nowhere to be found. Had Jishu taken them with her? In a flurry of anxiety, he dialed her number, his heart racing at the thought of being blocked or having her refuse to answer. When the call connected, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Jishu, where are you?" he asked urgently. There was a brief silence on the other end before she finally responded, "I'm at Nan Nan's house. You needn't look for me. I have recording sessions the day after tomorrow. We can meet then. I've taken your car. I noticed you have more than one in your garage. Are you upset about what happened last night?" "No, forget it. Let us not discuss it. Just take care of yourself for the next few days." Jishu hung up, her grip on the phone tense with discontent. Sunan approached her with 2 bags of sunflower seeds and peanuts. Settling beside her, "Whose call was that?" "No one important," Jishu replied, tossing her phone into the corner of the sofa. Sunan scrutinized her quietly before breaking into a smile. "What's wrong? Who upset you?" "Nothing happened. You used to say we were best friends, with no secrets. Look at how just a few years apart has changed that. You're pregnant, and you won't even tell me whose it is. And now you suddenly show up at my house wanting to stay for a few days, yet when I ask you why, you refuse to answer. It seems friendships can indeed grow distant." Sunan feigned jealousy as she spoke. Nan, I'm just joking. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Just relax at my place for a couple of days. It coincides with my time off, so we can catch up properly." "Thank you, Nan. We're best friends. No need for thanks, just keep it." "Alright." Jishu smiled faintly. In the afternoon, she curled up on the sofa with Sunan. Watching a movie, they observed the film's protagonists miss their chance at love due to misunderstandings, which spurred Jishu to ask, Nan, how did you and your Dr. Liao first hit it off?" "I've told you before, right? Back in freshman year, he was a senior welcoming new students. We often ran into each other and had a few meals together, then he started pursuing me. I was quite the challenge. Though, it took him 6 months to finally ask if he could take a couple of days off to regroup and continue pursuing me." Sunan's face lit up with joy as she recounted her story. Brimming with happiness. Jishu, clutching a pillow, gazed at her enviously. Are you envious? Or are you yearning for romance? Perhaps I do wish for a relationship. I'm 25 now, not exactly young. Jishu lowered her gaze. Falling silent, noticing her gloomy demeanor, Sunan quickly offered comfort. It's alright. Once things settle down, you can start anew, seeking a man who loves you and whom you love in return. It's not that simple. If it were, I would have found someone already. You've practically been living in sets for years. Do you even have time to rest? And what about Jiang Jijing? You both take on roles in the same productions? Competing for who can be the hardest worker in the industry? What's the matter? Can't a person live? Mentioning Jiang Jijing only deepened Jishu's gloom. Chapter 72. Do you like him? Nan, I need to tell you something. Jishu began, gathering her thoughts. What is it? There's a man. Before she could finish, Sunan's eyes sparkled with interest. Let me finish. This man got drunk and we ended up playing a game of truth or dare. And he asked me to kiss him. Did you kiss him? Did you? Sunan was brimming with excitement. Just let me finish, then don't pause. Hurry up. I kissed him. It was just a peck, but then he pursued me for more. Did he use his tongue? Sunan's experience was evident. Jishu felt her embarrassment surge again, shaking her head. No tongue. It was just a quick kiss. So what do you want to ask me? Jishu clasped her hands nervously. Hesitating, afterwards, he insisted he wasn't drunk. He remembered everything, but I'm uncertain how I truly feel about him. You're uncertain if you like him, aren't you? Jishu nodded. I certainly don't like him. He is so annoying. How could I possibly like him? Yet, when he kissed me, I didn't resist. Even after being kissed, I didn't truly want to push him away. Jishu startled herself with this revelation. She had not actively rejected Jiang Jijing and had even savored his warmth. So Jiang Jijing kissed you? Jishu shot up from her seat, her reaction fierce. Not him. How could it be him? Who else could you possibly dislike? It can only be him. It's definitely not him. It's someone else. Sunan, sensing her aversion, refrained from mentioning his name, though she was beginning to form a guess. I just don't know how to face him. I don't understand why he kissed me. I initially thought it was just a drunken mistake, merely a game, yet he claims to remember everything. Then why not just ask him what he meant? He must like you. Why else would he kiss you? Unless it was just to take advantage of you. Jishu found herself nodding absent-mindedly. It was indeed a possibility. Oh dear, you really are quite naive. It's normal for a man to like you. He has told you he wasn't drunk, which is practically the same as declaring his affections. Besides, what is so complicated about it? If you like him, be together. If not, tell him to leave. From what you said, you don't seem to like him, do you? Definitely not, Jishu exclaimed hastily. There was no way she could harbor feelings for Jiang Jijing. They had been rivals since childhood. What kind of madness would it take to fall for her adversary? Then just ignore him. Let him go, Sunan advised decisively. Alright, Jishu finally replied after a long pause. Regarding Jishu's trip abroad for an abortion, Sunan had only contacted Liao Shicheng after obtaining Jishu's consent, as there had been complications on that end. That evening, Liao Shicheng returned home with some good news. My friends abroad have responded. Their hospital can accept patients from here, but we'll need to go through some procedures. I estimate we can make the trip by the end of October. I'll take you when the time comes. Sunan sighed with relief. That's wonderful. It's already mid-October. It won't be long now, and this issue will finally be resolved. Jishu smiled softly, feeling a sense of calm wash over her as the weight of uncertainty lifted. Yet, this relief was soon accompanied by a profound sense of loss, as if something precious had been misplaced. That night, Jishu slept beside Sunan. Before drifting off, she gazed at the bedside table for a moment, recalling how there used to be a glass of milk there. She found it somewhat absurd. Habits could indeed be formidable. Lying in bed with Sunan, they reminisced about their school days, and the nostalgia stirred feelings of regret. However, Jishu's academic journey had been rich and fulfilling. Despite the absence of a constant companion by her side, as she lay next to Sunan, she felt her friend fall asleep. Jishu took out her phone and began to scroll through it. Jiang Jijing had sent quite a few messages. Are you still accustomed to eating at Sunan's house? Regardless of whether you like it or not, you must eat something. You cannot keep alternating between feeling full and hungry. You should have some fruit in the afternoon, but don't overindulge. May I come to see you at Sunan's house? I want to go in. Just stand by the window while I use a telescope? Forget it, I might be mistaken for a pervert. Shall I pick you up the day after tomorrow when you leave? Let us take the same flight, shall we? Have you had dinner? What did you eat? How much did you have? Remember to drink milk before bed. I've been preparing it for you every night, and tonight should be no exception. You must be asleep by now, right? Well then, good night. Rest well. But if you don't sleep well tonight, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. You still need someone to massage your legs at night. Sunan definitely want to do that for you. Upon reading this, Jishu suddenly laughed. Does this person not understand social cues? Clearly I said on the phone that I didn't want to deal with him anymore, yet he continues to send so many messages. He was annoying before, and now he is even more bothersome. Every time he makes me angry, he comes back for more, stubborn and straight-laced. Half an hour ago, Jiang Jijing sent the last message. Good night. Rest well. Jishu glanced at these messages, contemplating whether to reply and ask him to stop sending messages to bother her. As Jishu began typing, she reconsidered, and decided to ignore him for a couple of days instead. She deleted the message and prepared to turn off her phone and sleep. Just then, another WeChat message popped up. I've been waiting for ages. How many words did you type? It's taking so long to send. Jishu was at a loss for words. It just showed that the other party was typing. Don't pretend I have a screenshot. Soon Jiang Jijing sent the screenshot back. Jishu opened the screenshot and saw that Jiang Jijing had saved her contact as young lady. She had grown accustomed to being called that by him, and even his friends consistently referred to her in the same manner, yet now, it seemed somewhat more endearing. Please respond. I can't fall asleep right now. If you ignore me, I might suffer from insomnia tonight. Jishu pressed her lips together and typed back. What do you want me to respond to? Hey, you replied. Why aren't you asleep yet? Normally you would be sleeping by now. Is the bed uncomfortable? Stop bothering me. I'm going to sleep. Jishu replied impatiently. Yes, I'm truly bothersome. I'll withdraw. Young lady, rest well. A few seconds later, another message popped up. Young lady. May I come to see you tomorrow? No, I'm going to sleep. Alright then, rest well. Finally, he was quiet. Jishu set her phone down, turned over, and a slight smile graced her lips. She gently placed her hand on her stomach. Knowing it wouldn't be long before she could resolve her situation. After that, she could move out of Jiang Jijing's house, and he would no longer take care of her like this. They would return to being like before. After arguing for so long, they were both exhausted. Perhaps they would even call a truce. Everything should return to its original state. But why did the thought of this bring her such sadness? Chapter 73. I want to hear your voice. Jishu slept fitfully at night, waking up in the middle of the night for a trip to the bathroom. She couldn't tell if it was because Jiang Jijing had spoiled her too much lately. But her body had started to fall into a regular rhythm. When the time came, she would feel discomfort, though it was not as severe as the first time. After a while, it would ease. Sunan stirred drowsily. Are you feeling unwell? Is it your legs? I'm fine, just sleep. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me, okay? Not in the morning. Jishu woke up early, constantly thinking about running to the bathroom. Just as she exited the restroom, she saw Liu Shichen gently push the door open. You're awake. I'm here to get my clothes. Jishu nodded quickly, feeling guilty for occupying the master bedroom. You don't have to work today. Get some extra rest in the morning. I've left breakfast on the table. Heat it up in the microwave when you eat, Liu Shichen said kindly. Okay, thank you. After taking his clothes, he walked over to Sunan's side and leaned down. Jishu quickly turned and went back into the bathroom, feeling the need to use the toilet again. She could vaguely hear their murmured conversation. Jishu placed her hands on the sink, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, one must observe others in love to understand it. However, at that moment, Jishu's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts of that foolish Jiang Jijing. It was infuriating. Why was he occupying her mind so much lately? Had that idiot bewitched her, just because she had stayed at his house for a few days and shared a few meals? Had she become so accustomed to him? For this recording, the director had specifically mentioned that assistants could accompany them. They wouldn't need to stay together, as everyone would be in hotels. She had already contacted her assistant, who would come to pick her up here tomorrow. However, her clothes were still at Jiang Jijing's house. Perhaps she should buy a few items online to get by for a few days. While Jishu was lost in thought, a message from Jiang Jijing came through. Young lady, I've packed your luggage. Please provide an address so I can send it over. It would indeed be convenient for him to deliver it. But the key issue was that Jishu didn't want to see Jiang Jijing right now. Her mind was still in disarray, and meeting him would only complicate things further. Jishu chose not to reply. After a while, another message came through. Can I send your suitcase via local courier? I absolutely want to come over. Jishu replied, instructing him to have the courier deliver it. Alright, I keep my promises. You know me. I'll contact the courier right away. I haven't booked my flight yet. What time is yours tomorrow? Can we take the same flight? No. Jishu then sent him her address. Fine, I'll send your luggage over. Jishu looked at her phone, finally feeling at peace. Around 7 in the evening, Jishu and Sunan were curled up on the sofa watching television. While Liu Shichen was on the night shift and wouldn't be back until tomorrow, the doorbell rang. Jishu stood up, thinking it was the courier. I'll go check. She peered through the peephole and saw no one outside. then opened the door to find a suitcase by the door. Jishu stood beside the suitcase, confirming it was indeed hers. However, since it was delivered by courier, why hadn't anyone waited for her to sign for it? She looked around but saw no one. Not they must have dropped it off and left. Jishu brought the suitcase inside. What is that? Sunan asked, glancing over. My luggage. I'll be leaving directly from your house tomorrow. Oh. Jishu placed the suitcase in the corner and returned to the sofa to watch television. It was a variety show and quite funny, making Sunan laugh heartily beside her, yet Jishu found it hard to concentrate. After sitting for a while, she got up and wandered to the balcony. Sunan's home had an open balcony. By now, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights were lit. The temperature had dropped sharply in recent days, making it feel a bit chilly. Jishu looked down below. The community was still bustling with night runners and strollers. She scanned the area, realizing how foolish her behavior was, utterly unlike her usual self. Hesitant and indecisive, but standing on the balcony, looking down, was solely to catch a glimpse of someone. This was even sillier than what Jiang Zijing had suggested about using a telescope last night. Just as Jishu was about to retract her gaze, she noticed someone standing beneath the sycamore tree, wildly waving their hands in her direction, although they wore a mask and were still quite far away. Who else could be such a fool but Jiang Zijing? Jishu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He truly was ridiculous. The person continued waving their arms and even took out their phone, shaking it vigorously. Jishu understood his intention. He wanted to make a phone call. Just because he said he wanted to call, did that mean she had to comply? Was she that obedient? Did she have no pride? Soon, Jiang Zijing pressed his palms together in a pleading gesture, frantically making various motions. Jishu laughed aloud and then turned her back to him. From inside the room, Sunan's voice called out, "Jishu, your phone is ringing." Okay. Jishu picked up her phone from the coffee table, not in a rush to answer, and returned to the balcony. The person below was still jumping up and down, clearly anxious. Jishu cleared her throat before answering the call. She didn't rush to speak, listening to the voice on the other end. "You finally answered. I was dying of anxiety. Didn't I say to let the courier bring it? I just registered to become a courier this afternoon. This is my first order. Is the esteemed customer satisfied?" "Stop joking." Jiang Zijing laughed from the other end, looking up at Jishu, though she couldn't see his expression clearly. She could vaguely discern a silhouette that seemed utterly content. "I haven't heard your voice all day. I missed you terribly. What are you thinking about? Wishing for me to scold you? Scold me if you want. I just want to hear your voice." Jiang Zijing's tone was gentle, and even over the phone Jishu could hear the soft laughter from him. "Why are you so foolish? Did you sleep well last night?" "Pretty well. Of course, I slept well without you." That remark sounded truly hurtful, but Jishu didn't believe it for a second. Could Sunan really make her milk at night? Could he massage her back? Could he get up at night to rub her legs? "Only you can do that, right?" "Of course, I can do anything." "Shameless." Jishu retorted. "Young lady, rest well tonight. May I come to attend to you tomorrow night? We have a recording tomorrow, and I can bring my assistant." "What else would you need me for? You have instructed your assistant to reside alone, and I shall visit you tomorrow evening. Should you deny me entry, I shall resort to climbing through the window." Jiang Zijing, are you out of your mind? You act as though it is a given. It is cold outside. Let us converse inside where it is warm. Jishu replied bluntly. "Who wishes to converse with you? Then rest well. Shall we meet tomorrow?" Very well. Until tomorrow. Do hurry inside. I shall watch you as you enter." Jishu paused slightly before speaking into the phone. "You should return home as well." "All right." Jiang Zijing smiled contentedly. The fact that he showed concern for her well-being suggested there might be hope after all. Jishu ended the call and watched the person below waving her goodbye before turning to enter the living room. Though she merely stood beside the glass door, entirely oblivious to the presence of another nearby. Sunan craned her neck, glancing left and right. "What are you so giddy about? You are the one being foolishly merry." Jishu's expression soured. "Who were you speaking to on the phone?" Jishu hastily closed the glass door and drew the curtain shut. "Oh, I see, it's that ambiguous someone you've been kissing." "Don't speak nonsense." Chapter 74, A Kiss Won't Hurt. "Oh Sunan, you're rather excited. It seems you truly are smitten." Sunan continued to tease. "No, what ambiguous relationship? I'm not entangled with him at all." Jishu replied in a fluster. "If you weren't, why is your face so flushed? You are the one blushing." Jishu hastily seated herself on the sofa, crossing her legs and hugging a cushion. Sunan stood before her with a serious demeanor. "Yesterday I asked if you liked him, and you said you didn't. Now I ask again, do you dislike him?" "I do dislike him." Jishu replied almost without thought. "If you dislike him, why allow him to kiss you? You just took his call." "Miss G, why the contradiction? I truly disliked him before, but something has changed recently, and it seems I don't dislike him as much anymore." Jishu paused momentarily before articulating her thoughts. Since there is already a shift in your feelings, it indicates there may be a chance for you too. Jishu, you were no longer a little girl. Back in school, you were more decisive than I thought. You knew what you wanted and had your own goals. Whatever you aspire to achieve, you shall undoubtedly succeed, so do not let yourself regret. Who are you? Jishu, do what you desire. Sunan earnestly advised her. Jishu smiled softly, reaching out to embrace her. I know, I understand, Nan, thank you. Oh my, why the sudden warmth? Regardless, as long as you are clear in your heart. That is what matters. I will contemplate this thoroughly. Sunan ran her fingers through Jishua's hair, then leaned against her. I truly worry about you. Look at me, I'm already married, and I get along splendidly with Shi Chen. People say that over time, conflicts are inevitable, but after 7 years of dating and 4 years of marriage, we have never quarreled. He loves me dearly, and I love him in return. I've decided that once I stabilize in the hospital, I shall bear him a child, and we shall live happily as a family of 3. Jishu genuinely enjoyed Sunan's musings about life. It filled her with warmth and happiness. Shushu, I have found my happiness, and I hope you can find yours too. Even though you become a star, now so popular with countless fans, you are still just an ordinary girl. Jishu chuckled, yet at that moment, she felt a slight sting in her eyes. Only you and my uncle still regard me as a little girl. Look how old I am. I'm no longer a child. The friendship among women is always so precious. When one finds happiness, they wish the same for the other. Jishu was taken away by her assistant in the morning, feeling reluctant as she embraced Sunan. Once you finish this recording, come stay at my house again. You wicked woman, how cruel. You still want to feed me dog food? I refuse to partake. Sunan laughed heartily at her words. Alright, I'm off. Goodbye, you have work soon. Travel safely. Jishu's flight was at 8 in the morning. While in the car, she wondered why Jiang Jijing was so unusually quiet, not sending a single message. Shouldn't he be inquiring about which flight she was taking? Upon arriving at the airport, Jishu finally understood why. Hey teacher Ji, what a coincidence to run into you at the airport. Jishu scoffed coldly. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Jiang Jijing continued to smile. There is only this flight today. I had no intention of being a nuisance, but it's not as if there are other flights. I can't very well leave tomorrow. On the plane, the two did not sit together. Jishu donned an eye mask and plugged in her earphones, completely insulating herself from the outside world. The sounds emanating from her headphones were of comedic dialogue. Previously, she would usually listen to music. But after that time spent with Jiang Jijing enjoying comedy, she found it rather amusing, a pleasant diversion that effectively passed the time. Upon reaching their destination, the production team sent a vehicle to collect them. Jishu thought they had begun recording already, but to her surprise, there was only a driver in the car. Just as she closed the door and awaited the driver to set off, the door was swung open. Jiang Jijing was momentarily taken aback. Oh teacher Ji, what a coincidence. Jishu did not even wish to spare him a glance. Jiang Jijing boarded the vehicle and instructed Jishu's assistant. Huan, please take a seat in the back. I need to discuss the program details with teacher Ji. The assistant hesitated, understanding that the two did not get along well. Jishu nodded, and the assistant went to sit in the back with Jiang Jijing's assistant. Once seated, Jiang Jijing leaned closer to Jishu. Jishu shot him a warning glare, prompting him to behave. Did you sleep well last night, teacher Ji? Whether I slept well or not is none of your concern. You're always so irritable, as if you've swallowed a firecracker. Jishu ignored him. Jiang Jijing then leaned in closer and whispered, without me to attend to you last night, how could you possibly sleep well? I don't believe it. Could you not have some dignity? It matters not if you didn't sleep well. Tonight, I will ensure you are thoroughly comfortable. Jishu thought it was impossible to communicate with this person. Jiang Jijing, growing restless, noticed Jishu gazing out the window. He slightly inched his hand towards hers, resting it upon her own. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the car, abruptly silencing the atmosphere. The two assistants turned their heads, and even the driver glanced at the rearview mirror. Jiang Jijing cleared his throat. Can you believe there are still mosquitoes in October? Quite large ones, too. Haha. Jishu pressed her lips together. Suppressing a smile, the person beside her lowered their voice. And you're still laughing? Look, your hand is red from where I smacked it. Don't you feel sorry for yourself? Seeing Jiang Jijing's hand, Jishu pretended to strike him again. Jiang Jijing did not dodge, but this time, the slap did not land. Jiang Jijing, emboldened, brought his hand closer to Jishu's face. Just give me a quick kiss. And it won't hurt anymore. Jishu regarded him with an expression akin to that of looking at a fool. Jiang Jijing immediately laughed. Then just blow on it, alright? It truly hurts. Look at the mark. Jishu examined the back of his hand. She had indeed struck him quite forcefully. At that moment, the imprint of her hand was visible, and Jiang Jijing, a young man with fair skin, appeared rather pitiful. Will you blow on it for me, Shushu? Jiang Jijing continued to coax her. In a moment of impulse, Jishu gently blew on it. After doing so, both of them were taken aback. Jiang Jijing then smiled broadly. Blow on it again, get lost. Chapter 75. Let me hold you for a while until they disembarked. Jishu endured Jiang Jijing's relentless teasing, were it not for the presence of others. She would have already taken action against him. The director had specifically instructed that the first day would involve a makeup trial. This shoot was set to differ from the usual format, with formal recording commencing the following day. Jishu tried on several outfits, ultimately settling on a hairstyle. However, all the outfits featured waist ties. Jishu dared not tie them too tightly, yet her slender waist meant that simply tying them accentuated her figure. Huan scrutinized Jishu's waist for a considerable time before finally speaking. Sister Shu, have you gained a little weight recently? I feel your waist is not as slim as it used to be. The makeup artist glanced over at this remark. This waist is still not thick enough, mine is nearly double that. You actresses have it tough with such strict body management. Indeed, the body management for female celebrities is quite stringent. With the expectations from fans being relatively high, however, I manage well. I don't eat much on a daily basis. Since entering the entertainment industry, Jishu had drastically reduced her food intake. Back in her school days, she had quite the appetite, and she appeared slightly heavier on camera. When she first began working and filmed a small web drama, she faced harsh criticism for being too plump in the lead role. At that time, Jishu was just 20, her baby fat still quite pronounced, weighing less than 90 pounds and receiving scathing remarks. That experience solidified her resolve to lose weight, and the company enforced strict dietary regulations, leading to months of consuming only cucumbers, which now made her feel nauseous at the mere sight of them. After finishing her trials, night had fallen. As she returned, she spotted a figure loitering outside the hotel. Although Jishu recognized him immediately, she chose to ignore him. After exiting the vehicle, she walked straight ahead with Huan. Jiang Jijing had his greeting on the tip of his tongue but was ultimately ignored. Teacher Ji, working late today, how was your makeup trial? Jishu stepped into the elevator, with Jiang Jijing following closely behind. I had just finished dinner and was strolling downstairs to aid digestion. Has Teacher Ji eaten yet? Huan stood silently behind them, noticing that her artist barely glanced at Jiang Jijing. Previously, there were times when Jiang Jijing made a deliberate effort to greet her, but each time, Jishu would retort sharply, and they would exchange barbs with each other in a rather sarcastic manner. This was the first time she witnessed Jiang Jijing greeting Jishu so politely. And yet Jishu completely ignored him. The atmosphere between the two felt oddly strained. Although Jishu offered no acknowledgement and showed no signs of warmth, the previous tension seemed to have dissipated. Upon exiting the elevator, Jishu made her way toward her hotel room. Huan quickly bowed to Jiang Jijing to bid farewell and hurried after GSHU. Do you need me to accompany you tonight? Huan habitually checked the mirrors and corners of the hotel room. No need, you should go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, I would like some soy milk. Alright, I will bring it to you in the morning. If you need anything, just call me directly. Okay, I'll head back now. Just as Huan left, the doorbell rang. Jishu assumed it was Huan and, without a second thought, opened the door. She was greeted by Jiang Jijing's cheeky grin, prompting her to expressionlessly attempt to close the door. However, Jiang Jijing wedged himself in, shutting the door behind him. It would be quite inappropriate to be caught in such a predicament at the doorway. Misunderstandings could easily arise, yet with the door now closed, Jishu felt liberated to do as she pleased, fully prepared to resist any objections. Can you leave, please? That's definitely not an option. Jishu shot him a glare before turning to walk further inside. Jiang Jijing followed closely behind, asking, have you eaten dinner? What did you have? Clear soup noodles and noodles without any nutrition, at least add an egg. Jishu, with her back to him, untied her hair and began to comb it. Jiang Jijing had already entered the bathroom, filling the tub with water. He skillfully opened the suitcase and retrieved Jishu's toiletries, placing them inside. Everything is ready for you, go take a shower. Alright. As Jishu entered the bathroom and prepared to shut the door, Jiang Jijing propped a foot against the doorframe. With a hint of shyness, he said, actually, I offer quite a few services. Helping you shower isn't out of the question, and I could even scrub your back. Would you like to give it a try? Jishu suddenly smiled and beckoned Jiang Jijing closer with a finger. Come here. Jiang Jijing leaned in close, asking, are you really agreeing? Go away. Without a second thought, she forcefully shut the door, not caring about the foot still wedged in the frame. Jiang Jijing's foot was caught, and before he could react, his forehead collided with the door. Outside, he called out, while Jishu inside the bathroom couldn't help but smile, feeling rather pleased. The water temperature was perfect, and soaking in it felt just right. Jishu leaned back against the bathroom wall, tilting her head back, allowing her body to relax completely. Zhang Zijing's demeanor had changed significantly. Jishu sensed that their bond seemed to extend beyond just the child within her. Zhang Zijing's unusual behavior even led Jishu to wonder if he had developed feelings for her. She didn't wish to indulge in self-admiration. After all, they had been entangled for so many years that the thought of liking one another was unfathomable. Yet, it was not just Zhang Zijing who had changed. She had as well. She found herself yearning for Zhang Zijing's tenderness, feeling that being embraced and kissed had become entirely normal. Moreover, she no longer felt the same aversion towards him. In fact, she even looked forward to seeing him, no longer rejecting him as she once did. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Jishu discovered that Zhang Zijing had also taken a shower. Dressed in pajamas, with a glass of milk on the bedside table as he prepared the bedding. "Come to bed, let me give you a massage. Will you wake up in the night?" Jishu sat cross-legged on the bed. Zhang Zijing handed her the milk and then knelt behind her, massaging her shoulders and neck. Jishu sipped her milk, her eyes cast downward. Zhang Zijing noticed that during this meeting, Jishu spoke far less, and they had lost the eye contact they once shared. As she seemed to be avoiding him, Zhang Zijing continued to knead her waist and legs. "I'm done. You should rest early." Jishu pushed his hands away, intending to sleep. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, she was embraced from behind. "Zhang Zijing, just a quick hug. You can charge me by the second. Will 2 minutes suffice?" Jishu remained silent, her gaze fixed on his arms wrapped around her waist. After a moment, Zhang Zijing voluntarily released her, stating, "See, I keep my promises. I said 2 minutes, and I let go. I was counting in my head. You seem rather pleased with yourself. If you could hold me a little longer, that would be even better." Jishu pursed her lips and turned to face him. "Zhang Zijing, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead," Zhang Zijing replied, his expression filled with anticipation. Some words suddenly eluded Jishu. The doctor had made arrangements, and after this recording session it wouldn't be long before she could go abroad to terminate the pregnancy. Zhang Zijing looked at her eagerly. "What is it? What do you want to tell me?" Jishu gazed at his foolish expression and decided it was best to refrain from sharing. After all, Zhang Zijing seemed quite concerned about the child. "Could you please add more water when you prepare the milk next time? It's a bit too sweet." Chapter 76, A Fruitless Endeavor in the Morning. The group gathered punctually after several days apart. There was a sense of nostalgia upon their reunion. Zhao Jinchang was the epitome of a carefree child, straightforward and simple-minded. Jishu had realized this during their filming together. His excitement was palpable whenever he saw Zhang Zijing. "What did your brother-in-law mean by his recent Weibo post?" Jishu stifled a laugh at the comment, calling it innocent in a flattering light, yet unflattering in a more critical sense. "It was hacked." Zhang Zijing gritted his teeth in response. "I told you it was hacked. Who would insult themselves?" However, in my excitement, I even liked the post. There was no need to inform me. Once the director arrived, the recording officially began. Zhang Zijing naturally stood beside Jishu as everyone awaited the director to explain the game rules. The previous 2 episodes had leaned towards the mundane aspects of life. This time, they were to engage in something more theatrical and entertaining. "What kind of entertainment?" The director smiled mysteriously. "The fake bride." Everyone listened intently. "The game rules are quite simple. Find your other half. Given that you all have spent considerable time together, you should have a fair understanding of your partners. This episode will test the depth of that understanding." Zhao Jinchang laughed. "If we can't recognize each other, it would be so embarrassing. After all this time together, you still can't recognize me," he tongue-teased from the side. "I'll do my best." Zhang Zijing leaned closer to Jishu, lowering his head to gaze intently at her. "Do you want me to find you?" Jishu looked up at him. "Can you find me? If you say I can, then I can die." In the next moment, Jishu changed the subject. "Oh, then that means you can't. Can you at least have some expectations for me?" "Not a chance, not that I'm holding it against you. I know you're being contrary. Deep down, you must hope that I'll be the first to find you." Girls are sensitive about their pride, so I won't expose you. Jishu remained silent. Playfully elbowing him in the chest, Zhang Zijing dramatically exclaimed in pain, claiming she had struck him hard enough to draw blood, and demanded Jishu take responsibility. As the director continued to drone on about the game rules, the two of them engaged in their playful banter. "I say, can you two quiet down for a moment? Look at how seriously everyone else is listening. You two are the only ones slacking off. Flaunting your relationship, are you? And you, Zhang Zijing, if you get it wrong, I'll be the first to mock you. I have confidence in myself." Zhang Zijing surprisingly boasted about his abilities. To be honest, Jishu, with her rebellious spirit, was genuinely looking forward to seeing Zhang Zijing's expression if he were to fail. It would surely be quite a spectacle, the more she thought about it. The more excited she became afterward, the director resumed narrating the storyline. The daughter of a wealthy family is getting married today, but during the wedding procession, the bride mysteriously goes missing, and the groom must find various clues to locate the true bride. However, a word of caution to all the grooms: some clues are correct, while others are false. How to discern them will depend on your judgment. If there are no questions, we can start the game. At that moment, the lively Zhao Jincheng raised his hand once more. Director, I have a question. Go ahead, Zhao Jincheng earnestly inquired. Can I opt not to get married? That way, the bride doesn't get lost. And I won't have to search. Jiang Zijing chuckled from the side. You're quite the clever one. The director replied flatly. Of course you can. You can also choose to forego this episode as payment. Zhao Jincheng immediately straightened up, cleared his throat, and declared, I'm so dedicated. Since everyone has gathered here, I must continue. Tong, just you wait, I will definitely find you. Tong, can we not drag me into this juvenile phase? Just say it for the money. I must admit, the production team knows how to stir things up. It's a classic setup for a traditional wedding. This is bound to stir excitement once the episode airs. The viewers will go wild. A dating show that even arranges marriages, what other show can boast such a privilege? Jiang Zijing had been in high spirits while trying on outfits yesterday. And now he was about to participate in a wedding ceremony. Jishu looked stunning in red. She could only imagine how beautiful that vibrant outfit would look on her delicate face. Jiang Zijing eagerly anticipated seeing her shortly at the drama that catapulted Jishu to fame as a fantasy romance, the kind that tugs at the heartstrings with its heart-wrenching narrative throughout the series. The male and female leads merely hold hands once and share a single embrace, devoid of any intimate scenes, yet, it became a sensational hit, airing during the summer season and seizing every advantageous moment. Jishu successfully ascended to the ranks of first-tier celebrities through this production. One memorable scene features Jishu in a wedding gown, yet she tragically meets her demise before the male lead can lift the bridal veil. The overall sense of bittersweet regret left the audience in a state of emotional turmoil, unable to let go. Today, after changing outfits, the stylist made a few adjustments to the look, with the makeup appearing more vibrant than yesterday. The assistant director briefed Jishu on the process, and they soon commenced official filming. At this moment, Jiang Zijing donned in a striking red outfit, riding gallantly on horseback. One must commend the production team for their lavish efforts. The quality of the attire speaks volumes. Those who have long been entrenched in the film industry surely know how to ride. When Jiang Zijing first learned, she faced quite a few tumbles. But after watching Jishu's horse-riding video, she persevered and learned the skill. After all, if Jishu could master it, so could Jiang Zijing. Although fiercely competitive, Jishu possesses a remarkable audacity that leaves Jiang Zijing in awe when it comes to activities like skydiving or handling snakes. The production team had even arranged for background performers and set off firecrackers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a joyous wedding day for Jiang Zijing. However, many tedious processes were trimmed down, allowing Jiang Zijing to meet Jishu seamlessly. Jishu, adorned as a bride, sat on a chair, her face partially obscured by a red veil, leaving only her delicate hands visible. Recognizing her by her hands alone, Jiang Zijing approached with a radiant smile, softly calling out Shushu. When she squatted in front of Jishu, she did not expect a response, yet a faint reply came back like the whisper of a gnat. In that moment, Jiang Zijing felt an overwhelming joy, akin to that of a hefty individual. The matchmaker called for the groom to carry the bride into the palanquin. Jiang Zijing bent down, wrapping one arm around Jishu's waist while the other cradled her legs, effortlessly lifting her, disregarding the matchmaker's protests about the impropriety of the act. Why is it so heavy? Have you been overindulged lately? Jiang Zijing teased, only to receive a playful jab to her chest. Be ye gentle. If you hurt your husband, who will perform the wedding rites later, who will consummate the marriage tonight? Jishu retorted, unable to suppress her feigned ferocity. My apologies, my lady, I shall keep quiet. Jiang Zijing replied with a grin. Who on earth is your lady? We haven't even wed yet, Jishu shot back, playfully chiding her for getting too familiar. Once inside the palanquin, Jiang Zijing felt an urge to lift the veil to catch a glimpse of Jishu's face. However, before she could make a move, Jishu playfully slapped her hand away, insisting, no cheating. Alright, I shall unveil you later, Jiang Zijing conceded, lowering the curtain before mounting her horse, exuding an air of exuberance as though she were truly getting married today. Occasionally, Jiang Zijing turned back to steal a glance at the palanquin, wishing for a pair of X-ray vision to see inside. After a brief circuit, they arrived at the destination, and Jiang Zijing dismounted, feeling a bubbling excitement at the thought of participating in the wedding ceremony with Jishu. Even if it was all staged, although she had yet to win Jishua's affection, this was a delightful indulgence. As the auspicious moment arrived, the matchmaker called for the bride to descend from the flower palanquin. Jiang Jijing stood beside it, beaming with anticipation. After a 2-second pause with no response from inside the palanquin, she waited another 2 seconds, but still nothing. Jiang Jijing's smile faded, a sense of foreboding creeping in as whispers filled the air. Leaning down to lift the curtain, her heart sank as she discovered the palanquin was empty. Jiang Jijing's expression betrayed her frustration as she muttered, "You've truly outdone yourself, truly. If it weren't for the recording, she would have unleashed a torrent of expletives." The bride had vanished, the wedding ceremony was a farce, and the romantic night was lost. All her excitement had been in vain, a futile display of enthusiasm. This was the consequence of straying from the rules. She had not been informed that the bride would mysteriously disappear midway. Meanwhile, the director behind the monitor was chuckling at the unfolding drama. In a separate room monitored by cameras, Jishu and several other brides sat side by side. 4 screens displayed the distressed faces of 4 grooms. Hitong, somewhat familiar with Jishu, sat beside her. "I can't believe how foolish Zhao Jinchang looks," Hitong couldn't help but critique. On screen, Zhao Jinchang wandered aimlessly in the wedding chamber, munching on longan and peanuts while rummaging through the wedding bed. "Do you think I could hide under the bed?" Jishu initially found it amusing, but upon seeing her own situation, her expression shifted to one of concern. Jiang Jijing resembled a rebellious child, stubbornly refusing to move from the flower palanquin, fully embracing her defiance. "I'm not recording anymore," Jiang Jijing declared to the camera. "When did they take her away? I've been watching the entire time." A nearby cameraman reminded her to check behind her. What was once a partition now hung loosely like a curtain. After Jishu settled into the palanquin, she had slipped away just as Jiang Jijing triumphantly mounted her horse. Hidden from view by a few background performers, Jiang Jijing spent 5 minutes venting her frustrations before reluctantly seeking clues. The wedding room was prepared, but Jiang Jijing's agitation grew as she saw the chaos other grooms created while searching for clues. Unlike the others, who turned the room upside down, Jiang Jijing simply rearranged a few items, even adjusting the placement of longans. Hitong observed from a distance, questioning whether Jiang Jijing had some obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "She is just a plain idiot," Hitong laughed. For Jiang Jijing, the wedding room was meant for consummation, not destruction. She still intended to bring Jishu there. Jiang Jijing meticulously straightened the blankets and pillows, even smoothing out any creases. While adjusting the pillows, she felt something unusual. Pulling it out revealed a note written by Jishu. Jiang Jijing recognized it instantly. "I'll wait for you for 2 hours." Jiang Jijing's irritation mounted. Time was of the essence, only 2 hours remained. Aside from that, the wedding room held no useful information. "Why did you hide the note in the pillow? It's a tiny piece of paper. Easily overlooked. I was worried Zhao Jinchang wouldn't find it if I placed it on the bed, and instead, he knocked it to the floor," Jishu lamented, resting her chin on her hand while watching the screen. This episode was intended to allow the female guests to relax and earn money while sitting comfortably, with an abundance of fruits, seeds, and drinks nearby. As Jiang Jijing exited the mansion, the crew surrounded her, blindfolding her and wrapping her in a red cloth to prevent any light leakage. Subsequently, she was confined in a pitch-black room. Jishu felt a thrill of excitement. A thrilling escape room experience awaited them. Jiang Jijing, though, was not one for thrills. This episode favored the female guests, simply torturing the male contestants. Jiang Jijing, having crossed the director, was thoroughly deprived of any sight, remaining oblivious to her surroundings until the announcement permitted her to remove her blindfold. Upon doing so, she realized it made little difference whether she had it on or off. The groom's task was straightforward: escape the room in the shortest time possible. Jiang Jijing fumbled through the darkness for a while, gradually adjusting to the environment, faintly hearing strange sounds and occasionally creating loud noises, as if splashing water. The room carried an odd odor that Jiang Jijing couldn't quite pinpoint. Where's the light? Where is it? After a considerable search along the wall, she finally found a switch. Once the lights flickered on, her breath hitched. This was not just a wedding game, it had taken a terrifying turn. The room was filled with small creatures. Before her stood a large fish tank housing eels, loaches, and frogs, with a black key resting at the bottom. Jiang Jijing chuckled softly. In one corner, a few chickens clucked, likely the source of the strange noises she had heard, but the real shock lay in the walls, which housed a small ecosystem. Initially, Jiang Jijing couldn't discern it, but upon closer inspection, she promptly shut her eyes. Turning to the camera, she asked, "Is everyone's room like this, or is it just mine?" Nod for yes, shake for no. The camera bobbed up and down in response. Jiang Jijing smiled. "Thank you, Director Chu, for your kindness. I'll remain single for life if we collaborate again." A rustling noise behind her heightened her tension. For no apparent reason, she felt a chill. behind a glass partition slithered a black python. Accompanied by an uncountable number of patterned snakes, Jiang Zijing had merely shown a hint of her fear of snakes in the previous episode, and now the producers had decided to exploit it. To escape the room, she would have to unlock the door. Jiang Zijing immediately rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the water to retrieve the key. During his search, he encountered a slippery loach. Sending chills down his spine. He hastily approached the door. Upon opening one door, he discovered it led to yet another door, secured with a combination lock. The lock displayed a series of images, first a chicken, followed by a frog, a flatfish, a slender loach, and ultimately a coiled snake. Entering the wrong password 3 times would render it inoperative. While Jiang Zijing contemplated feigning ignorance, he realized that in order to escape, he needed to ascertain the quantity of these creatures. A glance at the clock revealed that he had already squandered 15 minutes. He counted. There were 8 chickens in the room, the frogs were easily counted 10. There were 2 eels, while the loaches lay motionless at the bottom, huddled together in darkness. He alternated between standing on a chair to count downwards and crouching on the floor to count upwards. In the end, he estimated there were approximately 19 creatures. Finally, Jiang Zijing stood before the embedded wall, intensely scrutinizing the camera. Did these snakes bite? The camera swayed slightly. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Jishu, it hasn't been easy for me to marry you. You mustn't mock my timidity in the future. For you, I even leaped into a pit of snakes." Jishu, who had initially intended to tease him, found her smile slowly fading as she focused intently on Jiang Zijing through the camera. With so many snakes, she would hardly have the courage to face them herself. The snakes within the enclosure were practically impossible to count, entwined as they were, though the production team assured safety. The fact remained that these were still animals. If one were to bite him, would he dare to consume it? Chapter 78. Keeping promises. To ascertain the count, there seemed to be only one solution: open the lock and count them slowly. Jiang Zijing envisioned the sight of a room teeming with snakes, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A button nearby caught his eye. Pressing it would cause the glass to rise and fall. Resolute, he pressed the button, and as the glass descended, he quickly reached out and snatched a card that was seemingly pinned beneath a black python's tail. It appeared to be a clue from the production team, somewhat considerate, but only marginally so, as he still needed to open the glass. This was certainly preferable to counting the snakes one by one. Daring not to linger, Jiang Zijing pressed the button, allowing the glass to lower, and swiftly retrieved the note, sealing the glass once more. The note read 23. He immediately set to work on the combination lock. 8, 10, 19, 23. After pressing confirm, the display indicated an incorrect password. Jiang Zijing paused momentarily, then decided to deduct 2 loaches from his count, including the eels instead, yet the result remained erroneous. With only one opportunity left, Jiang Zijing, who generally exuded confidence, believed that he had accurately counted. The only possible error lay with the production team's provided answer. Yet that seemed unlikely. There was no reason for them to be incorrect. He focused on the writhing shapes within the enclosure, then adjusted the snake count to 24, adding the black python, taking a deep breath before confirming. He said, "I've done my best. Jishu, if I manage to escape first this time, can you grant me one request?" Jishu, observing from the screen, saw him bowing his head as he entered the password. Knowing this was his last chance, a mere gamble. "If you don't respond, I'll take it as your consent. Whatever my request may be, you must comply." In the next instant, he pressed the password, and the lock clicked open. Hearing the sound of the lock disengaging, Jishu couldn't help but smile. A fortune favored him. Jiang Zijing grinned at the camera, originally intending to exit the room directly, but now feeling somewhat reluctant. He turned to the inner wall, addressing the camera director. "Your heart is quite devious. This game is truly elaborate. Let us add a little excitement." With that, he pressed the button, allowing the glass to descend slowly. As soon as it neared the edge, a small snake tumbled to the ground. Jiang Zijing exclaimed, jumping aside in fright. As the glass fully opened, the snakes began to stir restlessly. Without hesitation, Jiang Zijing dashed away, ensuring to close the door behind him. In the control room, Director Shu was incensed, his head buzzing with frustration as he urgently instructed the staff to manage the situation. Otherwise, the room would soon be overrun with snakes. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and as Jiang Zijing re-entered the shadows, he felt a vague sense of unease. As he advanced, a sudden noise erupted from the side. It turned out that the entire wall was papered. At that moment, the NPCs had torn through the paper, eager to escape. Jiang Zijing had never run so fast in his life, fearful of what might pursue him. The next escape room required solving puzzles. Jiang Zijing genuinely felt that the director harbored ill will towards him. He faced a paper filled with physics, chemistry, biology, and advanced math questions. With only an hour and a half remaining, he grumbled as he sat down to tackle the exam. How many years had it been since he last encountered such material? How could he possibly remember? Jiang Jijing anxiously rubbed his neck while scribbling on a scrap of paper. If one does not strive in youth, they will only regret it in old age. Having conquered his fears, he never anticipated being bested by Amir Exam, who claimed that the college entrance examination was merely a watershed moment, insufficient to determine one's fate. Missing out on seeing his wife on their wedding day hardly seemed trivial. With his wife absent, here he was forced to complete an exam. Who on earth concocted such a dreadful idea? Everyone behind the camera could sense Jiang Jijing's palpable frustration and resentment. Jishu, however, appeared rather amused. As the camera swept past, she glimpsed the questions, which were not particularly difficult. If Jiang Jijing couldn't solve these, it would indeed make him look foolish. Within half an hour, Jiang Jijing had completed the exam, standing up and presenting the paper to the camera, eager to check if he was correct, urging, "Hurry up and let me through. I am waiting to see my wife." Though the lights in the room had dimmed entirely, a faint glow emanated from a single window. Jiang Jijing assumed there might be a clue and approached it. Suddenly, an NPC with a face painted in vibrant colors emerged from outside the window, startling him just as he was struck head-on. Nearly losing his balance, Jiang Jijing recoiled in shock. Jishu, observing intently, gasped in surprise as the camera shifted to her. Having sufficiently frightened him, the production team finally granted him access. The final challenge lay before him: 100 rapid-fire questions requiring an accuracy rate of over 80% to succeed. 1. What is Jishu's favorite fruit? Cherries. 2. What fruit does Jishu detest? Bananas. 3. How many relationships has Jishu had? She has been single for 25 years. When Jishu filled out this form at Sunana's house, she nearly lost her temper as it laid bare her private life. Now, as Jiang Jijing answered, a sly smile crept across his lips. 4. Did Jishu have a crush during her studies? Yes, on a senior in her last year of high school, but she never got to confess before he announced his relationship. Jishu's lips twitched. She merely wrote yes, yet Jiang Jijing had exposed her entire history. 5. What was Jishu's lowest score in math? Approaching a passing grade. I know it was 69. I cried all night over it. 6. What was her highest score in math? 155. Once she found a bug in the exam, and the teacher awarded her an extra 5 points. 7. Which family member is she closest to? Her uncle. 8. What is her favorite food? She enjoys noodles, dumplings, and wontons. 9. What does she loathe eating? Animal livers and ginger. 10. What is her zodiac sign? January 23, Aquarius. 11. What was the first drama she participated in? A small web series called Locked Door. Jishu had covered her face in embarrassment. During this segment, Jiang Jijing was positively elated, demonstrating a deeper understanding of her than she herself possessed. The others glanced over, keenly aware of Jiang Jijing's swift progress and the engaging nature of the rapid-fire questions. Without hesitation, he answered every question, flawlessly completing the 100 queries. Congratulations, player, you have successfully advanced with a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. For the final question, you stand before 2 doors. One will lead you directly to your bride, while the other will require you to return to the starting point and begin anew. Our bride has provided an answer. Would you like to reveal it? Certainly. Jishu had indicated the left door. Now it was time for him to make his choice. Jiang Jijing gazed at the left door, stepping closer, his hand resting on the doorknob. But he hesitated. A mischievous smile played on his lips. If I pull open this door, does that mean I have to start over? Jiang Jijing took a step back, having just exposed her secrets. He imagined Jishu might want to kill him. There was no way she would provide him with the correct answer. Furthermore, she likely relished the opportunity to see him flounder, prompting him to choose the right door instead. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jijing yanked open the door. To his surprise, it revealed the bridal chamber. Jiang Jijing chuckled softly, seeing a bride seated at the edge of the bed, her head adorned with a red veil. You clearly didn't intend to make this easy for me. It's been quite a journey, and you still wish for me to start over. How cruel. Jiang Jijing scrutinized the figure before him, noticing Jishu's lack of reaction, and added, I doubt the production team would let this slide so easily. Although I didn't hear the game's background, I did catch the mention of a false bride. What about the other one? Indeed, the next moment, the lights on the opposite side illuminated another figure, also veiled. The production team clearly enjoyed toying with contestants, providing no hints and forcing them to guess. Jiang Jijing alternated his gaze between the two, both brides dressed in identical gowns, their hands concealed, revealing not a hint of skin, and their loose-fitting attire left their silhouettes indistinguishable. This left Jiang Jijing in a rather precarious position. After gazing intently for a moment, she finally spoke up. Jishu, it is worth noting, possesses a peculiar habit that I have yet to mention. when she is unhappy, she must suppress her emotions, and her method of doing so is to clutch her clothing tightly. She tends to engage in this behavior when feeling anxious. Jiang Zijing turned her gaze to the figure on her right. Upon hearing this, the sleeves that rested upon her knees shifted slightly, and the tightly gripped dress loosened, revealing a series of creases. Jiang Zijing approached her and gently lifted the red veil. In truth, he felt a twinge of nervousness. What if he guessed incorrectly? It was not an impossibility, however. Upon fully unveiling her face, Jiang Zijing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I said I would do it, Jishu. I have found you. Chapter 79. I like you. Jiang Zijing took Jishu's hand and they ceremoniously renewed their vows. Thus compensating for the regrets of the past, the production team had arranged a segment for the bridal chamber, which essentially involved lifting the veil and sharing a cup of wine. Nevertheless, the smile on Jiang Zijing's face was utterly unrestrained. Jishu had been seated for 5 minutes, yet the person before her had yet to unveil her. Unable to contain herself, she voiced, "If you don't hurry, it will soon be dark, just in time for the bridal chamber." She mused. Jishu reached out to tug at the veil, but Jiang Zijing swiftly pressed it down, his tone filled with urgency. "What are you doing? If you won't unveil it, then I shall do so myself." "That won't do. Who do you think I have been working hard for today? Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts." Jiang Zijing took a deep breath, recognizing that he needed to prepare himself. Although it was a pretense, it was still a marriage, yet he feared that if he hesitated too long, Jishu might take matters into her own hands. Jiang Zijing delicately lifted one side of the veil, and Jishu's face came into view. Even so, unveiling it again would still evoke a flutter in his heart. Jiang Zijing gazed at her with profound tenderness. Jishu removed the veil, twisting her neck slightly to relieve the discomfort, exclaiming, "This headpiece is so heavy. I have nearly worn it all day. I shall massage your neck," Jiang Zijing offered, eagerly positioning himself beside her to provide relief. "How long must we continue this charade?" Jishu glanced at the 2 cameras set up in the bridal chamber. It's still early. Didn't the director say we could improvise? You are a professional actor. Can't you take it more seriously? You're constantly breaking character. Jishu cleared her throat. Sitting up straighter, Jiang Zijing poured 2 cups of clear liquor and brought them over. Upon sniffing, Jishu realized it was merely warm water. Jiang Zijing smiled a toast. Jishu grasped her cup, intertwining it with Jiang Zijing's arm, then tilted her head back to drink the liquid in one swift motion. Jiang Zijing caressed the cup, explaining, "The shared cup of wine symbolizes enduring love and mutual support through hardships, a harmonious union." Jishu paused before setting down her cup. Jishu, after drinking this wine, you will belong to me." I like you," Jiang Zijing confessed. Jishu's eyelashes fluttered as she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "I have always liked you. Will you allow me to take care of you from now on?" Jishu felt a sense of panic. Was this merely part of their act? Yet Jiang Zijing's words ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Were these feelings genuine? Before Jishu could respond, her lips were captured by his in a gentle kiss. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this supposed to be an improvised act without kissing? Why was Jiang Zijing kissing her again? Jiang Zijing placed one hand at the back of her head while the other slowly drew the curtains on either side, gently laying Jishu back onto the bed. The flickering red candles illuminated their surroundings. Jishu propped herself up on her hands, attempting to push him away. "Are you improvising?" Jiang Zijing's gaze was tender, reminiscent of the warm sun in early spring, comforting and soothing. "I am expressing my affection for you." Jiang Zijing, "Jishu, how can someone as clever as you not discern my intentions?" Jiang Zijing softly kissed her eyelids, then pressed another kiss to her lips. "Be good, Jishu, close your eyes." Jishu blinked in bewilderment a few times, and to her own surprise, she found herself complying with his request. Alarmed, she thought, "Oh no, why am I not pushing him away?" Jiang Zijing was taking advantage of her. "Jishu, are you truly this unresponsive? Why not resist? Kick him, slap him." Jishu sighed softly, then wrapped her arms around Jiang Zijing's neck. Having kissed already, it felt rather pleasant, perhaps just a moment longer wouldn't hurt. The 2 completed their tasks earlier than expected, being the first to finish. Others were still wandering about the dimly lit room, and one individual had already repeated the 100 questions 3 times without success. The director observed them, noting that Jishu's lipstick had faded, yet her blush was unusually pronounced. Jiang Zijing had been grinning foolishly since their kiss, but that was inconsequential. "Did you 2 really kiss, or was it just for show?" the director inquired curiously. "Of course it was genuine. We never engage in anything superficial, everything is for the sake of our work," Jiang Zijing declared grandly. The director, irked by his smug demeanor, retorted, "Do you have any idea how chaotic it has been with snakes all over the place?" When the staff entered, the chickens were in disarray, flapping about in a panic, leaving feathers everywhere. Isn't that all for the sake of entertainment? When the show airs, just include some footage. the audience will know it's real snakes. How thrilling. Such excitement, yet you seem frightened. Why not go in and count them? I'm not foolish. As night fell completely, the remaining groups finally completed their segments. The production team had not set a specific time limit. The notes left by other brides were filled with encouragement, while Jisoo had directly applied pressure. Indeed, without pressure, there is no motivation. Once gathered, the director brought up the main topic, explaining that this episode aimed to test their chemistry. But the results were far from ideal. We have recorded 3 episodes already, and thus we are offering everyone a chance to switch partners. If anyone is dissatisfied with their current partner, now is the time to make a change. You will soon enter the small dark room to make your selections. The notion of switching partners mid-show was indeed rare. Silence descended upon the group. You wouldn't dare switch me out, would you? Zhao Jinchang asked Tong beside him. Although I may have underperformed in the games today, I truly gave it my all. You put in so much effort just for the paycheck. Right, why say such things? It's quite embarrassing. Jiang Zijing stole a glance at Jisoo, who had said nothing since their passionate kiss on the bridal bed. The two had gone from lost in the moment to not uttering a single word. Jiang Zijing struggled to grasp her thoughts, fearing that if he spoke, she might turn against him. One by one, they entered the small dark room, emerging with expressions that were inscrutable. When it was Jisoo's turn, Jiang Zijing suddenly grabbed her arm. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? That's hard to say. Oh, so you are truly so heartless, abandoning me after a brief dalliance. At that moment, all eyes turned toward them. Tong and Zhao Jinchang looked on intrigued. What do you mean, you kissed and then discarded her? When did that happen? What did I just hear? Silence, Jisoo shot back. Stepping inside, Jiang Zijing smirked. His gaze fixed on her retreating figure. Everyone entered one after another, making their choices. Chapter 80, Deep Affection. The director began to announce the results, holding several slips of paper in hand, his face displaying a myriad of expressions. I must admit, I did not foresee this. It appears some truly wish to switch partners. First up, Zhao Jinchang and Tong, and Zhou Jia and Suna. Congratulations to both couples as you continue your journey together. Having spent considerable time together, switching partners midway would surely stir trouble. The audience would surely voice their discontent. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone focused on the 2 remaining couples. Jiang Zijing inquired. You wouldn't actually switch partners, would you? Who would want to be in your group? I would rather distance myself from you, Jisoo huffed. Jiang Zijing fell silent, feeling an unexpected sense of unease. He had been confident, yet now uncertainty clouded his mind. The director chuckled. I must say, I am rather surprised. I did not expect anyone to truly wish to switch partners. Our rules state that if both parties wish to switch and another pair also wishes to change, then they may choose freely. Let us announce the results. I recall someone discussing at length with me, expressing a desire not to be paired with a certain individual, claiming their partnership would create chaos. Have you changed your mind? The director had begun to stir the pot. Jiang Zijing fixed his gaze on Jisoo. Jisoo maintained her calm demeanor, accustomed to the situation, as Jiang Zijing smiled. I thought you truly wanted to leave me. I never wanted you. I had no choice. Everyone else is paired off. Do you think I can simply switch? Jisoo remained resolute in her stance. Oh, I know. No need to explain. I understand you cannot bear to part with me. Jiang Zijing. Yes, I'm here. As soon as the program commenced recording, the 2 individuals began their antics once more. In front of the camera, they engaged in playful physical interactions. It was merely Jiang Zijing's innocent desire to be close and to tug playfully, yet he was repeatedly rebuffed by Jisoo. Sun Machi and Lu Yunhong stood by with grim expressions. Without needing the director to speak, everyone was already aware of the underlying tension. The director expressed some regret, stating that no other groups had requested a partner change. Thus there was no alternative. The 2 must gradually learn to adapt to one another. The director did not disclose which party had requested the change, yet the expressions on their faces revealed that they were all savvy players in the entertainment industry. Well aware of each other's subtle intentions throughout the recording, the duo had been embroiled in conflict, with Sun Machi and Lu Yunhong having a heated argument mid-session due to Sun Machi's birthday. An incident that had been quite embarrassing. Later, they exchanged insincere pleasantries for the sake of the program, likely both contemplating a switch in partners. After an entire day of filming, they could finally see the end in sight. This recording session was shorter than previous ones, and they would be able to leave the following day. And next Friday, the reality show Simulated Couple would premiere simultaneously on the internet and television. Jisoo did not have her assistant escort her upstairs. Instead, she instructed her assistant to rest. Jiang Zijing stood beside her, eagerly following her into the room. As soon as the door closed, he cornered her between the door and his chest. What are you doing? Move aside. Have you given it any thought? Jishu feigned ignorance. Thought about what? About being in a relationship with me. A flicker of surprise crossed Jishu's eyes before she resumed her usual demeanor. Have you lost your mind? You can assume I have, as long as you agree. Do you think this is normal? For the past 20 years, we've held disdain for each other. We've fought, exchanged insults, even brawled in front of our fans. And now you want me to date you? You must truly be deranged. Jishu regarded him with visible irritation. After all this time, I find it hard to believe you haven't noticed anything. If you truly dislike me, you would have simply pushed me away when I kissed you, so why embrace me? That was for the sake of the show, Jishu replied tersely. Jiang Jijing chuckled lightly. At 25, you're still so conflicted. Do you expect me to believe what you're saying? Jishu had been grappling with her feelings for days, unable to comprehend them, yet instinctively drawn to Jiang Jijing. Deep down, she knew she no longer harbored any dislike for him. In fact, she longed for his embrace and cherished his gentle attentiveness. The mere thought of Jiang Jijing treating another woman the same way made her heart ache. Robbing her of sleep. Let me ask you, do you still detest me as you did before? Be honest. Jishu bit her lip. Although she did not respond, the meaning was clear to both. When I hold you and kiss you, do you feel repulsed, uncomfortable? If it were uncomfortable, I would have long since hit you. Jiang Jijing was pleased with her reaction. See, not repulsed. That indicates affection. Your lack of rejection signifies profound love. Be honest, do you love me to the point of obsession? Jishu was at a loss for words regarding Jiang Jijing's unexpected boldness. The warmth she had felt moments ago evaporated, and she could no longer suppress her urge to strike him. I think you're just itching for a beating. Jiang Jijing wrapped her in his arms, and she immediately began to struggle but heard his voice. Take your time to think about it, alright? No need to rush your answer. I've already shared my feelings. I admit I bullied you in the past, so let me spend my life catering to you as a form of penance. I'm merely expressing my loyalty. Think it over. Jishu rested her chin against Jiang Jijing's neck. Jiang Jijing, are you saying all this for the sake of the child? Do you want this child? Jishu placed her hand on her abdomen. Their previous interactions had all revolved around this child, and she couldn't determine whether Jiang Jijing's change of heart was due to the child. The love she desired, the boyfriend she envisioned, was one who could see only her in his heart and eyes. If Jiang Jijing's feelings were solely for the child, then there was no need. How could that be? I've just been slow to realize it. I've always liked you. I should have told you sooner. But I can't deny that this child has given us the opportunity to get to know each other and helped me recognize my true feelings. Jishu's hand resting on her abdomen gradually relaxed. Falling to her side, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Jiang Jijing, I've contacted Sunan. Arrangements can be made by the end of this month. Jiang Jijing's body stiffened for a moment before he released her. Jishu's expression remained calm, betraying no trace of emotion that he could discern. Meanwhile, Jiang Jijing's phone rang in his pocket. He considered hanging up but, upon glancing at the caller ID, decided to answer. I've made arrangements for you. The procedure can be done by the end of this month, with excellent confidentiality. There's no need for concern. By the way, who will accompany you for the abortion? Jishu stood close to him. Although the phone was not on speaker, she could hear everything clearly. Shocked, Jishu stared at him. Jiang Jijing's gentle gaze remained fixed on her, then he addressed the caller. We'll discuss the details later. Thank you. Jiang Jijing hung up the phone, smiling. Last time you mentioned there was an issue with Sunan, and you were so distraught. I asked my father's secretary for help, and he facilitated the contact. So Jishu, I respect your choice. If you wish for a stable relationship leading to marriage and children, I am willing to accompany you through that process. You liked this child, didn't you? Jishu's eyes reddened. It was rare for her to lose control of her emotions, but at that moment, she could no longer contain herself. I like him because he's your baby, our baby. Chapter 81, Pursuing You Until Satisfied. Jishu's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Jiang Jijing. Her lower eyelid unable to withstand the weight of her tears, which fell freely. That tear struck Jiang Jijing's heart. Stop crying. I won't say anything more. I've upset you. Jiang Jijing felt a pang of sorrow. Gently wiping her tears away, once this is all over, we can start anew. I'll pursue you for as long as it takes until you are satisfied. How does that sound? Jiang Jijing inquired softly. And what if I'm not satisfied? Jishu's voice was heavy with emotion. Then I will simply continue to pursue you. What if you never succeed in winning my heart? In that case, we shall remain in this limbo. If I cannot win your affection, you shall not entertain any other suitors. My single status shall be contingent upon yours. Why should that be? What if I develop feelings for someone else, as long as I am here? How could you possibly fall for someone else? I won't allow any other men to be in your life. Jiang Jijing leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her eyes. There is plenty of time ahead. We can take our time. Jiang Zijing felt quite pleased, perhaps even proud of himself, especially since he had not been met with resistance after expressing those sentiments of the child was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Bringing pressure to Jishu, thus it could be removed, allowing for a fresh start in the future. Jiang Zijing had anticipated that tonight would lead to further intimacy, as he had managed to embrace Jishu while she slept the previous night. And perhaps tonight, he could do so while she was awake. However, as he eagerly prepared to climb into bed, Jishu extended her leg. Return to your own room. Jiang Zijing looked at her in disbelief. Jishu's demeanor was quite peculiar. I used to sleep beside you, and now I can't. You harbor ulterior motives. Sleeping beside you would be akin to leaping into a fire pit. Jiang Zijing stubbornly climbed onto the bed. Just pretend I'm invisible. Not only did Jiang Zijing clamber onto the bed, but he also wrapped his arms around her from behind, gently massaging her waist. Have you been sitting all day? Are you tired? You can rub my waist, but where do you think your hands are wandering? Jishu noted his inappropriate behavior. Isn't this just a convenient way to massage other areas? It's still early. If you wish, you can lean against me for a rest, and I promise to take care of you. Jiang Zijing insisted on pulling Jishu against his shoulder, placing his palm on her abdomen. Jishu wore a thin silk nightgown, and Jiang Zijing could feel a slight bulge beneath his hand. Jishu stiffened, aware of Jiang Zijing's intentions, and instinctively attempted to push his hand away. Jiang Zijing pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin against her neck. I'll just stay close for a moment. Jishu slowly placed her hand atop his side. Jiang Zijing was attuned to her abdomen, feeling for the child within. Jishu cast her eyes downward. Perhaps Jiang Zijing was reluctant to let go. Since learning of her pregnancy, he had frequently massaged her waist and legs, but rarely touched her abdomen. Surely he understood that the child would be terminated. Wouldn't that make it harder to let go? Since becoming pregnant, Jishu had noticed a marked decline in her vitality and mental acuity. Now, Jiang Zijing was confessing his feelings to her. How was she to choose? Jishu felt lost, even somewhat frantic. Her uncle's kindness towards her stemmed from his affection for her mother. She had seen photographs of him cradling her mother as a child, crying out for his sister. The bond between her uncle and her mother had been so strong that he projected that affection onto her. Her grandfather's disfavor towards her was due to her mother's defiance of his wishes. She had chosen to marry her father, even escaping from home for him, only returning after Jishu turned 3. Jishu understood this dynamic and did not expect her grandfather to love her. After her parents' passing, her grandfather longed for his daughter, and she had adjusted her address to him, now calling him grandfather. Jiang Zijing's mother treats her well because she is her mother's close friend, taking care of her on behalf of her mother. Sunan is kind to her because they have known each other since their youth. They share a mutual friendship. As for Jiang Zijing, Jishu believes that over the years she has hardly ever received a warm smile from him. Why does he treat her so well? As a little girl who lacked love, she would feel anxious and uneasy when others showed her even a hint of kindness, constantly pondering how to repay them. Yet now she finds herself at a loss with Jiang Zijing. On the return journey, the manager had informed her in advance that there would be fans waiting at the airport. Jiang Zijing sent her a message: come back to stay. I brought back a lot of dumplings from my mom's place. It would be a waste if you don't eat them. I promise to take care of you. And besides, I now know where Sunan lives, so I can pick you up myself. Jishu glanced at her phone and turned it off. There were many fans at the airport today, and she was surrounded by bodyguards for protection. Jishu waved her hand, greeting everyone as she walked along, chatting with the fans beside her. Shu, you weren't bullied while recording the show with that person, were you? Jishu chuckled. How could that be? It's only me who bullies others. You've been too wronged. Actually, it hasn't been that bad. Our interactions have been quite pleasant, Jishu explained. No need, Shu, we all know that. You don't have to comfort us. It's our fault as fans for not being assertive, otherwise, you wouldn't have taken on this variety show. Jishu's mouth twitched slightly. It's fine. Really, it's fine. The show will air next week, and you can see for yourselves. I had a lot of fun. Don't worry, whatever you do, we'll support you. Go, sister. Thank you. A group of people escorted Jishu out of the airport. Before getting into the car, she bowed to everyone and waved. Go back now, and be safe on your way. After the car left, the little assistant asked Sister Shu, are you going back to the apartment? Jishu recalled that her apartment had been vacant for quite some time. She certainly didn't want to go to the villa, nor did she want to visit her uncle's house. Sunan was married now, and it would be impolite to intrude again after 2 days. Let's go to Qingyuan Community. The little assistant looked at her in confusion. Why there? I moved. The previous room was a bit small, and it wasn't very comfortable to live in. A Sister Shu, why didn't you tell me you were moving? I could have helped. It's all sorted out. Oh, by the way, I'm going abroad for a trip at the end of this month. Please let Li Jian know, okay, since you don't have any schedule now. Just rest well. The car stopped outside the community. The security here was excellent. Unfamiliar vehicles wouldn't be allowed in. Jishu got out of the car, fortunate that she only had one suitcase. I can go in by myself. You all go back. Alright, the little assistant nodded. Jishu swiped her access card and walked inside. Upon reaching the building, she directly took the elevator and entered her apartment with the code, Chapter 82. Touching the house was empty. Jishu changed her shoes at the entrance and pushed open the bedroom door, momentarily taken aback. The quilt on the bed was just as it had been when she left, and there was an extra mattress by the bed. It seemed Jiang Jijing had hurriedly left in the morning and hadn't had time to tidy up. So, during the day she was away, Jiang Jijing had been sleeping on the floor? She had often wished to climb into bed, yet now, she had resorted to sleeping on the floor. Jishu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, just as she placed her suitcase in the corner and stepped out of the room. She heard the sound of the door keypad being pressed, followed by her phone ringing. Jishu looked up to see Jiang Jijing pushing the door open, one hand carrying a suitcase and the other on her phone. Engaged in a call, Jiang Jijing froze upon seeing her, then broke into a smile and hung up. Jishu's phone also ceased ringing. I was just about to call you to pick you up. I had nowhere to go. Sunan is married now, and her husband is at home. I can't just go there every day and be a third wheel, Jishu awkwardly explained. I know, no need to explain. Jiang Jijing smiled. Jishu, however, found it hard to speak the truth easily. Since she could come back, he was already very content. To dwell on the reasons would seem ungrateful. Jiang Jijing set down the suitcase and quickly walked over. I have a surprise for you. What is it? Close your eyes first. Why, what are you being so mysterious about? Jishu frowned, reluctant to comply, but Jiang Jijing directly covered her eyes, forcing her to shut them. I'll guide you. It's fine. Jiang Jijing turned Jishu around and walked a few steps. Jishu heard the sound of a door opening, presumably the guest room. Then, Jiang Jijing led her inside. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Jiang Jijing removed her hand, and Jishu slowly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. How did you? What kind of girl doesn't have a dressing room? Jiang Jijing replied. Your previous room was quite spacious, and our Shushu loves to dress up beautifully. Right, the wardrobe is filled with the latest styles, and I've also put in the clothes I bought before. Jiang Jijing had transformed the room, which had been filled with clutter, into a neatly organized space. In the 2 days she had been away, the room had even been renovated. The wardrobe was rotating, making it easy to reach the clothes. She had prepared only autumn and winter outfits, along with shoes and matching bags, as well as accessories. Jiang Jijing casually opened a drawer filled with various women's watches, then opened others containing bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Of the intimate apparel was placed in another drawer, all brand new and already washed, ready to wear. Jishu blushed slightly, feeling flustered as she glanced at the neatly arranged lingerie. Did you prepare all this in the past few days? I originally intended to use these to coax you back. I didn't take a break. I personally went to buy all the clothes. Jiang Jijing replied, glancing at the lingerie, and yes, I washed them myself. You even went to buy women's lingerie yourself? Aren't you afraid of being photographed and having rumors spread about your love life? Jiang Jijing shrugged nonchalantly. Let them spread. It's all true anyway. Jishu's heart melted at the sight of all these items, each one meticulously chosen and prepared by Jiang Jijing. Isn't it touching? Jiang Jijing asked. Jishu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the items. Her uncle had spoiled her since childhood, but he had never been this attentive. The clothes he bought weren't even nice. Later, Jiang Jijing's mother helped with shopping. Yet Jiang Jijing had managed to understand her tastes and preferences so thoroughly. Thank you, Jishu finally managed to say. Jiang Jijing chuckled. I thought I misheard. You actually thanked me. I'm not that ungrateful. At this moment, Jiang Jijing was always one to push his luck. If you want to thank me, how about a kiss? Jishu, feeling delighted, chose not to argue and eagerly approached the wardrobe to start organizing it. There were several layers inside, all the clothes neatly arranged, with 2 empty cabinets for future use, perfect for storing spring and summer outfits. She could buy many dresses and fill the wardrobes completely. Jishu's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight, a rare moment of such happiness. Suddenly she felt a warmth on her cheek, followed by a soft moai. Jiang Jijing had successfully stolen a kiss and stood by. Appearing innocent, this space is quite large. It seems my clothes can fit in here too, right alongside yours. Jishu watched as he intentionally changed the subject, still inspecting the wardrobe as if he hadn't just kissed her. Jishu lightly brushed her fingers against the spot he had kissed, clearing her throat. Forget it. It's pointless to argue with him, this person is always so shameless. Jiang Jijing noticed Jishu touching the place he had just kissed, and his ears turned pink. Did this mean she was beginning to accept him? If so, he would strive to win her heart even sooner. My friend gave me a few tickets. There's a newly opened amusement park nearby with plenty of attractions. Do you want to check it out? I can't go on many rides now that I'm pregnant. Roller coasters, giant swings, I can only ride the carousel, just consider it a way to unwind. Alright then. Recently, aside from recording the show, she had been cooped up at home and truly needed to get out for a breath of fresh air. After Jisoo became pregnant, her taste had changed significantly. She now preferred sweeter flavors and enjoyed fruits. Jang Jijing was cautious not to let her eat too many fruits and would often start getting headaches around mealtime. She had a soybean milk and 2 pan-fried buns for breakfast. Claiming she was full, concerned she might get hungry while out, he had packed a small cake and 2 bottles of high-calcium milk for pregnant women in her bag, ensuring she had everything she might need. Jisoo donned a beige coat, letting her hair fall freely, and selected a matching beret from the dressing room. She found a pair of non-prescription glasses to wear, hoping to disguise herself a little. Are you ready, young lady? Jang Jijing knocked on the door, dressed in a black trench coat, with his tousled hair looking quite neat. Jisoo glanced at him, feeling an urge to ruffle his hair. She had been agonizing over which bag to choose. Jang Jijing picked one up. How about this one? Does it match my outfit? Jisoo asked, looking at herself in the full-length mirror. It doesn't matter. I'll be the one carrying it anyway. I think it goes well with your entire look. Jisoo watched as he skillfully slung the bag over his shoulder, though it felt rather awkward for him to be carrying a women's purse. Especially as he deliberately struck a few poses. The more she looked, the more amusing it became. Jang Jijing gazed gently at the reflection of her sweet smile in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Chapter 83, My little friend Jang Jijing drove her to the amusement park. Upon exiting the car, Jisoo noticed staff members dressed in mascot costumes outside the park. She used to frequent amusement parks often when her parents were still around. Persistently tugging at them for attention, later on, she had visited with Jang Jijing's mother as well. After Jang Jijing parked the car, she approached Jisoo, who seemed lost in thought, and wrapped her arms around her as they walked away together. As they stood in line, Jang Jijing faced Jisoo, standing directly in front of her. Do you remember our childhood visits here? Of course, I recall how certain individuals cried in fright while watching others on the drop tower. Ahem, no need to dwell on such matters. Oh, then how about remembering the time someone got lost in the amusement park and ended up crying alone on a bench? Why can't you remember something nice about me? You seem intent on making me cry, just a little. I'd like to see you cry. Jisoo playfully flicked Jang Jijing's chin. Are you the one teasing me? Don't claim I'm being lewd later. With that, Jang Jijing leaned closer to Jisoo's ear, lowering her voice. If you have the ability, make me cry with joy. Jisoo's mind buzzed momentarily, and then she realized Jang Jijing was being suggestive. She wanted to retort, but Jang Jijing anticipated her reaction, and in a fit of annoyance, Jisoo stepped on Jang Jijing's foot. Ouch! Even with a mask on, Jang Jijing's expression conveyed her discomfort. Today, she wore white shoes, now marked with a footprint. You truly have a heart of stone, Jang Jijing remarked with a hint of grievance. Do you not have any self-awareness? Enough, girls shouldn't use foul language. After queuing for over 10 minutes, they finally entered the amusement park. The weather was pleasant, and the sun was not too harsh, lifting Jisoo's spirits significantly. Upon entry, she spotted various shops selling headbands. And feeling particularly girlish today, she couldn't resist taking a closer look at the array of cartoon characters and cute animals. Jang Jijing selected a Stitch headband and placed it atop Jisoo's head. It looks lovely. Jisoo, intrigued, activated the front camera to take a selfie, affirming, indeed, it's quite adorable, but the cuteness of this headband is undoubtedly not due to Jang Jijing's choice. Jisoo then picked up a pair of white cat ears and thrust them at Jang Jijing. Either you wear this, or I won't. Jang Jijing feigned a haughty demeanor. You've spoiled me. Though Jisoo protested verbally, she still took the ears, and Jang Jijing slightly bent forward, a triumphant grin adorning her face. While donning the white cat ears, Jisoo playfully tousled Jang Jijing's hair, which was soft to the touch. Afterward, she pressed down the corners of her mouth, pretending to be stern. No matter how you wear it, you look unattractive. Jang Jijing recalled a previous boating trip where Jisoo had remarked that no matter how one posed, they would still look unappealing. Well, it seems karma has come back around. Not long after entering the amusement park, they spotted a carousel. A few children were playing, and some couples were taking photos. Shall we give it a try? This one is rather gentle. They waited for the ride to come to a halt. As Jisoo leaned to mount the horse, Jang Jijing wrapped her arms around her, lifting her effortlessly. You see, having a boyfriend is quite convenient. Isn't it? You don't have to climb on high rides by yourself. I can carry you. Jisoo realized Jang Jijing was once again trying to influence her perception. After settling on a horse, Jang Jijing chose the one beside her and sat down. As the machine began to operate, Jishu's eyes curved into a smile. Jiang Jijing observed her, realizing she truly looked like a child in this moment. For years she had suppressed her own desires, rarely finding an opportunity to relax. It was only in this moment that she resembled a young girl. Jiang Jijing pulled out her phone and began taking pictures of her. Jishu was thoroughly enjoying herself. Even with such a simple ride, the cheerful music elevated her mood significantly. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Jijing aiming the camera at her. "Are you taking my picture? Smile for the camera." After a few spins, Jiang Jijing dismounted, reviewing the photo she had just captured. Although her mask obscured much of her face and she wore glasses, she adored the images simply because they featured Jishu. Jiang Jijing selected a photo where Jishu had her head tilted slightly back and set it as her phone wallpaper. After a few rounds, Jishu decided to stop. Lingering too long would lessen the novelty. Jiang Jijing remained close by, and while Jishu initially intended to dismount on her own, she suddenly changed her mind. She reached out her hands, feigning a desire to be held. Jiang Jijing smiled and embraced her, not rushing to let go. "I really like this. Do it more often, and if you don't serve me well, I might reconsider keeping you around," Jishu teased. "Then I must perform splendidly to ensure you don't dismiss me." Today, the amusement park bustled with energy. Numerous vendors sold helium balloons featuring various adorable animated characters and animals. Jishu merely glanced at them, and Jiang Jijing had already dashed over. Moments later, she returned with a SpongeBob balloon. "This is something only children play with." Jishu observed that all around them, children were tethered to their balloons. Jiang Jijing lifted Jishu's hand, wrapping the balloon string around her slender wrist. "Everyone at the amusement park is a child, and so are you. You're still a little girl at heart." "I'm 25. Jishu retorted, eyeing the balloon string on her wrist. "Retaining a childlike spirit means you're still a child at heart. And you are my little friend." Jishu smiled softly. She had never been able to be her parents' little friend, but now 2 decades later, she was being referred to as such. "You foolish one, who is your little friend?" Chapter 84. Love-struck, Jishu walked ahead, slightly swaying her wrist, causing the balloon to dance in the air. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Jijing trailed a step behind, marveling at how Jishu appeared as a picturesque scene. How had he never noticed this before? Looking at her now, he thought Jishu was undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. If he ever encountered anyone who dared to comment unfavorably on her looks, he would surely confront them. Despite appearing rational and mature over the years, Jishu's heart remained that of a child. She adored pink, cherished animated shows, and loved all things cute. She would even tear up when touched. Jiang Jijing's gaze was filled with affection as he regarded his girl. Jishu posed for pictures with the staff dressed in mascot costumes, especially delighted when she saw SpongeBob, leaning in to embrace the character and pressing her cheek against its head. At that moment, Jiang Jijing wished to transform into that mascot, for it was receiving attention he could only dream of. "Mommy, that sister has a balloon. I want one too." A nearby child gazed enviously at Jishu. "Let us go buy one," the child's mother replied gently, leading her to a nearby vendor. Jishu's gaze followed them. Moments later, the sound of a child crying reached her ears. "Baby, this one is cute too. Shall we get this?" "No, I want the same one as that sister. I really like it." The little girl's eyes were red, revealing her distress, but the vendor said they're all sold out. "Don't be sad, there are many other lovely ones." The mother knelt beside her, patiently comforting her. Suddenly, Jishu was reminded of a long-buried memory. She had once pouted just like that with her mother. In the spring of the year her parents had passed, her mother had taken her to fly kites. When the string snapped and the kite flew away, her mother had promised to buy her a new one. But stubborn young Jishu only wanted that particular kite. They had ventured into the mountains to search for it. In the vast wilderness, how could they possibly find a lost kite? They searched for an entire afternoon. And by the time they returned, Jishu had fallen asleep on her mother's back. Knowing they wouldn't find it, her mother had still taken her to try. Jishu approached the pair. Kneeling beside them, she untied the balloon string from her own wrist and tied it around the little girl's wrist instead. The child ceased her tears, gazing at Jishu with big, watery eyes. The mother quickly interjected, "You can't do that. It's yours. You're spoiling her." Jishu shook her head. "It's alright. If she likes it, she can have it. Children are precious." She gently patted the girl's head. "Now, thank the sister." The little girl sniffled and replied, "Thank you, sister. You're welcome. No need to thank me." Jishu stood up, and the little girl's mother sighed. She has been spoiled by her father. She always gets what she wants. And if she doesn't, she cries or pouts. "Sometimes I feel helpless." Jishu smiled. It seems her father adores her. That's perfectly fine. Girls need a bit of indulgence. I cried even more than her when I was her age. But she is quite well behaved for a 5-year-old. Sometimes she even tells me that mommy works hard. Jishu and the little girl's mother watched as the girl joyfully played with the balloon. Jiang Zijing stood not far away, having overheard their conversation, waiting for Jishu to return. Even though I quite like it, you were willing to give it to a child, should I buy you another one? Jiang Zijing inquired. I've already felt that joy, giving it to her allows her to experience it too, which is more than enough. There is no need to buy another. It is often said that well-behaved children are deprived of sweets. And your actions have left me utterly perplexed. How might I improve my demeanor towards you? Jiang Zijing gazed at her with eyes full of concern. Upon hearing these words, Jishu felt as though her heart had been gently squeezed. A mix of sourness and a hint of satisfaction intertwining within her. The amusement park was bustling with children, all accompanied by their parents, joyfully standing between them, affectionately holding their hands and playfully teasing them. Ever since Jishu thought of her own mother, her attention gradually shifted to these little ones, each appearing like a small angel in her eyes. Jiang Zijing stood in line to buy her a cotton candy. And upon returning, he noticed her watching a group of children playing in the ball pit. Shall we go in and take a look? Jiang Zijing's voice broke Jishu's reverie. Never mind. They are merely little ones, I do not wish to intrude. What about this treat? I see many parents queuing to buy it for their children. Jishu replied with a smile, so why not buy it for me? I also wish to treat my little friend. You might want to save that conversation for when you have your own child. Jishu seized the cotton candy from his hand, taking a tentative lick. Jiang Zijing hurriedly caught up. So, are you going to bear children with me? Whoever wishes to have children with you can do so. I have no such desire, Jishu retorted casually. Once I catch up to you, we shall date first, then proceed step by step to marriage and eventually having a baby. A delay is of no consequence. I wish to enjoy a few years of a two-person world with you. If you do not wish to have children, that is perfectly fine. My intention in being with you is solely for you. Jishu walked ahead while Jiang Zijing rambled on beside her. Jishu abruptly halted, pressing the cotton candy to his lips. Jiang Zijing, you truly talk too much. Jiang Zijing took a gentle bite of the cotton candy, its sweetness delightful. The cotton candy is indeed sweet. But next time, could you use your lips instead to silence me? That would surely be sweeter. Oh, the goosebumps. I shall not eat it anymore. Here, take it. Jishu disdainfully shoved the partially eaten cotton candy into Jiang Zijing's hands. I was merely sharing my thoughts. Remember them for when we are together later. It is not too late. Who said I wanted to be with you? Your audacity rivals the Great Wall, Jiang Zijing exclaimed. Watching her stride ahead, hastily chasing after her. Slow down, dear ancestor. Be careful not to fall. Jishu was not genuinely angry. She simply could not tolerate Jiang Zijing's sudden change in demeanor. Not long ago, he had been irreverent, even stealing her endorsement, making snide remarks in front of the media, such a tease, yet now his attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Jishu shivered. How could a man become so infatuated? Chapter 85, An advance on a kiss. After a day of fun, the two ventured to the amusement park for a children's meal, portions suited for little ones, tangy and sweet, which Jishu found quite enjoyable. Jiang Zijing, however, was less accustomed to it. In the afternoon, they visited a cinema where Jishu selected an animated film. After much deliberation, the theater was filled with parents and their children. Is it entertaining? Jiang Zijing inquired as he queued for popcorn. The posters outside seemed quite intriguing. The animation was childish and simplistic, and it wasn't long before Jiang Zijing began to doze off. Meanwhile, Jishu watched intently. Laughing along with the children, Jiang Zijing turned to observe her. As Jishu stuffed popcorn into her mouth, a smile played on her lips at the sight of the big screen. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed upon her. Turning her head, she found Jiang Zijing staring. What are you looking at? There is no film on my face. The latter part of her sentence was swallowed by Jiang Zijing. Jishu's eyes widened in surprise as the dimly lit environment was illuminated only by the faint glow of the screen. Jiang Zijing wrapped one arm around her neck, pulling her closer as he kissed her deeply, seeking to possess her, to mark her as his own. Jishu was momentarily dazed by the kiss. Were they not watching a movie? Why was he kissing her, especially here amidst so many children? Such behavior would set a poor example. Clutching the popcorn she pushed against his chest, Jiang Zijing stole one last kiss before finally releasing her, leaving Jishu's face flushed. After all, they had just engaged in a rather mischievous act, surrounded by so many people. It was undeniably exhilarating. What else with the sentimental mood? Jishu whispered. Jiang Zijing leaned in, gently nibbling her earlobe, his breath warm against her skin. Just wanted to get a kiss in advance. Later, jot it down in your memo. When I finally catch up to you, you'll let me steal another kiss. What an unusual thought process you have. Love has no known origin, yet it runs deep. I cannot help but adore you, Jiang Zijing murmured, resting his head on Jishu's shoulder. Jishu thought to herself, oh dear, this fellow has completely succumbed to the throes of love. She believed he needed to clear his mind. Jishu also felt her own resolve wavering. having been kissed so passionately she found herself savoring the moment. The flavor of popcorn lingering on her lips, their day was not solely filled with merriment. They also remembered their responsibilities. That evening, they sat cross-legged on the bed, both wearing serious expressions. What are your thoughts? As for me, confidentiality is assured, but my father's secretary might raise suspicions if I accompany you. He would likely inform my father that I had gotten someone pregnant, and that would lead back to you. However, I am not entirely at ease with the other side. Is Sunan's husband reliable? I do not know much about her husband, but he should be trustworthy. After all, he is a doctor given how close Sunan and I are. I believe I can rely on him. Then let us proceed there. I will accompany you. Once we finalize the timing, we might miss an episode of filming. I will discuss it with the director and see if we can postpone shooting. Or simply claim I have matters to attend to. If I do not go to the dating show, there is no need for you to go either. Jiang Jijing proposed. Jishu nodded, placing a hand on her abdomen. I will return home tomorrow. I intend to sneak away with my passport. Jishu replied slowly. Where are you headed? To the mountain villa or your uncle's house? Jishu expressed her confusion. I do not know where my uncle keeps the passport. I fear that if I ask him directly, I will lose my chance to steal it. I should not have gone skydiving last time. How unfortunate to have been discovered. You cannot be satisfied domestically. And now you wish to go abroad. You are quite audacious. Do not engage in such dangerous activities again. What if something were to happen to you? I would be left a widower at a young age. Jiang Jijing lightly tapped Jishu's forehead. Are you unwell? Perhaps you should see a doctor. With your character, I could pursue you for a lifetime and still not be interested. Jishu realized that this person truly had no filter. Had she spoken too hastily? She was merely expressing concern for him. If I misspoke, you may strike me twice to vent your frustration. He quickly embraced Jishu, a grown man resorting to childish antics. Nuzzling against her cheek, let go of me. Can we not speak properly? Certainly, please continue. I am listening. In any case, I will search for it first. If that fails, I shall report it lost. It only takes half a month to obtain a new one. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Jiang Jijing, could you refrain from clinging to me? We are not yet in a romantic relationship. Moreover, I have not agreed to it. Maintain some decorum. Let it be. Jot it down in your memo. I cannot bear to be away from you. If I do not hold you, it feels as though ants are crawling all over me, and I am utterly uncomfortable. Is this the behavior of all love-struck men? What prompted your return today? Li Wen was working in his study and looked up to see the person leaning against the door. I simply came back to check on my uncle, who is busy with work, I presume. I shall not disturb you. It is a minor matter. It is rare for you to return. Li Wen set aside his work, shutting down his computer. Jishu observed her uncle, dressed so formally even at home, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He exuded an air of sophistication and maturity. Another day of feeling a flutter for her uncle. Older men could indeed be quite handsome. Yet she wondered why he had not found an aunt all these years. Isn't it a bit too intrusive? Li Wen replied nonchalantly. I just think you are over 30. Why not seek someone? I have yet to meet someone I find compatible. Li Wen settled onto the sofa as Zhang Jia brought in a cup of coffee and a glass of juice. Miss Ji, you seem quite cheerful today. Is there some good news? Zhang Jia inquired with a smile. Jishu touched her face. Really, is there? I don't think anything has changed. Li Wen glanced at his niece's face and remarked with a smile. Are you in love? No, absolutely not. Jishu hurriedly denied it. If that is the case, why the agitation? Forget it. I shall speak with you later. I will check on Grandpa. Zhang Jia interjected. Sir is not at home today. He has gone fishing with friends. Jishu acknowledged this. Shall we have lunch at home? Jishu nodded. I will accompany my uncle for lunch. If you are busy, please attend to your work. I will look around. I am not busy, Li Wen replied leisurely. Sipping his coffee. Jishu sipped her juice, feeling a sense of urgency within her. Where can the passport be placed? In the room, or perhaps in the study? What a stroke of misfortune that my uncle happens to be home today. Otherwise, I could simply state that I need to go abroad for work and require my passport. No, that won't do. My uncle would undoubtedly investigate. It is best to handle this matter discreetly, ensuring that he remains unaware of the child's departure. I have a meeting this afternoon and will need to stop by the company. There's no rush to return home, right? Li Wen recalled. There's no hurry. I can stay here tonight. Alright. Chapter 86. Correspondence. Jishu dutifully enjoyed a lunch at home. Perhaps feeling more relaxed due to the absence of old Master Li, his sister Zhang had prepared a meal consisting entirely of Jishu's favorite dishes. The food isn't to your liking today. Miss, you've hardly eaten, Sister Zhang inquired. Jishu shook her head, explaining that she has been on a diet and is hesitant to indulge in meat. I had a little. Your cooking is delightful, miss, you were already so slender. And yet you continue to diet. The entertainment industry is quite demanding. You ought to take care of your health, Sister Zhang advised. Indeed. Li Wen observed her meager portion and requested Sister Zhang to serve her a bowl of mushroom soup. After finishing the soup, Jishu felt genuinely satiated, dabbing her mouth with a tissue. Li Wen set down his chopsticks and gazed intently at her, as if he had something to express. Jishu scolded herself for being so transparent. Smiling as she said, I merely feared that my presence would disturb my uncle's work. He is extremely busy. If he were to lose a lucrative contract due to me, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Li Wen chuckled softly. Do you really believe you are worth billions in your uncle's eyes? Oh, such matters need not be spoken aloud. I am fully aware that my uncle is the most caring person in the world to me. When he grows old, I shall be by his bedside to care for him. Enough of that. If you continue, the bond of uncle and niece will be severed. Li Wen interrupted hastily, for Jishu's words were indeed rather unpalatable. The oranges in the backyard should be ripe. Perhaps we should take a look shortly. I recall that you adored picking them as a child. Alright, I shall go see them in a moment. After finishing his meal, Li Wen went upstairs to change before departing. Sister Zhang had prepared a woven basket for fruit. Miss, do you wish to check the backyard? Yes, the backyard featured a fruit orchard, abundant with seasonal fruits, all intended for their mother. Jishu walked carefully, the crunch of fallen leaves accompanying her as she picked 2 pomelos, inhaling their fragrant aroma. The oranges and tangerines were ripe and golden at this time of year. Jishu gathered several and peeled one, eating it as she circled back through the rear entrance of the villa. Her uncle's room was located on the far left of the second floor, with the study adjacent. Jishu first entered the study, where the documents on the desk lay open, indicating her uncle had left in haste. Neither Sister Zhang nor the other cleaning maids would enter this room unless requested by her uncle. Jishu cautiously opened the drawers on either side, filled with documents and contracts. She skimmed through them but could not locate her passport. The last time she handed her passport to her uncle was just after returning from abroad, when he intercepted her at the airport. She had followed him back to the villa, but since entering the car, she had not seen her passport again. It should not have been taken elsewhere. Jishu continued to search the bookshelves for a considerable time. Her uncle was a person of great discipline and order. His belongings would undoubtedly be neatly arranged, thus it was impossible for the passport to be carelessly discarded. It must be stored somewhere. After exiting the study and closing the door, she entered her uncle's room. The decor was dominated by deep gray tones, giving it a serious and austere atmosphere. There was also a desk in the room, cluttered with various documents and books. Jishu knelt on the floor, rummaging through everything, even checking the wardrobe, yet she found no trace of her passport. Feeling disheartened, she was about to close the wardrobe door when she noticed a pearwood box concealed beneath layers of suits, appearing to be quite old. Jishu dragged it out. It was rather large and secured with a combination lock. She decided to sit on the floor, inputting her uncle's birthday, but it was incorrect. Then she tried her own, realizing with a hint of vanity that her uncle would not use her birthday as the code. Although she had prepared herself for disappointment, it still stung. She was no longer her uncle's most cherished little treasure. Sitting on the floor, Jishu dazedly pondered, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she entered the code 0815. In the next moment, the lock clicked open, confirming the code was correct. At that instant, her heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly, causing her entire body to tremble. This was her mother's birthday. Jishu slowly opened the box. Inside lay a collection of old items, all evidently belonging to her mother. There were toys from their childhood, and even a string of peach pit prayer beads tied with red thread. Inside were also numerous letters. Jishu casually opened one. Little one, it's your sister. I've been doing quite well lately. You need not spend your days adhering to those rules or practicing the piano and flower arranging. Your brother-in-law treats me well, so do not worry. How is father's health? Is he still upset with me? And how are you? Well, be good. I cannot visit you for now, but when the opportunity arises, I shall come to see you. Take care of yourself. Jishu opened another letter. Little one, the weather has turned cold. You are particularly prone to coughs during this season. Remember to drink pear water and keep warm. Do not kick off your blankets while sleeping, you understand? When I see you next, I have good news to share. I saw father yesterday. He is still angry with me. It seems I will not be able to celebrate the new year with you again this year. Please keep father company for me. I will secretly come to see you at night. Just go to the backyard. Have you quarreled with father? It is my fault for running away. Do not blame him. It has not been easy for him to raise us alone over the years. With so much work to attend to after mother passed, he has been so tensed. He wouldn't allow me to return home, so I came to see you secretly. How about I pick you up from school this Sunday? Your brother-in-law cooks exceptionally well. I am sure you will love it. Jishu continued to read through the letters, which expressed her mother's longing for her uncle, all sealed away in the box. Jishu recalled her mother mentioning that her uncle had been raised by her, as their grandmother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. The eldest sister took on the role of a mother, caring for him, but later, unable to endure their grandfather's authoritarian ways, she ran away rather than marry someone she did not like. At that time, her uncle was merely 8 or 9 years old. It was not until he was 13 that their mother was allowed to return home, but in just 2 years, he lost his sister forever. From the letters, Jishu could tell that her mother had truly cherished her uncle. Perhaps leaving home had also caused her great pain. Jishu had a vivid memory of her uncle from her childhood. He had always been kind to her, embracing her whenever they met and bringing her delightful treats. Suppressing her emotions, Jishu continued to sift through the other items. Beneath the box lay a cloth-covered notebook, somewhat yellowed with age. Jishu picked it up and opened the first page. The title page bore her name, written in her mother's elegant script, Chapter 87. Don't go. As she turned the first page, she read, Year XX, May 6th, clear weather. Today, something amusing happened. Mother discovered she was pregnant. That's right, little treasure. It has been nearly 6 weeks. Mother is quite the scatterbrain, but it's not too late. I will document your entire growth process. Year XX, May 25th, clear weather. I have been suffering from severe morning sickness. Everything I eat makes me nauseous, and your father has lost weight because of it. The doctor says it's normal in the first trimester, but I wonder if it will improve later. Year XX, October 1. Overcast, little treasure, you are almost 7 months along. Mother's belly is growing day by day, and both your father and I are eagerly anticipating your arrival. However, you have been quite the handful, and sometimes you've made me cry from exhaustion. Your father is worried and says he might have to scold you, but he will surely dote on you. Year XX, January 23 RD, clear weather. It snowed yesterday, and you, little treasure, have finally arrived. I spent the entire night in the delivery room, and you came out at 10 this morning. I was overjoyed to learn that your grandfather and uncle were both here. Year XX, January 30th, snowy day. Your father and I have been brainstorming names for a week but have yet to decide. He, being a scientist, is great with experiments but utterly hopeless when it comes to naming. It falls to me. You are the most precious gift from heaven to your father and me, so we shall name you Jishu. I think it sounds lovely. What do you think? It cannot be changed. It is settled. By this point, Jishu was in tears, overwhelmed by the diary's contents, which meticulously chronicled every detail of her mother's pregnancy. She continued to read on, discovering that the latter entries detailed her mother's preferences. Written in a light-hearted tone, little treasure, you may not understand why I am writing this. It is for you to look back on when you grow up. You must gift this diary to the man you love, so he knows you are the apple of your father and mother's eye, and so he can understand everything about you. Upon glimpsing her 3-year-old self, the entries in her diary gradually dwindled, until November 1st of her 5th year, where it joyfully chronicled her achievement of memorizing an ancient poem and noted her plans to attend a seminar with her father the following day. Returning the day after, urging her to behave, tears cascaded from Jishu's eyes, dripping onto the diary and blurring one of the words, which she hurriedly wiped away. She dared not turn the page, for the next day would mark the moment when her parents would depart from her life forever. Unable to board that ill-fated plane, they were gone for eternity. Jishu sobbed silently, turning the page once more of the diary, which should have concluded abruptly, continued to document with a vigorous penmanship. Year 20XX, November 21. Overcast weather. While sorting through her sister's belongings, Jishu discovered this notebook. Now 5 years old, she recalls her sister's wish to document her life until the age of 18, and vows to carry on her sister's legacy. I shall take good care of her. Jishu could no longer hold back and broke into loud sobs, collapsing onto the ground, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly oblivious to the figure that had appeared behind her. Liwen observed the diary sprawled across her lap, and long-buried memories floated to the surface like waterweeds in a forgotten dream. He was transported back to that day of sorting through belongings. Witnessing the resilient spirit of the diary shatter entirely gently, he knelt beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head, Jishu saw her uncle, already beyond words in her grief. Uncle, she murmured indistinctly. It's all over now. Liwen enveloped her in his embrace, softly patting her back in a clumsy attempt at comforting. Uncle, thank you, thank you. Jishu was uncertain how long she had wept, but Liwen remained steadfast by her side. She sensed his own anguish, wishing she could weep freely in his arms, but how could he, burdened with the responsibilities of the company? Jishu had never felt inferior to other children. Others had parents, And she had her uncle, which sufficed. Her uncle treated her well, and through the diary, she could feel the love of her parents, meticulously recorded, making her undeniably the happiest child in the world. Her mother was remarkable. Her father adored her, and her uncle had raised her, fulfilling the duties of a parent. That evening Jisoo did not linger for dinner, nor did she stay overnight. After shedding enough tears, Lee Won asked no questions. He merely handed her the diary. "This is what your mother left for you. Your uncle has fulfilled her wish. From now on this diary belongs to you." Lee Won smiled gently at her, noting she was now a young lady, reminding her to exercise caution in her endeavors to prioritize her safety. My passport is in the car. I'll take you to get it shortly. Jisoo felt the urge to cry again, realizing her uncle was aware of her intentions to steal the passport. I'm sorry, uncle. No need for apologies. I raised you. Your character is also shaped by me. You are remarkable, and I take pride in you," Lee Won reassured her kindly, "but I feel so inadequate." Jisoo clutched the diary tightly, murmuring, "You shine brilliantly in your field, and that is more than enough." Standing outside the villa with her diary and passport cradled in her arms, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red, casting a warm glow over the distant mountains. The fading sunlight bathed Jisoo, who lowered her gaze, a shadow of despair darkening her features. The sound of a car's engine broke the silence, prompting her to lift her head. The vehicle came to a steady halt beside her, and a figure rushed out, anxiety etched across their face. Jang Jijing jogged to her side. "I thought you wouldn't return tonight." He noticed her silence, the redness around her eyes, and the items she held, including the passport. "Did Uncle Won scold you? Did he find out about the passport?" "Why would he scold you? You're too old for that." "Did he make you cry?" "I need to have a word with your uncle." He is overstepping. Jang Jijing's face was marked by indignation, though somewhat intimidated by Lee Won. He wouldn't back down for Jisoo's sake. Jisoo took a step closer, resting her face against Jang Jijing's chest. As docile as a kitten, startled, he realized she had never been this openly affectionate before. "What's wrong? Are you truly upset, my dear? You're breaking my heart. Should I go confront your uncle?" Jisoo grasped his shirt tightly, whispering, "Don't leave." Chapter 88. Jang Jijing, "You're done for." Jang Jijing looked at her in a panic, nodding vigorously. "I won't go anywhere." "What's the matter?" He wrapped his arms around her, taken aback by how small she felt against him. All along, she was just a girl, transitioning from obscurity to standing confidently in the spotlight, achieving success on her own terms without relying on anyone else. "I'm hungry," Jisoo said, tilting her head back to look at him with teary eyes. "All right, let us get something to eat." He guided her into the car. Glancing back at the villa with a furrowed brow, that evening Jisoo ate heartily, but her demeanor spoke of dissatisfaction as she mindlessly stuffed food into her mouth. "You've had enough," Jang Jijing said, holding her wrist. "You can't possibly be still hungry." "I'm not full yet." Jisoo gently shook her head. "We can eat more when we get back. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, I'll make you a midnight snack. Eating too much might keep you awake." After a moment of contemplation, Jisoo nodded. They dined at an outdoor restaurant, and as soon as they got back in the car, Jisoo clutched the diary and passport to her chest, her expression once again heavy with sorrow. Jang Jijing felt helpless watching her like this. He had never seen her so despondent. As soon as the car parked, Jisoo stepped out without a word and walked toward home, Jang Jijing trailing closely behind. He had a myriad of questions swirling in his mind but couldn't find the words to ask. Especially seeing her in such a state, Jang Jijing surmised that there must have been some conflict with Uncle Won, likely stemming from the passport incident. He couldn't confront Uncle Won about it. It was a family matter, and he feared being reprimanded himself. The thought of Uncle Won finding out about his relationship with Jisoo sent a chill down his spine. He hadn't yet won Jisoo over, and he needed to protect himself. Once inside her bedroom, Jisoo placed the diary and passport on the table and headed to the bathroom with a set of pajamas. Jang Jijing's gaze lingered on the diary she had left behind. Jisoo filled the bathtub with water and sat inside, hugging her knees. The contents of the diary swirled through her mind, her parents, and her uncle. She bowed her head, her eyes reddening once more. She was also a child who had been loved. She vividly recalled her first encounter with Jang Jijing at her parents' funeral. He stood beside his own parents, looking at her with pity, a gaze she found intolerable, as if to say, "You are the abandoned child, forsaken by your parents." Auntie Xian had been gentle, holding her as she cried, while Jang Jijing stood nearby. Perhaps it was the warmth of Auntie Xian's embrace that made her yearn for it. Or perhaps it was jealousy of Jang Jijing's apparent happiness. From the start, Jisoo's rivalry with Jang Jijing stemmed from envy. They had bickered, even before Auntie Xian, who initially tried to mediate, eventually allowed their disputes to unfold. Over the years, as circumstances changed, Jishu entered university and began her career, forgetting childhood hobbies, yet her disdain for Jiang Jijing remained unwavering. For years, they had been embroiled in this conflict, and Jishu had once thought it would never cease. But now it seemed that perhaps it would. Jiang Jijing had confessed his feelings for her, and she, in turn, felt the same. The child who once stood beside her parents, attempting to offer her candy, how had Jishu failed to realize that Jiang Jijing had made countless overtures towards her? Each Cold War had been initiated by him lowering his guard first. She should have recognized this sooner. Reflecting on her actions over the years, after a lengthy soak, when Jishu finally stood, water spilled over the bathtub's edge. She grabbed a towel and dried herself, staring down at her subtly changing abdomen, slowly placing her hand over it. Inside was a burgeoning life. Her mother had nurtured her in this very manner. Dressed in her pajamas, she emerged from the bathroom only to find Jiang Jijing with his back to her, focused on something. Jishu instinctively glanced at the table. Realizing the diary was missing, she hurried over to Jiang Jijing, who was engrossed in reading the diary. A jolt of panic surged through her. Her towel slipped from her grip and fell to the floor. Jiang Jijing, finally aware of her presence, looked up. You're done? Why haven't you dried your hair? Let me dry your hair, he offered. Jishu's eyes fixed on the diary resting on his lap. You read this? Jiang Jijing chuckled awkwardly. I did. Who told you to read this? Jishu exclaimed, her voice rising with agitation. I noticed you placed it on the table and thought I could take a glance. What gives you the right to rummage through my belongings? Have you no regard for my permission before peeking? Jishu's voice escalated and pitched. I am not peeking. I am viewing it openly. Jishu looked at him with a sense of despair, asking, What have you seen? I saw your birth. Jishu snatched the diary from him and, grabbing a nearby pillow, struck him. Jiang Jijing, you are finished. Jiang Jijing indeed intended to steal a glance at something. Who knew it would be a diary, chronicling every detail of Jishu and Aunt Li's pregnancy? When you have feelings for someone, you become curious about even their existence in their mother's womb. This diary greatly satisfied Jiang Jijing's curiosity. He was so engrossed in reading that he didn't even notice Jishu emerging from her bath. Jishu's face flushed with anger, while Jiang Jijing obediently took the blows from the pillow, not daring to retaliate. He then reached out to embrace her, saying, I was wrong. I didn't look much. There is still so much left. Can we not look anymore? Please don't be angry. It's fine to hit me, I deserve it. You are pregnant, so take care of yourself. Should I kneel before the keyboard? Jiang Jijing inquired cautiously. Jishu forcefully threw the pillow at Jiang Jijing. You are finished. Jishu took a deep breath to calm herself. Just moments ago, she felt indebted to Jiang Jijing. But now she wished to dismember him. Why hadn't she kicked him more when they were younger? If only she had kicked him in the head, perhaps his brain would have developed properly. And she wouldn't have to endure this frustration now. Her mother had said that this diary would be given to the man she loved in the future, just as she began to harbor a slight affection for Jiang Jijing. He had already seen it. Jiang Jijing sat on the bed, brazenly reading, even seeing his own birth, and gazing at her with such candor. Chapter 89, My dear Jiang Jijing observed her heavy breathing. Clearly agitated, you mustn't let yourself get worked up. Would you like to hit me a few more times? Jiang Jijing tentatively handed the pillow back to Jishu. Jishu, in a fit of anger, tossed the pillow away. Deep breath. I don't want to fight. I don't want to see you. The next moment, there was a thud as Jiang Jijing knelt at Jishu's feet. Jishu was startled. I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me, but you cannot ignore me. If I don't see you for a moment, my heart feels restless. If I don't sleep with you tonight, I might just perish. Shushu, you must understand. Jishu took a deep breath. I'm sorry, darling, I was wrong. Jiang Jijing grasped Jishu's hand and nuzzled against it. Shushu, young lady. Darling. My dear. Ugh. Jishu could no longer contain herself. Jiang Jijing boldly wrapped his arms around her waist, pleading, I promise, I won't make the same mistake again. Jiang Jijing, could you not show such weakness? Just slam the door and yell at me if you don't care. Jishu was genuinely furious, but now with his antics, her anger dissipated like a punch landing on cotton. Feeling utterly powerless. No, I am still quite clear-headed. If I were to slam your door now, I would never be able to enter it again. Jiang Jijing rested his chin on Jishu's lap, asking, Can we not be angry anymore? You are truly infuriating. Jishu mumbled. Typically, this demeanor indicated that she had calmed down. At that moment, Jiang Jijing seized the opportunity. Thank you, my dear. Ugh, I have goosebumps. This is so nauseating. Jishu shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Can I get up now? Jiang Jijing looked at her eagerly. Jishu kicked his knee, and Jiang Jijing chuckled, rising to sit beside her. A man's knees are worth gold. Ugh, my wife is about to be lost. What use is gold? Jiang Jijing dutifully prepared milk. Jishu shook her head. I ate too much tonight. I don't want any, then let it sit for a while. Jiang Jijing placed the milk on the bedside table that if you don't shower, don't rub against me. Jishu could no longer tolerate this sticky situation. Unable to shake him off, can I wash in this room? If I go out and you lock the door, I will have nowhere to cry. Jishu placed her hand against his chin. Can you not show such weakness? I've never seen someone like you. Jiang Jijing smiled as he grasped her hand, gently kissing her palm. Jishu's eyelashes fluttered, the spot where he kissed tingled. And her fingers curled slightly. I'm going to shower. Jiang Jijing took a set of pajamas and headed straight for the bathroom. Jishu listened to the sound of the door closing. Looking at her palm, which she tightly clenched together, clearing her throat a few times. Why do my ears always feel hot? Jishu rubbed her ear again, wondering why she felt blushed. Why did she blush from a mere flirtation? Jishu, you are truly disappointing. After calming down, Jishu glanced at the diary beside her, picked it up again, gently stroking the fabric cover, sighed softly, and then opened the drawer to place it inside. Forget it, if Jiang Jijing wants to look, let him know. I have developed feelings for him. Where could I possibly run? If Jiang Jijing dared to run away, she would certainly break his legs. Moreover, whether it was her uncle or Aunt Xin, they would undoubtedly stand by her side. Last night, Jiang Jijing stubbornly slept on the bed, even after being kicked by Jishu several times. But his thick-skinned Wen Ti let go. However, the next morning, Jiang Jijing noticed a significant change in Jishu. She was no longer like the day before, and today she seemed to be in good spirits. The passport had already been obtained, and the next step was to arrange for their trip abroad. Jiang Jijing had researched a lot of information online over the past 2 days and began preparing the necessary items. However, an abortion does have some impact on the body, and Jiang Jijing worried about the hospital standards, so he contacted friends to learn about the hospital connected to Su Nan's husband. Jishu occasionally became lost in thought over these days, sometimes sitting on the balcony soaking up the sun, resting her hand on her belly, sitting there for half an hour. Jiang Jijing consistently monitored Jishu's emotions. Assuming she was anxious about the impending surgery, Jiang Jijing felt uneasy as well. After all, it was their child, but Jishu's choice was paramount. As the end of the month approached, both of their moods sank lower. Jiang Jijing often found himself staring at Jishu as she became lost in thought, worrying about her. Ever since Jiang Jijing confessed his feelings for her, he had never slept on the floor again. Devising ways to climb into bed each night. It's so cold tonight. Let me sleep in the bed. I swear, I won't touch you. I didn't touch you. I was merely giving you a massage each time. Jishu found herself lured into his embrace by his sweet words. That night, Jishu found it difficult to sleep, waking up in the middle of the night in a daze. The bed was warm, and she realized her back was resting against Jiang Jijing's chest. For the past few days, she had become unaccustomed to other pillows, having grown accustomed to resting her head on Jiang Jijing's arm. Jishu thought to herself, we haven't even gotten together yet, and we're already sharing a bed. What would it be like once we are together? Just as she contemplated this, she sensed a slight movement behind her. Jiang Jijing's hand gently wrapped around her waist, then his palm rested on Jishu's belly. She felt his soft kisses on her neck, performed with utmost care, as though he feared waking her. Jishu's heart ached, and she turned to face him, pretending to be asleep as she nestled into his embrace. Jiang Jijing instinctively held her, gently patting her back, completely unaware that Jishu was already awake. The next day, Jiang Jijing asked, are we preparing to go abroad? Jishu paused for a moment before slowly shaking her head. My parents' Memorial Day is approaching. We can discuss it afterward. Jiang Jijing had not considered this. He usually went with his mother for the memorial, and this year he had completely forgotten about it. Alright, we can discuss it afterward. Jiang Jijing suddenly understood Jishu's recent odd behavior. She must have been reminiscing about the past. He regretted not noticing sooner. The weather had turned cooler recently, and the afternoon sun felt warm against their skin. Jishu sat in a lounge chair. Closing her eyes, she sensed a blanket draped over her and opened her eyes to find Jiang Jijing squatting beside her. Aren't you asleep? Jishu shook her head. Jiang Jijing wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning in to embrace her, saying, no matter what happens, I will be with you. You will always have me by your side. I understand that you are still adjusting. I will give you the time you need, but you must quickly get used to having me in your life. Chapter 90. Liking Jiang Jijing. Jishu gazed at the man half kneeling beside her. After a moment of contemplation, she placed her hand on his hair, gently tousling it. At that moment, Jiang Jijing looked like a well-behaved puppy. His eyes brightened as he leaned in, attempting to kiss her, but Jishu disdainfully pushed his face away, saying, you think just because I give you a little favor, you can take liberties? After being rejected, Jiang Jijing felt quite disheartened. A kiss wouldn't cost him anything. Get lost. Coincidentally, it was work hours. And Sunan took a short break to visit a CAF near the hospital. Jishu, clad in a black trench coat and a black cap, had a delicate and fair face peeking out from under the wide brim. Have you not considered it yet? Jishu was sipping sweet milk tea. Sunan, holding a cup of coffee, took a few sips and smiled. I believe you have already made up your mind. Haven to you, you used to love coffee, and now you don't drink it at all. A small amount won't harm you. How could a person's nature undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short span of time? Just a month ago, I could never have imagined that I would be in this position now, Jishu murmured. Sunan smiled lightly, asking, So is this current state good or bad? I have no regrets. Jishu replied with a smile. It seems I must congratulate you then. I haven't fully considered it yet. The change has been overwhelming, and it appears I still have to face numerous people and situations. Jishu couldn't help but think of Jiang Zijing's foolishness, pretending to be clever and ingratiating himself every day in front of her. And no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Following my heart, the thoughts within are of utmost importance. Very well, Jishu nodded with a smile. After finishing her cup of milk tea, she rose to her feet. Are you leaving so soon? I want to see my parents. Jishu said, her expression brightening. Please give my regards to uncle and aunt. Of course. In her car, Jishu had placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, a bundle of camellias, and a basket of fresh fruits, gathered early that morning from the villa. Still glistening with dew upon arriving at the cemetery, it was just past 9. As a child, her uncle would bring her here every year, but as she grew older, Jishu had come alone, holding 2 bouquets and a basket filled with fruit. She exchanged a few words with the staff before entering the cemetery. The weather today was not particularly favorable. A slight fog hung in the air. Reaching her parents' gravestone, she laid down the 2 bouquets. Each gravestone already displayed 2 bundles of camellias and 2 of white chrysanthemums. Jishu gazed at the camellias at her mother's gravestone. It seemed her uncle had already visited. However, she lingered on the other bouquet for quite some time. Who else would know that her mother loved camellias? After placing the flowers, Jishu knelt before the gravestone. Why do I always arrive late? Have mom and dad been waiting for me for long? She sat for a while with Sunan, speaking of an elder sister who had cared for her. I picked fruit at the villa, and it's very sweet. Jishu peeled open oranges and tangerines. Placing them before the 2 gravestones, these fruit trees were planted by her mother when she was young, and this year they bore abundant fruit, but she was somewhat picky and couldn't eat much. Mom, I read your diary. Thank you, and Dad, it has been many years, and my memories of you both have faded considerably. After reading the diary, you both came alive in my mind. I really like the name Mom chose. I didn't realize Dad was such a great cook, though I can hardly recall what it tasted like. Jishu continued to speak to her parents, her words flowing freely. Gradually, the weather cleared up. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting light upon Jishu. There is something I want to tell you. Jiang Zijing has seen Mom's diary. He's the son of Aunt Gxan, whom you both met before. Though I have no memory of it since Aunt G was abroad at the time, Jiang Zijing, though he can be rather annoying, he treats me quite well. I want to give it a try. After all these years of playful banter, you both must have noticed that he occupies my thoughts, doesn't he? He holds a special place in my heart, and I'm pregnant when the hospital confirmed it. I was truly terrified. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't tell my uncle or let anyone else know. Telling him was merely a moment of excitement and inability to restrain my emotions. Yet now, it seems I made the right choice. Jiang Zijing has been taking excellent care of me and is also attentive to the baby in my belly. In the past, I yearned for a boy who would look at me with adoration. To have a passionate romance, then marry and have children, but now the dream has abruptly been interrupted. I haven't even had the chance to date, and here I am, pregnant. You should scold me. I once thought about terminating the pregnancy. But now, I can't bear to part with it. Mom and Dad, I want to give birth to this child. It's still so small, I hardly feel anything while carrying him, but Mom was so happy when she was pregnant with me. I was nurtured by her. I want to keep him, to try and raise him. Jishu took a deep breath, her eyes already red, tears falling to the ground. Next time, I'll bring Jiang Zijing to see you. You will surely like him because he is the boy I cherish, but he can be quite infuriating at times. He often drives me up the wall that if he annoys me in the future, I won't hesitate to give him a good beating. We used to fight each other, but from now on, it'll be one-sided domestic violence. At this point, Jishu couldn't help but laugh. I know what you're going to say. You'll probably advise me to be more gentle and not scare your future son-in-law, right? He's tough and will be fine. Jishu wiped her tears away. I've said so much already. I need to head back. He is waiting for me to return for dinner. Someone said he would cook a big meal for me today, but all he knows how to make is wontons. I want to see what he can whip up. Upon exiting the cemetery, the sky was completely clear, and the sun shone brightly. Jisoo closed her eyes, tilting her head up to face the sun, a smile playing at her lips. She then opened the car door and got in. Chapter 91. My wife Jisoo navigated the highway in her car.at this hour. The highway was relatively empty. Soft music played in the background, and Jisoo felt elated. What would Jiang Zijing's reaction be if he knew her decision? He actually seemed quite fond of it and was reluctant to let go. Otherwise, why would he sneakily place his hand on her belly while she was asleep? After they got together, they would have to return to see Aunt Xin. What would her reaction be? Perhaps she would feel like a flower blooming in a pile of dung. And what about her uncle, if he discovered he was about to become a great uncle? What would he think? Oh right, Jiang Zijing getting her pregnant before marriage would definitely not sit well with her uncle. That he could take a beating. He was tough enough. Lost in these thoughts, Jisuo's phone rang. She glanced at it, smiled, and answered on speaker. What's up? Are you on your way back? Jiang Zijing, wearing an apron, was cooking in the kitchen. I'm on the road, drive slowly. Dinner will be ready just in time for you. I made fried ribs that taste just like takeout. You will absolutely love it. Self-praise is no praise. It only counts if I say it's delicious. Alright, I'll wait for you to try it. After saying that, Jiang Zijing added earnestly, I'm waiting for you. Okay. After hanging up, Jisoo suppressed a smile. How amusing. They hadn't even started dating, yet she was already grinning from ear to ear. Earlier, she had advised her fans against being love-struck, yet here she was, lost in her own infatuation. Perhaps she should go out and gather a basket of wild vegetables to clear her head. However, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Zijing could make delicious chive dumplings. The thought made her eager to return. The car cruised smoothly on the highway. As she prepared to exit, Jisoo pressed the brake pedal, intending to slow down. A few seconds later, her face turned pale. She glanced at the brake pedal and pressed down harder, but it still showed no response. Jisoo's mind went blank for a moment before it dawned on her that the cruise control had malfunctioned. And the brakes had failed. The car was unable to stop. Her hands trembled uncontrollably on the steering wheel. Jisoo tightened her grip, her breathing becoming frantic as her heart raced violently. She forced herself to stay calm. Activating the hazard lights and high beams, shifting the gear into neutral, she attempted to cut off the engine's power while repeatedly tapping the brakes to slow down. After this flurry of actions, her back was drenched in sweat, yet the vehicle's speed showed no signs of decreasing. Jisoo continued to maneuver the car along the highway, then grabbed her phone to dial emergency services. A soothing female voice answered. Hello, how may I assist you? Jisoo suppressed her voice, striving to keep it steady despite her fear. Hello, I'm on the highway, and my cruise control has malfunctioned. The brakes have also failed. And I can't slow down the car. Please confirm your exact location. I just passed the urban area on Jinwan Highway. Alright, we will dispatch officers immediately. Please continue driving and turn on your hazard and high beams. Hold down the horn to alert nearby vehicles. Please hold on. The officers will contact you shortly. Remain calm. After hanging up, Jisoo remained tense. She still needed to get back. Jiang Zijing was waiting for her. Jisoo redialed the number she had called just a few minutes ago. Shushu, are you in the urban area? I'm coming down to pick you up. The voice on the other end was filled with joy. From the moment she realized her brakes had failed, Jisoo had been consumed with anxiety and fear, but upon hearing Jiang Zijing's voice, her eyes suddenly felt heavy with tears. She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Hello, Jisoo, why are you silent? Jiang Zijing. Jisoo's voice was thick with emotion. Jiang Zijing stiffened, listening intently to the voice on the phone, and his expression shifted to concern. Jisoo, where are you? Jisoo choked on her words. My car has a little issue. The brakes have failed, and I'm currently. In an instant, Jiang Zijing's mind went blank, and his heart raced. He frantically grabbed the car keys, rushing to open the door. Jisoo, listen to me, stay calm. Everything will be alright. Call the police immediately. Where are you? Send me your location. You must stay calm. Don't be afraid, and keep driving steadily. The string in Jisoo's mind had completely snapped, and he could no longer contain himself. Jiang Zijing, what if I die? Jiang Zijing's voice was filled with urgency, yet upon hearing those words an inexplicable anger surged within him, filling his chest with a profound rage. Jisoo, you damn well will not come to harm. Do not be afraid. Jiang Zijing, I haven't even introduced you to my parents yet. I promise them, we will meet your parents tomorrow. It will be fine. Nothing will happen. A brake failure is a minor issue. We will be safe, trust me. Jisoo's eyes glistened with tears, and as he gazed at the road ahead, a sense of confusion washed over him. He wiped his tears forcefully and took a deep breath. If I die, and you dare to seek someone else, I will haunt you even as a ghost. As Jiang Zijing entered the car, Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he chuckled softly, saying, "We agreed to be entangled for a lifetime." Jishu continued to speak. "You are not allowed to like anyone else, nor are you permitted to have children with anyone else. You cannot make milk for others, nor can you embrace or kiss anyone else. You can only be mine. I am yours, solely yours. I will cherish you for a lifetime." Jishu heard the distant sound of police sirens and spoke into the phone. "The police are here. I must hang up now." "Alright, Jishu, do not be afraid." Just after Jishu ended the call, he immediately received a call from an officer. "Our vehicle is currently behind you. Please continue driving, and we will guide you to the emergency lane." "We have arranged for an engineer from the Forest dealership to provide remote assistance. Just follow their instructions." "Thank you." Jiang Jijing was unable to reach Jishu. As their vehicle was halted by traffic police upon entering the highway, someone in front had exited their car to inquire about the situation. Jiang Jijing parked and rushed to the front. "I apologize, sir, but this intersection is closed. We need you to wait patiently." Jiang Jijing glanced at the highway, stating, "I need to get on the highway now. There may be accidents on the highway. The service areas are closed to clear out civilian vehicles and reduce traffic on the main line. I hope you can cooperate with us." Jiang Jijing tried to calm himself. Was there a vehicle experiencing brake failure on the highway? "The license plate number is XXXX. The officer paused briefly before asking, "Who is in that vehicle?" "My wife." Chapter 92. Safe. The technician from the Forest dealership guided Jishu over the phone. Yet they still could not bring the vehicle to a halt. The car had been traveling on the highway for an hour, and there was no way to turn off the engine. He had just filled the gas tank that morning. Depleting the tank was evidently not a viable option. Initially, Jishu was quite anxious, but now he seemed to have suddenly calmed down. There were 2 police cars leading the way in front, with another behind. He was not alone. The officer on the phone continued to reassure him, and there was Jiang Jijing. He was going back to see him. Everything would be fine. There was a baby in his belly. He had just decided to bring the child into this world. Nothing would go wrong. They would all be safe. The navigation system announced that they were nearing the emergency lane, while the officer continued directing Jishu. The distance was closing in, and Jishu looked at the steep incline ahead, gritting his teeth. He veered into the right lane. The car sped forward. In that instant, Jishu tightly shut his eyes. Dust swirled around him, and he heard a buzzing sound as his body lurched forward due to inertia. He instinctively shielded his belly with one hand, and the airbag deployed, enveloping him completely. Jishu felt a wave of dizziness, with a continuous ringing in his ears, as if time had momentarily paused. The anticipated pain did not arrive. He merely felt the tight grip of the seatbelt. Gradually, Jishu slowed down. The vehicle had come to a forced stop. Embedded in the soft sand, he sighed in relief, his body still trembling from the shock, his legs weak. He trembled as he attempted to unbuckle his seatbelt, but he lacked the strength to do so. Struggling unsuccessfully several times, just then, the car door was yanked open. Jishu turned his head to look, and his entire body froze. The figure outside was silhouetted against the light. "Jiang Jijing." Jishu's voice trembled. The moment Jiang Jijing saw her, the anxiety that had been hanging in his heart finally settled. He bent down and enveloped her in his arms. "It's alright, thank goodness, you're safe." Jiang Jijing's voice quivered as well, his tense body gradually relaxing. Jishu rested her chin on his shoulder, listening to his voice, and finally felt calm. Indeed, she was safe now. Jiang Jijing unbuckled her seatbelt and lifted her out of the car. The police officers gathered around to conduct routine inquiries about any injuries. Jishu shook her head, feeling no discomfort, except, throughout the ordeal, Jishu had been protecting her belly, which Jiang Jijing had noticed. The officer who had been leading the way stopped his car and approached. Upon making eye contact with them, the officer appeared quite surprised. "How is it you two again?" Jishu smiled awkwardly. "Officer Chen, what a coincidence. The last time, when a pervert broke into our home, it was also Officer Chen who assisted me in filing the report." "Is everything alright? Thank you for your concern. There is no major issue." "The car will be towed to the Forest dealership for an investigation into the cause of the incident." Jiang Jijing wrapped an arm around Jishu, thanking the officers. These officers were not ignorant of the internet. They were momentarily surprised upon seeing the couple but did not overly concern themselves. Jiang Jijing drove them home, supporting Jishu as they got into the car, leaving his contact information with the officers for any future inquiries. Seated in the passenger seat, Jishu's heart raced, still pounding with anxiety. Although she was assured of her safety, she couldn't shake the feeling of dread slipping back into the tense state she had just experienced. Her fingers tightly gripped her clothing. Jiang Jijing, having dealt with the situation, joined her in the car. Noticing her unusual demeanor, he placed his hand over hers. "It's okay now." Jishu suddenly snapped back to reality and nodded. Jiang Jijing had water in the car. Jishu grabbed a bottle and attempted to twist it open, but after several tries, it wouldn't budge. Jiang Jijing leaned over and opened the cap for her, offering her a few sips. After drinking, Jishu gradually calmed down. "I'll take you to the hospital." Jiang Jijing started the vehicle and drove away. Once they exited the highway, the restrictions were lifted, allowing normal traffic. "Does your belly hurt? Contact Sunan and see if she can check you out." Jishu was actually fine. She was merely protecting her belly out of fear. However, hearing his suggestion, she nodded. Things were different now. Before, she and T decided to carry the baby to term and didn't need to be overly cautious, but now the child's safety was paramount. Sunan met them at the hospital entrance and, upon seeing them together, nearly glanced at Jiang Jijing. "What's going on? Does your belly hurt, or what? You seemed fine when you left this morning," Sunan inquired with concern. "There was a bit of an incident on the highway, and we want to get checked." Sunan half embraced her, pulling down her mask. "It's fine. I'll take you. I just contacted the doctor. This time, being mealtime, the hospital was notably less crowded." Jishu went in for her examination, while Jiang Jijing and Sunan waited outside. Jiang Jijing felt somewhat anxious. "I don't know if she hit her belly. When I saw her, she was protecting her belly, and she said she was fine." Sunan was exasperated by his restlessness. "What good does your worry do now? Where were you earlier?" Jiang Jijing regretted it deeply. He should have gone with her this morning instead of allowing her to drive alone. "I told you, what good is your concern now? Why were you so irresponsible to let her get pregnant?" Jiang Jijing looked at her in shock, disbelief etched across his face. After a few seconds, he steadied his emotions. "You figured it out. Did you kiss her recently?" Sunan pressed for details. "Which day exactly? You kiss her often?" Sunan asked in astonishment. "I couldn't help it." Sunan took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jishu had indeed fallen into the depths of love. Chapter 93. A man cannot say never. "How did you figure it out?" Jiang Jijing asked curiously. "I could count the men around her on one hand. Who else could it be but you?" Sunan shot him a look. "Indeed, what else with that smug expression of yours? You wouldn't understand." After a while, Jishu completed her full examination. Not long after, the results came out. Everything was normal with the fetus. Jishu felt a sense of relief. "Is the adult okay? Does she have any discomfort?" Jiang Jijing inquired again from the doctor. "The adult is in good health. There are no issues, just ensure she gets enough nutrition." "All right, thank you, doctor." Jishu stood beside Sunan, watching Jiang Jijing converse with the doctor, her eyes glued to him. Sunan glanced at her a few times, utterly incredulous. Having known Jishu for so many years, she had never seen her like this. Once someone falls in love, even a strong woman can transform into a soft girl. After leaving the hospital, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Since leaving home, Jiang Jijing had been on edge, but now that the examination results were in, and Jishu was safe, he felt a sense of stability. "Shall we head home?" Jiang Jijing asked, tilting his head to look at her. Jishu nodded. "I'm hungry." Halfway through their drive, Jishu suddenly asked, "Can you make dumplings? I yearn for dumplings." At home, there exists a filling of carrots. However, my desire leans towards those filled with shepherd's purse. "Is that not a wild vegetable?" Jishu replied, eager for them. "Alright, please wait a moment." Jiang Jijing paused by the roadside to make a phone call. It took several seconds before it was answered. "Mom, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Exan was preoccupied with something, and the noise on the other end was quite chaotic. "The shepherd's purse dumplings you made last time. Where did you find the shepherd's purse?" "I dug it up in the mountains. The supermarket sells wild ones, but they can be hard to find. Sometimes you get lucky." "Which supermarket?" "Any supermarket, I suppose. Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry." I'll hang up now. After Jiang Jijing ended the call, she swiftly searched on her phone and discovered that wild shepherd's purse was indeed available for purchase. She selected 2 portions and arranged for delivery. Jishu preferred handmade dumpling skins, so she bought a rolling pin and flour and decided to prepare the meat filling at home. Jiang Jijing ordered everything she needed online, and it indicated that delivery would arrive in half an hour. "You haven't eaten yet. Let us return home for a meal." Jishu inquired. "Can you make dumplings?" "Of course, I definitely can. Even if I couldn't, I would have to learn." Once inside the house, Jishu felt slightly dazed. So much had transpired that day. Evoking a deep sense of reflection, Jiang Jijing had several dishes laid out on the table, even a bouquet of fresh flowers. "I suppose it's all gone cold. Let me warm it up." Jishu picked up a piece of rib to taste, though it was cold and somewhat unappetizing. The flavor was indeed quite authentic, reminiscent of takeout. It's not fit to eat when cold. It'll upset my stomach. Jiang Jijing reheated the dishes, and the two of them made do with what they had. Jishu consumed more than half a bowl of rice, which was quite a feat for her, as she typically only took a few bites. "Is it delicious?" Jiang Jijing observed the oil smudged at the corner of her mouth. Smiling as she asked. Jishu, feeling quite satisfied, smiled in return. It is indeed delicious. Jiang Jijing stood up, retrieved a napkin, and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Jishu blinked her long eyelashes. Momentarily breathless, resembling a little kitten, Jiang Jijing chuckled softly. After a few wipes, Jishu brushed his hand away. She always felt that Jiang Jijing's every action had a purpose, as if he were intentionally trying to entice her. Jishu had a rebellious spirit. She could hook someone herself but refused to be caught by another. She roughly grabbed a napkin and wiped her mouth. Jiang Jijing began to tidy the dining table. Jishu held onto the napkin as she searched for the trash bin. The one in the living room lacked a garbage bag, spotting a black trash bag in the corner by the shoe cabinet. She intended to throw the napkin in, however, as she crouched down, a burnt odor wafted up. Upon untying the trash bag, she wrinkled her nose in distaste. A glance revealed takeout wrappers and numerous overcooked dishes. Ah, no wonder it looks exactly like takeout. There is no difference. It turned out it was takeout after all. Jishu discarded the tissue and retied the bag. She placed her hands on her hips and walked into the kitchen, where Jiang Jijing was washing the dishes. Do you need my help? Jishu inquired. No need. What help would I require to wash a few dishes? Jishu nodded but continued, how did you prepare those ribs? They were quite delicious. Just marinate them with spices for half an hour, then fry them in hot oil, and fry again once they're nearly done. Jishu listened intently, intrigued. You won't burn them? Right, Jiang Jijing, brimming with confidence, retorted. What a trivial matter. How could I possibly burn them? You underestimate me. Oh, I see. You're quite impressive. Jishu smiled. Jiang Jijing sensed an undertone of sarcasm in her compliment. Though it didn't matter, he was adept at discerning the essence of praise. As long as he knew Jishu acknowledged his skills. Jishu shook her head lightly, observing his foolishly joyful demeanor. Realizing he genuinely believed she was praising him, let him be happy, she thought, knowing she wasn't skilled in cooking either, and certainly wouldn't want to undermine Jiang Jijing's confidence. If they were to be together, they couldn't survive solely on takeout. Someone had to learn to cook. Jiang Jijing had been frequently entering the kitchen lately, although the pampered young master had never lifted a finger in his 20+ years. He was now familiarizing himself with the essentials, leaving the rest to takeout. After tidying up, Jiang Jijing rolled up his sleeves and began to knead dough according to an online tutorial. Do you know how? Jishu realized her question was unnecessary, yet she couldn't help herself. Of course, I can. Jiang Jijing proportioned the flour and water before beginning to knead. Jishu washed the shepherd's purse in the kitchen. Just as she was about to grab a knife for chopping, she heard Jiang Jijing's panicked voice. Little ancestor, don't touch the knife. I'm fine, you don't need to touch anything. Just sit or stand there. Jiang Jijing wouldn't dare let her handle such things, knowing that if she cut herself it would be his heart that ached. Then I'm just idling here. Jishu observed him bustling about, unsure of what to do. How about you try kneading the dough? Jishu eagerly approached. Jiang Jijing's slender wrist could easily be restrained by a single hand. Yet when it came to kneading the dough, he found her surprisingly strong. Just for a moment, he cautioned, afraid she might strain her stomach. Alright, Jiang Jijing began chopping meat and vegetables, tasks that required no finesse. Simply direct action. The sounds of chopping echoed through the kitchen. The two novices in the kitchen surprisingly managed to make it look somewhat presentable. Chapter 94. Willingly caught. Jiang Jijing continued to adjust the seasonings according to the recipe, cautious not to add too much salt for fear of making it too salty, while also adding peanut oil. As he glanced over, he saw Jishu had begun tearing the dough into small portions. They had only seen others roll out dough online and were now attempting it themselves. Still unsure of how to proceed, using the rolling pin felt awkward, so Jishu retrieved a glass milk bottle from the fridge, finished the milk, and began rolling out the dough. Finding it much more effective, Jiang Jijing sprinkled flour on the table, but he overdid it, causing Jishu to choke slightly. They each busied themselves, and after a short while, they lifted their gazes to meet each other's eyes. Jishu laughed. You have flour all over your face, and you dare to comment on me? Jiang Jijing playfully scraped his finger across the tip of Jishu's nose. The spot tickled her, and as she touched her nose, more flour clung to it. Jiang Jijing could no longer contain his amusement. He pinched her face, marveling at how silly she looked. You're the silly one. Jishu smeared flour on his face, creating a symmetrical mess on either side. Jiang Jijing smiled, allowing her to indulge in her antics. Jishu admired her handiwork, noticing the flour dusting Jiang Jijing's dark hair, making him appear somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, Jishu looked up and found herself gazing into Jiang Jijing's eyes. His gaze was deep, as though it contained the vastness of the universe, and at that moment, it was solely focused on her, filled with warmth that seemed ready to overflow. Jishu's heart raced. In that instant, she realized Jiang Jijing's affection had already enveloped her. She had thought that changing their relationship would be difficult, It had now seemed so effortless. She conceded that Jiang Jijing had successfully caught her, and she was willingly ensnared. Jishu slightly lifted her heels, tugging at Jiang Jijing's collar, urging him to bend down, and then she tilted her neck, pressing her lips against his. Jiang Jijing's pupils dilated in surprise as he stared at her. Jishu had closed her eyes, softly tracing his lips. At that moment, Jiang Jijing found himself thinking that Jishu's kissing skills were quite lacking. She clearly had no idea how to kiss. The next second, however, Jiang Jijing wrapped one arm around her waist and the back of her head, taking control. Jishu felt a little dazed, surprised that she was the one initiating the kiss. Suddenly, with the kiss, she felt her entire body weaken, her legs losing their strength. As the kiss ended, Jiang Jijing gazed down at Jishu, who opened her hazy eyes, glistening with moisture. Jiang Jijing's voice was hoarse, tender and lingering. He bent down and lifted her onto the table without waiting for her to catch her breath, kissing her again. Their breaths mingled, their lips entwined, the living room filled with the soft sounds of their intimacy. Jishu struggled to breathe, pushing against his chest, but it was akin to a kitten trying to move a mountain. She could hardly budge. Jiang Jijing, fortunately, he retained some semblance of rationality, forcing himself to pause, giving her rosy lips a few gentle pecks, accompanied by soft sounds. Jishu's face instantly flushed crimson. Typically she only blushed at the ears, but now her entire face was aflame, and without needing a mirror, she could tell. She quickly covered her face, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Hearing Jiang Jijing's low, husky chuckle resonating in her ears made her heart race. Slowly Jishu moved her fingers, revealing just her eyes. She had intended to glance at Jiang Jijing, only to meet his gaze once more. Jiang Jijing leaned down and lightly nibbled at her finger. The sensation tickled, as if he had bitten into her very heart, causing her to cover her face again. Jiang Jijing wore a satisfied smile, his voice laced with seduction. Why did you kiss me? Shushu, what business is it of yours? Then why are you so shy? I'm not. Then why cover your face? Jishu slowly shifted her hand, still only revealing her eyes. You make me feel weak all over. Jiang Jijing pressed his forehead against hers, breathing softly. Indeed, Jishu willingly took the bait, yet it felt as if this hook had ensnared her entirely. Our dear Shushu is simply too delicate. Jiang Jijing chuckled teasingly. Jishu felt her cheeks flush slightly, her temperature soaring, surpassing even the severity of a high fever. Jiang Jijing was unrelenting, seizing the opportunity to press on. Shushu hasn't yet answered my question. Why did you kiss me? With her hands covering her face, Jishu lightly bit her lip. Why did I kiss you? Surely you must have some inkling. Jiang Jijing playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his finger, the stark contrast between her fair skin and deep ebony hair striking. Jishu's attention was captivated, watching Jiang Jijing's fingers dance through her hair, his well-defined knuckles too alluring to look away from. Jishu murmured, You looked at my diary. Suddenly confronted with this old grievance, Jiang Jijing recalled the headache he had endured while trying to console her. Why bring up the diary now? In such a tender moment, he was momentarily taken aback. Jishu lifted her gaze to meet his. You looked at my diary. What does that mean? The literal meaning. Jishu composed herself and stepped away from him. Descending from the table, Jiang Jijing remained frozen in place, bewildered as to why she had turned her back on him so abruptly after their kiss. Was this not the behavior of a heartless woman? He now felt as wronged as a neglected little wife. Moments later, Jishu re-emerged, a notebook in hand. Jiang Jijing's heart sank. Was she about to dredge up old issues again? How would he placate her this time? Jishu placed the diary on the pristine tabletop, her tone grave and serious. This is for you, huh? What do you mean, huh? It's a gift for you. Jiang Jijing was at a loss. After having been so incensed that he had trembled and struck himself with a pillow, now she was presenting it to him. Could this be some sort of trap? Over the years, he had been thoroughly duped by her before and was wary of what Jishu might concoct to tease him next. Though he believed he had played his part rather well, sensing his hesitation, Jishu stifled a laugh in her heart but maintained a stern expression, her tone resembling that of a commander. You have one day to read it all. Jiang Jijing nodded eagerly. That evening, the two enjoyed dumplings together. The filling was somewhat bland, but they were meant to be dipped in vinegar anyway. The dumpling skins were a touch thick, yet Jishu was too preoccupied to discern their taste. All she could think of was the reckless kiss they had shared earlier in the afternoon. How mortifying. Chapter 95. You have captivated my heart. Since Jishu had set the task, Jiang Jijing was determined to complete it, even if it meant foregoing sleep. He dared not read the diary in front of Jishu, fearing she might change her mind and unleash her wrath upon him. After all, pregnant women often struggle to manage their emotions. While reading the diary, he took notes with a pen and paper at his side, anxious not to overlook anything. What if Jishu suddenly asked a question and he was caught off guard? Yet, having known her for so many years, Jiang Jijing was quite familiar with Jishu's little habits and preferences. all of which were documented within the diary. Upon hearing the water stop running in the bathroom, he swiftly tucked the diary away. Jishu remained remarkably composed that evening. When she emerged, she glanced at Jiang Zijing's expression. Saying nothing, that night, he clung to her as if he were a stubborn adhesive. Being held while sleeping was rather pleasant, but Jiang Zijing's hands grew increasingly restless after receiving several playful slaps from Jishu. He pouted, claiming he was hurt by her playful blows. The next day, Jiang Zijing's plans to visit Jishu's parents were postponed. Jishu had gone to the office, which would take her the entire morning. And he certainly couldn't bear the thought of her driving alone. Jishu hadn't been to the office in a while and went straight to Tan Li's office. Tan Li was in the midst of reprimanding an artist under her charge. When their eyes met, Jishu took a seat on the sofa. Such scenes were familiar to Jishu. She had been in that position herself once. Tan Li had often spoken to her in the same manner. And hearing it again felt oddly disconcerting. "You may leave now. This is your last chance." The young man, being scolded, kept his gaze lowered, nodding as he left. "If only they were all as easy to manage as you," Tan Li remarked with a smile. "I have certainly given you my fair share of trouble," Jishu replied nonchalantly, "but enough of that. I have a script here that looks quite promising. Would you like to take a look? Isn't the variety show you recorded airing tonight? Let us see how it performs first. The company has already prepared for potential backlash. When does this production start filming?" Jishu asked, examining the rather thick script. "By the end of the year. I'll take a look at the script first," Tan Li replied with a bright smile, her lipstick a striking shade that radiated confidence. "What did you discuss during your last dinner with President Zhuang?" Jishu chuckled lightly. "We talked a bit about the contract. It's still not finalized. I was originally going to attend, but it happened that President Zhuang wanted to speak with you privately. It seems he holds you in high regard." "Jishu, you must seize this opportunity," Tan Li said meaningfully. "I appreciate President Zhuang's kindness. I will strive to work diligently," Jishu responded lightly. Tan Li smiled. Jishu was undeniably beautiful, and many had taken notice of her over the years. Unlike before, when she was an unknown newcomer who had turned down offers swiftly, it was even less likely for her to stray from the right path now that she had gained fame. But those who garnered President Zhuang's interest surely had their own means. Jiang Zijing sat upright at the table, pen in hand, earnestly perusing the diary. After 2 hours of effort, he had reached the age of 3. Looking at the thick notebook, he wondered if he could finish it all in one day. A quick flip through revealed distinct differences in handwriting. The latter entries appeared to be penned by Jishu's uncle. Jiang Zijing turned to the next page and found the following lines: "In the future, I hope you can gift this diary to the man you love." Upon reading this, Jiang Zijing found himself wanting to make a note in his own notebook. But as soon as he wrote the first word, he paused to reflect on the meaning behind the sentence. A sudden realization dawned on him. What could this possibly signify? Andli hoped that this diary would be given to Jishu's future beloved. And yesterday, Jishu had given it to him. It was explicitly stated to be a gift for him. With a loud clatter, the pen slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. Jiang Zijing read the passage over and over, chewing on those words until their meaning became unmistakably clear. Jishu had instructed him to read the diary in its entirety within a day. While he would undoubtedly struggle to finish it, her intent was evident. What did this mean? "Jiang Zijing, could you be so dense?" This was nothing short of a confession. Jishu liked him. After leaving the company, Jishu prepared to hail a taxi on the roadside. She certainly would not renew her contract, but since it would still be some time before it expired, and having decided to carry the child, she could no longer pursue acting. Looking up, she spotted a car pulling up before her and chuckled lightly. "What brings you here?" Jishu opened the door and climbed into the car, noticing Jiang Zijing's expression was somewhat tense. "Have you finished discussing company matters?" "Not much to discuss. I was told to come back and read the script." "All right." Jishu observed that Jiang Zijing seemed unusually quiet today, unlike his usual clingy self. And he was driving faster than usual. When they arrived at the underground parking garage, as Jishu bent down to unbuckle her seatbelt, she heard Jiang Zijing's voice. "I read the diary." Jishu paused momentarily, continuing her actions while feigning calmness. "Oh, you finished reading it too?" "Yes." "So you clearly understand what it means to gift the diary to me." Even now, Jiang Zijing sought confirmation. Jishu frowned. "Why are you being so tedious about this?" Jiang Zijing, feeling reproached, smiled like a fool and leaned in to embrace Jishu. "So this means you've taken a liking to me?" "I simply find you annoying. I've grown weary of your clinginess, and you do have a knack for taking care of others," Jiang Zijing replied, pulling her closer and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "You speak with a forked tongue." Jishu playfully punched him on the shoulder, her annoyance evident. "I enjoy your double standards." Jiang Zijing chuckled. "Do you even know how to speak?" Jiang Zijing pressed his forehead against hers. You really don't know if I can speak well. Jishu, noticing the eager glint in Jiang Zijing's eyes, realized what he was after and hastily pushed him away, reminding him that they were still in the parking garage. Let us head home. Previously, Jiang Zijing had always been vague and indirect when he embraced or kissed her, and now, with a clear identity, he had gained confidence. I can walk on my own. Jishu protested as Jiang Zijing scooped her up effortlessly, securely cradling her in his arms. This is so embarrassing. Someone might see us. Jishu recalled the last time she had been carried, overhearing gossip from older ladies. Last time, it was due to a foot injury. This time, Jiang Zijing was undoubtedly showing off on purpose. Then bury your face in my shoulder, Jiang Zijing suggested with a teasing tone, clearly enjoying himself. Jishu bit her lip, struggling to suppress a smile as she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face into his shoulder. Jiang Zijing chuckled softly, causing her cheeks to flush even more, and she playfully punched him on the back. Chapter 96, Brother. Upon returning home, Jiang Zijing overwhelmed Jishu with kisses, leaving her breathless and her lips swollen. It was only when Jishu tugged at his hair that he reluctantly released her. You must call me something sweet, and then I'll let you go, Jiang Zijing urged in a sultry whisper. Release me, Shushu, girlfriend. Jiang Zijing was once again lowering his head to kiss her. Jishu was truly frightened by the kiss and hastily softened her tone, murmuring brother. In the next moment, Jishu found her lips sealed once more. Jiang Zijing, the deceiver. Much later, Jishu noticed Jiang Zijing had updated his social media. Others might not comprehend, but just a glance was enough to make Jishu want to slap her own mouth. Someone's next 12 lifetimes were doomed. Jishu distinctly remembered during the initial livestream when she advised her fans, lamenting that a man's misfortunes could last a lifetime. Spending money on a man could bring calamities for 3 lifetimes. And being with a man would bring misfortune for 8. She never anticipated that Jiang Zijing would actually remember this. Jishu now felt dizzy, realizing that this was the taste of love. It felt quite pleasant. Oh no, she had even developed such thoughts. It seemed her next 12 lifetimes were indeed finished. Tonight marked the premiere of a variety show. Jishu had no stock photos on her phone, so she decided to take a few pictures in the dressing room, preparing to promote herself tonight. Jiang Zijing had a live stream scheduled, arranged by his manager, leaving no room for refusal, so they would just chat casually. After taking the photos, Jishu settled on the sofa to select the best ones. Jiang Zijing was busy adjusting his phone stand for the evening's livestream and couldn't help but peek at Jishu. What are you taking so many photos for? To promote, she replied. Are you really going to post all these? Jiang Zijing exclaimed, as there appeared to be over a dozen images. A 9-square grid. Jiang Zijing returned to the sofa, his tone somewhat sour. You are quite generous to your fans. It's just a few photos. Jishu selected a few images and posted them with a caption, inviting everyone to join her on a virtual trip to Changbai Mountain tonight. As soon as the photos were released, fans flooded in, and as Jishu scrolled through the flurry of compliments, a smile lingered on her lips. Jiang Zijing cast a resentful glance. He hadn't received such smiles from her before, and it irked him deeply. Jiang Zijing's livestream was scheduled before the variety show aired. While Jishu lounged in her room, and Jiang Zijing remained in the living room. As the broadcast began, a considerable number of viewers tuned in. Jiang Zijing casually chatted with the fans, and the two had essentially warmed up the audience for the evening show, ensuring that the subsequent buzz would be substantial. Naturally, Jiang Zijing's stream quickly claimed the top trending spot. Suddenly, a message from his manager arrived. Jiang Zijing glanced at it. What's going on? Upon reviewing the link sent, he discovered that he had been photographed earlier that afternoon while picking up Jishu from the company, although Jishu had her back to the camera. His face was unmistakably clear. He hadn't even changed his clothes for the livestream. Jiang Zijing looked back at the barrage of comments, which were already rife with speculation. The trending topic read, Jiang Zijing picks up girlfriend in luxury car. Intimate gestures. Just as things were settling, he wondered which paparazzi was meddling in his affairs. Jishu also stumbled upon the trending topic, staring at her own photo in disbelief, unable to utter a word. She immediately flung open her door to confront Jiang Zijing, who was still live streaming in the living room. Before she could voice her concerns, the comments began flooding in again. What's going on? Why does this woman look just like Jishu, right? I was just thinking the same. I saw her update her photos in this outfit. They haven't even changed clothes. Jiang Zijing calmly took a sip of water, inwardly mocking the paparazzi for their unusual angle. The individual in the photo was indeed Jishu. He had simply given her a ride after spotting her hailing a cab earlier that day. Not realizing the paparazzi were so attentive, Jiang Zijing's tone dripped with sarcasm. Jishu felt a twinge of anxiety, considering how strained their relationship was, wondering if sharing a car would seem odd. But upon glancing at the comments, I knew it. Our old Jiang looks like a lifelong bachelor. With that mouth, how could any woman possibly be attracted to him, Jisoo, when I saw that outfit? I was quite puzzled. Didn't he expect it to be GSHU'd? Is she really working that hard to promote herself now? They can actually share a car for publicity. I honestly didn't plan to watch this variety show. But seeing the main character working so hard, how can we as fans be slack? I'm genuinely curious. With their history, won't they end up clashing during filming? Is there going to be kissing scenes? Will they gross each other out while kissing? I really didn't want to watch. After all, my brother doesn't lack for his show, but now I'm genuinely intrigued to see how much chaos they can stir up together. Why isn't it 8 o'clock yet? I'm dying to see the update. Jisoo observed the comments diverging entirely from the point, and not a single person was addressing the core issue. She then looked back at the trending topic. When I opened the trending page, I thought I was seeing things. Jang Ji-jing, he can actually get a girlfriend. I thought it was really his girlfriend, but turns out it's his archenemy. Has the paparazzi really nothing better to do? Just because they shared a car means they're lovers? I wouldn't even believe it if they were lying on the same bed. It feels scripted. How much are they paying the cast for this? They can really sit together without clashing. I'm genuinely curious. After all these years of rivalry, who actually won? Although I'm a fan of Jang Ji-jing, I must admit my guy has a rather sharp tongue. Haha, mine isn't gentle either. He is 25 now, and we fans often wonder when a yellow finally finds someone impossible, though Jang Ji-jing is sharp-tongued. He is definitely quicker than your guy in nonsense. With someone like Jang Ji-jing, what woman would willingly be interested in him? LOL, does anyone even want Jisoo? Jisoo watched as the conversation swerved once more. It seemed that even if one day rumors circulated about her and Jang Ji-jing, no one would believe it. However, there would certainly come a day for official announcements. For now, she would keep an eye on the variety show's performance. Jisoo had many thoughts swirling in her mind, primarily about the future, and surprisingly, that future included Jang Ji-jing. Jang Ji-jing, reading the comments, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this how you perceive me, a lifelong bachelor? Don't you have any self-awareness? Jang Ji-jing scoffed. Just wait. I'll find a girlfriend for you all soon enough. You lot are truly unbearable with your ridicule. Still feeling embarrassed? Seems like you've been single for too long. Sorry, seeing him so dismissive makes me want Jisoo to come over and give him a piece of her mind. I can't stand his smugness. Right, can Jisoo join the stream, or can you two at least have a phone call? Jang Ji-jing watched as the comments drifted further from the main topic, feeling that even if he announced his affection for Jisoo now, these people would still mock him. Was he truly a joke in their eyes? Chapter 97, Girlfriend or Wife? Could Jang Ji-jing really tolerate being berated by fans? He passionately opened his mic in the livestream. After half an hour, he grew weary. Alright, what am I doing? Arguing with a bunch of young girls? You just don't understand. Yes, we don't understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be single at your age. You're the one who's single. Your whole family is single. Jang Ji-jing couldn't contain his frustration. Look at how petty you are, and you can't even argue back against fans. Jang Ji-jing feigned a stern expression. Enough already, just wait until I officially announce something that will dazzle your eyes. You're all urging me to date. If I actually do, don't come crying to me. Oh my, is there really a good girl willing to take you? I'm so grateful. What? My brother is dating? Impossible. My 5-year-old grandson came to my bedside. Grandma, your male star is dating, and I calmly replied, don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Jang Ji-jing's face darkened further as he read through the rapid-fire comments. With just 10 minutes until the variety show began, they had been bickering for quite a while. Jang Ji-jing straightened his posture and ceased the playful banter. Alright, all jokes aside, the show is about to start, so everyone get ready. I hope you all remain rational during the viewing, meaning, don't insult Jisoo. I can do that. When Jisoo said the collaboration was pleasant, I found it hilarious. You two are truly suffering. After bidding farewell to the audience, Jang Ji-jing ended the livestream. Jisoo, leaning against the door, approached him. Once he had finished, Jang Ji-jing pulled her into his embrace, settling her on his lap. Is everything alright on your end? Jisoo shook her head. You've explained everything. I don't need to respond. My manager asked me a couple of questions. Jang Ji-jing wrapped his arms around her waist, nuzzling his face against her cheek. What are you doing? Jisoo laughed, gently pushing his face away. It's rare to see you so docile. I cherish this, that's because you're always the one provoking me. Alright, Jang Ji-jing chuckled. Who started this? Who bit me first? Jang Ji-jing waved his wrist, where the bite mark from years ago was still quite visible. Jisoo held his hand and pressed a kiss to his wrist, murmuring, I'm sorry. Jang Ji-jing was taken aback by her gesture. In his understanding, Jishu would never utter the words "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hold it against you, I truly owe you an apology." Jiang Jijing cradled her face. "Do you know what I thought about during my first time in high school?" Jishu furrowed her brows at him, questioning whether he could refrain from being so flippant during such serious moments. "Is this really inappropriate?" Jiang Jijing chuckled, then leaned in to whisper gently in Jishu's ear. "That day we went swimming together, I dreamt of you when I returned, and in the dream you weren't wearing—" Jishu swiftly covered Jiang Jijing's mouth. "Did you have ulterior motives back then?" Jiang Jijing replied honestly. "At that time, I thought it was just because you were always around me. I assumed it was because I had never been close to girls before." Jishu nodded, leaning back. "Now I understand. You were definitely plotting something against me." She then pinched Jiang Jijing's face and remarked, "You always teased me on purpose, didn't you, just to make your presence felt?" Jiang Jijing smiled and kissed her hand. "So you noticed that, did you?" Jishu listed several conditions. "From now on, you are not allowed to argue with me, deceive me, retort to me, call me ugly, or get close to other girls." Jiang Jijing listened with a beaming smile. "All right, from now on, you call the shots in our household. In your household, your parents have the final say. But between us, I hold the authority." Jishu countered. Jiang Jijing raised an eyebrow. "I only wish to be managed by my girlfriend and wife. Which one are you now?" Jishu realized that Jiang Jijing was teasing her, merely prompting her to acknowledge her own identity, a girlfriend. Jishu obediently provided Jiang Jijing with the answer she sought. Jiang Jijing was immensely satisfied. "Well, for now, you're my girlfriend. How about in the future? You become my wife. Today marks the official confirmation of our relationship, and you are already thinking about such distant matters. All right, we have plenty of time ahead." Jiang Jijing adjusted her seating position, continuing to hold Jishu as they watched a variety show. "What is so interesting? It's all past events. Tonight, I'm bungee jumping for you. Shouldn't we watch this carefully?" The preview was rather lengthy. The first episode wouldn't officially air until tomorrow night, yet, despite being just a preview, the buzz had already reached a fever pitch. After all, Jiang Jijing's bungee jump for love had been highlighted in promotional clips. Jishu pondered how the fans would react upon seeing her kiss Jiang Jijing, not to mention the truths revealed during the dare game. Surely some would be in an uproar. Nestled in Jiang Jijing's embrace, Jishu watched the recording commence, noting that Jiang Jijing had arrived late due to her flight, joining the crew with playful banter, curious about what everyone was up to. Meanwhile, Jishu and others were busy dividing into groups. The entire comment section was inundated with messages from Jishu and Jiang Jijing's fans. Everyone had anticipated this pair's gathering, though they were unaware of the ball-switching segment. The fans exhibited remarkable positivity, likely due to Jiang Jijing's earlier livestream. As Jishu ultimately obtained the green ball, the comments erupted in laughter. "These two are truly destined for each other. If you look closely, Jishu initially touched the green one before switching to blue. Who would have guessed it would return to green? Indeed, what is meant to be will always find a way. They are fated adversaries." Jishu was taken aback that she had touched the green ball at the start, and the subsequent switch was equally baffling, as it had been merely a random touch. It seemed that they were indeed a perfect match. Jiang Jijing remarked with a smile. "You owe it to Sun Mochi for not liking green." Jiang Jijing chuckled. She must be regretting her choice. Jishu recalled a serious matter. "Did you know I was involved when you took this variety show?" Jiang Jijing smiled faintly, remaining silent. Jishu widened her eyes. "You were aware I was here, weren't you? You knew what type of show this was, didn't you?" At that moment, Jiang Jijing had officially joined the other guests, and as she made her entrance, the comments surged dramatically, accompanied by her cheerful tone. Jiang Jijing exclaimed, "Shushu, are you surprised to see me?" Jishu felt a wave of nausea. The comments were filled with laughter. Jishu continued to scrutinize Jiang Jijing, demanding, "Don't lie to me. Be honest." Jiang Jijing pecked her lips. "Miss, why are you so naive? From the beginning, this show has been labeled as a dating show. I came here for you when my flight was delayed. You have no idea how anxious I was, fearing that you might be placed in another group. At that time, you didn't even like me. Why would you care so much?" Jishu retorted. "It wasn't that I disliked you, I just hadn't realized my feelings yet, but I still couldn't help but be drawn to you, wanting to be close." Jiang Jijing lifted Jishu effortlessly, who wrapped her arms around her neck. "What are you doing? The show isn't over yet. What's already happened has lost its intrigue. Let me show you something more exciting." Jiang Jijing gazed at her playfully, desire glimmering in her eyes. "I'm pregnant." Jishu felt her ears flush, whispering. Jiang Jijing suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you thinking? I'm just taking you to the bathroom. Do you want a massage service?" After being teased, Jishu playfully punched Jiang Jijing's back twice, muttering, "You're insufferable," though her actions lacked any real force. Chapter 98. the cult CP even though it was merely a preview. Jisoo and Jiang Zijing had already dominated half of the trending searches. The fans from both sides unexpectedly coexisted harmoniously, refraining from interference and promoting their own. However, some rebellious fans had previously dismissed any notion of a romantic connection between the two leads. Whether during official announcements or leaks, yet, after just one preview episode, some netizens began to stir with excitement. ITS said that while a ship can be obscure, it should never be a cult. In just one night, the cult CP emerged, gaining over 100,000 followers in a single evening. Other ships that had been promoted earlier were suddenly overshadowed. Even Jisoo and Jiang Zijing themselves found it hard to believe that fans were truly in a rebellious phase. The CP Super Topic began to compile various moments of the two together. The comments from fans were uniformly filled with KSWL following the airing of the first episode featuring their journey to Changbai Mountain. The CP fans surged to 30,000. These two are too adorable. RNT they look at them sharing a steak. Jisoo can't drink because she is on her period, and Jiang Zijing drinks for her. ISNT that love? Did you see how Jiang Zijing was concerned about Jisoo tripping and proactively held her hand? ISNT that love? Jiang Zijing even voluntarily slept on the sofa and then pretended to lose a game of rock paper scissors. Doesn't that count as love? Waking up early to make breakfast for Jisoo, and Jiang's mother genuinely likes Jisoo. They've known each other since childhood, having probably met each other as parents. Childhood sweethearts, that's love. Jisoo stared at these comments in disbelief, contemplating how the next episode would feature Jiang Zijing rubbing her hands and protecting her during the drifting segment. Wouldn't that drive her crazy? After reading these comments, Jisoo felt as if she were being brainwashed. The airing date for the fourth episode had been set for next Wednesday. The company announced a small gathering that evening, and both Jisoo and Jiang Zijing were notified to attend. Jisoo was reluctant to go, but her manager sent a barrage of messages ultimately offering to pick her up. Reluctantly, Jisoo acquiesced. "It's alright, I'll accompany you," Jiang Zijing comforted as she gently ruffled Jisoo's hair. "Okay," Jisoo nodded in agreement. Jisoo waited outside her residential complex for her assistant, Huan, to pick her up. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Jiang Zijing appeared shortly thereafter. The two exchanged a glance across the crowd. Just as Jiang Zijing was about to approach, she was halted by her manager. Jisoo found herself inevitably led by Tanli to meet the company's directors. Tanli casually handed Jisoo a glass of champagne, which she hesitated to accept for a moment before doing so. Leaning a little closer to Tanli, she meekly explained, "Sister Tan, I have a bit of a cold and took some antibiotics today, so I can't drink." Tanli gave her a curious look. "Just hold it, you know how to put on a show, right?" Jisoo clinked glasses with the directors, taking a sip that barely touched her lips. Zhuang Yixuan, she greeted as he appeared with his own drink. "Sister Tan mentioned you've been resting at home. Are you feeling unwell?" Zhuang Yixuan asked with concern. "Just a slight cold. It's nothing serious," Jisoo replied with a light smile. Jiang Zijing stood a short distance away, her neck stiffening. "Why are you staring over there? What is so captivating that you, young Master Jiang, are so fixated on?" her manager, Yaoshin, inquired with curiosity. "It's Jisoo," Jiang Zijing replied casually. "You can't be serious? Why are you so concerned about her? You two always bicker. Isn't that exhausting? Today, the company directors are present. Be mindful, you wouldn't understand," Jiang Zijing replied dismissively. "Of course, I don't understand. Your eyes are glued to your rival." Yet, Jiang Zijing was indeed focused on her beloved. Watching Jisoo hold her glass, Jiang Zijing's expression darkened as she noted Jisoo had already taken several sips, after exchanging a few pleasantries. Tanli excused herself. Jisoo stood alongside Zhuang Yixuan, dressed warmly in a chic jacket. "Last time you mentioned you had to handle something at home. Did you manage to resolve it? It wasn't anything significant." "I just had a pet at home that I forgot to feed. It's quite clingy," Jisoo explained, glancing at a certain someone not far away. Upon meeting that gaze, Jiang Zijing's expression turned even more forlorn. "Since it's a pet, it's important not to spoil it too much, or it will become spoiled. Rules must be established. If it misbehaves, letting it go hungry for a few meals will surely make it obedient." Jisoo chuckled lightly. "It's rather endearing, so since I like it, I don't mind indulging it a bit, especially since I chose it myself." Jiang Zijing's back molars were practically on the verge of falling out from the acidity. Yet these two seemed to be engaged in an animated conversation. Laughing joyously was Jisoo, oblivious to Zhuang Yixuan's ulterior motives. How daring of her to indulge in alcohol while pregnant. Jiang Zijing couldn't help but pick up a glass and approach them. "President Zhuang," she greeted, her expression less than pleasant. Zhuang Yixuan smiled at Zijing. "How has your collaboration with them been of late?" it's been tolerable, Jiang Jijing replied, her gaze fixed on Jishu, laced with a hint of resentment. Jishu deliberately averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Since you're working together now, why not show a little mutual understanding? You're a grown man, why quibble with a young lady? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jijing chuckled, positioning himself beside Jishu. President Zhuang, you seem unaware. Jishu and I have known each other for over 20 years. We've grown accustomed to playful banter. Zhuang Yishuan said nothing, taking a few sips from her glass. Oh, I just remembered Director Chu reached out to us to see if we could connect for a live broadcast. Shall we discuss it in detail? Jishu finally turned to Jiang Jijing, casually adding. Sounds good. There's a show that wants to invite us for a joint appearance of President Zhuang. We won't keep you any longer, Jiang Jijing declared before pulling Jishu away. Their footsteps hurried as they passed by a waiter. Both setting down their glasses, Zhuang Yishuan watched the departing duo, her smile vanishing abruptly, her eyes turning cold. Chapter 99. I love you. Slow down, Jishu said, as Jiang Jijing restrained her wrist, though he did not respond verbally. He indeed slowed his pace. The two exited the banquet hall, traversing the corridor until Jiang Jijing pushed open a storage room door, pulling Jishu inside and slamming the door shut. Jishu leaned against the door, the dim light allowing her to clearly see Jiang Jijing's features. What are you doing? She questioned, fixated on him. You seem to be enjoying your conversation just now. Not really, just exchanged a few pleasantries. Jiang Jijing replied, his lips pressed together in displeasure. Don't you remember he drugged you? Regardless of the substance, it was clearly malicious. I remember, but didn't you tell me not to rush into a confrontation? My contract is still in his hands, Jishu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Intrigued, Jiang Jijing was momentarily at a loss, recalling that indeed there was such an arrangement. He regretted overthinking it, even if things turned sour. Jiang Jijing had the means to ensure Jishu's safety, yet still, knowing his intentions, how could she smile at him? I wasn't smiling at him, you were smiling, and I saw it, Jiang Jijing retorted, sulking. Jishu crossed her arms. Fine, assume I was smiling, what will you do about it? Her candid admission rendered Jiang Jijing speechless, his dissatisfaction evident as he gazed at her, ultimately surrendering as he rested his head against her neck. I'm feeling jealous now and quite upset. You figure it out, then stay upset, Jishu replied nonchalantly, remaining unaffected. Jishu, your boyfriend is feeling neglected, your attitude is hardly appropriate, and I'm feeling quite wronged, with a sigh. Jishu reached out to gently ruffle his hair. Why do you act like a pet? Indeed, I am your pet. When you're pleased, you offer me treats, but when you're not, you kick me aside. Jiang Jijing's words were tinged with bitterness, making Jishu feel as though she could forego vinegar with her dumplings that night. How could such complaints sound so endearing? They had merely exchanged a few words, and she hadn't smiled at him. Her laughter stemmed from thoughts of him. Is that true? Jiang Jijing suddenly asked, looking up at Jishu with uncertainty. Absolutely. I would never smile at him, but he's neither as handsome as you nor capable of making me happy. She reassured him. Jiang Jijing added, but I saw you drinking, and you're pregnant. At the very least, you should wait until after the event. Jishu cupped Jiang Jijing's face in her hands. I didn't drink. I merely pretended. I only took a sip, and at most, my lips were slightly stained. Really? While Jishu tilted her head back against the door, her flirtatious gaze inviting him to check for himself, Jiang Jijing could no longer suppress his smile, which blossomed victoriously. Gripping her chin, he declared, then I shall conduct a thorough examination. Jiang Jijing kissed her, effortlessly parting her lips and exploring every inch of their breaths intertwined, lips brushing against one another. Jishu wrapped her arms around his neck. And aside from that one time when she had taken the initiative to kiss him while making dumplings, Jiang Jijing would always bend down to meet her. Jishu opened her eyes, noticing Jiang Jijing's breath had become erratic. Their foreheads touched, every slight movement in the confined space felt particularly vivid. Jiang Jijing's voice was hoarse as he tasted a hint of alcohol on her lips. You've drained all the lipstick from my lips. There's no trace of alcohol left, but I find it still lingering. Jiang Jijing's intentions were transparent, yet Jishu willingly fell into his trap. Then I would appreciate it if my boyfriend could continue to kiss it away. Jishu, how did I not notice how alluring you are? Their breaths mingled, and Jishu chuckled softly. What, did you expect something different? I always knew, once you turned 18, I'd want to savor every bit of you. Why wait until now? Yet now Jishu was pregnant, and even if she chose not to keep the child, it was uncertain when that decision would come. You are rather greedy. In your presence, greed is my nature. Loving you is my instinct, Jishu. I love you. Jiang Jijing's voice was intoxicating, each word penetrating Jishu's heart like magic, leaving her feeling euphoric. Her heart was overwhelmed with Jiang Jijing's love, which he freely expressed. Jiang Jijing, Jishu murmured softly, I'm here. In the next moment, she initiated the kiss. At that moment, there was only each other beside them, their bodies and souls intertwined. Jishu had never experienced such overwhelming affection. Fierce and unrestrained, flooding her heart, after spending so many days together, she had quietly succumbed to him. She liked Zhang Jijing, although she had realized it late. They were the ones who understood each other best. Zhang Jijing's words resonated within her, and unbeknownst to her, she had long been ensnared by him. They were rivals, yet they were lovers. Chapter 100, Parenting Encyclopedia. After Zhang Jijing finished kissing, he contentedly held her close. And they exchanged glances. Shall we leave? Zhang Jijing asked. Let's go. Zhang Jijing led Jishu out through the back door. Meanwhile, Zhang Jijing's manager had been searching for half an hour without success. He had merely stepped away to use the restroom. Upon returning, there was no sign of Zhang Jijing. Tanli, having finished drinking with a few directors, also realized she had lost sight of Jishu. Anxiously, she scanned the banquet hall. Yashin was on the phone. But Zhang Jijing's phone remained unresponsive. Where has this troublemaker run off to? Why won't he answer? Tanli stepped back a bit and called Jishu. After a few rings, Jishu finally picked up. Where are you, Sister Tan? I'm not feeling well, suffering from a terrible headache, so I'm heading back. Tanli felt a tinge of displeasure. You could have at least informed me before leaving. If you're unwell, make sure to rest properly. What's been going on with your health lately? It's nothing serious, just a slight cold, Jishu replied. Tanli hung up, only to notice someone observing her from the side. What are you looking at? Yashin chuckled. Your cash cow isn't feeling well, is she? What do you mean by that? Tanli retorted, increasingly irked. What did I say wrong? Jishu is your golden goose. Isn't she? You once deemed her worthless, then once she gained popularity, you treated her like a treasure. Yashin scoffed. We're all in the same industry. No one is superior to another. We're all in the same circle. But I'm not like you, devoid of humanity. Manager Yao, you previously snatched Jishu's lipstick endorsement from me. Don't you think you're being overly self-righteous? Tanli crossed her arms, glaring at him. I assumed after all these years with Jishu, you might have developed some affection for her. You know very well the lipstick has significant issues. Allowing Jishu to endorse it is pushing her into a pitfall for a mere endorsement fee. Are you willing to sacrifice her reputation? Yashin lowered his voice, rebuking her. Isn't this industry all about making a quick buck? If you don't seize the opportunity, countless others will be eager to take it. Jishu's popularity is high. I'm merely helping her. Who doesn't love money? Tanli scoffed lightly. Yashin stepped closer, speaking coldly. Tanli, what goes around comes around. I advise you to accumulate some virtue for your later years. Watching Yashin walk away, Tanli's hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into fists. The weather was growing colder, and Zhang Jijing did not linger outside with Jishu. The two returned home directly after leaving the banquet. Upon entering, Zhang Jijing bent down to fetch slippers from the shoe cabinet. Jishu leaned against the cabinet, watching him. Come on, miss, change your shoes. Jishu chuckled softly, allowing him to assist her. She ruffled Zhang Jijing's hair. Well done, Xiaojiang, I had no expectation of you saying something nice. Then why the disappointed look? I'm going to change my clothes. Can I come in? I'll lock the door. Tsk. Jishan casually tossed her bag onto the sofa before stepping into the cloakroom. It was evident that she genuinely cherished the space she had prepared for herself. Each time she changed outfits, she would spend an inordinate amount of time inside, concerned that Zhang Jijing might not behave. Jishan had even taken the precaution of locking the door. Zhang Jijing felt a pang of discomfort, questioning whether she truly lacked any sense of trust in her eyes, just as she settled onto the sofa. Jishan's phone began to ring from her bag. Zhang Jijing glanced at the screen and saw it was a delivery call. She answered, Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jiang? Yes, you have a package. Could you kindly come downstairs to retrieve it? Alright, please hold on. Zhang Jijing called out towards the cloakroom. Shushu, I'm going downstairs to pick up a package. Okay. Carrying Jishan's phone, Zhang Jijing descended the stairs, where the delivery man awaited her with a rather large box that appeared quite heavy. After expressing her gratitude and signing for the delivery, she noted that Jishan's package was addressed to Mr. Jiang. Once their relationship had been clarified, even the delivery slip brought a smile to her face. As she ascended the stairs, cradling the box, she continued to examine the delivery slip, which bore no specific details. What could possibly be in such a large box? It didn't seem to contain clothing. Suddenly, Jishan's phone rang again. It was Sunan. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jijing decided to answer. Just as she was about to speak, Sunan began chattering away. I've sent the items over to you. Remember to go downstairs and pick them up. I bought a lot, consulting the head of obstetrics to get all the parenting books of the same type for you. When you have time, do read them, especially with Zhang Jijing. They say the first child should be raised according to the book. I've never had a child myself, so this is all I can do to help you. What? Zhang Jijing responded in confusion. Zhang Jijing, yes, it's me. I'm going downstairs to help Jishan with her package. What were you just saying? Forget it. You and Jishan can have your chat. I want to keep you I have to go perform a surgery soon. Sunan quickly hung up. Jiang Zijing, still bewildered while holding the box, pondered over the parenting books upon entering the house. Ji Shun was still in the bathroom. Jiang Zijing gazed at the package for a while before taking a small knife to open the box. It was filled to the brim with books, which explained its weight. As she continued to sift through the titles, she found What to Eat Every Week During Pregnancy, a comprehensive guide to 10 months of pregnancy, accompanying your wife through pregnancy, the Encyclopedia of Pregnancy and Childbirth, and a complete guide to 40 weeks of pregnancy. Further down, she discovered the Encyclopedia of Newborn Care, the language of parents, and understanding your child's heart. The more she flipped through, the more unsettled she felt. Why had Sunan prepared these for Ji Shun? The door to the cloakroom clicked open, revealing Ji Shun in a cozy, fluffy pajama set. Jiang Zijing held up the books and met Ji Shun's gaze from a distance. Ji Shun quickly approached her. You have my package. Jiang Zijing nodded. Sunan just called. She said we should take the time to read these together. Ji Shun glanced at the dozen or so books already laid out on the table. Even for a top student, such an extensive reading list felt overwhelming. I just finished my college entrance exams, and now I have to read all of this. Jiang Zijing remained a beat behind. Wait, we're supposed to read all of these? No, why can't I seem to think straight lately? Ji Shun, do you mean what I think you mean? Ji Shun casually picked up a book and flipped through it. What do you mean, this child? Ji Shun nonchalantly continued to browse through the book. I think going abroad is too much trouble, and Sunan also mentioned that I've been on a diet for years. If I were to terminate this pregnancy, it might become very difficult to conceive again in the future. Jiang Zijing chuckled. So you're preparing to keep it then?